Chapter 1. The Lies of a Wife. Dingyang City. Fully center community. Zhu Nianxi, when will you return home? Zhuang Yi dialed his wife's number, his heart heavy with sorrow. Today was his wife's birthday, and the dining table was adorned with an array of meticulously prepared dishes, alongside a splendid three-tiered birthday cake. Honey, I'm still entertaining. Just a moment. Don't make a fuss. I'm on the phone with my husband. Zhu Nianxi spoke softly, yet her voice was intermingled with an indescribable breathiness, reminiscent of a sensual moan. A chill gripped Zhuang Yi's heart. His expression stiffened as if doused with icy water. This sound, typically reserved for the intimacy of the bedroom, was the second time he had heard it over the phone. The first instance had occurred just a week prior, leading to a fierce argument between the couple. Now, on the occasion of his wife's birthday, a day meant for warmth and joy, she was indulging in such acts of betrayal. Zhu Nianxi, this is the last time I will utter these words. For the sake of our family, turn back. As he spoke, his heart was a tumult of emotions, deeply saddened, profoundly unsettled. Zhuang Yi, what absurdities are you concocting again? I was merely startled by a cockroach that flew by. Zhu Nianxi's voice on the other end flared with irritation. Zhuang Yi clenched his fists tightly. He did not wish to mar his beloved's birthday with further discord. So he abruptly ended the call. As he gazed at the table laden with the dishes he had prepared with care, his heart grew heavier still. With his phone tucked into his pocket, Zhuang Yi settled onto the sofa, turning on the television and idly scanning through channels. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with prominent features and a well-tailored black suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and defined lines. His appearance was impeccable, strikingly handsome beyond reproach. Zhu Nianxi was equally stunning, with a radiant visage and captivating eyes, one of the most beautiful women Zhuang Yi had ever encountered in his life. At 27, she was transitioning from youthful innocence to a more mature allure, her fair skin and voluptuous figure commanding attention. Their meeting had been serendipitous. Zhu Nianxi had fortuitously encountered Zhuang Yi on his way home from school, and captivated by his looks, impulsively lured him into a secluded grove for an encounter. From that moment, she was utterly ensnared by this man, resorting to unethical means to entice Zhuang Yi into hidden corners for her whims. Over time, their relationship blossomed into love, culminating in marriage during their university years. However, once they began cohabiting, everything shifted. Zhu Nianxi revealed herself to be domineering, selfish, possessive, and somewhat hypocritical. Zhuang Yi, for her sake, balanced the roles of a devoted house husband and a company sales director. Meanwhile, his wife compelled him to entertain female clients and even urged him to engage in inappropriate conduct, bordering on coercion for more intimate encounters. Even today, the phone call had carried unspeakable sounds, and rather than offering an explanation, his wife brazenly lashed out at him. This left Zhuang Yi acutely aware that the family he had strived to maintain was silently beginning to unravel. Is divorce truly the only path ahead? As he gazed at the television, Zhuang Yi sighed, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart, yet utterly helpless. Suddenly, the phone rang. Unlocking the screen, he noticed the familiar name of his wife, Zhu Nian. With irritation, he answered, "What do you want?" "Darling, could you come over right now? A client specifically requested to see you." Zhu Nian's voice trembled on the other end, oscillating between softness and urgency. Zhuang Yi's pupils dilated, his right hand instinctively pressing against his chest, a chill spreading through him. "Zhu Nian, why is your voice quaking? What do you truly want?" "Please, dear, don't touch me." Suddenly interrupted by an unknown presence, her tone shifted. "Husband, for the sake of our home, please help me secure this deal." Zhuang Yi heard a series of shallow breaths, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. He had already surmised who was on the other end a long-term client, someone who desired Zhu Nian, someone she had been drawing closer to. "Oh, Zhu Nian, do you truly think me a fool? To betray me while expecting my assistance with your business? You seek to have it all, don't you?" Zhu Nian, flustered, retorted, "What betrayal? Stop saying such things. Hurry and negotiate the deal for me. The location is the Sweet Harbor Couples Hotel." "A couples hotel? Fine, fine. Just wait for me." Enraged, Zhuang Yi hung up the phone, rose from the sofa, and stormed out of the house. He had made up his mind. If his wife had found a new love, then he would decisively part ways. Chapter 2, Deceived by Zhu Yinshi in the Sweet Harbor Couples Hotel. Zhuang Yi parked his car and entered through the main entrance. Having known Zhu Yinshi for 7 years and married for 4, Zhuang Yi had devoted his existence almost entirely to her. To alleviate any concerns from the Zhu family, he took it upon himself to ensure that their firstborn son would carry the Zhu surname. Despite his father-in-law's health issues, which had drained millions without any significant impact, Zhuang Yi stubbornly immersed himself in the social circles of the capital, entertaining young ladies until he nearly bled from exhaustion, only to receive a lifeline from a reclusive expert. Beyond this, he dealt with a myriad of mundane matters: employee recruitment, company management, household chores, and so forth. Yet, what had all this sacrifice yielded? Time and again, he faced deception, injury, and betrayal. While a mouse might endure, even an ant could not tolerate such grievances. Upon inquiring with the server, Zhuang Yi was directed to a private dining room on the second floor upon hearing Zhu Yinshi's name. This surprised him. In a couple's hotel, one would expect a rendezvous, not a meal. Ascending to the second floor, he arrived at the designated dining room. But to his fury, Zhu Yinshi was nowhere to be found. Only a woman he detested. Xiao Julie awaited him. Zhuang Yi, you've come. Please sit beside me. Xiao Julie beckoned with a charming smile, patting the seat next to her. Her features were striking. Her lips crimson, adorned in a white off-shoulder dress that accentuated her smooth shoulders and narrow waist. At 28, she was in the prime of her beauty, surpassing Zhu Yinshi in allure. However, Zhuang Yi harbored a deep aversion toward her, as she had once attempted to entice him and frequently crossed boundaries. Suppressing his disdain, Zhuang Yi, the sales director, inquired, Xiao, what brings you here? Where's Zhu Yinshi? They've gone out to have some fun. This won't affect us for the time being. Xiao Julie replied melodiously. Out, having fun. Zhuang Yi clenched his fists and took a seat directly opposite her. Why not sit beside me? Xiao Julie smiled sweetly, pouring a glass of wine and offering it to him. Zhuang Yi frowned slightly, displeased, and set the glass aside. Noticing his rejection, Xiao Julie's expression turned cold. Zhuang Yi, do you look down upon me? Not even going to enjoy a drink? Miss Xiao, you misunderstand. I have matters to discuss with Zhu Yinshi shortly and cannot afford to indulge, he explained. She won't be coming. If you make me happy tonight, we can finalize this deal, Xiao Julie countered, producing a contract from her bag and tossing it onto the table, her smile now tinged with provocation. Zhuang Yi glanced at the cover and realized she was attempting to force his compliance. Could you clarify what you mean by Zhu Yinshi not coming? Is it that she would sell you out for $1 billion, and yet you remain unmoved, only seeking her? At her words, Zhuang Yi felt a surge of fury, as if his very heart might explode. Indeed, in pursuit of orders, she has betrayed her own husband, indulging in infidelity and revelry. Xiao Julie extended her delicate arm, raising Zhuang Yi's wine glass once more. Will you drink? Of course, let us drink. Tonight, Mr. Xiao. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Zhuang Yi, suppressing his anger, snatched the glass, lifted it high, and downed its contents in one gulp, forcefully placing it down. Bang! The glass crashed onto the dining table. Here, Mr. Xiao, let me toast you again. Before Zhuang Yi could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, a buzzing in his ears. He attempted to rise, but felt his body grow weak. The world before him began to blur. Soon, he closed his eyes, his head slamming onto the table. Bang! Xiao Julie stood up, a strange smile curling her lips. Brother Zhuang, I've already informed you. Zhu Yinshi sold you for $1 billion. Why are you still so unsuspecting? Hours later, deep into the night, when Zhuang Yi awoke again, he found himself lying on a bed. Beside the headboard sat a stunning beauty clad in a white nightgown. Good heavens! Zhuang Yi jolted awake, quickly sitting up. He lifted the covers to reveal soft sheets, with a splash of cherry blossom red adorning the center, reminiscent of freshly bloomed rose petals. Oh, you're awake? Brother Zhuang, your resistance is quite impressive. Xiao Julie was at the head of the bed, combing her hair. Xiao Julie, what have you done to me? Are you unaware that I have a wife? Zhuang Yi exclaimed angrily, his disdain for betrayal, even his own, palpable. It was your wife's consent. I have already stated that she sold you for $1 billion. Xiao Juli tossed a thin paper document, which landed before Zhuang Yi. He picked it up and scrutinized it, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. This was indeed a contract, clearly bearing the signatures of Zhu Yinxi and Xiao Juli, stipulating that Zhuang Yi could be rented for one night in exchange for $1 billion business deal. As Zhuang Yi gazed at Zhu Yinxi's handwriting, his discomfort deepened, plunging his spirits to an all-time low. Setting aside the legality of the contract, what does this signify? Treating her husband as a mere commodity for financial gain? Chapter 3. Junyan's wife forces me to. Is this contract merely a jest on your part? In a fleeting moment, Zhuang Yi could scarcely believe that this was the handiwork of Junyan's wife. Huh, do you not trust your elder sister? Very well. Xiao Jili produced her mobile phone and initiated a video call on the spot. Zhuang Yi hurriedly adjusted his attire and stealthily crept to the foot of the bed, keen to avoid being captured on camera. If the revelation of a ghost were the line of demarcation, then leveraging him for corporate gain was a profound affront to his dignity. It underscored that his wife did not even regard him as a human being within the confines of their marriage. The thought alone left Zhuang Yi feeling utterly aggrieved. The video call connected swiftly. Xiao Juli smiled and waved at the phone. Little Nian's wife, are you having fun? On the screen, Zhu Nian's wife sat amidst a lavish party, clad in an elegant evening gown, her face adorned with a barely perceptible smile. Surrounding her was a throng of elegantly dressed men and women, reveling in song and dance, the atmosphere vibrant with kaleidoscopic lights and resounding music. Xiao Juli, how delightful this must be for you. Upon hearing Zhu Nian's wife's tone, Zhuang Yi felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Such a demeanor indicated she was privy to the truth. Why was she not intervening? Xiao Juli deceitfully remarked, the fun hasn't even begun yet. By the way, could you extend your contract with me? I found myself quite addicted to Zhuang Yi, your brother. That one TB necessary, General Manager Xiao. If my husband finds out, it could spell trouble. Once you're done, be sure to return him quickly to prevent any further disturbances. Zhu Nian's wife's voice conveyed an air of indifference, leaving Zhuang Yi, who was huddled at the foot of the bed, feeling utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. He loved Zhu Nian's wife with an intensity that permeated his being, indulging her beyond measure, and he had always met her every need. In fact, over 70% of the company's recent orders had been secured through his efforts. Why treat me in this manner? At that moment, a wave of chilling despair washed over Zhuang Yi. He quietly rose to his feet, his gaze hollow as it fixed upon Xiao Juli. Xiao Juli, ever the clever one, embellished the situation further. Zhu Nian's wife, I offer you 500 million. 5. Zhu Nian's wife paused momentarily before responding. 500 million is indeed. But before she could finish her sentence, a voice, louder and seething with rage, erupted. You scoundrel! Zhuang Yi bellowed, lunging towards the bed and snatching the phone from Xiao Juli. Zhu Nian, do you possess no humanity whatsoever? Have you ceased to regard me as a person? After his furious outburst, Zhuang Yi beheld the opulent party scene on the phone, along with Zhu Nian's wife's stunning appearance, and the men and women sauntering past in the background. Zhu Nian had lied. She was deceiving herself by claiming she was still working. Moreover, she had never adorned herself so beautifully at home. Zhuang Yi trembled all over. Despite his professional decorum, maintaining his composure was becoming increasingly arduous. Husband, have you not fainted? This is not right. I recall that the medication is. In the video, Zhu Yinxi suddenly covered her mouth, while Zhuang Yi had already deciphered everything. It was her doing. How despicable. Zhu Yinxi, you are truly remarkable. For all these years, I have diligently served the Zhu family. Even if you loathe me, was such treachery necessary? Zhu Yinxi's expression shifted slightly as she attempted to placate him, saying, Darling, please do not be angry. I acted for the greater good, for our family. What greater good are you talking about? You used me as a bargaining chip. It was I who saved your father. It was I who upheld your company's orders. The haven you currently enjoy was stitched together by my own hands. Without me, you are nothing. How dare you insult me like this? Do you have any idea how much I wish to end your life right now? Listening to his furious tirade, Zhu Yinqi could hardly believe her ears. The man who had once adored her so deeply now spoke with such cruelty. Zhuang Yi, on what grounds do you rage at me? You owe me an apology. I loved you so dearly. Before she could finish, a hand clad in a black suit gently rested on her shoulder. Although the man in the black suit was not visible on screen, he instantly captured Zhu Yinqi's attention, causing a gentle smile to bloom on her face. Yet soon, her expression turned cold, her demeanor sobering as she addressed the screen with icy resolve. Zhuang Yi, if you still recognize me as your wife, you will serve Xiao Julie well and not disappoint me. These words were lethal. Zhuang Yi's heart plummeted as he stared blankly ahead, his eyes misty with unshed tears. His phone slipped from his grasp onto the bed, where it was picked up by Xiao Julie. All right, goodbye, little Yinqi. We shall chat another day. Xiao Julie waved her hand and ended the call. Zhuang Yi remained in a stupor for what felt like an eternity. Seeing him dazed, Xiao Julie remarked, Zhuang Yi, do you believe me now? If so, come sit beside your sister. Zhuang Yi descended from the bed, his once bright black eyes now glimmering with a menacing red hue. No, just consider that Zhu Yinqi has breached the contract. If there is compensation to be claimed, you may pursue it from her. The once joyful Xiao Julie suddenly felt despondent. Oh, please don't, Zhuang Yi. Your wife will be upset. What concern is that of mine? A deceitful woman who has drugged, manipulated, and disrespected my dignity and emotions. Why would I keep her? Chapter 4. Confronting Zhu Yin's wife, a woman who has betrayed, deceived, drugged, and toyed with my dignity, while insulting my feelings. Why would I ever keep her in my life? Perhaps it was a heartfelt revelation or merely words spoken in anger, but Zhuang Yi proclaimed this sentiment with unreserved honesty. Xiao, where's Zhu Yin's wife? Please tell me, he demanded. Xiao Julie crossed her legs and offered a wicked smile. You cannot go there. It is quite far from here. Speak. Zhuang Yi shouted vehemently. Gazing into his bloodshot eyes, Xiao Julie fell silent for a few moments before descending from the bed. It seems my brother is truly angered. Let me take you there. She donned a dress and stepped out of the room, with Zhuang Yi silently trailing behind. After a full hour's journey, they arrived at the private Paradise Club. Zhuang Yi exited Xiao Julie's car, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles had turned pale. Sister has already made arrangements. You may enter directly, she said, sitting in the driver's seat and handing him a cigarette. Zhuang Yi hesitated momentarily. He had been smoke-free for many years, all because Zhu Yin despised the scent. Yet, in that moment, he reached out and accepted it as Xiao Julie lit it for him. As the smoke curled around him, Zhuang Yi pondered and remarked, Xiao, I shall head in first. All right, I will wait for you here, she replied. With heavy steps, Zhuang Yi entered, his hair disheveled and a fierce expression etched on his face. Once he had departed, a sinister smile crept across Xiao Julie's lips. She opened her phone, revealing a wallpaper of herself and Zhuang Yi in an intimate pose. Zhu Yin, you have failed to cherish this. Do not blame me for seizing it. Inside the club, the surroundings exuded opulence with dazzling lights and pulsating music as throngs of diverse individuals flowed through the space. Zhuang Yi produced his work ID, feigning to be an employee of Zhu Yin's company. After inquiring with several individuals, he learned that Zhu Yin was in a private room downstairs. Accelerating his pace, he navigated through the cacophony and swiftly arrived at the entrance of a room on the lower level. Before he could step inside, he heard his wife's voice. Thank you all for your kindness. I am here today to formally introduce my brother, Yang Yang. Following her statement, another suave male voice chimed in. Thank you, Sister Wei. You are the best to me. Come, everyone, let us toast to President Zhu. A middle-aged voice proclaimed. Cheers. Here's to hope in my wife, and I marry soon. Another refined female voice added. Outside, Zhuang Yi discerned the harmonious atmosphere within the room. He exhaled a plume of smoke, clenched the cigarette between his teeth, and forcefully kicked open the door. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. All eyes turned towards Zhuang, momentarily taken aback. His gaze swept across the room, locking onto Zhu Yin seated at the head of the table, flanked by a man and a woman. Zhu Yin, adorned in an evening gown, her cheeks flushed, displayed a look of shock upon seeing Zhuang Yi burst in. However, As the chairwoman of the company, she quickly regained her composure, fabricating a lie. Darling, didn't I tell you not to come pick me up? Zhuang Yi chose to disregard her, merely revealing a meaningful cold smirk. Beside Zhu Yinqi sat two individuals. The man was unfamiliar to him, while the woman was Huang Shui from the Huang family, a woman Zhuang Yi despised most. Huang Shui was a lesbian, infatuated with his wife, Zhu Yinqi. Zhuang Yi was not opposed to Zhu Yinqi interacting with others. In business, reasonable engagements could significantly enhance negotiation efficiency. The crux of the matter lay in Zhu Yinqi's lack of maintaining a sense of distance. Despite Zhuang Yi's repeated counsel, she treated his words as mere whispers in the wind. And now, she had learned to stray and to poison her husband. At that moment, the man next to Zhu Yinqi stood up in a flurry. A smile plastered across his face as he said, "Is it Brother Zhuang? Come sit here. It's closer to Sister Yinqi." Zhuang Yi cast a glance at him, a young man clad in a well-tailored black suit. "Yang, sit down." He wasn't even meant to come. "Just let him sit at his leisure," Zhu Yinqi casually remarked. The boy, called Yang, responded with a soft "oh" and obediently took his seat. He glanced at Zhuang Yi, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhuang Yi's mood soured considerably. He exhaled the last puff of smoke, discarding the cigarette but on the ground to extinguish it. "Fine, I shall simply sit idly." He did not take a seat, but instead settled in a corner. Rummaging through a box for a bottle of liquor, Zhu Yinqi shot him a frosty glance before returning her smile and said, Come, everyone, please continue. Just treat my husband as if he were transparent." Bang! In the next instant, Zhuang Yi in the corner grasped the neck of a liquor bottle, shattering it and transforming it into a dangerously sharp shard. The liquor spilled across the floor, and Zhuang Yi regarded the jagged edge with a sinister smile. Zhu Yinqi abruptly slammed her hand on the table, furiously reprimanding. "Zhuang Yi, what are you doing? Why are you causing such a ruckus?" She was livid. Her brother had just returned from abroad, and this scoundrel of a husband was wantonly ruining her good mood. Zhuang Yi stood up, sneering, "What am I doing? I am slaying the adulterous couple." Only then did the crowd react, rising in a tumult. Zhu Yinqi's closeness with the two beside her had initially gone unnoticed, but now. A brother who affectionately called her sister, sweet as a puppy, a female client who frequently engaged in inappropriate gestures and some intimate actions. Had Zhuang Yi been a mere gigolo or a kept lover, he would have no grounds for arrogance. But he was not. He was one of the pillars of the company, the strongest among them. When a husband discovers his wife's infidelities and confronts her, only to be scolded by her, who could remain unperturbed? Who could avoid feeling hurt? At this moment, Zhu Yinqi exuded the aura of a chairperson, angrily declaring, "Zhuang, I do not comprehend the nonsense you are spouting. Leave immediately. Do not embarrass us here. Your unreasonable commotion is preventing us from dining." Zhu Yinqi failed to grasp her husband's sentiments, secretly cursing him. Was it not merely a celebration for her brother's return? As for making a grand spectacle to seek retribution? Eating? Zhuang Yi let out a chilling laugh as he slowly approached the edge of the dining table. With a swift motion, he grasped the table and abruptly overturned it. To hell with eating. Chapter 5. A violent confrontation with Huang Shui. A cacophony erupted as dishes and drinks scattered across the floor, leaving some unfortunate souls nursing cuts from shattered plates. Zhu Yinqi was startled, her composure shaken, nearly losing her footing. "Zhuang Yi, what has gotten into you? Is it truly necessary to be so petty just because I missed dinner at home?" Huang Shui, filled with concern, supported Zhu Yinqi's waist. "Darling, are you all right? Please do not frighten me." After speaking, she tenderly pressed a kiss against Zhu Yinqi's cheek. Zhu Yinqi made no effort to resist, instead fixating her enchanting gaze upon Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi's heart ached, feeling as though he were the interloper in this scenario, while the two women appeared to be the true pair. Both he and Zhu Yinqi were aware of Huang Shui's sexuality. Yet why did her kiss evoke such a placid acceptance? To be publicly humiliated, and by a woman no less. "Zhuang, you better apologize to my dear." Huang Shui chastised him fiercely. "Indeed, hurry and bow an apology to my sister-in-law. How dare you hurt her?" Chimed in Zhu Yang, Zhu Yinqi's brother. Their voices echoed in unison, drawing the attention of onlookers who, though they recognized the unfolding drama, remained silent. After all, this was a matter of the Zhu family. Zhu Nianqi inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. Zhuang Yi, please step outside. Being her husband, Zhuang Yi was likely agitated by the incident, and it was typical for men to cool down after a few days. Darling, what nonsense are you speaking? He has wronged you. How can you let him leave? Yes. You should quickly come over and kneel to apologize to sister-in-law. Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang took turns pressuring him, attempting to heighten the tension. Zhuang Yi's incredulous expression suddenly turned icy. If Zhu Nianqi chose to side with the unfaithful wife and her lover, he saw no reason to continue the conversation. Gripping a shard of glass tightly, he strode toward Huang Shui and struck her fiercely across the face. The resounding slap left Huang Shui momentarily stunned. The vivid red mark emblazoned on her cheek, reflecting her shock at his sudden aggression. As a woman attempted to intervene, several middle-aged individuals swiftly restrained her. After a few bewildered seconds, Huang Shui regained her composure. You dare to strike me, you vile man? Zhuang Yi glared at her. His thoughts consumed by the betrayal. Zhuang Yi, however, was no naive fool. Once, when his wife favored revealing attire that accentuated her figure, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, sculpting his physique into a chiseled form with 8-pack abs, while also honing his martial arts skills. Before long, he broke free from the constraints imposed by the two women, retaliating with a flurry of punches and kicks. Ah, darling, save me. Darling, save me. In less than 2 minutes, Huang Shui found herself overwhelmed, succumbing to Zhuang Yi's relentless assault. He forcefully covered her mouth, disregarding Zhu Yangyang's attempts to intervene, and unleashed a barrage of punches upon Huang Shui's face, leaving her bloodied and with a twisted nose. Meanwhile, Zhu Nianqi, standing aside, remained relatively unfazed, her attention drawn to Zhuang Yi's bloodshot eyes, reminiscent of someone weeping in sorrow. When she regained her focus, she noticed that Zhuang Yi, who had once been the victim, was now pinning Huang Shui beneath him, delivering merciless blows. Zhu Nianqi rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Zhuang Yi's waist, desperately trying to pull him away. Stop! She belongs to the Huang family. Please don't. Someone help, please. Upon hearing her plea, bystanders began to cautiously intervene. After a significant period, Zhuang Yi finally ceased his assault, having rendered Huang Shui unconscious and flushed. Several attempted to restrain him, but none possessed the strength to overpower him. He turned his menacing gaze towards Zhu Yangyang, who had retreated behind Zhu Nianqi. His cowardly sister, hiding behind another, would not be spared either. With all his might, Zhuang Yi broke through the crowd's attempts to hold him back, intent on continuing his onslaught on the next target. Zhu Nianqi swiftly stood in his path, her voice sharp with authority. Zhuang Yi, you scoundrel, are you truly going to lay hands on my own brother? Zhu Yangyang, being the son of her father-in-law's younger brother, justified her words. Zhuang Yi, his fist stained with blood, teeth clenched and body trembling with rage, retorted, fine. If he's truly my brother, I shall restrain myself. But tell me this, why is it that when they beat me, you merely watched, yet when I retaliate, you obstruct me? When I occasionally kiss you, you recoil, yet when others do so, you do not even flinch. Do you truly revel in accusing me of infidelity? If you do not wish to share a life with me, just say so. I would not hold you against your will. These words left Zhu Nianqi utterly astounded. Was she truly so petty as to be consumed by jealousy over a mere kiss? Zhuang Yi, will this never end? Was it not just a fleeting kiss? Why must you unjustly accuse me of betrayal? I did not initiate it. Zhuang Yi, seething with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at her. Is this your justification for your silence? Zhu Nianqi's face flushed with anger, her temper flaring as she shouted, Are you out of your mind? Do you seek to humiliate me on purpose? With a resounding slap, Zhuang Yi struck her across the face. Zhu Nianqi, stunned, covered her cheek in disbelief. Since their acquaintance began, even when she had deceived Zhuang Yi in the woods, he had never dared to strike her, not even once. Yet now, he had the audacity to hit her in public? How dare you strike me? I am the only one permitted to strike you. Zhu Nianqi was consumed by fury. She had never endured such indignity. She extended her hands, intending to strike Zhuang Yi, only to have him seize her wrists and toss her aside. Have these two young lovers reached the point of physical confrontation with me? Zhuang Yi, I shall grant your wish. Let us divorce. With those words, Zhuang Yi turned on his heel and departed, leaving the onlookers in the private room stunned and exchanging bewildered glances. A tumult of anxiety surged within Zhuang Yi, prompting her to chase after her husband and seek reconciliation. At that moment, Zhu Yangyang, quick-witted and swift, took hold of Zhuang Yi's delicate hand to prevent her from leaving, gently caressing her. Sister, I do not want this brother-in-law. He bullies people. It would be better for you to marry me, your younger brother, for I at least understand how to cherish you. Zhuang Yi's expression wavered. After a brief hesitation, she affectionately ruffled his hair and smiled, explaining, Yangyang, do not speak nonsense. Your brother-in-law is merely being childish. He will be fine in a couple of days, and I will ensure he apologizes to you then. First, call an ambulance to take Mr. Huang to the hospital for treatment. Zhuang Yi resolved to prioritize saving a life before attempting to clarify matters with her husband. Chapter 6. Bamboo Nien's deceit outside the club. Zhuang Yi stepped out, hands tucked into his pockets. Xiao Juli flashed her headlights from the car. As the window rolled down, Zhuang Yi beheld the enchanting woman before him, yet he felt no spark of interest. Have you been cast out? Your sister has warned you. You were sold and still refuse to believe it. Come, let us depart. Your sister will drive you home, she smiled, unlocking the car door for him. Thank you, CEO Xiao, he replied, settling into the vehicle as she gently turned the steering wheel, preparing to leave this wretched place. Hold on a moment, Zhuang Yi suddenly interjected. Wait 5 minutes and hand me a cigarette. Xiao Juli's eyelids fluttered, a hint of annoyance crossing her face, yet she complied, offering him a cigarette and lighting it. Are you waiting for your wife to come down? Hoping to persuade her? Zhuang Yi's dark eyes fixated on the entrance, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, Yes. I'll leave once I finish this cigarette. 10 minutes later, the cigarette extinguished. Despite his attempts to savor it, he could not wait any longer. Noticing the smoke had faded, Xiao Juli inquired, Are you done? Can we go now? Let us go. She no longer wants me. The words tasted bitter. Since he could not wait any longer, he had no choice but to leave. The car, the people, the heart. All must go. An hour later, at the entrance of the RF Center community, Zhuang Yi alighted from Xiao Juli's car and requested another cigarette. Hey, I recall you don't smoke. Why the sudden chain of them? She teased, playfully shoving an entire pack into his embrace. The billion-dollar contract is void. I will cooperate with you, stating that nothing transpired between us. I fled. After uttering this bitter truth, Zhuang Yi turned and departed without a farewell. Remember, dear brother Zhuang, you said that. Thus, sister shall reward you with something special later. Xiao Juli winked, a sly smile gracing her lips. Bamboo Nien, Bamboo Nien, your husband, will inevitably be mine. Ignoring her, Zhuang Yi returned to the community. He harbored equal disdain for Xiao Juli. Had it not been for her, he would not have uncovered his wife's lies and malice that night. The thought of his wife colluding with others to poison him, coercing him to. After 7 years of dedication, this was the outcome, a profoundly painful realization. Yet, pain does not equate to inability to let go, devoid of the constraints of children. He could reclaim his freedom at any moment. Reflecting on this, Zhuang Yi murmured to himself, Who would have thought that my persistent pleas for Bamboo Nien to bear a child would be so resolutely denied, and yet inadvertently lead to a wise choice? Upon returning home, silence enveloped him. He dragged several boxes of liquor into the living room, sinking into the sofa, intent on drowning his sorrows, wishing to obliterate his consciousness. On the coffee table lay a laptop. As he drank, he began drafting a divorce agreement. At 5 a.m, Zhuang Yi found himself unable to sleep. He sought to intoxicate himself, yet his mind remained acutely alert. Ultimately, he abandoned the notion of sleep, opting to recline on the sofa, engrossed in his phone while smoking. A sudden click echoed through the air, the sound of the security door being opened, revealing Zhu Nian, his wife, who entered looking utterly exhausted. The pungent odor of smoke immediately assaulted her senses, a scent she found particularly intolerable. The house was dimly lit. and she observed a figure staring vacantly at a phone screen. It was her husband. "Darling, why are you still awake at this hour?" Zhuang Yi inquired, flicking on the light to discover a chaotic scene strewn with empty bottles and a table littered with ash. "Goodness, have you been reckless again? How could you let the house get so messy?" With a look of disdain, she removed her high heels and stepped further inside, her gaze drawn to the dining table laden with cold dishes and an uncut birthday cake. Her steps faltered as realization dawned upon her. Today marked her birthday. Her husband had toiled throughout the day, preparing an array of dishes and purchasing a cake, all to bring her joy. "Darling, I'm so sorry. I forgot your birthday," she began, but Zhuang Yi calmly interjected, "Come here, there is something we need to discuss." Upon seeing his face, Zhuang Yi instinctively gasped. His once vibrant black eyes had turned a haunting crimson, bloodshot veins streaking across the whites, and fatigue etched deeply into his features, as if he had aged a decade overnight. "All right, I have something to discuss with you as well. You were too impulsive earlier. You need to exercise more caution. I've already persuaded Zhu Yangyang and Huang Shui not to involve the authorities. When they arrive in a couple of days, be sure to apologize sincerely." Zhuang Yi approached and sat beside him, initially intending to scold him, but the sight of his distress softened her tone. Zhuang Yi offered a bitter smile, shaking his head in resignation. "Apologize to the mistress? You expect me, the legal wife, to apologize to the mistress? What nonsense are you spouting? They are not mistresses. They are a good brother and a dear friend." In response to his wife's words, Zhuang Yi remained impassive, producing a draft of a divorce agreement. "Let us address the matter at hand. We have known each other for 7 years. Although the majority of our days have been fraught with hardship, there have been moments of beauty as well. I understand that people can change, especially now that you are rising in status and may be drawn to someone else. I can accept that. However, your infidelity during our marriage is an affront to my dignity, which I cannot tolerate." He tossed the divorce papers into her lap. Zhuang Yi glanced at them, her anger flaring as she tore them into shreds. "What are you losing your mind over? After all these years together, do you truly not trust me? I love you so much." Zhuang Yi glared at her, his eyes filled with sorrow. "You love me, yet for $1 billion. You poisoned me, setting me up to face the consequences. I had my reasons, my dear. I didn't want to." "What reasons? Speak them," Zhuang Yi replied, his tone flat. "I was threatened by her. Let us not discuss this further." Zhuang Yi bit her lip, a sense of guilt beginning to surface, as she tried to conceal something from him. Zhuang Yi let out a cold scoff. "Even the slightest explanation eludes you. Very well. I shall accept that I am destined to endure hardship and filth. So, do enlighten me as to why, when I call you, you emit such unbearable sounds? Why, when I wish to celebrate your birthday, do you prefer to deceive me and revel in the outside world? Do not tell me it is for the sake of business, as I am the one who aids you in those negotiations." Zhuang Yi, upon finishing his words, lit a cigarette right before her. Zhuang Yi's expression turned somewhat uncomfortable, and in her indignation, she slammed her hand against the sofa. You scoundrel! Huang Shui is merely a woman. She cannot even satisfy me in that regard. How could I possibly engage with her? And as for Zhu Yangyang, he is the younger brother of my uncle. Today marks his return from abroad, and I merely hosted a welcoming gathering for him. Regarding my deception, it was merely to avoid your unwillingness to let me go." Zhuang Yi found this explanation to be even more absurd. In his recollection, he had never hindered his wife's outings at night. Rather, he had always worried for her safety and even volunteered to be her chauffeur. "You three are truly indulgent, calling me while simultaneously." Zhuang Yi clutched his heart, forcing himself to utter these words. "I did not." At that moment, it was Huang Shui teasing me. Zhuang Yi had lied, and Zhuang Yi saw through it instantly. If his accusations were indeed unfounded, she should have raised her fist against him. Chapter 7. Zhuang Yi, a wretched wife. "I cannot accept this explanation. A rift has emerged between us. Let this be the end." Zhuang Yi took a deep breath and spoke softly. The saying, "fighting at the head of the bed and making peace at the foot," presupposes that both spouses have not inflicted irreparable harm upon each other. Clearly, Zhuang Yi has crossed that threshold. No, to be precise, it was during their very first encounter that she violated the boundary. She lured him into a grove in him. This act was inherently unlawful. It was merely that Zhuang Yi initially lacked the awareness to resist. Later, he deceived himself into believing he was in love, which led to this grave error. It cannot end. You are mine, and you shall remain mine for all eternity. Zhu Yinqi fervently clutched Zhuang Yi's arm. Darling, perhaps I have made a minor mistake today, but please trust me. My intentions are for our grand ambitions, for our family. Zhuang Yi gazed at the ceiling, sorrowfully exhaling smoke rings. Mine. I had never found this phrase awkward before, but now I realize. You truly do not regard me as a human being. This was meant in jest. A wife is forever her husband's possession, Zhu Yinqi explained. I can offer you one final chance. I will disregard your brother, but you must sever all ties with Huang Shui, as well as with those dubious men. I will assist you in earning from the orders they provide, but this is my ultimate boundary. Zhu Yinqi struck Zhuang Yi's arm with frustration, exclaiming, Can you refrain from mentioning her? She is from the Huang family and will be of great assistance to our company's future. Are you siding with her again? Zhu Yinqi inquired. What do you mean? Because of that seductress Huang Shui, we have quarreled countless times, each time with you taking her side. 2 months ago, I purchased movie tickets, and you promised to accompany me, yet a single phone call from her made you vanish, leaving me to worry and search for you, only to discover you were out drinking with her. A month ago, you chose to sleep apart from me for the first time, indulging in long conversations with her and those men while I listened to you laughing and chatting all night. 2 weeks ago, you went to her home to shower, knowing full well she is a lesbian, yet you both donned pajamas, took photos, and shared them on social media. When I called you, that was the first time you rejected my call. I cannot even begin to imagine what you were doing with her in that moment. Last week, I overheard you two engaging in activities that produced those ghastly sounds, and instead of explaining yourself, you erupted into a fight with me. Today, for her and your brother, you could resort to drugging me, coercing me to share a bed with you, watching coldly as I was struck, and desperately trying to prevent me from retaliating. The more Zhuang Yi spoke, the more aggrieved he became, his fists tightening in frustration. He was on the verge of an explosion. I did not. Is this how you perceive your wife? You are merely being petty. Our relationship is purely transactional. I have not engaged with her men in any manner. It is evident that you do not love me. Upon hearing Zhuang Yi dredge up these long-buried grievances, Zhu Yin's wife became infuriated. After all, the past should remain in the past. The words "you do not love me" ignited Zhuang Yi's fury. Gritting his teeth, he rose, discarded his cigarette but onto the ground, and, in a fit of rage, struck her across the face. With a resounding slap, he exclaimed, after all my years of dedication, "You dare claim I do not love you? Should I simply allow you to cavort with those unsavory individuals, indulging in passion, to prove my love? Should I personally escort you to the beds of Huang, Shui, and your various paramours to demonstrate affection?" A thunderous silence ensued. Zhu Yin's wife was rendered speechless, completely taken aback by her husband's explosive reaction to what she considered trivial. "Zhuang Yi, is this truly how you perceive me? I have not engaged in such liaisons. After you assaulted Huang Shui, I helped you clean up the mess. If you had wanted to strike Zhu Yangyang, how would you have explained it to my father and uncle had I not intervened? I have already clarified that the reason I missed the movie was due to an urgent obligation that slipped my mind. During that phone call, those men were merely associates of the Huang family, and cultivating those connections is beneficial for us. On the day I stayed at Huang Shui's, I did not betray you. Those unsavory sounds you speak of were merely her tickling my belly. Why must you always be so calculating? You have deeply disappointed me." Zhu Yin's wife covered her cheek, retorting angrily. She was a strong-willed individual who would not indulge her partner simply because of love. Yet, upon hearing her words, Zhuang Yi felt increasingly bewildered. This wife had deceived him once again. He vaguely recalled the last time she claimed those distasteful sounds were merely her scratching her feet. A web of lies. "Let us divorce," he declared, articulating the sentiment so eloquently, yet devoid of sincerity. "I can no longer place my trust in you. Do not mention divorce. If you dare bring it up again, you shall leave this house and not return." His wife's nature had always been one of dominance, demanding compliance with her desires, headstrong and imperious, she followed her own path. Zhuang Yi contemplated striking her again, but hesitated, knowing that the pain inflicted upon her would only echo in his own heart. Gritting his teeth, he pushed her away and retreated to the master bedroom to pack his belongings. "Ah, you scoundrel, how dare you push me?" Zhu Yan's wife scrambled off the sofa in a fit of rage, trailing into the master bedroom, where she discovered her husband hastily gathering a few articles of clothing, evidently planning to spend the night away from home. Her anxiety deepened. "What are you doing? Are you truly intending to leave?" "Chairman Zhu, I officially submit my resignation. I shall not return to the company starting tomorrow. You may handle the mess at work on your own. Furthermore, if we divorce now, all the money I have earned over the years will belong to you. I can leave with nothing, but do not compel me to pursue legal action for divorce." Having finished packing a few items, Zhuang Yi produced a divorce agreement and thrust it into Zhu Yan's wife's arms. Without a moment's hesitation, she ripped it to shreds. "Zhuang Yi, you scoundrel, I will not approve your resignation. I will not permit you to mention divorce. What kind of counterfeit medication have you consumed to become this way?" Zhuang Yi exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at her. "I have become like this because of you. You brought this upon yourself." With that, he turned his back and strode out of the bedroom, heading toward the front door. Zhu Yanqi attempted to pull him back, only to discover that this coward possessed an astonishing strength at that moment, making it impossible for her to restrain him. She resorted to biting and clawing. Yet none of her efforts could halt Zhuang Yi's departure. With a resounding bang, the front door slammed shut, leaving Zhu Yanqi alone in the house. She collapsed to the floor in despair, unable to comprehend Zhuang Yi's unexpected cruelty and indifference. He had actually left without a second thought. In the past, even under more egregious circumstances, he had never walked away. "Zhuang Yi, you miser! You would abandon your wife over such trivial matters." Zhu Yanqi screamed, her voice hoarse. Suddenly, with a decisive click, Zhuang Yi reopened the door, locking eyes with her as he brandished a pair of tattered slippers, hurling them at her face. Zhu Yanqi felt no pain, only surprise. As she glanced down at the slippers in her arms, realization dawned upon her. Tattered slippers. "Zhuang Yi, you despicable wretch. You are the one who is worthless. Your entire family is worthless." Chapter 8. Zhu Yan's wife did not celebrate a birthday for Zhuang Yi. As Zhuang Yi strolled down the corridor, he suddenly spotted a tall woman with alluring curves approaching him. Upon recognizing her facial features, he realized it was Zhu Yeqing, Zhu Yan's elder sister. At 28, she was a year older than Zhu Yan. Her beauty was remarkable, though not quite matching that of her sister. Nevertheless, she possessed a more ample figure. At that moment, she donned a black lace-trimmed camisole nightgown, creating a stunning visual with her cascading waves and long, fair legs. "Good morning, Xiao Zhuang. Out at this hour? Are you off to greet the sun at 5 in the morning?" Zhu Yeqing greeted him cheerfully. Initially, she had not been fond of Zhuang Yi. However, as he demonstrated his exceptional capabilities, treated his wife with kindness, and even saved their father-in-law's life, her attitude gradually shifted, allowing her to regard him as a typical brother-in-law. Who wouldn't appreciate a man who devoted himself to family, was responsible and dedicated, yet also handsome? "Qingjie," Zhuang Yi replied, his gaze drifting, feeling rather indifferent. "Why are you out so late? Looking for Zhu Yan? Are you here to have an affair with your wife? Do you have a problem with that?" Zhu Yeqing teased with a hint of mischief. "Then you should go ahead," Zhuang Yi retorted. As long as there were no ulterior motives, he could tolerate even the most outrageous jokes without taking offense. However, Zhu Yan struggled to perceive the underlying intentions of certain individuals and failed to maintain a healthy distance from them. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang Yi shook his head and brushed past Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeqing scrutinized him for a while, sensing something was amiss with Zhuang Yi. Why were his eyes red and swollen? With this puzzlement in mind, she knocked on his door. "Knock, knock, knock." Inside, an irate voice rang out. "So you realize your mistakes, do you? You dare to return? You want to be going to work tomorrow, will you? If I don't toss you in a bed today and give you a proper scolding, I want to be surnamed Zhu." Zhu Yan opened the door, her furious expression faltering as she asked, "Sister, what brings you here at this hour? Have you bullied Xiao Zhuang again? Didn't T-Dad tell you to treat him better?" Zhu Yeqing crossed her arms and entered the house, immediately overwhelmed by the stench of smoke. Isn't it true that no one smokes here? Where is all this smoke coming from, and what about the empty bottles? Zhu Yeqing frowned, then turned to glance at the dining table, where the reason became evident. It was her sister's birthday, and Zhuang Yi had meticulously prepared a dinner and cake, only to be stood up by his wife, which had left him so frustrated that he decided to leave home. Nian, have you been out gallivanting again, leaving Xiao Zhuang all alone at home? Zhu Yeqing questioned. Zhu Nian closed the door and sank onto the sofa, her expression one of disappointment. Gallivanting? No, Yang Yang is back in town, and I want to celebrate his birthday. This jealous little husband just threw a fit and decided to run away from home. Zhu Yeqing sat beside her. Is it really that simple? I could see his eyes were red. He is insisting on a divorce. I see him as someone with a navel on his back. He has completely flipped. Zhu Yeqing widened her eyes in disbelief. How could someone who has pampered you to the heavens utter the words divorce? He is merely trying to frighten me. I forgot my own birthday and didn't go home to celebrate. He doesn't even celebrate his own birthday. So why should I only celebrate mine? Zhu Nianqi, filled with frustration, could only vent her feelings to her sister. Zhu Yeqing's brow furrowed even tighter. Do you hear what people are saying? It seems that you have never celebrated Zhu Yi's birthday. Yet Zhu Yi meticulously prepares for every occasion. Even for our wedding anniversary, Valentine's Day, and Christmas, he goes out his way to spoil Zhu Nianqi. My dear sister, you really know how to stir up trouble. It's only natural for him to be upset. I, as your sister, am also quite enraged. Zhu Nianqi shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to be angry about? It's just I didn't eat at home. I went out instead. You, sigh. Is Xiao Zhu really considering a divorce over this? Although her actions were indeed excessive, Zhu Yeqing, through years of observation, understood that Zhu Yi would not resort to divorce over something so trivial. In her eyes, Zhu Yi was a man of his word. The moment Zhu Nianqi recalled her husband's attitude, she couldn't help but complain. He is so petty. He gets jealous and imagines things. After spending over half an hour, she recounted the events of the day to her sister. The more Zhu Yeqing listened, the more incredulous she became, almost wanting to slap her sister. Zhu Nianqi, our family does not have any beastly genes. How could you behave in such a manner? Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, her blood pressure rising. To drug her husband, to force him to sell himself for company performance. Deceiving her husband at work, while in reality, she's involved with a woman. As an observer, Zhu Yeqing felt overwhelmed. Sister, how can you claim Zhu Yi as your own? I am your sister. Zhu Nianqi grasped her hand and shook it vigorously. All right, but honestly, Xiao Zhu is also in the right. This time, you were too domineering. He adores you so much, and you coerced him into selling himself. That is immoral. When Xiao Zhu comes home, you should sincerely apologize to him. He dotes on you and stay angry. Zhu Yeqing urged. Zhu Nianqi, boiling with indignation, slapped her thigh forcefully. I want to apologize to him. I want him to apologize to me. If he doesn't, I will kick him out. Besides, you don't understand my situation. For the sake of grand ambitions, certain actions and relationships are necessary. Moreover, I can manage the company as I see fit. It's none of his business. Zhu Nianqi spoke vehemently, showing no signs of compromise. Zhu Yeqing continued, but Xiao Zhu is also one of the executives. Isn't he? He is different. He is mine and must listen to me. If he doesn't, I will bully him. After all, I am his wife. Zhu Nianqi said with a hint of pride. Zhu Yeqing pressed further. Then let me ask you, do you like Huang Shui, that lesbian? Zhu Nianqi nodded. She is fine. She treats me well and is quite generous. The sound of the bamboo leaves rustled in her ears and danced before her eyes. Perhaps, in her sister's heart, Zhuang Yi had already become insignificant. She shook her head and sighed. Well then, let me ask you again. During your marriage, have you had any intimate contact with others of the opposite sex? Upon hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife paused in anger for a few seconds, then suddenly covered her lips. In a hazy recollection, she seemed to recall a moment when she had kissed someone else. At that time, she had been intoxicated, hazily embraced, and then kissed. Whether that person was male or female eluded her memory. She only remembered that they wore a green suit. Since that incident, She had never dared to drink to excess unless Zhuang Yi was by her side. Observing her sister's reaction, Zhu Yiqing had already come to a realization. My dear sister, you mustn't let Xiao Zhuang discover this. I understand, sister. Everyone has moments of folly. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 9. Discovered by Zhuang Yi. At 6 o'clock in the morning, on the bustling sidewalk, Zhuang Yi staggered along, burdened with a small bag of belongings. The effects of alcohol still lingered, leaving his steps unsteady. He understood that mere effort could not prolong the lifespan of his marriage. Yet he never anticipated the rapidity of its decline. Suddenly, his phone rang, a reminder echoing. It was time to rise and prepare breakfast for his wife. With a disdainful snort, he noted the alarming redness in his eyes. Across the street, a female university student approached, clad in a blue and white high school uniform. Clutching two worn-out gloves, her gaze cast downward, lost in thought. Upon catching sight of Zhuang Yi's disheveled appearance, she instinctively recoiled a few steps, fear evident in her demeanor. Ignoring her, he continued on, but unexpectedly lost his footing and stumbled forward, collapsing onto the pavement with a thud. His bag tumbled beside him, scattering a few articles of clothing. Ouch, he winced, pressing his forehead as pain surged through him, accompanied by nausea. Alarmed, the girl hastily fled, only to return timidly half a minute later, offering her assistance to help him up. Are you all right? She inquired cautiously. Zhuang Yi turned his head coldly, casting a glance at her. Her fair, unblemished face bore soft contours akin to unrefined jade, exuding a certain adorableness. Her long, raven hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her complexion slightly pale, lips tinged with a hint of blue, and her eyes reflected an air of insecurity as she averted her gaze, as if attempting to conceal her presence. He brushed her hands away, inadvertently noticing the embroidered name on the collar of her garment. Su Bauer. I'm fine, thank you, he replied curtly before departing without a backward glance. Yet, after just a few steps, he nearly stumbled again, only to be caught by the quick reflexes of a young woman. Once steadied, he turned to her again, prompting her to shyly avert her gaze towards the ground. Thank you. What should I call you? He asked, this time not resisting her assistance. The throbbing in his head and dizziness were unmistakable signs of alcohol's grip on his mind. To pull away would likely result in another fall. I am Su Bauer, she stammered, lifting her head slightly, her eyes flickering and glancing elsewhere. Her voice was barely audible, akin to a gentle autumn breeze, carrying an elusive timidity. As someone seasoned in life's complexities, Zhuang Yi immediately recognized Su Bauer as a timid soul, harboring a deep-seated sense of inferiority. Su Bauer, take me to a nearby breakfast shop, he commanded in a decisive tone. The timid often lack the courage to refuse. As expected, after a moment of hesitation, the bashful Su Bauer acquiesced. All right, uncle, then Bauer will take you to the breakfast shop at the school gate. Zhuang Yi paused, momentarily taken aback, yet chose to remain silent. In his current state, he indeed resembled a disheveled older man. The two walked in silence, Su Bauer treading carefully, as if afraid of stepping on some shadow, supporting the inebriated Zhuang Yi. This marked the first time in 7 years that Zhuang Yi received such care, and intriguingly, it was not from his wife. As he was guided along, faint memories surfaced of a few years prior, when he inadvertently accompanied his wife to an inconsequential drinking party. Several female clients had quickly taken a liking to Zhuang Yi's handsome visage, incessantly pouring drinks for him. Halfway through the gathering, Zhuang Yi signaled to his wife, indicating he could no longer endure the alcohol. To his dismay, rather than responding, she secretly dragged him to the restroom to chastise him, insisting he be obedient and understanding. She even proclaimed, for my grand ambitions, dear husband, you must curry favor with them. They are vital to the company. Soon, I shall soar to great heights. What followed was Zhuang Yi's reluctant acquiescence, enduring the relentless drinking until he was thoroughly intoxicated. Eventually, as his wife had foretold, her career flourished. However, Zhuang Yi found himself increasingly entangled in the cycle of drinking, gradually becoming the target of advances from female clients, who would tease him with their words. Frequently, he sent out distress signals to his wife, who initially would offer a slap followed by a sweet treat, but eventually ceased to respond, unwilling to listen to her husband's plight. Ah, how truly. One reaps what one sows. What is wrong, uncle? Sue Bauer asked, startled by his tone, her voice trembling with fear. It's nothing. I shall repay you, he replied. They arrived at the entrance of Dingyang University, where a breakfast shop was already open at 6:30 in the morning. Zhuang Yi ordered a few steaming pancakes, buns, 2 cups of soy milk, and 2 bowls of thin porridge. Let us sit down for a simple meal. Do not disdain it, he said coldly. Sue Bauer initially intended to decline, but, feeling her stomach and checking her wallet, she ultimately sat down across from Zhuang Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, uncle, she stammered. Zhuang Yi remained silent, inhaling the fresh morning air, his mind clearing somewhat. He hastily gulped down the porridge, reminiscent of his usual manner of consuming alcohol. Sue Bauer was taken aback and cautiously said, Be careful, don't burn your throat. Hearing these words, Zhuang Yi felt a pang in his heart. It was the first expression of concern he had received in 7 years. Sue Bauer, is it? Zhuang Yi asked, pulling out his phone. Please provide me with your payment code. I shall transfer 2,000 yuan as compensation, and from this moment forth, we shall not meet again. I don't have a phone, and I cannot accept your money, Sue Bauer replied, trembling as she sipped her porridge. Zhuang Yi, with an impassive expression, withdrew 5,000 yuan from his wallet and thrust it into her hands. Use the extra to buy yourself a phone. Sue Bauer paused, lifting her beautiful eyes, and reluctantly pushed the money back. A poor person must not accept your charity, she asserted. This statement struck Zhuang Yi like a sharp thorn, reminding him of similar words he once spoke to his wife. After several rounds of refusal, he decisively shoved the money into her pocket and stood to leave. Sue Bauer attempted to follow him, but was frightened into stillness by Zhuang Yi's harsh reprimand. At 7:30 in the morning, Zhuang Yi wandered aimlessly through the streets. Ding dong. At that moment, a text message arrived for him. Zhuang Yi took out his phone and saw that it was a photo sent by Xiao Jiuli. It then dawned on him that Xiao Jiuli had mentioned sending him something intriguing the previous night. Upon opening the photo, Zhuang Yi instinctively drew in a sharp breath. The image depicted Zhu Yin's wife sharing a kiss with a man clad in a green suit. The identity of the man was obscured by a mosaic, rendering him unrecognizable. However, it was evident that he had his arms wrapped around Zhu Yin's wife's waist, while she closed her eyes in apparent bliss. Gazing at the photo, Zhuang Yi remained silent for an extended period before finally uttering a single phrase. This wretched woman. Chapter 10. Zhu Yinchi seeks to drag the Xiao family into the abyss. The audacity is simply intolerable. Zhuang Yi erupted in fury, nearly shattering his phone in the process. Passers-by nearby, startled by his roar, instinctively distanced themselves. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath. The pain of 7 years of affection was undeniable, and any notion of forgiveness felt insincere. Divorce. Indeed, it was a right choice. To fall for a criminal was, in itself, a profound error. His wife spoke nothing but lies, devoid of a single truth. Zhuang Yi now harbored grave doubts that his wife had not been entangled with another prior to Huang Shui. After a considerable pause, he clicked on Xiao Jiuli's profile, intending to block her. Henceforth, a definitive severance. Zhuang Yi was grateful for the intelligence provided by Xiao Jiuli. Yet he could not absolve her for having taken advantage of him. It was undeniable that Xiao Jiuli possessed a sense of propriety. Upon discovering his lack of consent, she first aided him in catching his wife in the act, and subsequently sent him photographs. Thus, the only course of action left for Zhuang Yi was to refrain from seeking vengeance. At that moment, however, Xiao Jiuli sent a message. Zhuang Yi, this is a precious token from your sister, meant to apologize for last night. I am truly sorry, and I promise it will not happen again. Upon reading those words, Zhuang Yi froze, his hand poised to block her halted mid-motion. An apology. The very apology he longed to hear from Zhu Yinchi now emerged from another's lips. Had Zhu Yinchi not been so harsh, had she been willing to lower herself just once, perhaps he would not have been so resolute in his desire for divorce. Could it be that I have indeed fallen for the wrong person? Zhuang Yi's hand, lips, and heart trembled incessantly as an indescribable emotion blossomed within his mind. Silence. An extended silence. He relinquished the thought of blocking her and, with tearful eyes, crafted a text message. All right. After sending it, Zhuang Yi tucked his phone away, wishing to sever all ties with her. Meanwhile, lying on her bed, Julie held a photograph in one hand and her phone in the other, a faint smile gracing her lips. The image depicted a university student who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhuang Yi, her former crush. This object of her affection had met a tragic end, hung by nefarious individuals from Street Lamp. Fortunately, her emotional investment had now shifted to a far more admirable individual, Zhuang Yi. Julie smiled gracefully, having graduated in psychology. You think you can outmaneuver me with such trivial thoughts? I shall inevitably make you my husband. At 8 in the morning, Zhuang Yi found himself in a park. A bittersweet sensation enveloped him, an urge to weep simmering beneath the surface. The moment he beheld the photograph of his wife kissing another, the fabric of their marriage truly unraveled. A woman who strayed was unacceptable, and a woman who lied to cover her infidelity was even more so. Ding, ding, ding. His phone rang. He glanced at the screen, and it was his beloved Zhuang Yi. Without a second thought, he hung up the call. A few moments later, the phone rang once more, and Zhuang Yi was so enraged that his hands trembled. He suppressed his fury and chose to hang up. Yet, the phone rang again, the caller still being Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi swallowed a few uncomfortable mouthfuls of saliva. This was the last time. If only his wife would admit her fault, if only she would offer an explanation, then he could pretend that photograph did not exist. He answered, "What do you want?" Zhuang Yi, startled by his tone, replied, "You scared me. Hurry back and make breakfast. I'm starving." Zhuang Yi clenched his fists. Once again, that tone, so unreasonable and arrogant. Those who are favored often act with impunity. Get lost. Go eat shit with your little lover. He shouted and hung up, causing Zhuang Yi's phone to fall to the ground in fright. This made her realize something was amiss with Zhuang Yi. This explosive temper mirrored her own when she was angry. Zhuang Yi despised this attitude of his, and once she regained her composure, her anger flared up again. She swiftly picked up her phone to call back. This scoundrel of a husband had become so arrogant after just 3 days without correction. How dare he scold her? He must be reprimanded severely. The other party is currently on the line and cannot be reached. Blocked. The flames of rage surged within Zhuang Yi, accompanied by a tinge of panic. What was happening? Had her husband truly blocked her? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She attempted to call several more times, but still, no connection. Even her chat applications bore a red exclamation mark. All means of contact had been severed, and she had been removed from the company group chats entirely. In an instant, Zhuang Yi collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning. Had she truly erred? Or had her husband discovered something? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she hastily dialed Xiao Qiuli's number. On the line, Xiao Qiuli asked, "Hello, little Nianqi, what is the matter? What did you do to my husband last night? Why did he explode in such fury?" Xiao Qiuli replied, "Last night, he ran off after waking up. I hadn't even had the chance to act." Thunderstruck, Zhuang Yi gasped. "So, you sent that photograph to him?" Xiao Qiuli confirmed, Yes. An order worth 100 million canceled, and I delivered the photograph in full." Xiao Qiuli added, "Oh, I forgot to send you one as well. I'll forward it to you now." Listening to Xiao Qiuli's nonchalant tone, a wave of despair and collapse surged within Zhuang Yi, threatening to tear her heart asunder. "Ah, I will not let this go, Xiao. If my husband ran away because of you, I will make your entire Xiao family pay." Zhuang Yi, in a frenzy, tore at her hair, screaming as if mad. Zhuang Yi was already on the verge of divorce. Once he obtained that photograph of the kiss, their marital bond would be irreparably damaged. In the bathroom, Zhu Yeqing was startled by her cries and rushed out in haste. "What's wrong, sister? Did a thief break in?" Upon hearing the words of Zhu Yeqing, she beheld Zhuang Yi kneeling upon the ground, her hands tightly clasping the disconnected phone, radiating an air of utter despair and anguish. "Sister, that matter. It seems my husband has discovered it," she confessed, her complexion paling, her spirit visibly crushed. "What matter? Speak openly to your sister. I shall assist you," Zhu Yeqing urged, hastily helping Zhuang Yi to her feet. It is the incident where I was intoxicated and shared a kiss with another, Zhu Yi stammered. Zhu Yeqing, upon hearing this, paused in shock for a few seconds, her eyes widening dramatically as her body trembled violently. My dear sister, you are truly courting disaster. This thought lingered unspoken on her lips, only whispered in the confines of her mind. Zhu Yi quickly responded, I did not intend for this to happen. I was coerced. Had I been able to find the perpetrator at that moment, I would have exacted a thousandfold vengeance. Chapter 11. No amount of clinging will help. This marriage must end. Zhu Yeqing took several deep breaths to compose herself before speaking. Sister, please recount the situation to me honestly, without any concealment or deceit. Zhu Yan's wife hesitated for a moment, glancing at the blocked phone number. It was evident she had noticed the changes in her husband. If she remained silent any longer, he might truly leave her. Sister, the truth is, I have been threatened. That man with the surname Xiao somehow obtained a photo of me kissing someone else and coerced me into allowing my husband to spend the night with her. In return, she promised to erase the existence of that photo. She continued, she stated that if I didn't let my husband sleep with her, she would expose the photo to him. I was terrified that my husband would reject me upon seeing the image, so I acquiesced to her demands. But unexpectedly, my husband proved to be remarkably capable. Even after being drugged, he managed to escape. Now that Xiao has sent the photo to my husband. Sister, you must help me. I cannot lose him. Zhu Yan's wife shook her sister's arm vigorously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her expression on the verge of breaking down. Zhu Yeqing looked at her with a mixture of compassion and helplessness, gently stroking her head and soothingly saying, Sister, making mistakes is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is being discovered. Some actions, once taken, require one to be prepared for the consequences. Zhu Yan's wife, feeling wronged, replied, I was only striving for the greater good, for our family's sake. How could I have known that? Zhu Yeqing, with earnestness, responded, regardless of your intentions for the family, a mistake is a mistake. Listen closely, dear sister. I will find a way to coax him back. You must convey everything to your husband clearly and sincerely apologize. Do you understand? She gradually embraced her sister, who, because of Zhu Yeqing's taller stature, found her cheek resting against her sister's collarbone. Zhu Yan's wife nestled into her sister's embrace, feeling a multitude of reluctance. Why should I apologize to him? I refuse. In our marriage, he should be the one to pamper me, she protested, feeling aggrieved. Zhu Yeqing retorted, You have already been blocked by him. Do you still wish to act recklessly? Zhu Yan's wife fell silent, unable to respond. Zhu Yeqing gently pushed her away, looking intently into her eyes. Are you willing to take a step back? If you are, I will help you this once. If not, you must pursue him on your own. I am willing. Zhu Yan's wife quickly nodded, fearing that even her sister might refuse to assist her. Sister, please coax him back. Without his cooking, I have no motivation to work. Zhu Yeqing shot her sister a stern glance, playfully flicking her forehead, causing her to rub it in feigned indignation. Taking out her phone, Zhu Yeqing searched for Zhuang Yi's contact information and dialed. The first call went unanswered, the second as well. After a prolonged silence on the third attempt, Zhuang Yi finally picked up. Hello, Xiao Zhuang. Have you had breakfast? Zhu Yeqing inquired, noticing the sound of smoke in the background. Hello, Zinc Ji, Zhuang Yi replied, seemingly distracted. Smoking again? Zhu Yeqing asked with concern. Zhuang Yi remained silent for several seconds before finally speaking. Well, Zhu Yan's wife has done something wrong. She has strayed, and it's a bit overwhelming. The voice carried a hint of sorrow, deeply unsettling Zhu Yeqing. Last night, Zhuang Yi had not uttered the words of infidelity. Yet today, they slipped from his lips with alarming ease, devoid of any intent to conceal the truth. It was evident that his heart was truly shattered. This wretched sister. Beside her, Zhu Yi was poised to retort. I did not cheat. Enough. Silence. Zhu Yeqing decisively covered her sister's mouth and turned to Zhuang Yi. Let us discuss our matters and ignore her. Where are you now? Shall I come to fetch you? Zhuang Yi, lost in despair, replied, No, Qingjia. Let's talk about the divorce. Zhuang, please calm down. Nianqi will explain everything and apologize. Zhu Yeqing quickly attempted to redirect the conversation, offering comfort. Zhuang Yi dismissed her words. She won tea. I know her character well after 7 years together. At this, Zhu Nianqi felt an icy pang in her heart. His words were infuriating, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Could it be that she had truly erred? Zhu Yeqing was unsure how to respond. Being an elder sister was far from easy. I understand. How about you return home? If she refuses to apologize, I will mediate a peaceful separation. Zhuang Yi added. Even if she does apologize, a divorce is still necessary. Faced with his unyielding stance, Zhu Yeqing could only concede to a compromise. I promise you. Let us return home first to discuss. Zhuang Yi agreed. All right, I'll wait. He ended the call. No sooner had he hung up than Zhu Nianqi began to clamor. Sister, how can you agree to his divorce? Why should he leave me? He belongs to me. Let us get him home first. Be sincere when you speak to him. Reflect on how you treated him and approach him with that same attitude when you apologize. Zhu Yeqing gently patted her hand, signaling her to calm down. But I can't. It's hard to accept. Zhu Yeqing frowned. If he can, then you must as well. In marriage, warmth should be mutual, not solely reliant on Zhuang Yi to illuminate your path. Seeing her sister's earnestness, Zhu Nianqi lowered her head in resignation, merely acknowledging with an okay. After enduring a long wait of nearly 3 hours, as noon approached, the Zhu sisters grew increasingly anxious. Finally, with a resounding click, Zhuang Yi staggered into the house. Reeking of alcohol, the sisters promptly rose to greet him, exclaiming in unison, "Husband, Xiao Zhuang." Zhuang Yi disregarded Zhu Nianqi entirely, coolly stating, "Qingjie, here are 2 copies of the divorce agreement. I accept a clean break, and I only ask for an immediate divorce." Zhu Yeqing was taken aback for a few moments. She had anticipated his resolute declaration. It seemed he truly had been wounded by her sister. However, Zhu Nianqi seized the moment, furiously snatching the divorce papers in an attempt to tear them apart. "Dare to rip the divorce agreement, and I will shred you right now." Zhuang Yi forcefully intervened, his gaze turning fiercely menacing. Zhu Nianqi's expression turned anxious, and her movements came to an abrupt halt as she gazed sorrowfully at Zhuang Yi. Beside her, Zhu Yeqing quickly signaled with a glance, nudging Zhu Nianqi with her elbow. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Zhu Nianqi suddenly came to her senses. She discarded the divorce agreement in her hand and knelt on the ground, fervently embracing Zhuang Yi's thigh. "Husband, I was wrong. Please punish me with a little whip. I promise I won't dare again. I will be a good wife from now on, a docile little dog." Upon finishing her plea, Zhu Nianqi bashfully rubbed her cheek against Zhuang Yi's thigh. Zhuang Yi, already brimming with anger, found himself laughing instead. Amused by the absurdity of the situation, he exclaimed, "You crazy woman, get away from me. Please, husband, only if you grant me a chance to explain." Zhu Nianqi insisted, tightening her grip. This was her first attempt at coaxing Zhuang Yi, and if she mishandled it, it could very well be her last. Despite her fervent entreaties, it was futile. The divorce was inevitable, and her willingness to leave with nothing was already a considerable concession. "Husband, you've truly misunderstood me. Just let me finish," Zhu Nianqi pleaded, persistently insisting. "If you love me, you must listen to my explanation, hear my apology." Chapter 12. Foolish Zhu Nianqi. The two were entangled for nearly half an hour. Eventually, seeing Zhu Nianqi's face flushed red, Zhuang Yi's heart softened. "I will grant you 5 minutes. If you cannot provide clarity, then be gone." Upon hearing this, Zhu Nianqi quickly stood up, attempting to give Zhuang Yi a kiss, only to be pushed away by his hand. "Oh, dear husband, why are you unwilling to even offer a kiss? Your lips are fit for 1,000 kisses, yet I find them unclean," Zhuang Yi retorted with irritation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Nianqi realized the gravity of the situation and lowered her head, her face paling slightly. She gently wrapped her arms around Zhuang Yi's, attempting to lead him to the sofa. "Husband, please sit for a moment. Let me explain everything to you slowly." Zhuang Yi pondered for a moment, recognizing that for someone as proud and domineering as Zhu Nianqi, to lower herself to this extent was likely her limit. Had she corrected her course from the outset, perhaps such scandalous photographs would never have surfaced. Yet, there are no remedies for regrets in this world. Had I known it would come to this, would I have acted otherwise? Zhuang Yi shook off Zhu Nianqi's hand and seated himself upon the sofa. Nearby, Zhu Yeqing exhaled softly, taking a seat at the farthest end of the sofa. Although she harbored reservations about having an orphan as a sister-in-law, Zhuang Yi's exceptional qualities, his capability, sense of responsibility, and striking looks, coupled with being their father's savior, made it hard to dismiss him. His willingness to listen indicated that, in his heart, Zhu Nianqi held significant importance. There remained a chance. Husband, allow me to explain. My interactions with Huang Shui were solely for the sake of securing financial stability for our family. You are aware that while the Zhu family is substantial, it pales in comparison to the Huang family. Our company possesses the cosmetic sector and your personal prowess, which firmly establishes our footing. Therefore, it is imperative to consider diversification, and the resources and connections of the Huang family are precisely what I require. For the sake of grand ambitions, certain interpersonal relationships, Zhu Nianqi eloquently elaborated, and Zhuang Yi did not interrupt, instead choosing to listen intently. The photograph of their kiss weighed heavily on his mind. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. If his wife truly wished to offer a sincere apology, she would undoubtedly have gleaned information regarding Xiao Jiuli. Should she continue to feign ignorance, Zhuang Yi would not easily forgive her. Infidelity within marriage, drugging her husband, was a lifelong disgrace. As time slipped away, the 5 minutes soon elapsed, and Zhu Yeqing, glancing at her phone, felt increasingly anxious. Zhu Nianqi clung to Zhuang Yi's shoulder, speaking incessantly. Furthermore, dear husband, I must apologize. I was once intoxicated at a gathering and was kissed by someone. However, that individual was most likely female. Though my memory is hazy, I recall that the majority of the male attendees were clad in black suits, none in green. As Zhu Nianqi spoke, her voice grew softer, lacking conviction. Due to this incident, I was photographed by someone with ulterior motives, namely Xiao Jiuli from the Xiao family. She coerced me into allowing you to spend a night with her, or she would expose the photographs. In my fear, compounded by her threats and temptations, I impulsively signed the contract, but I regretted it immediately. Even now, I continue to regret my decision. After Zhu Nianqi finished speaking, her exquisite face was mere inches from Zhuang Yi's, her gaze filled with tenderness. Zhuang Yi's expression was complex as he lit a cigarette before her. His wife had admitted to the sordid affair, offering the first apology in all these years. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Feeling a deep sense of discomfort, Zhu Nianqi had spun too many lies, leaving Zhuang Yi unable to discern which were true and which were false. Particularly concerning was the photograph. If the subject was female, why was she clad in a green suit? If male, why the pixelation? It was unfathomable. And Zhuang Yi could not simply forgive his wife's transgressions based on a few words. That would be far too submissive. Seeing her husband remain unresponsive, Zhu Nianqi continued, Darling, you should smoke less, it's bad for your health, and it's irritating. Zhuang Yi's pupils constricted as he momentarily froze. For the first time in 7 years, she expressed concern. I've listened to your explanations, but I cannot comprehend or forgive you. Let us divorce, for the sake of peace, and if the Zhu family finds it shameful, let them declare that I was at fault and was cast out. Furthermore, I will leave with nothing. Qing'er remains my sister, and your parents are still my own. You may remarry someone you truly love. Zhuang Yi extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette. Maintaining contact post-divorce was already his greatest concession. One must ask, aside from the most callous of individuals, who wouldn't he wish for their spouse to lead a better life? Yet, the thought of his wife engaging in intimate acts with another woman was unbearable for Zhuang Yi. Enraged, Zhu Nianqi struck the sofa. I have explained and apologized. Why do you still insist on a divorce? Do you no longer love me? Zhuang Yi shot her a glare and pushed her away. Then let it be that I do not love you. I wish to be free of you forever. Is that acceptable? After uttering these words, Zhuang Yi stood coldly. Zhu Yeqing immediately rose, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. No, I cannot bear for you to leave. If you go, I will be heartbroken. Zhu Nianqi grasped Zhuang Yi's hand resolutely. It's all right. Heartbreak fades with time. I have endured your hurt, I understand. This remark cast a shadow of guilt across Zhu Nianqi's face. Zhu Yeqing had intended to mediate the atmosphere, but upon hearing Zhuang Yi's words, she furrowed her brows. Unable to speak, Zhu Nianqi, realizing she was losing ground, shifted the topic. I am hungry. I want to eat the meal you prepare. Zhuang Yi forcefully shook off her hand. If you're hungry, order takeout. I want to eat your cooking. I haven't had breakfast, and I'm starving because the food made by others is unpalatable. I can't work without your food. Zhu Nianqi stood up as well, once again gripping Zhuang Yi's arm tightly. Each time he shook her off, she clung to him even more, like a stubborn adhesive. She had often employed such tactics when she had bullied Zhuang Yi in the past. After Zhuang, he had repeatedly distanced himself from her over a dozen times. He felt a profound sense of regret and helplessness. He could not fathom why he had fallen for such a woman. It was the greatest mistake of his life, and it seemed that this misstep was on the verge of unraveling him. Zhuang Yi often found himself on the receiving end of Zhu Nianqi's indifference and rejection, and he understood the anguish that such feelings could evoke. Eventually, he furrowed his brow and declared, "My bottom line is to completely sever ties with Huang Shui and block her. Everything she has provided for you, I shall earn. I will cook for you." Beside him, Zhu Yeqing displayed a look of delight, realizing that her sister's relentless pursuit had borne fruit. "All right, Xiao Zhuan, I shall lend you a hand in the kitchen." Yet suddenly, "Impossible!" Zhu Nianqi interjected with unwavering resolve. "For the sake of the company and family, I will not jeopardize my relationship with her because of you." Chapter 13. Zhuang Yi faints. Zhu Nian's wife goes out to revel again in an instant. The household fell into a profound silence. Zhu Nian's wife, ever self-centered, prioritized her own interests above all else. Zhuang Yi, overwhelmed, could not utter a single word, merely casting a cold, piercing gaze in her direction. No one could fathom the extent of the anguish her words inflicted upon him. Zhu Yiqing quickly intervened, separating the two, realizing that if she did not act, this family would soon disintegrate. "Sister, please retract that statement. Xiao Zhuang is merely offering you an olive branch. He wishes to reconcile with you." Zhu Nian's previous rationale was that she required the resources and connections of the Huang family. Yet, with Zhuang Yi's talent and capability, he could easily achieve this by focusing more on his career. However, if his wife opposed him, it indicated that she was not truthful. Her motives for engaging with the Huang family were not purely for networking and resources, but rather for ulterior reasons. In Zhuang Yi's eyes, this ulterior motive was a desire to remain with Huang Shui, a woman of the same sex. The mere thought of this sent Zhuang Yi into a fury, causing him to clutch his chest in pain. When his father-in-law had fallen gravely ill, and no one could cure him, it was Zhuang Yi who summoned influential figures to provide aid. Just this connection alone surpassed the worth of 10 Huang families. Last year, the order from the collaboration with Huang Shui amounted to 10 million, which paled in comparison to his monthly order volume. Zhu Nian's wife, you claim that your goodwill towards her is for these reasons, but what makes her superior to me? Do you truly desire to engage in an improper relationship with a woman of the same sex? As Zhuang Yi recalled that wretched woman, his eyes burned with indignation. It felt as though honest men were being pushed to their limits. Observing Zhuang Yi's continued references to Huang Shui, Zhu Nian's eyes darkened with resentment as she exclaimed, "Zhuang Yi, I have lowered myself to this extent. What more do you want? You constantly criticize her. Do you not think you're being excessive?" Zhuang Yi shook his head in resignation. Every time Huang Shui was mentioned, his wife would invariably side with her. Once again, she defended her. "Very well. Then go and live your life with her." With that, Zhuang Yi turned to leave, but Zhu Nian, biting her lip, desperately grasped his arm. "Come back. You cannot leave. You belong to me." He was disinterested in further entanglement, forcefully pushing her away, causing Zhu Nian to stumble and fall to the ground. "You're never satisfied. I want you to sever ties with her, yet you refuse. You want it all. This is nothing but insatiable greed. And those other men, not a single one is decent or worthy. Do you think this is a cartoon? Can one simply create a harem at will? I'm a man. Have you even considered the humiliation I endure from being cuckolded by someone so unworthy?" Zhuang Yi pressed hard against his heart. At that moment, Zhu Nian's phone suddenly chimed. Without a second thought, She pulled it out to check. A voice message from Huang Shui caught her attention. Zhuang Yi's pupils instantly constricted. In her chat list, there were groups for executives, family, confidential matters, Huang Shui, Zhu Yang, and others. Yet, conspicuously absent was his name. Zhu Yinshi, you truly possess no heart. Yet, unaware of the unfolding drama, Zhu Yinshi resolutely tapped on Huang Shui's profile, exclaiming in indignation, "You suspect I am unfaithful, do you? I shall play her voice message for you right now. You will comprehend the purity of our relationship. If, after listening, you do not apologize, I swear I shall haunt you for life." With unwavering conviction, Zhu Yinshi declared these words, activating the speakerphone and pressing the play button. Huang Shui's voice resonated. "Darling, have you woken up? Did you dream of me last night? I'm coming to the office to see you." A chill surged from Zhu Yinshi's nostrils to her forehead. Zhu Yeqing trembled, instinctively attempting to soothe. "Xiao Zhuang, please don't be angry. She's just a girl. Being emotional. If she weren't my wife, I would have already dealt with her." Zhuang Yi shook his head in bitterness, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, reflecting profound irony. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is merely a normal way of greeting. Can't you see the bigger picture? She's a girl, and I have another voice message here. This one is surely work-related." Zhu Yinshi decisively pressed play on another voice message. In that recording, Huang Shui sweetly uttered flirtatious words. "I bought you a peculiar little toy. Once I arrive at the office, we can play with it together." Thunderclap. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. If the previous message was a casual greeting among young girls, this one rendered the three present utterly pale. Zhu Yeqing looked up, at a loss for words, genuinely unsure how to intervene. Even Zhu Yinshi stood frozen, her expression betraying a palpable panic. "Ha ha ha!" Zhuang Yi laughed at himself, a blend of mockery and derision in his tone. "I am truly envious of a woman. I am genuinely jealous of a homosexual. Huang Shui. Ha ha! I vow not to harm your family. I swear I shall not become a man." In a frenzy, Zhuang Yi laughed maniacally, his folly evident. He was foolish enough to persistently grant his wife opportunities, foolish enough to yearn for her explanations. This overwhelming surge of unexpected stimuli left Zhuang Yi feeling lightheaded, and he staggered in despair, yearning to escape. Yet, after 24 hours without sleep, enduring intense work, experiencing emotional upheaval, and being exposed to the cold winds for an extended period, compounded by relentless smoking and drinking, he finally succumbed. Bang! He collapsed to the ground. Zhu Yeqing cursed under her breath and hurried to support Zhuang Yi, reproaching her sister. "Stop playing that wretched voice message, you fool. Quickly call for the private doctor." Husband! Zhu Yinshi stood stupefied for several seconds before hastily dialing the private doctor's number. 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhuang Yi slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling of his bedroom, the well-known double bed. He had been moved into the master bedroom. As he sat up, he rubbed his temples vigorously. After a brief slumber, he felt a slight lift in his spirits. Despite the lingering ache in his head, the effects of alcohol had diminished considerably. At noon, it seemed as though he had been rendered unconscious by sheer frustration, nearly convinced he was on the brink of death. Zhuang Yi muttered to himself, a weary and pained smile curling on his lips. His wife's so-called explanations felt like daggers, piercing his heart with excruciating intensity, twisting and churning within him. The pain was suffocating, leaving him desperate for release. In that moment, he could no longer place his trust in her. During lunch, as she desperately attempted to articulate her defense, he found himself incapable of believing a single word. His only two objectives were clear: divorce and eliminate Huang Shui. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a stunningly tall woman. As she turned on the lights, it was his sister-in-law, Zhu Yeqing. "Xiao Zhuang, you're awake?" she inquired cheerfully. Zhuang Yi replied coolly, "Yes, Qingjie." Zhu Yeqing approached the bedside, gently caressing his palm in a soothing manner, and spoke in a comforting tone. "That wretched girl has temporarily stepped out, claiming she is off to find a witness. She even mentioned she would return before 10. Zhuang Yi shook his head with an air of resignation, as though he had seen through her ruse. "No, Qingjie, I know her too well. She is merely off gallivanting again." Chapter 14. Zhu Yinchi brings Huang Shuei home. Zhuang Yi sat on the bed, his demeanor somewhat relaxed, as if he had come to terms with something. As an observer, Zhu Yeqing discerned that her sister was concealing something. However, matters of the heart are often beyond the reach of even the most astute. Zhuang Yi, who was not inclined to engage, had assured her he would be home before 10 o'clock. Though Zhu Yinchi was fierce and somewhat naive as her older sister, Zhu Yeqing could see that she cared deeply for him. The private doctor had diagnosed him earlier in the afternoon, stating that he was merely suffering from excessive mental strain and advised him to refrain from overthinking, recommending a day or two of rest. Zhu Yeqing spoke to Zhuang Yi in a gentle tone, but she was aware that such reassurances would likely fall on deaf ears. Zhuang Yi glanced at her, indifferent, and resumed playing with his phone. Upon unlocking the screen, he was met with dozens of missed calls, all from Xiao Julie. Opening the green chat bubble revealed a flood of messages, mostly from his wife's company employees, but predominantly from Xiao Julie, with over 99 notifications. Have you fainted? I'm heading to your house now. Zhuang, Ninchi let me inside. Are you hurt or not? Don't make your sister worry. Please respond. Why aren't you answering my calls? Do you refuse to forgive me? I only wish for your safety. The latest message read, Sister has dispatched a rescue helicopter. It will arrive before 11. Zhuang Yi stared at the barrage of messages in silence for an extended period, pondering why those who cared for him were not Zhu Yinchi. Finally, he coldly replied, I'm fine now. I appreciate the concern, but there's no need for the helicopter. As soon as he sent the message, Xiao Julie responded instantly, sending a flurry of messages in succession. Zhuang Yi merely replied with a few terse words, choosing to ignore the rest. Beside him, Zhu Yeqing peeled an apple and offered it to Zhuang Yi. Is it work-related? She inquired. Zhuang Yi declined the apple, answering blandly, No, I have already informed Zhu Yinchi of my resignation. I will no longer concern myself with company matters. Zhu Yeqing was taken aback, nearly dropping the apple from her hands, her eyes reflecting disbelief. This time, she could clearly sense that Zhuang Yi was serious. Yet, she could not help but speak up. Xiao Zhuang. There's nothing insurmountable between a couple. Even if Huang Shui is a lesbian, she is still a woman and poses no threat to your position. She has had awkward encounters with other men as well. This statement was not unfounded. Zhu Yangyang was indeed quite assertive. Moreover, unbeknownst to Zhuang Yi, there may have been more to the story. Zhu Yeqing sighed softly, feeling hesitant to press further. Xiao Zhuang, if it reaches an irretrievable point, you must part amicably. Spouses should not inflict harm upon one another, understand? Zhuang Yi nodded and picked up a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, lighting one. Zhu Yeqing swiftly took the cigarette away and placed the apple in his hand. Eat the apple first. Don't smoke yet. I dislike the smell of cigarettes. Zhuang Yi glanced at the neatly peeled apple, responding helplessly, All right, Qingjie. After that, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhu Yinchi had not returned home. By 11 o'clock, the door remained unopened. Zhu Yeqing could no longer contain her anxiety as she paced around Zhuang Yi. After another half hour, she could not resist dialing her sister's number. Hello, sister. Why haven't you returned home yet? Both Zhuang and I have been waiting for quite a while. A belch interrupted her. Oh dear sister, a major client showed up unexpectedly tonight. I'll come back tomorrow. Zhu Yinchi's voice faltered, and a hint of alcohol lingered in her words, indicating she was out drinking. The faces of Zhu Yeqing and Zhuang Yi instantly drained of color, as anger surged within them. Zhuang Yi remained silent, clutching his chest, taking deep breaths, fearful of fainting again. I'm stuck in traffic, sister. I'll be home soon. Just wait a little longer. Zhu Yeqing hastily turned off the speakerphone, casting a complex glance at Zhuang Yi before swiftly exiting the bedroom to speak with her sister. My dear sister, you really mustn't fall for a homosexual. Zhuang Yi lowered his head, staring blankly at his phone. After much contemplation, he finally made a call. Soon, a gentle yet slightly irate female voice answered. Why are you calling so late? Sister, I want to go home. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Yeqing could no longer endure the wait. Bidding farewell to Zhuang Yi and promising to return the following day, Zhuang Yi nodded, sitting alone on the bed in solitude. After a while, the front door creaked open, accompanied by the sound of measured footsteps. Zhu Yinqi, slightly tipsy, leaned against the wall with one hand while the other was supported by someone as she slowly made her way back to the master bedroom. Upon seeing who was assisting his wife, Zhuang Yi's fists clenched tightly, tears threatening to spill as he glared at the intruder with rage. The one supporting Zhu Yinqi was none other than Huang Shui. With a provocative glance at Zhuang Yi, she gently wrapped her arm around Zhu Yinqi. "Darling, I'm home. I brought Huang Shui back with me. She will clarify everything for you. I am completely innocent." Zhu Yinqi seemed to have enjoyed herself immensely, punctuating her statement with a small belch. Zhuang Yi, sitting on the bed, wore a grim expression. He felt an inexplicable suffocation and a piercing pain in his heart, as if it were bleeding. How joyous they appear. So this is how one gathers witnesses. Zhuang Yi, my precious Yinqi has already explained everything to me. The last time you hit me was out of jealousy, so I've forgiven you. Huang Shui wore a triumphant smile, adorned in a form-fitting black dress paired with elegant black heels, exuding grace and allure. Her short, golden hair curled slightly, with the tips delicately brushing her brows, emanating a faint scent of yellow rose perfume. Though her beauty could not quite rival Zhu Yinqi's, she remained a striking figure. "Oh, dear Shui, it's not about that. I need you to explain to my husband that we have no immoral relationship." Zhu Yinqi gently tapped Huang Shui's head. All right. Huang Shui smiled gently and said, "Zhuang Yi, there has not been the slightest hint of immorality between me and my beloved Yinqi. If there were, may I be struck by lightning and meet a miserable fate." Such words were more melodious than any song. Yet in Zhuang Yi's eyes, the two were clearly flirting. Well, splendid indeed. The way she sweetly referred to him as my darling was so delightful. Even I, as her husband, do not receive such endearments. Zhuang Yi, with a stern expression, coldly remarked. If she were an ordinary woman, like Zhu Yeqing, he would not be incensed by such a term. But when it came from Huang Shui, it felt like betrayal. Zhu Yinqi, oblivious to the veiled sarcasm, assumed her husband was merely feeling jealous. "Darling, look at you. How can you be jealous of a girl?" She released Huang Shui's support and sat down by the bed, subsequently producing a few centimeters long toy watermelon slice. She squeezed it firmly, and it emitted a sound. Who among you understands? I am truly at a loss for words. My husband, this average man, is really beneath me. After squeezing the watermelon slice, Zhu Yinqi laughed innocently. "Darling, look, the toy Shui mentioned isn't what you might be imagining. It's this trendy watermelon slice from the internet." Upon seeing the watermelon slice, Zhuang Yi's fury subsided slightly. I see. If the incident at noon was indeed a misunderstanding on his part, he would not make a scene. However, that did not mean he could easily forgive Huang Shui. Noticing her husband's expression had calmed, Zhu Yinqi understood his anger had lessened and put the watermelon slice away. Darling, you mustn't be angry. It's too late now. Let us tidy up a room for Shui to sleep in, and then we can consummate our marriage." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yi's previously diminished anger surged once more, nearly causing him to explode with rage. He scoffed, feeling like a helpless fool, deserving of such treatment. So this was her ulterior motive. If she dared to bring a same-sex companion to spend the night today, what would prevent her from bringing a lover tomorrow? "Zhu Yinqi, am I your father or your dog? Must I, for heaven's sake, prepare a room for your lover?" Chapter 15. The brutal confrontation with Huang Shui. Zhuang Yi cast a venomous glare at Zhu Yinqi, causing her to flinch in trepidation. She had never encountered such a look, akin to that of a sworn enemy. It was evident to Zhu Yinqi that her husband was genuinely enraged, yet she mustered a smile, albeit forced. "Darling, it is rather inappropriate to send guests away at this hour. Moreover, Shui has come all this way to apologize. Shouldn't we treat her with the courtesy befitting a guest?" Zhuang Yi let out a cold, derisive laugh. "Oh, so after you spent the night cavorting with her, and she returned you home as the master of this house, you believe it is only right to extend her hospitality once again?" Zhu Yinqi felt a tightening in her chest. His words pierced her like a dagger, igniting a fury within her as she retorted, "Zhuang Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? I went through great lengths to invite Shui here to explain herself. And you dare to slander me. Apologize. She clenched her fist and struck it against Zhuang Yi's chest. However, Zhuang Yi was resolute in not being passive. He seized her arm and flung her away with force. Huang Shui, with a sinister smile, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi, how dare you dismiss Nianqi's hand? Apologize to her at once. In a fit of rage, Zhuang Yi grabbed the alarm clock from the bedside table and hurled it towards her. What do you think you are? Get out of here. Huang Shui narrowly dodged the clock, her temper flaring. Observing the escalating discord between the couple, she could not suppress a smirk, feigning concern. You, dear Nianqi, I think I should leave for now. Zhuang, he seems to be in a foul mood. I shall return another time to explain. With that, Huang Shui turned away. Though her steps were deliberately slow, Zhuang Yi's gaze remained fixed on her, filled with loathing that ran deep to the marrow. The audacity of her actions was infuriating. Seeing her husband's despicable demeanor, Zhu Nianqi rose in indignation. Fear not, Shui, this is my home, and he has no right to send you away. The room fell silent in shock. Zhuang Yi felt a pang of hurt and momentarily lost his words. After a prolonged silence, he finally threw off the covers and rose from the bed. You are right. This is your home, not mine. I shall leave. Without further hesitation, he tucked his phone into his pocket and exited the master bedroom. Realizing her mistake, Zhu Nianqi hurriedly grasped his hand. Darling, that is not what I meant. Please do not act irrationally. Zhuang Yi shrugged her off without a second thought, striding toward the door. Huang Shui, reveling in the drama, crossed her arms and added fuel to the fire. Dear Nianqi, it is clear your husband does not love you. He has been seeking a divorce while sabotaging your relationships. In my opinion, such a man is unworthy of you. Zhuang Yi abruptly halted, his eyes blazing with fury as he turned to face Huang Shui. Clenching his fists, he strode toward her, disregarding Zhu Nianqi's attempts to intervene. No more words were necessary. He was ready to confront her directly. Zhuang Yi lunged forward, colliding with Huang Shui and bringing her crashing to the ground, his body pinning hers down. Huang Shui winced in pain, on the verge of screaming, but in the next moment, Zhuang Yi clamped a hand over her mouth. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a punch. Boom! His fist, as large as a sandbag, struck Huang Shui's face, blood gushing forth, almost rendering her consciousness hazy. Damn it! Targeting the face when hitting someone, he was determined to punish the mistress mercilessly. Bang! 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 Zhuang Yi continued to rain down blows, leaving Huang Shui battered and bloodied, her cries of anguish echoing. Stop! If you kill her, you'll end up in prison. Zhu Nianqi desperately clung to Zhuang Yi's waist, attempting to pull him away, but her feeble strength proved futile. Realizing that her husband was about to kill someone, in a moment of desperation, Zhu Nianqi shouted, She belongs to the Huang family. We can't afford to offend them. If you hit her again, I will divorce you. Those words caused Zhuang Yi's fist to hesitate, unable to descend further. 2. Despicable women. After a prolonged silence, filled with tumultuous thoughts, he stood up expressionlessly and retrieved 2 divorce agreements from the master bedroom, throwing them down before Zhu Nianqi. Divorce. Sign. Zhu Nianqi felt a chill as Zhuang Yi coldly uttered those words and exhibited violence against a woman. Anger and fear surged within her. Yet, even in her fury, she was not foolish. Without a second thought, she tore the divorce agreement into shreds. A 1T sign. I don't want a divorce. Pointing towards the door, she said with a heavy heart, Get out. Leave this house. The root of all this was her husband's petty nature. There was no room for retreat this time. The more she backed down, the more he would take advantage. She needed to teach him a lesson. Wasn't it just a sharper cry during moments of frivolity? At most, she had made a slight mistake when drunkenly photographed. Nothing else had been discovered. But why did this bastard husband act so high and mighty? He simply no longer loved her. Fine, I'm leaving. Zhuang Yi, overwhelmed with irritation, did not wish to engage further. After 7 years of heartfelt dedication, his wife was openly drifting away. This situation was an agonizing torment, filled with despair. He approached the bloodied Huang Shui, spitting on her face. Huang, if I don't annihilate your entire family, I 1T bear the surname Zhuang. Huang Shui glared at him fiercely, yet not daring to take a breath. In her heart, she vowed, Zhuang Yi, once you finalize the divorce, I will ensure your demise. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, feeling heartbroken as he departed from their home, not forgetting to add, don't think I'm unaware of what you did tonight, frolicking with her all night under the guise of seeking witnesses. Even that beast, shout Jiuli, shows more concern than you, your own wife. Zhu Nianqi gasped, an overwhelming tide of resentment and guilt washing over her. The resentment stemmed from her husband comparing her to others, while the guilt arose from her own frequent comparisons of him with other men. Xiao Jiuli? Wasn't her husband filled with such hatred for her that he cursed her even in his dreams? How can I say that my wife pales in comparison to her? Zhu Nianqi shook her head in confusion, raising her voice to call out, Zhuang Yi, come back here. Clarify your words. However, it was too late. Her husband had already vanished from sight. At that moment, the barely conscious Huang Shui raised a bloodied hand, feebly pleading for help. Nianqi, call 120, save me. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Nianqi hurriedly approached Huang Shui and dialed the emergency number. All right. Shui, please don't be angry. My husband was merely jealous. I will cover all your medical expenses. Just please don't trouble him. I will certainly discipline him later, but for now, I must save you. Chapter 16. Sister Baiyun. In a swift turn of events, Huang Shui was conveyed to the First People's Hospital of Dingyang City. In the VIP ward, she lay upon the hospital bed, her head swathed in white bandages, the pain etched upon her visage, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Beside her, Zhu Nianqi clumsily sliced fruit, attending to her with water and nourishment. Though her actions were far from graceful and could not compare to Zhuang Yi's, they were nonetheless imbued with genuine care. Shui, please do not harbor anger. Truly, do not trouble my husband, Zhu Nianqi murmured, awkwardly offering her a sip of water, revealing her inexperience in caregiving. Despite this, Huang Shui felt an inexplicable delight, for before her stood the very embodiment of her desires. An unequivocal outlier, Huang Shui found no emotional solace or pleasure in any man, save for this splendid married woman, who stirred tumultuous waves within her heart. Weakly, Huang Shui uttered, all right, I shall heed Nianqi's words and refrain from retaliation. This, however, was a mere fabrication. The only certainty she could muster was that Zhuang Yi would not perish before their divorce. A mere man, daring to strike her down twice, had left her with a thirst for vengeance that could not be quelled. In her mind, Huang Shui schemed against Zhuang Yi, her trembling left hand reaching out from the bed as if to grasp something. What is it that you seek? I can assist you, Zhu Nianqi offered, placing down the fruit knife. I do not know. I just feel a bit frightened and wish for you to hold my hand, Huang Shui replied in a soft, endearing manner, evoking sympathy. Zhu Nianqi, her mind clear, furrowed her brow and tenderly grasped her hand, thinking that it was simply a gesture between women. However, as they clasped hands, Huang Shui revealed a pale smile. Darling Nianqi, why does Zhuang Yi always confront me, a fragile woman, with such hostility? She inquired tentatively. Zhu Nianqi, recalling her unworthy husband, could not suppress her irritation. Who knows? In business mingling, men and women embrace and are affectionate. Yet he, consumed by jealousy over a few drinks, reacts so poorly. Huang Shui smirked coldly. Perhaps it is because, while you were on the phone, I teased you, poking your armpit and tickling your feet, which displeased him. That is nothing. When I was young, I used to bathe with my sister and once squirted her with a water gun, causing her to cry. Zhu Nianqi recounted as if sharing a light-hearted anecdote with a friend. Upon hearing this, Huang Shui's expression immediately soured, reminiscent of a rivaless presence. Do not engage in such antics again. It is rather unkind to bully an older sister. She feigned indifference, turning away to conceal her true feelings from Zhu Nianqi. There is nothing unethical in our bond. We are like sisters, Zhu Nianqi reminisced with a nostalgic smile. Huang Shui, upon hearing this, clenched her teeth silently, choosing to refrain from further conversation. Zhu Yeqing, unless you align with my aesthetic sensibilities, you shall await my reckoning. Zhu Nianqi is mine, and the Zhu family must belong to me as well. At that moment, Zhu Nianqi's phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was Zhu Yangyang. Hello, Yangyang. What is the matter? Zhu Yangyang replied, Sister, have you been in the hospital? Are you okay? I'm so worried about you. Huang Shui disdainfully snorted, pretending not to hear. However, upon hearing her brother's voice, Zhu Yinshi felt a wave of relief wash over her, covering her mouth with a smile. At 6 in the morning, in the Chenxi community, Zhuang Yi arrived at an old residential area, leaning against a wall plastered with flyers as he ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a stray cat darted past him, leaping from the stairwell window. Zhuang Yi, with a grave expression, smoked a cigarette, his gaze piercing through the dim corridor to rest upon an ancient door. He approached and knocked gently. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing a striking woman with fair skin and delicate features, standing an impressive height of 1.70 meters. She regarded Zhuang Yi with evident disdain. The upper part of her attire was a white mini-skirt, while her long legs were elegantly encased in sheer black stockings, exuding a subtle allure. Her name was Baiyun, affectionately referred to as Sister Baiyun, a gentle figure in Zhuang Yi's life, yet one who had once decisively defeated the martial arts champion Zhang Lian. Sister Baiyun, I'm back, Zhuang Yi murmured, lowering his head, unable to meet her disapproving gaze. Baiyun's lips curled into a slight smirk. Humph, didn't you leave with your wife? Why do you return like a lost puppy to your sister's home? Her words stifled Zhuang Yi's thoughts. Both he and Baiyun were orphans. For 12 years in the orphanage, Baiyun had been his protector, and after leaving, she had sacrificed her education to provide for him until he turned 18. Back then, Zhuang Yi would often declare his desire to marry Baiyun, but fate took a cruel turn when he was deceived by Zhu Yinshi into a secluded grove, causing him significant emotional distress. It took him half a month to recover, and that incident led him to inadvertently fall for the wrong person. For years prior, Baiyun had repeatedly interfered with Zhuang Yi's plans to marry Zhu Yinshi, even causing a scene at the wedding, which created a rift between the siblings. Fortunately, time softened the old wounds, and their relationship slowly returned to its former state, albeit with less frequent communication. With their arms crossed, Baiyun created a subtle barrier between them, waiting in vain for her brother to speak. Finally, in disdain, she remarked, "Cat got your tongue? Have you been bullied by that wretched woman, Zhu Yinshi?" Zhuang Yi, unsure of how to respond, could only nod. A bittersweet ache filled his heart, an emotion he dared not reveal in front of others. Baiyun had once been so gentle, and it was from her that Zhuang Yi learned the importance of family. However, after marrying Zhu Yan, Baiyun's demeanor grew increasingly aloof, and now she exudes an air reminiscent of a wayward girl. With a haughty snort, Baiyun retreated into the house. It was already 6 o'clock. Why was he not hastening to prepare dinner for his sister, who had to leave for work by 8? Despite her sharp tongue, Baiyun cared more deeply for Zhuang Yi than anyone else. Last night, after receiving a phone call from him, she found herself unable to sleep, anxiously awaiting his return at the door. Fearing that Zhuang Yi would discern her worries, she hesitated for a moment before finally unlocking the door. "All right, you may go wash up now." As Zhuang Yi stepped inside, the interior remained unchanged from several years prior. The paint on the walls had begun to peel, and aside from a modest sofa and coffee table, the space was devoid of any embellishments. The sole decoration was a childhood photograph of Zhuang Yi and Baiyun. Watching Baiyun enter the bathroom to freshen up, Zhuang Yi tossed his luggage in the living room and proceeded to the kitchen, intent on preparing her favorite dish, tomato and egg noodle soup. Chapter 17. Sister earns money to support you while you stay at home. Enjoying air conditioning and playing video games 15 minutes later, Sister Baiyun finished her morning routine and sat down at the dining table, where Zhuang Yi had already prepared breakfast. "Sister Baiyun, I made your favorite noodles," Zhuang Yi said as she took her seat. Sister Baiyun glanced at him, picked up the chopsticks he had set out, and surveyed the steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodle soup. The fragrant tomatoes and golden eggs melded harmoniously, while the slippery noodles soaked in the broth, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions that added just the right touch. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Since her brother had left, she hadn't indulged in any decent food. A simple bowl of noodles brought a smile to her face. She picked up a bite of noodles, blew on them gently, and placed them in her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise as her taste buds awakened. So spicy and fragrant. The moment the noodles touched her palate, they seemed to burrow down her throat. The Despite the absence of gourmet ingredients, the flavor rivaled that of a Michelin 3-star chef's creation. She couldn't help but reflect on how much her brother's culinary skills had improved over the years. Seeing Sister Baiyun's satisfied expression brought a tear to Zhuang Yi's eye, and he quietly began to eat his noodles as well. In less than 5 minutes, Sister Baiyun had devoured everything, leaving no broth behind, and contentedly licked her lips. At 29, her face, though not meticulously cared for, appeared fresher and more delicate than that of a university student. Unmarried, she possessed neither the naivety of youth nor the myriad charms of a married woman, but rather a captivating blend of both. Sister, is it still to your liking? Baiyun concealed her satisfaction, pouting slightly. It's fine, at least it hasn't declined. Zhuang Yi bowed his head, unsure how to broach the subject of divorce. Baiyun had repeatedly advised him against marrying a criminal, yet he had stubbornly chosen to be with Zhu Nianqi. Now, wanting to return selfishly, he found it hard to articulate. After a brief pause, Zhuang Yi struggled to find the right words. I will cook for you every day and earn money for you to spend, if that's all right. Sister Baiyun crossed her arms and crossed her legs, her demeanor elevated. What? You'll cook for me every day? Earn money for me to spend? Do you really think you can divorce Zhu Nianqi? Zhuang Yi hesitated for a moment, nodded, and remained silent. It was then that Baiyun realized her brother was truly in trouble. Dropping her lofty demeanor, she comforted him gently. Have you had a disagreement with Zhu Nianqi? It's quite normal for couples to argue. You and I have had our fair share of disputes. If it's just trivial matters, why not endure a little? You, Xiao Zhuang, are the most patient and resilient. Since you chose Zhu Nianqi, you must take responsibility for her. At that moment, Baiyun was unaware of the true circumstances surrounding Zhuang Yi. She only knew that she was his only relative and lacking parental figures in Zhuang Yi's life. It was her duty as his sister to fill that void. Zhuang Yi shook his head, stating, No, she has committed a fundamental error, and I cannot forgive her. The term fundamental caught Baiyun's attention, leaving her momentarily stunned. She straightened up and with earnestness inquired, Could you share the details with me? Zhuang Yi glanced at Baiyun and, with a sense of melancholy, recounted the entire incident. As he spoke, Baiyun felt a surge of pain, her heart trembling, and she could not suppress her anger, striking the table. Zhu Nian's wife drugged you and sent you to bed with her? This is what Baiyun detested most. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette and nodded calmly. Very well, divorce her. You have sacrificed so much for her. You must reclaim every penny from her. Baiyun exclaimed with indignation. Had it been in the past, her fiery temper would have driven her to wield a kitchen knife, wreaking havoc at the Zhu family estate. Zhuang Yi shook his head, expressionless as he took a drag from his cigarette. No, aside from the 200,000 in cash I possess, I intend to relinquish all other assets, cars, houses, properties, to Zhu Nian's wife. I will leave with nothing. He added, of course, if she demands even the 200,000, that is acceptable. Money is something I can earn again through my connections. Zhuang Yi harbored no excessive greed for wealth. With his capabilities, the moment he stepped out of the company, numerous firms would be eager to recruit him as an executive. Are you foolish? My dear Zhuang? Baiyun's heart ached as she grasped Zhuang Yi's hand. Let's not discuss Zhu Nian's wife. You did not report her actions. You have been married for 4 years, bringing in over 100 million in collaborative orders to the Zhu family each year, assisting them in managing their household and company, even saving your father-in-law's life. Such achievements, aren't they the hallmarks of a golden son-in-law? By leaving empty-handed, you are merely accepting all the blame. Baiyun felt that Zhuang Yi was incredibly naive. Despite being the aggrieved party, he was choosing to shoulder all the responsibility. It's all right, sister. I do not value my reputation, and I can earn money again. Zhuang Yi replied, My father-in-law has treated me well, affectionately calling me son, more so than his own daughter. If I endure some hardship now, it will ease future encounters between our families. Zhuang Yi's cigarettes were consumed one after another, his habits seemingly unyielding. After conversing for a considerable time, Baiyun's brow furrowed in discontent. Unable to sway him, she reluctantly acquiesced. What are your plans moving forward? If these past years have been too exhausting, perhaps you should relax at home for a while. Let me earn a living, supporting you while you enjoy the air conditioning and play video games. Bai Yin spoke with sincerity. Zhuang Yi chuckled softly, recognizing his sister's concern, albeit in an unexpected manner. He extinguished the cigarette, feeling somewhat uplifted by her playful teasing. I plan to start a small business to make a living, he stated. Zhuang Yi intended to establish a renovation company to earn some extra money for household expenses. The reasons for choosing this industry were twofold. First, he was knowledgeable about it, and second, he had experience. After all, he had been involved in the renovations of Zhu Yin's company and stores, overseeing everything from blueprints to execution. There was no need to hire designers or supervisors. He was competent in all aspects. Furthermore, he possessed a crucial advantage, a customer base. After years of diligent effort at Zhu's family business, he has amassed a considerable portfolio of potential clients, spanning virtually every industry. Even if he departs from Zhu's, he can still rely on these connections to methodically establish his own enterprise. Without hesitation, as soon as Sister Bai Yin leaves for work, Zhuang Yi begins to generate buzz on social media and within his circle of friends. By afternoon, he swiftly makes calls to rally support, secures the business license for his decoration company, and ventures out in search of a suitable retail space. Chapter 18. Zhu Yin's wife seeks to teach Zhuang Yi a lesson the following day. At noon, Zhu Yin's wife returned home to an eerie silence, with only the sound of her footsteps echoing in the spacious living room. Zhuang Yi was absent, and the food on the dining table remained untouched, with flies swarming atop the cake. Having gone 2 days without tasting her husband's culinary creations, Zhu Yin felt a lump rising in her throat. She could not forgive him. His obstinacy had driven him away from home. Although she voiced her discontent, her right hand instinctively reached for her phone, scrolling through her contacts to find Zhuang Yi. She was dependent on him. Without this man, her life felt as though it had come to an abrupt halt. Just as once she would call. If he complied after this call, she would forgive him. Forgive it. With a heart full of trepidation, she pressed the call button. The recipient is currently unavailable. It was then that Zhu Yin recalled she had been blocked by Zhuang Yi. How infuriating. That wretched husband, that scoundrel. After all the effort she had expended to help him, he not only failed to express gratitude, but also took her for granted. In a fit of anger, she stomped her feet, the sound resonating loudly in the desolate living room. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Zhu Yin turned around, her expression brightening considerably. Could it be her husband returning home? Oof. This time, she would ensure he unblocked her and would teach him a thorough lesson. In a huff, she marched to the door and flung it open, only to be met with disappointment. It was not Zhuang Yi at the threshold, but her sister, Zhu Yeqing. Sister, what brings you here? She asked, a hint of dismay in her voice. Are you upset to see me? Zhu Yeqing strolled into the house leisurely. Where's Xiao Zhuang? How is he doing? He has run away from home, Zhu Yin replied, her dissatisfaction palpable. Run away? Didn't you just manage to coax him back? Zhu Yeqing's tone grew more serious. Have you upset him again? Zhu Yin recounted the events of the previous night to her sister, who listened with incredulity. You brought your little lover over, and both of you launched a verbal assault on Zhuang Yi? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Yin, have you considered Zhuang Yi's feelings? What if he brought another woman home to conspire against you? How would you feel? She could not contain her frustration, her anger evident. Well, I explained everything to him. Why should he still be angry with me? Zhu Yin pouted, attempting to defend herself. Your explanations do not obligate him to accept them. He needs time to process. Oh, my dear sister, you have truly been spoiled by Zhuang Yi. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, slapping her thigh in exasperation. Deep down, she understood the gravity of their marital discord. It was highly unlikely that their relationship could be salvaged. My younger sister is excessively domineering, exhibiting a rather pronounced double standard. What should I do? Oh, dear sister, please bring him back. I cannot endure life without him. At worst, I shall refrain from punishing him. All I desire is for him to apologize. Zhu Yinshi lowered her head, a flicker of sorrow illuminating her gaze. Do you still dare to demand an apology from him? You ought to be the one apologizing. You have caused him to faint from anger. You foolish girl, he is your husband. You must cherish him and cannot solely expect his affection. Zhu Yeqing said, her voice softening as she hesitated to continue. Her sister's pride was overwhelming. and Zhu Yeqing feared that her words might shatter her younger sister's haughty demeanor. All right, I understand. Just coax him back and have him prepare a meal for me. I haven't eaten properly these past few days, and my stomach is aching from hunger, Zhu Yinchi replied. Her mood dampened as she took her sister's hand and began to act coyly. Zhu Yeqing felt somewhat exasperated. This Zhu Yinchi was taking advantage of her sister's affection, exploiting their parents' love for their daughter and manipulating her husband to cater to her whims. I'll give it a try, but if it fails, do not blame me, Zhu Yeqing said, picking up her phone and locating Zhuang Yi's contact information. After a moment of hesitation, she dialed the number. Soon, the call connected. Hello, Qingjie. Xiao Zhuang. Where are you now? Are you still busy? There was a prolonged silence on Zhuang Yi's end before he inquired. Are you looking to discuss Zhu Yinchi? Haha, you truly understand your sister's thoughts. In fact, my sister. Zhuang Yi interrupted her directly. I'm still busy. I'll hang up now. The call ended abruptly, and Zhu Yeqing shot her sister an exasperated glance. The situation was more complicated than she had anticipated. The atmosphere grew heavy as she set her phone down, realizing her attempt at reconciliation had failed. Husband, that scoundrel, such a miser. He even dares to hang up on his sister. Zhu Yinchi exclaimed, infuriated. Zhu Yeqing glared at her. Isn't this a result of your own actions? What possessed you to meddle in such matters, even drugging your own husband to sleep with him? I did not engage in such affairs. The one I love will always be Zhuang Yi, Zhu Yinchi retorted, her frustration boiling over. Zhu Yeqing pointed to her sister's phone and said, if you are not involved with Huang Shui, then block her and demonstrate genuine sincerity by personally apologizing to Zhuang Yi. At the mention of Huang Shui, Zhu Yinchi's demeanor shifted again. It's always about Huang Shui. She still holds value for the company. Can we not speak of her? I've barely managed to persuade her not to retaliate against Zhuang Yi. Zhu Yeqing shook her head in disappointment, unwilling to continue this futile conversation. She stood up. Discussing this with me is pointless. My naive sister, consider carefully. Is Huang Shui more important or is Zhuang Yi? I shall tidy the dining table and prepare something for you to eat. Meanwhile, at the other end, Zhuang Yi had already begun to select a location for the company's office. The selection of a location for a renovation company need not be in areas with high foot traffic. Ideally, it should reside within the commercial spaces of new residential complexes. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhuang Yi set his sights on a shop situated near Dingyang University, located in a nearby new community. He promptly contacted the landlord to schedule a viewing. Following this, he went grocery shopping to prepare dinner for Sister Baiyun. When Sister Baiyun returned home and was greeted by the comforting atmosphere of a lived-in space, a radiant smile of contentment graced her face. Accustomed to the solitude of her home, today she was not only greeted by the enticing aroma of cooked dishes, but also by a dashing young man awaiting her, which filled her with warmth. Sister Baiyun, you're back? Let's eat, Zhuang Yi said, casually smoking a cigarette, flicking the ash away, and entering the kitchen to fetch dishes for her. Approaching the dining table, Sister Baiyun, with a hint of disdain and playful arrogance, remarked, Humph, silly pup. If tonight's meal is not to my liking, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Chapter ondoku Zhuang Yi, impossible. Zhuang Yi cast a sharp glance at Sister Baiyun, first serving her rice and vegetables before dishing up for himself. That evening, Zhuang Yi, feeling rather lethargic, opted for simplicity, preparing only a couple of home-style stir-fry dishes. Yet, Sister Baiyun savored each bite, her mouth full of rice grains. Halfway through her meal, she suddenly remarked with a hint of mischief, It's been a while since we took a bath together. Tonight, let us bathe together. Dream on. You can wash yourself, Zhuang Yi retorted, dismissing her suggestion. Silly dog, if you don't wash with me, I'll smell. Zhuang Yi, unfazed, shot back, do as you please. The two engaged in playful banter while eating, reminiscent of their childhood, filled with bickering yet devoid of any seriousness, finding amusement in their teasing. 10 minutes later, Zhuang Yi smiled as he watched Sister Baiyun finish the remnants of her meal before he finally rose to clear the table. I can't eat anymore. I'm too full. I can't drink any bathwater tonight, Sister Baiyun sighed contentedly, rubbing her belly. While washing the dishes in the kitchen, Zhuang Yi, feeling playful, asked, What bathwater are you drinking? Drinking the silly dog's bathwater. Get lost. Zhuang Yi chuckled in response. Suddenly, his phone chimed, a message arriving. Wiping his hands on a cloth, he picked up his phone to find a photo sent by Xiao Jiuli. The image depicted a private room where Huang Shui and Zhu Nianqi were cozily embracing, singing and drinking, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Surrounding them were several youthful lads. Their identities unclear, clients or male models. Beneath the photo was a message. Your wife is out gallivanting with Huang Shui again. Upon seeing the photo, a surge of jealousy welled up within Zhuang Yi, yet he quickly subdued it, regaining his composure. His wife had found someone she cherished more. As long as no indiscretions occurred before their divorce, it was of no concern to him. His focus now was to devise a plan to eliminate Huang Shui, the object of his wife's affection. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he found typing cumbersome and opted to send a voice message. Next time, don't send me news about those two. Zhu Nianqi and I are already separated and will soon be divorced. After sending the voice message, Xiao Jiuli, abandoning her typing, immediately replied with a voice message of her own, deliberately sweetening her sister Baiyun elegantly rested her long, slender legs clad in black stockings upon the coffee table, and inquired with a hint of reproach. Who were you just speaking with via voice chat? Your voice was as alluring as that of seductress. Oh, it was nothing, merely an annoying client, he replied, after exchanging a few idle words. The brother and sister returned to their respective pursuits. For the following 3 days, Zhuang Yi was preoccupied with company matters, leaving Zhu Nianqi to navigate life without her husband's care. Gradually, her existence became less fulfilling, prompting her to seek solace in the company of Huang Shui more frequently during the nights. The next afternoon, at the Zhu group, in Zhu Nianqi's office, she pressed her hand against her abdomen, her brow furrowed, her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. Having always possessed a delicate constitution, she had relied on Zhuang Yi's meticulous nurturing over the years to maintain a tenuous state of well-being. Now, deprived of his presence, her meals were hastily prepared, and nightly indulgence in alcohol only exacerbated her deteriorating health. That scoundrel husband of mine truly neglects me. Without you, how am I to endure these days? As Zhu Nianqi lamented this sentiment, a knock sounded at her office door. Zhu, may I inquire if you are available at the moment? With a stern expression, Zhu Nianqi composed herself, responding, Come in. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a suit, adorned with glasses, Zheng Qiangwei, the sales manager who had once served under Zhuang Yi. Zheng approached her desk and placed a document before her. Zhu, here is the sales report for this quarter. Additionally, I have compiled the status of several major clients for your review. At that moment, Zhu Nianqi was racked with abdominal pain, and upon realizing she was expected to handle work matters, her temper flared. I pay you to assist me, yet you simply pass your responsibilities on to me? What purpose do I have for employing you inept individuals? Zheng Qiangwei, startled by her outburst, quickly lowered his gaze. Zhu, that was not my intention. These tasks were originally meant for Zhuang. However, in his absence, I called him, and he delegated everything to you. Zhu Nianqi shot him a fierce glare, contemplated for a moment, and irritably extended her hand. Call my husband. I shall handle this directly. Zheng glanced sideways. Zhu, don't you have his mobile number? Zhu Nianqi slammed her hand on the desk. If I tell you to call, then call. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Reluctantly, Zheng nodded, retrieved his phone, and dialed Zhuang Yi's number. Zhu Nianqi snatched the device from his hand, placing it to her ear. Zheng, sensing the tension, connected to recent events and Zhuang Yi's withdrawal from company communications, discreetly exited the office. An argument between the couple had evidently ensued, with the irate chairwoman directing her frustrations towards him. The only mystery remained. How could Zhuang Yi, who doted on his wife, bear to distance himself from Zhu Nianqi? Had she perhaps committed some moral transgression? Zheng Qiangwei's thoughts halted abruptly as he left the office, gently closing the door behind him. Before long, Zhuang Yi answered the call. Qiangwei, what is it? It's me, Zhu Nianqi replied, her tone cool and detached. Despite the brevity of her words, Zhuang Yi instantly recognized his wife. Her voice had long since been etched into the depths of his soul. Zhu Nianqi, Are you not afraid that I might block this number as well, making it impossible for the company to locate the documents when needed? Zhu Yinshi paused, a fleeting sense of panic flickering through her mind. Yet she swiftly composed herself and shifted the subject, saying, "Let us not act like children anymore. Return home at once. At worst, I shall ensure that Huang Shui refrains from making those indecent jokes in the future." Zhuang Yi clenched his teeth. She still mentioned her. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. Upon hearing her husband's intent to end the call, Zhu Yinshi felt a surge of anxiety, suppressing her irritation. She resorted to a tone of plaintive charm. "Do not hang up on me. I am experiencing stomach pain right now, and I do not know what to do." In their past quarrels, this tactic had always compelled Zhuang Yi to relent without reservation. Upon hearing of her stomachache, Zhuang Yi recalled the photo sent by Xiao Juli. It was evident that Zhu Yinshi had been indulging excessively these past few nights, leading to her condition. The blue box containing the stomach medication is in the left bedside table of the master bedroom. The middle compartment is slightly ajar. Although her husband's demeanor remained somewhat aloof, it was evidently softened compared to before, instilling a glimmer of hope in Zhu Yinshi, prompting her to intensify her plea. "Husband, I am currently at the office, not at home. Could you please bring it to me?" Zhuang Yi replied, "That is out of the question." Chapter 20. Zhu Yinshi's deceitful words. Her stubbornness remains unyielding. Impossible. Zhuang Yi replied flatly. However, upon reflecting on Zhu Yinshi's gastric ailment, he added, "I am still busy. I will contact a private doctor to send some medication to you, and you may cover the expenses." Zhu Yinshi, overwhelmed with grievance, disregarded her dignity and shouted in exasperation, "Zhuang Yi, you scoundrel! I simply want to care. Must you sever ties with me in such a manner?" Zhuang Yi retorted, "Am I inherently obligated to care for you?" Taken aback by his words, Zhu Yinshi found herself at a loss for a response. Her intention had been to elevate her stature, hoping her husband would err and subsequently amend his ways. After all, violence is indefensible, especially against women and close friends like Huang Shui. Yet, Zhu Yinshi realized she could not survive without Zhuang Yi. She required his support emotionally, physically, professionally, and in daily life. Over 4 years of marriage, Zhuang Yi had indulged Zhu Yinshi like a princess. Now, as she endeavored to placate the Huang family to prevent retaliation and provided Zhuang Yi with a means of retreat, why did he remain obstinately oblivious? Why utter words that pierced her heart and left her speechless? Seeing his wife silent, Zhuang Yi calmly stated, "I will send a few nanny contacts to Zhu Yeqing. You may try them one by one. If they do not work, I will call Dad to have him bring you back home." The mention of involving her father made Zhu Yinshi gasp in shock. Her father regarded Zhuang Yi as a son, even favoring him over his own daughters. Zhuang Yi was not only her father's savior, but had also promised that their firstborn son would bear the surname Zhu. He was a pillar of the family business. Determined, Zhu Yinshi exclaimed, "Do not tell my father. If he learns that you were driven away by me, he will undoubtedly scold me mercilessly." Zhuang Yi replied, "You are aware I was driven away by you?" Enraged, Zhu Yinshi momentarily forgot her abdominal pain, her face a canvas of fury and injustice. "You are utterly unreasonable. If it were not for the grand ambitions for the company, for our family, do you think I would toil so hard? The nature of my relationship with Huang Shui and other friends is none of your business. You are simply petty and selfish. Day after day, you suspect your wife of infidelity. If I had someone I favored more, you would have been cast out long ago." She pounded the table, articulating her thoughts with fervor. She wanted her husband to understand that all her actions were for him. After being shouted at repeatedly, Zhuang Yi fell silent. It was not that he was moved. Rather, he was reminded of the night he had just been expelled from their home by Zhu Yinshi. At that moment, Zhu Yinshi's phone rang. Eager to vent her emotions, yet unwilling to end her husband's call, she decided to answer both phones simultaneously. "Hello, Huang Shui, speak quickly. I have pressing matters at hand." Huang Shui replied, "Darling, let us go out for drinks tonight. I've invited a few charming young men. Since your husband isn't coming home, why not stay over at my place?" "All right, let us arrange for tonight. I must hang up now." Zhu Yinshi did not hesitate to agree. Recalling how this delightful companion had kept her company over drinks both last night in the night before to ease her sorrow. The thought of Huang Shui being injured, yet still willing to indulge in merriment with her, lifted her spirits slightly. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She abruptly glanced at another phone. In her greed, she had failed to end her husband's call. The charming young man. Her husband was not home, spending the night together. For the greater cause, for the family. This is your diligent side, and you deliberately chose to speak of it in my presence. I shudder to imagine the consequences if a child were to come into this world with you as their mother. Zhuang Yi was utterly disheartened. His teeth clenched as he spoke. He was filled with a deep-seated resentment. Zhu Yinxi's body stiffened, slumping in her office chair. No, that's not it, dear husband. You misunderstand me. Please let me explain. Zhuang Yi cut her off harshly. Spare me your explanations. Even if you were caught in bed with another, your tongue would remain obstinate. You spin tales with ease. After 7 years of acquaintance and 4 years of marriage, you still seek to infuriate me further, don't you? Zhu Yinxi shook her head fervently, pleading, No, I never intended to drive you to despair. I love you. Please do not say such things about me. Love you, my foot. Just wait. Once I am done with my business here, I will immediately file for divorce. We'll meet in court. Zhuang Yi hung up abruptly. No one knew how deeply hurt he was to utter such callous words. Husband, please let me explain. Hello. Zhu Yinxi felt as though her heart had turned to ash, helplessly gripping her phone. Unwilling to accept defeat, she redialed Zhuang Yi's number. The call was answered and immediately hung up. She dialed again, hung up again. She tried once more, and again, after a barrage of disconnections. Zhu Yinxi's hope was utterly extinguished. She stared vacantly at the darkened screen, slowly raising a hand to deliver a sharp slap to her own face. Slap! You foolish girl! Had it not been for Huang Shui's call, perhaps she could have explained herself. Yet Huang Shui had merely intended to be a supportive friend during her troubled times, leaving her with no grounds to criticize. She could only blame herself for answering that call. Huang Shui was merely another woman. Why should she feel jealousy toward her? If it had been a man. As Zhu Yinxi pondered this, she suddenly recalled something. She rummaged through a concealed drawer beneath her desk and retrieved a photograph. The image depicted 2 young boys, one being Zhu Yangyang and the other. Gazing at the photograph brought a wave of sadness over her. Thankfully, only Zhu Yangyang had returned home, had the other come back. I truly do not know how I would cope. After gazing tenderly at the photograph for a long while, she concealed it once more and dialed Huang Shui's number. Hello, Huang Shui. From the other end of the line came Huang Shui's playful voice. What is up? Dear Yinxi, didn't we just hang up? Are you missing me already? This evening, I shall refrain from attending, as the company has lost its husband, and there are numerous matters that require my attention. This is a falsehood. However, on the phone, Huang Shui clearly sounded a touch disheartened. But I had already made arrangements. Would you like me to come over and assist you? Thank you. I appreciate your kindness. But let us reschedule for another time. Although Junyin's tone was unperturbed, her heart ached with sympathy. The thought of her husband's earlier reaction made her realize that if she were to go, it would lead to significant trouble. Having made a foolish mistake once, she could not afford to be so reckless a second time. Junyin added, By the way, inviting members of the Huang family or clients poses no issue, but please refrain from inviting those inexplicable men, as it would be a waste of money and could lead to misunderstandings with my husband. In business, male models and hostesses can enhance contract efficiency. Yet Junyin wished to avoid unnecessary misconceptions. She was somewhat fearful of Zhuang Yi truly leaving her. However, she did not consider that Zhuang Yi harbored a greater disdain for Huang Shui than for any so-called handsome men. On the line, Huang Shui readily replied, All right, after all, I also dislike men. I am simply concerned that there may be too few people to create an atmosphere. Okay, I'll hang up now, and I'll treat you to a meal another day. Junyin ended the call and let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 21. Inviting the elder father to return rubbing her abdomen. Junyin's wife buried her head in Zhang Qiangwei's phone, unable to resist opening his green bubble. She clicked on the pinned message from Zhuang Yi. Darling, you haven't returned home these past few days, and my heart aches. That is why I let Huang Shui accompany me for drinks. She understood that he was away and feared her loneliness, which is why she called to check on her and invited her out. I just turned her down. I want TV going out tonight. Please don't be angry. Okay. After sending 3 messages without receiving a reply, Zhu Yin's wife set down Zheng Qiangwei's phone, silently praying that Zhuang Yi would comprehend her intentions. She found it incomprehensible that despite her numerous attempts at reconciliation, her husband still refused to forgive her. It is often said that couples quarrel at the head of the bed, but make peace at the foot. Why then were there no signs of reconciliation? Frustrated, Zhu Yin's wife inexplicably shouted out loud. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhuang Yi, engaged in casual conversation at a custom home factory, received 3 consecutive messages from his former colleague, Zheng Qiangwei. Upon opening them, he felt a profound unease. Once again, it was about Huang Shui. The messages revolved around her. Agitated, Zhuang Yi opened Zheng Qiangwei's wife's green bubble and sent a screenshot of the conversation along with a message. Your husband is gay and is having an affair with someone named Huang Shui. After doing all this, Zhuang Yi sent several messages to Zhu Yeqing, informing her of the location of the stomach medicine at home and asking her to send it to Zhu Yin's wife. He also provided contact details for several housekeepers. Ultimately, his deep affection prevailed. After a few explanations from Zhu Yin's wife, his heart softened. After 7 years of love, he found it impossible to completely cast aside their relationship in less than half a month. Upon receiving his messages, Zhu Yeqing responded with 3 question marks. In the days that followed, Zhuang Yi cast aside distractions, dedicating himself to his new company. Before long, he secured a storefront, obtained a business license, and named the company Jia Renovation. Subsequently, he contacted the custom factory to begin designing and producing signage, while also calling in workers to commence renovations. He managed the entire process with remarkable efficiency. Returning to Baiyun's home, it was already 7 in the evening. After several days of relentless activity, Zhuang Yi collapsed onto the sofa, too exhausted to move, resembling a lifeless body. Baiyun, having finished her shower, emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Her long, snow-white legs touched the floor, with droplets of water occasionally cascading from her arches, splattering onto the floor, carrying a refreshing aura. Noticing her brother had returned home, yet there was no meal prepared, she walked into the living area, slightly irked. Hey, little puppy, go cook for your sister. She's hungry, Baiyun arrogantly commanded, stepping on Zhuang Yi's abdomen. Startled, Zhuang Yi turned to face her, clad in a white towel that revealed her fair collarbone. With one long leg resting on his stomach and droplets of water soaking into his clothing, she exuded an indescribable charm. He felt a surge of annoyance, but swallowed it back. Let me rest for a moment. I'm utterly fatigued, Zhuang Yi sighed wearily. Sister doesn't care. Are you going to cook or not? If not, I'll just step elsewhere. Baiyun raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards him. Zhuang Yi lent it. He let out a sigh, weary as he rose from the sofa and made his way to the kitchen. The Baiyun would never have compelled Zhuang Yi to do anything. Her increasing assertiveness could primarily be attributed to Zhuang Yi's marriage to Zhu Yinqi. Yet, Zhuang Yi had no grounds to criticize Baiyun, for all of this was of his own making. Had he not married Zhu Yinqi, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a predicament, sprawled helplessly in Baiyun's home today. In the kitchen, Zhuang Yi casually prepared a few simple dishes. He reminisced about his childhood when he was oblivious and would tug at Baiyun's hair, and she wouldn't be angry. Now, it seemed she would readily pin him to the ground. A mixture of emotions stirred within him, both discomforting and amusing. At the kitchen doorway, Baiyun leaned against the frame, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, contemplatively observing Zhuang Yi's silhouette. Once Zhuang Yi finished cooking and was about to serve the dishes, she mischievously declared, "Sister wants noodles, tomato, and egg soup noodles." Zhuang Yi shot her an incredulous glance. "You 1T starve. You only mentioned this after I prepared everything. Let us do it tomorrow. I want to eat now." A brother who doesn't make noodles for his sister is not a good dog. Baiyun held her towel tightly, raising a slender leg to block the kitchen entrance, preventing Zhuang Yi from leaving. You are insufferable." Zhuang Yi returned to the stove, hastily preparing a bowl of noodle soup for Baiyun, mindful that he needed to change out of his towel to avoid catching a cold. Baiyun extended a delicate finger, tracing the wrinkles on his shirt. "The clothes need a silly dog to help his sister wear them. Then don't wear them. you'll freeze to death. After a considerable time of bustling about, having boiled the noodles, Zhuang Yi set the dishes on the dining table. Baiyun had changed into a clean dress and sat eagerly at the table, slurping her noodles. Observing her hearty appetite, Zhuang Yi occasionally served her vegetables and meat. After about 10 minutes, noticing Baiyun had nearly finished, he took out the company seal and business license. Placing them on the table, Baiyun, seeing what Zhuang Yi had laid out, looked puzzled. You really started a company? So soon? Zhuang Yi nodded indifferently after the divorce. All my earnings will be for you. A 1T gives you Ningxi a cent. Baiyun's face flushed immediately, then blossomed into a gentle smile. Humph, you said it yourself. I didn't force you. Then I shall reluctantly help you save it as a dowry. If no one wants you later, I'll be your wife. As she spoke, Baiyun reached out, ruffling Zhuang Yi's hair. Zhuang Yi remained silent, his heart heavy with sorrow as he pondered matters concerning Zhu Ningxi. Another 10 busy days passed, and it was Sunday. At Zhu Ningxi's home, Zhu Yeqing and Zhu Ningxi were seated on the sofa. Zhu Yeqing had hired a nanny to help Zhu Ningxi settle into a more stable routine. Zhu Ningxi, preoccupied with her thoughts, cracked sunflower seeds, while Zhu Yeqing held her phone in one hand and draped her other arm around her sister's shoulders. Suddenly, Zhu Yeqing straightened up, her gaze fixed intently on a post in her social circle. It was a photograph shared by Zhuang Yi, in which he held a heavily pixelated business license. Alongside the sign of a store, a family renovation. Has Xiao Zhuang opened a company just days after leaving you? Upon hearing the news about Zhuang, Zhu Ningxi rushed closer to the screen to examine the image. My husband is starting a business? Why didn't he mention it to me? I could have provided him with funding. You foolish girl. Xiao Zhuang is seeking an escape route. He is resolute in his decision to divorce. Divorce? That cannot happen. My husband belongs to me, Zhu Ningxi declared emphatically, striking her sister's thigh with force. Why did you hit me? Zhu Yeqing responded, slightly exasperated. I'll call our father. This time, we truly need him to intervene. Chapter 22. The Modern Pan Jin Lian. Should I inform father? Zhu Ningxi's expression reflected a hint of trepidation. Must you disclose this to our father? He will surely scold me again. No, Zhu Yeqing stated bluntly. Today, you shall not wander elsewhere. Accompany me home. Her tone was stern. Given the gravity of the situation, she was still concerned about receiving reprimands. But tonight, Huang Xue mentioned she had a surprise for me, and I must meet her. Zhu Ningxi murmured softly, lowering her head in guilt. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhu Ningxi. You are still not contemplating how to mend things with Xiao Zhuang? You remain infatuated with that Huang Xue? Are you truly his wife? Anger surged within her, and her words came out harsh. She had been deeply worried about her sister's marriage. Yet this foolish sister still mourned for Huang Xue, who had driven her husband away. Zhuang Yi had indeed endured much to pamper her sister all these years. Zhu Ningxi's expression shifted, annoyance flickering in her eyes. How can you speak to me like that, sister? Of course, I wish to reconcile with my husband. Observing her sister's indignation, Zhu Yeqing couldn't help but sigh. Alas, my dear sister, please open your eyes. Understood, sister. I will message Huang Xue now and decline tonight's invitation. As Zhu Ningxi promised, she began to type a message to Huang Xue on her phone. A ripple of guilt washed over her. To absent herself from someone else's meticulously planned surprise felt somewhat remorseful. After much consideration and careful wording, Zhu Ningxi finally crafted a polite message to inform Huang Xue of her unavailability. Huang Xue responded swiftly. All right, I understand. Zhu Ningxi, thank you for your understanding, Huang Xue. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Huang Xue, sure, listen to you, darling. In a certain villa. The brief exchange with Zhu Ningxi plunged Huang Xue into an extended silence. She fixated on the term darling in her contact notes, finding it particularly jarring. Huang Xue, what is troubling you? Suddenly, a youthful voice shattered the stillness as a small head peeked from behind her. It was Zhu Yangyang. Huang Xue shot him a sidelong glance and unceremoniously pushed him away. Zhu Ningxi is not coming tonight. Your birthday is now in jeopardy. Today marks Zhu Yangyang's birthday, and the surprise Huang Xue referred to was a celebration for him, just returned from abroad. Huang Shui had intended to use the birthday as an excuse to capture some photographs for keepsakes. Just imagine a husband meticulously planning a birthday while the wife is absent, and the brother celebrates with exuberance. Merely envisioning this scene made Huang Shui unable to suppress a laugh. Unfortunately, the plan has now fallen through. Sister is not coming? Zhu Yangyang, instead of being surprised, displayed a hint of cunning. It's fine, I have a way to ensure she comes tonight. You have a plan? Huang Shui, devoid of hope, allowed a spark of curiosity to flicker in her eyes. Zhu Yangyang chuckled lightly, feigning mystery. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold tonight. Zhu family villa. In the living room, Zhu Jiangwo, the father-in-law, and Wang Xiumei, the mother-in-law, wore somber expressions as they gazed at the door. Soon, a Rolls-Royce glided into the courtyard and came to a halt. Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yeqing, adorned in alluring fitted dresses, alighted from the vehicle. One after the other, Zhu Jiangwo stood resolutely in the center of the living room, donned in a simple Zhongshan suit, his elderly spectacles resting on his nose. His countenance stern and imposing, resembling an insurmountable mountain as he coldly regarded Zhu Nian's wife. How dare they bully my son? He thought indignantly, referring to Zhuang Yi. As Zhu Nian's wife entered the living room, she forced a somewhat strained smile. Dad, what nonsense are you saying? Zhu Yeqing hurried over, taking Zhu Jiangwo's arm and guiding him to sit in the sofa area. Dad, please don't scare my sister. We are here to clarify things and seek your support. Zhu Nian's wife followed closely behind, seating herself at a distance from Zhu Jiangwo. His irritation flared upon seeing her. After all, it was disgraceful that his son could be bullied. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Zhu Nian's wife retorted weakly, "Oh, Dad, please refrain from being so sarcastic. If it weren't for my discerning eye, how could you ever have the honor of being my husband's father-in-law?" Proud by nature, she had once been a mischievous child, instilled with fear by Zhu Jiangwo's discipline, which now seemed to manifest as a bloodline suppression. It was not that Zhu Jiangwo could impose any real harm upon her now, but the thought of Zhuang Yi being wronged left him unsettled. Zhuang Yi had previously saved Zhu Jiangwo's life, and, together with Zhu Nian's wife, had successfully expanded the family business while attending to familial responsibilities. To put it bluntly, if Zhu Jiangwo were a woman, would his daughter have ever been able to marry this man? At that moment, Wang Xiumei approached Zhu Nian's wife and sat beside her, gently admonishing, "Jiangwo, please say less. Your daughter is busy with work and already has little time at home. If you keep scaring her, what if she decides not to return?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiangwo refrained from further comment and lowered his head in silence. Seeing her husband settle down, Wang Xiumei then inquired with concern, "Nian, your sister mentioned over the phone that you and Zhuang Yi are having conflicts?" Zhu Nian's wife nodded, feeling aggrieved, and glanced at her sister as she poured out her heart. Half an hour later, Zhu Nian's wife had barely finished her account. Enraged, Zhu Jiangwo was on the verge of striking her, but Wang Xiumei intervened just in time, calming him down. "The Huang family holds considerable power. I do not object to your dealings with Huang Shui, but how could you assist outsiders in drugging Zhuang? Forcing him to sell himself to the company for profits? What on earth are you thinking, Zhu Nian?" Zhu Jiangwo exclaimed, his anger spilling forth, while Zhu Yeqing beside him continuously patted his back in an attempt to soothe him. The older generation's mindset diverged from that of the youth. In Zhu Jiangwo's eyes, it was inconceivable for two women to be together, and thus he perceived no issue. However, drugging one's husband was akin to modern-day Panjinlian, leading to his virtuous son-in-law being reduced to a mere Wu Dalong. Wang Xiumei observed Zhu Nian's woeful expression with a heart full of compassion, tightly clasping her hand. "Dear father-in-law, please do not be harsh on my precious daughter. Nianxi has her own thoughts. Since Zhuang, he has become the son-in-law of our Zhu family. He should contribute to our family. Nianxi, mother does not blame you. If you do not favor Zhuang Yi, I can find someone else for you. There are plenty of well-off and handsome young men that I know." As Wang Xiumei concluded, she did not forget to embrace Zhu Nianxi. Zhu Jiangwo abruptly interjected, "Nonsense." Chapter 23. Zhuang Yi directly approaches his father-in-law for divorce. This is absurd. Zhu Jiangwo slammed the coffee table in anger, causing the water in the teacup to splash. If Wang Xiaomei's words were to reach Zhuang Yi's ears, it would be tantamount to personally pushing him out the door and banishing him from the household. Zhu Jiangwo was not one to repay kindness with enmity. Deep down, he had long regarded Zhuang Yi as his own son, wishing that Zhuang Yi would adopt the Zhu surname and become his godson. Unfortunately, as he had become an excellent son-in-law, he could only do his utmost to maintain the marriage of Zhu Yinqi. Wang Xiaomei, somewhat reluctant to let go, murmured, "It's true, Zhuang Yi is just an orphan and is fundamentally unworthy of our Zhu family. If you ask me, it's better to seize this opportunity to kick him out, especially since he's going to leave with nothing." Zhu Yinqi could hardly bear to listen, countering on, "I know you mean well, but such things cannot be spoken lightly. You lot, all of you, be quiet. I'll contact Xiao Zhuang now, and you two should watch your words." Zhu Jiangwo, with a serious expression, admonished them before pulling out his phone to dial Zhuang Yi's number. Although Zhuang Yi came from humble beginnings, his contributions to the Zhu family were evident. Not to mention that he had grown to a point where countless respectable families would vie for him if he were to leave. It was acceptable for a woman to be materialistic, but as the head of the family, Zhu Jiangwo could not afford to be blind to the truth. Before long, the call connected. "Hello, Dad. What is the occasion for your call? Want to have a drink?" Zhu Jiangwo's previously gloomy demeanor instantly transformed into a beaming smile, as if he were seeing his own son. "Ah, son, I miss you. I'd love to get together with you," he said, the affection in his voice eliciting a hint of envy from Zhu Yeqing, who stood nearby. Zhu Jiangwo frequently called Zhuang Yi, luring him back home for tea or drinks. Considering that Zhu Yinqi was busy with work and had little time to spend with her father, Zhuang Yi often made an effort to visit and chat with his father-in-law. Thus, he perceived this call, like many before, as nothing out of the ordinary. "All right, Dad. I'll come by tonight to share some good news and some bad news." Upon hearing the phrase bad news, a flicker of concern crossed Zhu Jiangwo's brow. He composed himself and replied, "That's fine, son. Take your time. I'll be waiting for you." After exchanging pleasantries and bidding farewell, Zhu Jiangwo hung up the phone, feeling a tinge of melancholy. After a moment's pause, he sighed. When he learned that Zhuang Yi would return to the Zhu household that evening, Zhu Yinqi's fear dissipated, and she joyfully snuggled closer to her father, wrapping her arm around his. "Thank you, Dad, you're the best. My husband listens to you so well. You must coax him back home tonight. Life without him has been unbearable. The company has been plagued with issues, and no one cares about my stomach aches. The nanny's cooking doesn't compare to his. Even the dog won't eat the meal she prepares." Zhu Yinqi spoke sweetly, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, as she affectionately leaned her head against her father's shoulder. Zhu Jiangwo, who had originally intended to scold, found his dissatisfaction melting away under his daughter's charm. "Humph, you little girl, always causing trouble for this old bone of mine. From now on, you are forbidden for poisoning my son. Do you hear me? Only you are my daughter. Had it been anyone else, losing a hand would be a light punishment." He gazed at his daughter with gentle eyes, his words fierce, yet his heart brimming with affection. Junyan's wife paid no heed, her mind solely occupied with the prospect of reuniting with her husband tonight. "I promise not to bully him for the next few days. I shall never mistreat him in this lifetime." Zhu Jiangwo playfully pinched her fair cheek. In the evening, Zhuang Yi cradled several bottles of wine in his right arm while dialing by Yun's number with his left, informing her that he would not be returning home for dinner. Entering the courtyard of the Zhu family villa, he made his way to the living room. Junyan's wife had been waiting eagerly, rushing to Zhuang Yi's side and wrapping her arms around his. "Darling, you haven't been home for several days, and we haven't spent time together. Can you bear to be apart?" She looked up at him, her eyes slightly red, as if she had shed tears at some point. "Zhuang Yi, you'll be out partying tonight. Even if I stay home, I want to get to see you." Junyan's wife's pupils constricted, her expression faltering. Zhuang Yi attempted to free himself from her embrace, but at that moment, Zhu Jiangwo approached with a benevolent demeanor, preventing such actions. He quickly smiled and said, "Dad, it's been half a month since we last met. You look much younger. Flattery suits you. Come sit beside me and share a few cups of tea." Zhu Jiangwo replied, gently removing Zhu Yin's hands and leading Zhuang Yi to the sofa. Zhu Yin, feeling envious, followed closely, sandwiching Zhuang Yi between the two of them. In the presence of his father-in-law, Zhuang Yi felt awkward about pushing Zhu Yin away, so he engaged in casual conversation with Zhu Jiangwo instead. After about half an hour and 2 rounds of tea, Zhuang Yi sensed it was time to address the main topic. Dad, I came today mainly to discuss 2 matters with you. Both Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yin involuntarily shivered, a palpable sense of disappointment washing over them. The first matter is that I have started a company, a small renovation firm located near Dingyang University. Once it's up and running, I will take you to see it. Leaning against his shoulder, Zhu Yin seized the opportunity to interject. Darling, you started a company and didn't even tell your wife? Let me lend you some money. That won't be necessary, Zhuang Yi replied coldly. Even Zhu Jiangwo could discern the frigid tone in Zhuang Yi's voice, as if he were drawing an invisible line. Awkwardly smiling, Zhu Jiangwo produced a bank card from somewhere. Son, every man should have his own career. I have felt uneasy all these years, relying on you to support this girl. This card contains 10 million, with the password being 114514. Consider it my support for your startup. If you need more, just come back home. Everything I have is yours. Without a flicker of hesitation, Zhu Jiangwo pushed the bank card toward Zhuang Yi. Zhuang, deeply appreciating this gesture, promptly returned the card, resolutely stating, Dad, I appreciate your goodwill, but I do not require this money. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unmoved, and even more so to say he was unaffected. However, having resolutely decided to pursue a divorce and to leave with nothing, it was inconceivable to accept any form of gift. After a prolonged exchange of refusals, Zhu Jiangwo, upon witnessing his son's unwavering gaze, reluctantly conceded. He retrieved the bank card, yet reiterated his insistence that any financial needs must be directed to him. Very well, father, Zhuang Yi replied. Then came the second matter. I intend to divorce Zhu Yinchi. This declaration struck Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yinchi like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily stunned. Zhuang Yi, no longer withholding, spoke plainly. I refuse. Zhu Yinchi's voice trembled, her eyes growing increasingly red and moist. How could you voice such sentiments to our father? It has been so many days. Surely the anger should have subsided. Why do you still insist on pursuing a divorce? Chapter 24. Can a broken marriage be mended? After so many days of turmoil, your anger should have subsided. I took care of the situation when you struck me, and though I previously asked for an apology that never came, I no longer dwell on it. I have already made significant concessions. Why do you still insist on pursuing a divorce? Zhu Yinchi believed that Zhuang Yi was merely throwing a childish tantrum, which led her to disregard his grievances and complaints. She had hoped to coax him back home with her father as assistance, but as days passed, her husband's desire for divorce became increasingly overt. She was truly alarmed, her pitiful eyes fixed on Zhuang Yi. Fortunately, with Huang Shui providing her solace, otherwise, the weight of his words would have plunged her into deeper despair. Though both are human, Huang Shui treated her with kindness, in stark contrast to this husband. In the past, when Zhu Yinchi had lost her temper, she thought it would subdue Zhuang Yi, but instead, it only fortified his resolve to end their marriage. Thus, this time, she kept her thoughts to herself, afraid to voice them, terrified that her husband might truly leave her. Zhu Jiangwo firmly grasped Zhuang Yi's hand. Son, divorce is no trivial matter. You and Yinchi have been well together for years. How can you simply decide to part ways? In the kitchen, Zhu Yiqing rushed out in disbelief, staring at Zhuang Yi. Xiao Zhuang, you. Zhuang Yi dismissed Zhu Yinchi and addressed the others. Dad, Qingjie, let us speak plainly. Zhu Yinchi deserves a better partner. This marriage must end. I will not bring shame upon the Zhu family. I shall leave with nothing and bear the blame, ensuring that not a shred of dignity is lost for the Zhu family. Zhuang Yi spoke with unwavering conviction, his expression resolute, as though he had meticulously contemplated all possible repercussions. Observing Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yiqing's lack of anger, replaced instead by anxiety, he understood that they were aware of part of the situation. He chose not to elaborate further, firmly stating his position. The discord of divorce had reached his parents. And even Zhu Yinshi, no matter how naive, could see that her husband's heart was truly shattered. Thus, she felt a sense of resentment towards him. It found it difficult to voice any reproach. Husband, are you still upset about Huang Shui and me? I assure you, our relationship is entirely innocent. I've already warned her. She would never dare to jest with me during our calls again. The baseless whispers you may have heard will never reach your ears again. I will amend all the things you dislike, if only you would allow it. Zhu Yinshi softened her tone, anxiously wrapping her arms around Zhuang Yi. He shot her a glare, for he now believed only in what he could see, dismissing her half-truths as mere fabrications. Zhu Yinshi, I have granted you numerous chances. It is you who have failed to cherish them. Feeling a twinge of grievance, Zhu Yinshi replied, I need someone to be with me. Huang Shui and that young man can accompany you, indulge you in frivolities, and share your nights. I did not indulge in frivolities. I did not engage in debauchery or spend the night with her. Zhu Yinshi was on the verge of tears, her eyes growing warm and increasingly red. Yet, in her desperation, she inadvertently uttered a falsehood. Zhu Jiangwo sensed the unfavorable atmosphere and swiftly moved his chair aside, squatting before Zhuang Yi with sincerity as he embraced his arms. Son, I have looked into it. The Huang family holds significant power, and nurturing a good relationship with them would greatly benefit Nianwei's career. She is striving for her career, not intentionally trying to provoke your anger. Please consider giving Nianwei another chance. As she has assured me, she will amend her ways, all right? Zhu Jiangwo's words carried a hint of supplication. He understood that if he could touch Zhuang Yi's heart, there might still be hope for a resolution. Zhuang Yi gazed at Zhu Jiangwo, his brow furrowed in turmoil. His emotions a tangled web, rendering him speechless. As both a senior and a father-in-law, he felt unable to retort, yet he could not acquiesce either. After marriage, although Zhuang Yi and Zhu Jiangwo had experienced conflicts, with each instant Zhuang Yi proved his worth, Zhu Jiangwo increasingly valued him. The turning point came when Zhuang Yi saved Zhu Jiangwo's life. His demeanor transformed entirely, affectionately calling Zhuang Yi son, even more so than his own two daughters. In Zhuang Yi's heart, he had long regarded Zhu Jiangwo as a father figure, equating him with Sister Baiyun in emotional regard. If it were Wang Xiaomei or Zhu Yeqing, Zhuang Yi would have politely declined, but with Zhu Jiangwo, he found himself at a loss for words. Witnessing Zhuang Yi's prolonged silence, Zhu Jiangwo felt a pang of disappointment. He wished to prevent his son from divorce while sparing him embarrassment. Finally, an idea struck him. Son, even in the event of a divorce, there is a 1-month cooling-off period. Just consider it a favor to your father and grant Nianwei a month to rectify her behavior. After a month, if she remains unrepentant, you may proceed with the divorce. I will not hinder you. In fact, I could facilitate a special divorce process to expedite matters. Zhu Jiangwo's tone was earnest, his eyes reflecting profound paternal love. He was willing to stake his standing in Zhuang Yi's heart to mend the rift between the couple. If Zhuang Yi still refused after such an offer, Zhu Jiangwo would truly be at a loss. Zhuang Yi and Zhu Jiangwo locked eyes, a lengthy silence enveloping them. Before he reluctantly nodded, a divorce involves a cooling-off period of a month. Seeing his father-in-law humbled to such an extent, Zhuang Yi felt a pang in his heart if he were to refuse. Zhu Nianwei immediately brightened, wrapping her arms around her beloved's neck and showering his face with kisses. Thank you, darling. I promise I won't make you angry again. Love you, Mua. Mu. Zhu Yeqing patted her chest, relieved as she returned to the kitchen. Zhu Jiangwo exhaled in relief and swiftly redirected the conversation to prevent Zhuang Yi from having second thoughts. Son, let us go eat. Let's not dwell on these unpleasant matters. Tonight, let us drink until we're merry. In truth, Zhu Jiangwo had long devised plans to keep his son-in-law around. As long as Zhu Nianwei behaved herself in the coming days, he was confident that their relationship could be restored in less than a month. Zhuang Yi was a straightforward man, while Zhu Nianwei had grown accustomed to being domineering, often having Zhuang Yi cater to her comfort. Thus, Zhu Jiangwo intended for Zhu Nianwei to learn from animated shows in the coming days, ensuring she would know how to please Zhuang Yi effectively. Drawing from his years of experience, he confidently assured that he could make Zhuang Yi forget the past, even bringing him to a state of ecstatic delight. With this thought, Zhu Jiangwo revealed a sly smile and eagerly dragged Zhuang Yi towards the dining hall. Zhuang Yi managed a forced smile, feeling uneasy as he followed. A month, neither too long nor too short, yet it left a bitter taste in his heart. In the past, when marital troubles arose, he had fought desperately to salvage the relationship. He had failed. Now, with the marriage in tatters, could it ever be restored? Chapter 25. Huang Shui calls again at the dining table. The servants had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, with an array of visually appealing and delectable dishes filling the table. Zhuang Yi, along with his mother-in-law Wang Xiumei and Zhu Yeqing, exchanged greetings before sending a message to Sister Baiyun, informing her that they would not be returning home for the night. The family enjoyed their meal in harmony, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. On Zhuang Yi's left and right sat Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Nianqi. "Father, I know you adore shrimp, so I've peeled a few for you," Zhuang Yi said, his hands slick with juice as he picked up some peeled shrimp and placed them in Zhu Jiangwo's bowl. Good, good. My son is so thoughtful now. Please cut me some crab meat as well," Zhu Jiangwo replied, his satisfaction evident as his eyes crinkled into slits. "Sure." Zhuang Yi wiped his hands and proceeded to cut some crab meat for Zhu Jiangwo. It must be said that Zhuang Yi's dexterity was remarkable. Even a family as private chef could not peel and cut as swiftly as he. Ordinarily, when Zhuang Yi returned home, Zhu Jiangwo wouldn't allow the chef to cook, insisting that they assist Zhuang Yi instead. Nearby, Zhu Nianqi playfully nudged Zhuang Yi with her elbow, a hint of jealousy in her voice. "Why are you cutting for him? Do it for me. I am your wife." Zhuang Yi scooped a small bowl of crab meat and poured it into his father-in-law's bowl. "You can handle it yourself." Zhu Nianqi pouted, amusing both Zhu Yeqing and Wang Xiumei. The family atmosphere was warm and harmonious, filled with laughter and joy. However, at that moment, ding! Zhu Nianqi's phone rang abruptly at the table, the caller ID displaying her close friend Huang Shui. Zhuang Yi glanced at it, his previously calm demeanor suddenly stiffening. Unaware of the current tension, Zhu Nianqi reached out her delicate hand to answer the call. Zhuang Yi abruptly grasped her arm. "Hang up." In an instant, the cheerful ambience vanished, replaced by a heavy silence. Zhu Nianqi stared at her husband, momentarily taken aback before she spoke. "All right, I'll listen to you, dear. Tonight is the happiest day of my life, and I won't let anyone disturb it." With that, she pressed the hang-up button. Zhuang Yi sighed in relief and peeled a shrimp for Zhu Nianqi. "This is a reward for you. Just point to what you want, and I'll shell it for you. So you want to get your hands dirty." He felt a sense of comfort. His wife understood and was willing to amend her ways. And there was still hope for their relationship. As long as she could be sensible, the mistakes of the past could be gradually rectified. As long as she remained understanding, he would slowly assist her in selecting suitable friends, regardless of gender. Just as he thought this, Zhu Nianqi smiled radiantly, looking quite lovely. "Thank you, dear." Noticing her husband's instinctive reaction, Zhu Nianqi began to understand. Her husband held traditional views and could not accept her deep connections with other women. Perhaps if she maintained a slight distance from Huang Shui, her husband would not feel jealous. But in the next moment, ding, the phone rang again, displaying the same caller ID, her close friend Huang Shui. Zhuang Yi felt a surge of anger and was ready to hang up. However, Zhu Nianqi answered even more swiftly, activating the speakerphone. "Hello, darling." Huang Shui's voice carried a hint of urgency, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Nianqi promptly interrupted. "Huang Shui, I am currently dining with my husband, so please refrain from calling for now. We can discuss work matters tomorrow. By the way, from now on, address me as Nianqi. Calling me darling will only make my possessive husband jealous." With that, Zhu Nianqi hung up without waiting for a response. She turned to Zhuang Yi, playfully saying, "Honey, let us eat." The family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuang Yi forced a bittersweet smile. Although he was reluctant for his wife to interact with Huang Shui tomorrow, he reassured himself that as long as she maintained a healthy distance, even if she were to spend the night with a male client, he would not be consumed by suspicion. If only trust and respect were paramount in a marriage, not deceit, distrust, or third parties. Zhuang Yi contemplated whether he could forgive his wife. He merely wished that time would help to alleviate everything. Zhu Yinshi felt a twinge of sadness, disliking the notion of appearing in such a manner before her parents. Yet, considering how much she had already compromised to win back her husband, she thought, what harm was there in taking another step back? Zhu Jiangwo quickly attempted to lighten the mood. Son, let's not discuss this tonight. We should enjoy this meal, and then let your father indulge in a bit of revelry. Zhuang Yi nodded, serving soup and dishes to his father-in-law and wife. Just when he thought the farce had concluded, a minute later, ring. Caller ID, younger brother Zhu Yangyang. Zhuang Yi's frustration surged, his fingers clenching into fists, producing a crackling sound. Zhu Jiangwo was even more incensed, rising to shout, rascals. The Huang family's children are utterly lacking in manners. Nianqi's father, do tone it down a bit. We don't want them to overhear, Huang Xiumei soothed. Zhu Yinshi picked up her phone to check. Dad, it's not Huang Xiumei. It's our younger brother Zhu Yangyang. Upon hearing it was not Huang Xiumei, Zhuang Yi slightly relaxed his fists. Zhu Jiangwo did the same. Xiaoyang? What a coincidence. Zhu Yinshi placed her phone in front of Zhuang Yi, raising her eyebrows triumphantly, as if to say, why don't you hang up on him? Zhuang Yi replied coolly. He calls you sister-in-law as if he were addressing you directly. How could I possibly deny you the chance to speak? Zhu Yinshi gently rested her delicate finger on Zhuang Yi's lips. No jealousy allowed. He is my dear brother. Our bond is unbreakable. Zhuang Yi was somewhat taken aback, but quieted down. After all, they were siblings. It wouldn't he do too? Shaking his head, Zhuang Yi realized he was indeed being a bit petty. Zhu Yinshi answered the call. Hello, Yang. What's the matter calling so late? The next moment, a whimpering voice came through the phone. Wah. Sister-in-law, hurry and save me. I'm hurt and bleeding a lot. Instantly, the entire family, except for Zhuang Yi, stood up. Xiaoyang is hurt? Where are you now? No wonder the call was directed to my sister. Both Uncle Zhu Wenba and his wife are out today, leaving only Xiaoyang at home. Xiaoyang, remain calm. Aunt Wang is also here. Please articulate your thoughts clearly. An atmosphere of profound tension enveloped the entire family. Zhuang Yi found himself at a loss for words, unfamiliar with the Zhu family's affairs, and thus chose to remain silent. The smile that once adorned Zhu Nian's wife's face faded, her complexion paling as her voice softened considerably. Yang, tell me where you are. I will come right away. Sister, I am home. Hurry and save me. It hurts so much, boo-hoo. The sobs in Zhu Yangyang's voice tightened everyone's hearts. The impact of maternal love on an 18-year-old boy is self-evident. Yet, Zhuang Yi couldn't shake off a lingering sense of discomfort, akin to the bitterness of green tea stuck in his throat. At that moment, another woman's voice emerged from the phone. Darling Yinshi, do you have a moment to come over? Zhu Yangyang is bleeding from his thigh and abdomen. Seeing him cry out in pain and asking for you breaks my heart. Those words sent shivers coursing through Zhuang Yi's entire being, his pupils constricting in shock. Huang Xiumei, Chapter 26. From this moment on, we are like strangers. Huang Xiumei never anticipated that her dear friend, Zhu Yinshi, would be at Zhu Yangyang's home. Didn't I just tell you not to call me darling? All right, Mr. Zhu is Mr. Zhu acceptable? Are you coming to save your dear Yangyang or not? Huang Xiumei's tone carried a hint of reproach. Just wait, I'll go right now. Quickly call 120. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yinshi hastily pushed back her chair, eager to leave. Zhuang Yi suddenly grasped her arm, his expression impassive, lost in his thoughts. You mustn't go. Zhu Yinshi furrowed her brow, disappointment flickering in her gaze. Darling, please don't be selfish. Zhu Yangyang is my brother. He's injured. You can't just turn a blind eye because Huang Xiumei is by his side, can you? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yi's face turned icy. I am indeed selfish. You mustn't go. Her mother, Huang Xiumei, slammed her hand on the table in outrage. You freeloading man. Zhu Yangyang is the only son of the Zhu family. Do you wish for our lineage to end? Enough. I've told you countless times. Zhuang Yi is the cornerstone of our company. Zhu Jiangwo interjected, his tone firm as he defended Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi remained silent. He was not foolish. He discerned that Huang Xiumei was provoking them. Huang Xiumei aimed to force Zhu Yinshi to choose between Zhuang Yi and herself. Had it been otherwise, she could have easily kept quiet. allowing Zhu Yangyang to coax Zhu Nianqi over. If Zhuang Yi was to be selfish, then so be it. The essence of love is selfishness. Zhuang Yi desired to possess Zhu Nianqi entirely. He was unwilling to share her with that damned homosexual, that wretched man. Zhu Yangyang cried out in distress, "Sister, please come quickly. I can't bear the pain any longer." Zhu Nianqi's heart twisted with anguish. In a fit of anger, she wrenched her arm free from her husband's grasp. "Fine, I will go right now. You stay still and listen to Sister Huang Shui. Let her take care of you first." As she spoke, she quickened her pace to leave the dining room. Zhu Nianqi. Zhuang Yi's voice was frigid, choked with emotion. Zhu Nianqi halted at the sound of his voice, biting her lip in frustration as she turned to face him. She beheld Zhuang Yi's eyes, shrouded in a thick, tar-like darkness, void of light, devoid of sorrow, anger, or even a hint of reluctance. Only a despairing emptiness remained. "In my eyes, my father will always be my biological father, and I shall never renege on my promise to him. However, if you go, I swear to the heavens that for this month, no matter how you try to reconcile, I shall never set foot in the Zhu family again. You and I will part ways from this moment on, vanishing from each other's lives. I have never met Zhu Nianqi, and you have never met me. We are like strangers." His words, spoken with a calmness akin to discussing trivial matters, pierced each heart present like daggers, delivering an agonizing blow. In truth, when a husband feels compelled to make such a venomous vow to salvage his beloved, he has already lost. Zhu Jiangwo was taken back. He had never witnessed Zhuang Yi's face so composed and cold. This served as the ultimate test of their marital bond. "Zhu Nianqi, come back here," he shouted. "I shall handle Zhu Yangyang. I'll contact a private physician right away. You must remain here for dinner." The father-in-law underestimated Zhuang Yi's resolve. This son-in-law genuinely regarded Huang Shui as a rival for his wife, a mortal enemy. If he, as the father, did not act decisively, the connections of the Huang family and his own son-in-law would be irrevocably lost. "Old man, what business do you have meddling in this?" Wang Xiaomei retorted, casting a fierce glare at Zhuang. The mother-in-law had never held a favorable view of this orphan son-in-law, and now she wished to interfere with the Zhu family's attempts to safeguard their male heir. Was there no sense of justice in this world? Silence. Zhu Jiangwo approached, grasping Zhu Nianqi's wrist, attempting to pull her back forcibly. From his phone, Zhu Yangyang's voice echoed with distress. "I don't want to. I want to see Sister Nianqi. I can't be at ease without seeing Sister Nianqi." Then, he added, "Bad uncle, you don't like Yangyang. You just prevented Sister Nianqi from coming. You scolded me. You don't care about Yangyang anymore." Zhu Jiangwo felt a surge of agitation, recalling that Zhu Yangyang was his brother's biological son. He urgently said, "No, little Yangyang, Uncle needs Nianqi to handle something at home. Please be obedient." The father-in-law did not lack affection for his nephew, but the firmness in Zhuang Yi's tone was unmistakable. Wasting time only heightened Zhu Nianqi's impatience. With a hint of anger, she declared, "Enough, Dad. Zhu Yangyang is merely 18, just a child who needs care and affection. Husband, to forsake an injured person for the sake of a woman is utterly hopeless. I will send Yangyang off in the ambulance and return immediately. One cannot be foolish in matters of great significance." Zhu Nianqi endeavored to suppress her emotions, severing the call and striding towards the door. Zhuang Yi observed her retreating figure, his expression inscrutable, yet his heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. He understood that his wife's choice at this moment would irrevocably alter the course of their lives. Once Zhu Nianqi had completely vanished from the Zhu family villa, Zhuang Yi exhaled a heavy sigh, calmly stating, "Father, let us dine. If we delay further, the food will grow cold." Zhu Jiangwo felt an acute sense of embarrassment, seating himself once more beside Zhuang Yi. "Now that's more like it. Do not forget, it is our Zhu family that has supported you, allowing you to reach where you are today," Wang Xiaomei remarked, rolling her eyes. "Old woman, refrain from speaking," Zhu Jiangwo admonished, patting Zhuang Yi's back. "So, Zhu Yangyang has always been fond of Nianqi. There is no need for jealousy." "Father, I'm not jealous. Let's simply eat." Zhuang Yi maintained it. His mind lost in contemplation. "Little Zhuang, You are so well-behaved. Sister will also accompany you. Will you peel shrimp for sister? Zhu Yeqing shifted to sit in the spot previously occupied by Zhu Yanqi, acknowledging she held no authority in their marital matters and thus sought to rekindle the atmosphere. Zhuang Yi cast her a glance, choosing to ignore her. Alas, that foolish woman Huang Shui, with nothing better to do after a hearty meal, decided to visit Xiao Yang's home. Suddenly, Zhu Jiangwo inexplicably chimed in. Father, please do not be angry. If you let your temper get the better of you, whom shall I turn to for solace and drink? Zhuang Yi maintained an air of nonchalance, turning instead to soothe his father-in-law. While he might disregard others, he understood the necessity of keeping amicable relations with his father-in-law, for they would inevitably cross paths in the future. Chapter 27. Stubbornness and Selective Memory. Zhu Yanqi arrived at the courtyard, opened the door of her Rolls-Royce, and immediately set off. The villa where Zhu Yangyang lived was not far from home, so she reached her destination in half an hour, without even taking the car keys. Zhu Yanqi rushed into the villa, knocking vigorously on the door multiple times. Yangyang, sister is here. Why is the door still locked? After knocking for about a minute, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a resplendent interior. Following that, a multitude of elegantly dressed guests stood at the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of firecrackers erupted, and colorful streamers fluttered in the air. A few small pieces of confetti gently descended onto Zhu Yanqi's head. Stunned at the doorway, a mix of astonishment and unease washed over her. Just as she was about to speak, Zhu Yangyang slipped through the crowd, grasping Zhu Yanqi's fair hand. Sister, today is my birthday. Zhu Yangyang exclaimed with innocent glee, showing no signs of injury. Not a single scratch marred her flawless skin. Birthday? Zhu Yanqi quickly realized the situation and prepared to leave. Yangyang, don't play such pranks next time. It makes your sister worry for nothing. Zhu Yangyang hurriedly tightened her grip on Zhu Yanqi's hand, refusing to let go. Wait, sister. Don't go. All right, Yangyang, be good. I'll celebrate your birthday with you next year. Okay. Zhu Yanqi was not angry with the child. She simply felt a bit frustrated and wished to leave. As a delicate young girl, Zhu Yangyang was unable to overpower Zhu Yanqi, so she boldly revealed the truth. Wait, sister. Today, you are the leading lady. Zhu Yanqi paused in her steps, her gaze wavering as she turned to look at Zhu Yangyang. The gathering today was meant to celebrate her as one of the protagonists. Zhu Yangyang blinked her starry eyes, conveying a warmth that was deeply affectionate. Sister, what does it mean to be the leading lady? In that moment, Zhu Yanqi found herself engulfed in confusion. Zhu Yangyang's innocent and radiant smile seemed to possess a magical charm. With a snap of her fingers, everyone parted to create a pathway leading indoors. At the end of the path stood a magnificent stage adorned with 570 photographs of Zhu Yanqi and Zhu Yangyang. 18 years, one photo for each day, perfectly matching the number. This scene caused a blush to rise on Zhu Yanqi's face. She suddenly lost her ability to think, feeling all her displeasure and gloom dissipate. Seizing the moment, Zhu Yangyang earnestly declared, Sister, tonight's leading man is me, and the leading lady is you, who has accompanied me throughout my growth. In all my limited memories, it has always been your meticulous care for me. Today is my birthday, a day I have awaited for 18 long years so. After expressing these heartfelt words, Zhu Yangyang initially intended to kiss Zhu Yanqi and present her with a red rose. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, leading her to consider something even more delightful. He took out a rose from behind, biting it gently as if confessing to a lover, and knelt on one knee. His voice filled with sincerity. Sister, please celebrate my birthday with me and help me blow out the candles. In that moment, Zhu Yanqi's heart melted. Completely forgetting the family banquet, her cheeks slightly flushed. She realized that Zhu Yangyang was being affectionate, but she never anticipated such a grand birthday celebration. Silly child, creating a birthday party as extravagant as a wedding ceremony. Hurry up, lest you dirty your knees. Zhu Yanqi's voice trembled with emotion as she couldn't help but stroke Zhu Yangyang's hair, reflecting on the significance of this moment. She knew she should be present for her brother during such an important occasion. When Zhu Yang was 18, she had taken his first experience from him. Now, As Yang Yang reached 18, she bestowed upon him boundless tenderness. Zhu Yangyang scratched his head innocently, exclaiming, "Hee hee, I'm not afraid. If my clothes get dirty, I'll just throw them away." Zhu Yinchi chuckled indulgently and helped him up. Suddenly, she remembered something crucial. She and T bought a birthday gift. At that moment, Huang Shui emerged, clapping her hands, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box, which she placed in Zhu Yinchi's hands. "Don't worry, dear Yinchi. I anticipated your thoughts and prepared 2 gifts for you." Zhu Yinchi was momentarily taken aback, and in a daze, she accepted the gift box, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Shui." Around them, the sound of cameras clicking echoed, and the cheers of guests filled the villa. In this half-hearted acceptance, Zhu Yinchi felt at ease as she entered the villa to partake in the birthday celebration, unaware that among the guests Huang Shui had brought, a pinhole camera had been discreetly set up. In the Zhu family villa's courtyard, at 2 in the morning, Zhuang Yi, as usual, drank excessively with Zhu Jiangwo and lay down in the courtyard, fast asleep, unbothered by the risk of catching a cold the next day. Zhu Yeqing brought over 2 large blankets and covered both Zhuang Yi and Zhu Jiangwo. She noticed a faint smile gracing Zhuang Yi's lips as he slept, looking strikingly handsome and charming. Zhu Yeqing gazed at his profile, lost in thought for a while before reluctantly returning to the villa. Sitting on the sofa, she aimlessly scrolled through her phone. Little Zhu was enjoying his drinking session with their father, seemingly unconcerned about Zhu Yinchi's actions. Thankfully, he had passed out drunk. Had he realized Yinchi hadn't returned home yet? Sigh. Zhu Yeqing shook her head, feeling utterly helpless. Little did she know that behind Zhuang Yi's smile lay countless struggles and pains, transformed into a complete release. To be precise, he had seen through his wife. She was merely a forgetful person who couldn't remember her transgressions. Late emerging affection is worth less than grass. A woman who strays does not deserve forgiveness. For even if forgiven, she remains a woman who has strayed. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the courtyard of the Zhu family villa, illuminating Zhuang Yi's face. After a while, he groggily woke up, his head pounding, and he rubbed his temples incessantly. "Alas, I have overindulged once more." Beside me, Zhu Jiangwo snores thunderously, his complexion flushed and a faint smile gracing his lips. He is quite inebriated. Zhuang Yi rises and approaches him, murmuring softly, "Father, I shall prepare a hangover remedy. Do wake up soon." Zhu Jiangwo, in a drunken haze, nods his head before turning over to continue his slumber, showing no signs of waking. By 9 in the morning, after both have consumed the hangover soup, their spirits have improved somewhat. Zhuang Yi still has matters regarding the company's renovation to attend to, so he bids Zhu Jiangwo farewell and prepares to leave the house. Upon hearing that his son-in-law is departing, Zhu Yin's wife, who had not returned home the previous night, remains unaccounted for. Zhu Jiangwo feels a mixture of anger and embarrassment, prompting him to summon Wang Xiaomei and Zhu Yeqing to accompany Zhuang Yi on his way. The 3 engage in lively conversation as they exit the Zhu family's villa, walking along a smooth path. "All right, father, this is far enough. There is no need for further escorting." "Very well, do visit often, my son, and let us reminisce together." Just as they are bidding farewell, a Rolls-Royce glides into view, coming to a stop before the group. A maid emerges from the driver's seat, bows to Zhuang Yi and the others, then retrieves a folding bicycle from the trunk before hastily departing. Zhu Jiangwo and the others are left in shock, while only Zhuang Yi maintains a stoic expression, gazing at the passenger seat. As anticipated, the door to the passenger side opens slowly, revealing an enchanting beauty, reeking of alcohol. Her cheeks flushed a captivating crimson. With her delicate feet adorned in high heels, she stumbles out, utterly inebriated. It is Zhu Yin's wife. The 4 stand in silence, the only sound being her slurred speech. "Cheers. Hee hee. Huang Shui, do not touch me. My husband is very jealous, and if he finds out, he will surely become envious." Chapter 28. We have no future together, Zhu Yinchi. Is she not supposed to be taking care of Zhu Yangyang? How did she end up drinking to the point of unconsciousness? Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yeqing wore expressions of distress, while Wang Xiaomei, after a moment of surprise, revealed a benevolent smile. "Yinchi, you have arrived just in time. Zhuang Yi is about to leave. Let us bid him farewell together. Wang Xiaomei's face was alight with joy, completely unperturbed by her daughter's inebriated state. In a state of complete drunkenness, Zhu Nianqi staggered forward, her movements unsteady and labored, nearly unable to maintain her balance. As if driven by instinct, she bumbled towards Zhuang Yi, exclaiming, "Darling, where are you going? Shall I drive you?" Yet, just a few steps later, her footing faltered, causing her to trip over herself and lurch forward. Zhuang Yi remained impassive, silently witnessing her impending fall. At the very moment she was about to hit the ground, Wang Xiaomei swiftly extended her arm, narrowly catching Zhu Nianqi. "Zhuang, as Zhu Nianqi's husband, how can you stand by and watch her fall? If it weren't for my quick reflexes, she would have hit the ground." Wang Xiaomei scolded Zhuang Yi, her face etched with concern unique to a mother. Zhu Nianqi, inebriated and leaning against Wang Xiaomei, managed to smile through her haze upon recognizing Zhuang Yi's face. "Hee, thank you, darling, for supporting me." Zhuang Yi shot her a cold glare, showing no hesitation as he turned away. Zhu Jiangwo noted that his son-in-law's expression was devoid of anger or joy, but rather shrouded in darkness. He had anticipated Zhuang Yi's wrath upon witnessing his wife's drunkenness, but the man displayed no emotion, treating her as if she were a stranger. Zhu Jiangwo understood that this was not a good omen. "Zhuang, is this how you conduct yourself as a son-in-law? Your wife is in this condition, and you merely turn your back on her. Hurry up and help her inside." Wang Xiaomei's voice rose several decibels as she glared at Zhuang Yi's retreating figure. "Be quiet. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Zhu Jiangwo's dissatisfaction grew. His son-in-law's demeanor was clearly off, yet this mother was only exacerbating the situation. Meanwhile, Zhu Yeqing hurried over to cover Wang Xiaomei's mouth. Wang Xiaomei wore an expression of being wronged, unable to vent her frustrations at Zhu Jiangwo and her daughters. She could only seethe inwardly at Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi appeared unperturbed, his measured steps carrying him further away. As Zhu Nianqi watched her husband prepare to leave, her dazed expression shifted to one of confusion as she lifted her chin. "Darling, where are you going?" "To eliminate your beloved Huang Xiwei and Zhu Yangyang," Zhuang Yi replied flatly. Zhu Jiangwo's pupils constricted at these words. He recognized it as a jest, or at least a temporary jest, given that Zhuang Yi lacked the strength to confront the Zhu and Huang families. However, to voice such intent in front of the Zhu family was a serious matter. It hinted at a desire to sever ties completely, to become strangers. Zhu Yeqing was taken aback, while Wang Xiaomei was immediately infuriated, forcefully swatting away her hand that covered her mouth. "How dare you utter such blasphemous words? You wretched creature who wishes to poison the male heirs of the Zhu family." "Enough, Wang Xiaomei." "Silence," Zhu Jiangwo bellowed, instantly silencing her. The more he contemplated, the greater his guilt became. He slowly raised his right hand and forcefully slapped it against his own face. The sound echoed, so loud that even Zhuang Yi halted in his tracks. "Son, father made a mistake last night. I failed to keep Nianqi by my side. Please do not treat me as a stranger. Do not forsake the Zhu family." Zhuang Yi's brow furrowed in pain as he turned around. "Father, I was merely jesting. Do not harm yourself. If you injure yourself, who will drink with me?" His words were delivered lightly. Yet, was it truly a jest? "Very well. I shall not harm myself. I will find ways to compensate you. Wealth, connections, societal status, anything you desire, I will provide." Zhu Jiangwo swallowed hard, his mind racing with Zhuang Yi's words from the previous night. Zhuang Yi and Zhu Nianqi were destined to vanish from each other's lives. "I truly am a fool. In my old age, I have made such a grievous error as the head of the family. On Zhu Yangyang's end, even if it meant tarnishing their reputation. It would have been prudent to intervene forcefully, binding Zhu Nianqi at home. That would have been the right choice. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Nianqi's steadfastness in rescuing Zhu Yangyang would have shown her discernment and moral clarity. But now, with the marriage on the verge of collapse, her actions would undoubtedly be perceived as a wife disregarding her husband's feelings, rushing to Zhu Yangyang's aid. This was a path to ruin. As if this were not enough, the critical point now was Zhu Nianqi did not appear to be rescuing anyone. Rather, She seemed to have indulged in debauchery all night, returning home in a drunken stupor. Her initial impression was one of insincere apologies, unrepentant and oblivious to her wrongdoings. Seeing Zhu Jiangwo reluctantly lower his arms and Zhuang Yi's pallid expression soften slightly, the tension in the air shifted. At that moment, a drunken Zhu Nianqi, noticing her husband's intention to leave, pushed aside Wang Xiaomei and staggered toward Zhuang Yi. "Honey, are you jealous again?" "Speaking nonsense. Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang have treated me so well. How can you harbor such ill thoughts about them?" Zhuang Yi replied coldly, "If they are so good, you may marry them." Upon hearing this biting sarcasm, Wang Xiaomei struggled to contain her urge to hurl insults, but was firmly restrained by Zhu Yeqing. "Husband, do not speak in jest. Your wife loves you dearly. How could she ever marry another?" Zhu Nianqi, with a cheerful demeanor, approached and flung herself into Zhuang Yi's embrace. "Is that so?" Zhuang Yi, with a firm grip on her collar, spoke calmly. "Father, sister, mother-in-law, please leave us." Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yeqing exchanged astonished glances, having comprehended Zhuang Yi's intentions, and discreetly took Wang Xiaomei home. Zhu Nianqi, still swaying from the intoxication, remained blissfully unaware of her embarrassing predicament. With a swift motion, Zhuang Yi delivered a sharp slap. The sting jolted Zhu Nianqi, her eyes clearing slightly, though the effects of the alcohol still dulled her awareness of the gravity of the situation. "Did my husband just hit me? No, that can't be. How could my husband possibly strike me?" Her tone was soft and laced with disbelief. Slap! Zhuang Yi delivered another resounding blow. Zhu Nian's cheeks flushed crimson, the effects of the alcohol gradually fading, and her expression turned pale as clarity returned. "Husband?" Zhuang Yi asked nonchalantly, "Are you sober now? Do you require another slap?" Husband. I merely went to save Yang Yang. Please allow me to explain," Zhu Nian stammered, desperately attempting to articulate her thoughts. Zhuang Yi maintained his indifferent demeanor, replying, "I haven't even inquired yet, so what is there to explain?" At his words, Zhu Nian's face drained of color, and she hastily wrapped her arms around Zhuang Yi's waist, pleading, "Husband, it's not as you perceive. I was coerced into drinking by Huang Shui. I promise." Before she could finish, Zhuang Yi coldly interrupted, "There is no future for us." Chapter 29. A complete break. "Do not call me husband again. We have no future." Upon uttering these words, Zhuang Yi released Zhu Nian's collar and forcefully pushed her away. Although her mind cleared, her body remained under the influence of alcohol, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. She shook her head repeatedly, her complexion ashen. "Husband, please don't leave. I won't allow you to go. I beg you to listen to my explanation. I did not act with intention. I was merely swept up in the atmosphere and inadvertently overindulged." Zhuang Yi's gaze remained calm as he looked at his fallen wife, his expression devoid of emotion. "You volunteered all this information without my prompting. Therefore, you are admitting that after rescuing Zhu Yangyang, you chose to indulge with Huang Shui instead of returning home, correct?" In the past, even if Zhu Nian had merely scraped her finger, Zhuang Yi would have exhausted his efforts to ensure she rested at home while he took her place at the company. Yet now, he was as cold as ice, his resolve unwavering, causing Zhu Nian to tremble, momentarily unable to recognize the man before her. "Husband, I did not mean to. I truly understand my mistake and will amend my ways. Please forgive me this once." Zhu Nian slumped despondently on the ground, a single crystalline tear slowly rolling down her cheek. Zhuang Yi looked down at her with an icy demeanor. "There are no more chances. Ever since you became entangled with Huang Shui, I have afforded you countless opportunities, yet you have failed to cherish a single one. I have repeatedly brought the prospect of divorce to the forefront, and you resorted to coercion through friends, then through Zhu Yeqing, and now even involving our father. You are fully aware of the depth of my bond with him. Bringing him into this was a direct assault on our relationship. I care for my father and could not refuse him. He, in turn, promised me a month for redemption. And what happened? Such a solemn promise shattered in one night. As you saw thrill and return to Huang Shui. The essence of marriage lies in trust and respect, not deceit and betrayal. Last night, you claimed you would return in half an hour, Yet you spent the entire night pursuing fleeting pleasures. This is deceit. I warned you that stepping outside our home would sever our bond, yet you disregarded my words entirely. As for the third party, well, there's one in plain sight, and who knows what else lurks in the shadows. To make so many mistakes in a single night is truly remarkable. With a derisive laugh, Zhuang Yi applauded his wife mockingly. Clap, clap, clap. Zhu Yin absorbed every word, tears streaming from her eyes uncontrollably. She realized, perhaps for the first time, the multitude of errors she had committed unbeknownst to herself. The applause from last night's birthday party had been so melodious. Now, in this moment, it felt as piercing as a dagger. My dear husband, I assure you, I did not intend any wrongdoing. I promise to sever all ties with Huang Shui and will never engage with her again. Please do not leave me. Zhu Yinshi, in her despair, crawled painfully to Zhuang Yi, clutching tightly to his leg like a dog. Her hands and feet were weak, rendering her unable to stand. I implore you, trust me just one last time. Zhuang Yi's dark eyes were profoundly devoid of compassion as he retorted, there is no trust left between us. You are nothing but a tapestry of lies in my eyes. Perhaps even your plea to save your brother is but another deception, a mere pretext for your hedonistic pursuits. These words sent a chill of terror through Zhu Yinshi, her face contorted in fear. The thought of what her husband might do if the truth were to surface was unbearable. In her fright, she clung to Zhuang Yi's leg, pleading, I did not. I absolutely did not. I was at the hospital with Zhu Yangyang last night. He was gravely injured. It was Huang Shui who deceived me into drinking. I was not the one initiating. I merely made a small mistake. With each utterance, Zhuang Yi felt increasingly repulsed. Cease your insincere pleas, Zhu Yinshi. Maintain some dignity. You spend your nights wandering, indulging in frivolities, while I divested myself of everything I had earned over the years for your benefit. You are not the one at a loss. Moreover, you have had your share of liaisons with several others, have you not? Including Huang Shui. Zhuang Yi's voice was laden with an inexplicable repression, piercing Zhu Yinshi's heart. In an instant, her world crumbled. The husband who once showered her with care and trust now sullied her reputation with baseless accusations. She yearned to refute him, to hurl insults back. But she found herself rendered speechless. Her countless lies had extinguished his belief in her. Despair engulfed her as she covered her ears, shaking her head fervently. I did not. I love only you. I have never been with anyone else. Zhuang Yi offered her no sympathy, merely sighing. Those who are rotten often speak with hardened tongues. When one lies, emotions run high, as they do with you now. This statement drove Zhu Yinshi further into madness. She pressed her hands against her ears, desperate to drown out the venomous words. Please, do not say any more, my husband. I beg you stop. With her head bowed, she tugged at her hair, her nails digging painfully into her scalp, weeping inconsolably in sheer terror. I truly did not. I am innocent. Husband, please believe me. I would never disgrace the Zhu family. I love you alone. Yet, observing his wife in such a pitiful state, Zhuang Yi remained as calm as still water. From now on, do not call me husband. No, do not call me at all. From this moment forth, we shall be as strangers. The impact of his words struck Zhu Yinshi like a thunderclap, violently shattering her already fragile world. In the midst of desolation, Zhu Yinshi's arms slowly fell to her sides, utterly shattered. Her heart in despair felt as though it had been torn asunder, leaving her frozen in place. Her mind abruptly incapacitated. The two were ensnared in profound silence. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, the ash cascading down, landing upon Zhu Yinshi's scalp. Unable to contain his frustration, Zhu Jiangwo emerged from the villa, his expression somber, and silently gathered Zhu Yinshi into his embrace. Son, the Zhu family shall compensate you in time, but refrain from uttering words too harsh. I regard you as my own, yet Zhu Yinshi is likewise my daughter. Hearing your quarrel pains me. Father, I shall be more mindful next time. Zhuang He waved his hand dismissively and departed with an air of indifference. Chapter 30. A tremendous blunder must be addressed. Observing the departing figure of Zhuang Yi, Zhu Jiangwo could not help but shake his head as he carried his daughter back home. Upon entering the living room, he gently placed Zhu Nian on the sofa and took a seat beside her. Zhu Yin leaned despondently against her father, her body rigid and unmoving. Her heart was bleeding profusely, and her exquisite face was marred by tears. Zhu Jiangwo had initially intended to scold her, but upon seeing her pitiful state, his heart softened, and he found himself at a loss for words. He tenderly caressed her hair, letting out a sorrowful sigh. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Zhu Yin's phone pierced the silence. In a daze, she picked it up only to see the name. Huang Shui. A torrent of emotions, aggrieved, desperate, and furious, erupted within her. She answered the call, not granting the other party a moment to speak before unleashing a barrage of vitriol. Huang Shui, get out of my life. Take your money and disappear from my world. Never contact me again. With that, she abruptly hung up. Trembling, she swiftly blocked Huang Shui's number and WeChat. Because of you, my husband no longer wants me. He truly does not want me. As she deleted the contact, tears streamed down her face. Just moments ago, she had vehemently vowed that she would not allow Zhuang Yi to jeopardize her relationship with Huang Shui. Yet now, having truly lost Zhuang, she had no hesitation in severing ties. Zhu Jiangwo observed this, imprinting it in his heart, as he gently stroked her hair. Some decisions, once made, must be faced with accountability. Talk to me about why you didn't return home after saving Xiao Yang last night, and instead chose to stay out. Zhu Jiangwo expressed, his anger palpable, though he endeavored to soften his tone for fear of further distressing his daughter. Zhu Yin trembled slightly, lifting her head, tears still glistening in her eyes. Dad, last night, Zhu Yangyang was not ill. It was his birthday. He concocted an excuse to lure me over. Followed by surprise, she recounted the events of the previous night, seeking to vent her emotions while hoping her father would intervene to win Zhuang Yi back. If only she could have one last chance, she would cherish it dearly and never err again. As she concluded her tale, Zhu Jiangwo's brow furrowed deeply, disappointment flooding his heart for his foolish daughter. What nonsense! How could Zhu Yangyang's birthday be more significant than Zhuang Yi? Zhu Yin, you have made a grave mistake. Overwhelmed, Zhu Jiangwo forcefully pushed his daughter away, causing her to tumble from the sofa. This situation was serious. Had Zhu Yin promptly confessed to Zhuang Yi, even if he had been angry, he would not have uttered such callous words. However, the current predicament had devolved into a farcical web of deception and late-night escapades, harboring a malignant secrecy. Once Zhuang Yi uncovers the truth, that Zhu Yin didn't go to save Zhu Yangyang, but rather secretly celebrated his birthday with her brother, Zhu Yangyang would undoubtedly be branded as the usurper of a wife, an enemy for life. At that point, the Zhu family would surely be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil. As a father-in-law, what choice should one make between the kinship of the Zhu family and his son? Dad, even you are bullying me? Zhu Yinchi rubbed her forehead. Rising from the ground, heartbroken, she now felt even more humiliated, contemplating despair. Zhu Jiangwo snorted coldly, internally lamenting, having dug such a deep pit, one ought to be reprimanded. How could such a foolish daughter, with such low emotional intelligence, manage to expand the company? Is it solely reliant on Zhuang Yi's efforts? Since last night was a celebration for Zhu Yangyang, why didn't you inform Zhuang Yi beforehand? Zhu Jiangwo inquired once more. Zhu Yinchi, lost in her thoughts, lowered her head. I didn't dare. My husband is already irritable towards Huang Shui, and now with Zhu Yangyang. Previously, my husband had a conflict with Zhu Yangyang and nearly fought him. If he discovers I spend the night at Zhu Yangyang's home, he would surely leave me. Moreover, I was intoxicated this morning, intending to stay at Zhu Yangyang's to evade trouble, pretending to be in hospital. Who would have thought I was inexplicably sent back, only to awaken to my husband's indifferent expression. At the family banquet, it is customary to arrange for the return of inebriated guests, and Zhu Yinchi must have been treated as one of them. How coincidental that she encountered Zhuang Yi. With this thought, Zhu Jiangwo shook his head helplessly, suspecting that someone had deliberately set a trap for the Zhu family. Dad, could you please persuade my husband to come back? He listens to you the most, Zhu Yinchi pleaded despondently, weakly shaking Zhu Jiangwo's thigh as if imploring him. Observing her pitiful demeanor, despite his profound disappointment, Zhu Jiangwo could not bring himself to harden his heart. No matter how foolish or inept his daughter may be, she remains his daughter. As a father, he must provide a path to resolution, both out of affection and reason. Zhu Nianqi, listen closely. Relationships cannot be restored by mere waiting. If you wish to salvage it, do not act foolishly, and do not expect Zhuang Yi, as the victim, to apologize to you. Xiao Zhuang is a man of his word. You have 1 month to find out where he lives, and then shamelessly move in next door. If he cannot resist you, cling to him and ensnare him in your embrace. If he forcefully ejects you, rent a place next door, use your connections to create a master key, and visit him daily, ultimately luring him into your bed. Remember, you must cater to Xiao Zhuang's comfort, rather than expecting him to serve you. And do not employ any safety measures. Given the current state of your relationship, without a potent remedy, your marriage cannot be salvaged. This potent remedy is to conceive a child. Xiao Zhuang is not a scoundrel. He will ensure that his own flesh and blood live happily. If you can set aside your ambitions and bear him a son or daughter, he will undoubtedly be moved. However, you must remember, do not use the baby as leverage against him, not even in the event of a divorce. Do you understand? Zhu Jiangwo emphasized the last sentence with particular weight, aiming to prevent his daughter from making foolish decisions, administering a precautionary warning. After much contemplation, he ultimately felt that his approach was insufficiently prudent, wishing to avert any collateral damage. He added, pursuing a husband can be quite troublesome. Do not disclose to Xiao Zhuang that I advised you. He sternly declared, if Xiao Zhuang chooses to sever ties with me, I shall not acknowledge you as my daughter. I will expel you from my home at once. Do you understand me clearly? With a pointed gesture, he tapped his wife's forehead, hoping she would commit his words to memory. Hearing terms like baby and conquer, the previously despondent eyes of Zhu Nianqi suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, as long as she cohabited with her husband within the bounds of matrimony, it could not be deemed trespassing, and sharing the same bed with him was certainly not illegal. Even if law enforcement were to arrive, who would dare arrest them under the illustrious name of the Dingyang Zhu family? Zhu Nianqi had once yearned for a child, but had long convinced herself that she was still young and should focus on her career, consequently neglecting that desire over time. Yet now, the thought of a baby to strengthen their marriage, to bind her husband, and to salvage their relationship filled her with exhilaration, as if she glimpsed a beacon of hope. I understand, Father. I know what I must do. Chapter 31. The first client. Xiao Julie in the bedroom of Zhu Yangyang's residence. Huang Shui stared at her phone in frustration, having been blocked from both calls and WeChat. She bit her lip in anger. How could she pretend to be innocent after being so flirtatious for so long, taking so many of my resources, and then suddenly severing ties? Such favorable circumstances are rare. In Huang Shui's eyes, Zhu Nianqi should have been her meal ticket. After all, this woman had an extremely low psychological threshold and could easily be coerced into drugging her own husband. To her utter astonishment, what seemed like a guaranteed situation suddenly took a turn. Damn it, Zhu Nianqi, always so brazen, relying on being loved to act without fear. At Yi's renovation company, Zhuang Yi left the Zhu family villa, his mind tumultuous. However, to avoid hindering the renovation progress, he continued to smoke while coordinating with the masonry workers on site. With only 200,000 in cash, his budget for renovations was exceedingly low. With a hard limit set at 120,000, he busied himself until 11 in the morning, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. He was not engaged in manual labor, but rather managing multiple tasks, coordinating various trivial matters through his phone. In any industry, clientele is of paramount importance. Despite the company not yet being fully renovated, Zhuang Yi needed to secure contracts swiftly to support himself and Sister Baiyan. Thus arose the question, at the onset of his entrepreneurial journey, who was most likely to be the first to fall prey? His unfortunate friends. This was also the reason Zhuang Yi had been building anticipation across various platforms and social circles from the very beginning. During his break, Zhuang Yi pulled out a fake contract, snapped a photo with his phone, and obscured it with a mosaic filter. He then posted it to his social media, accompanied by a message. First order for the company, thanks to the beautiful sister for her support. The intention was clear, to validate the establishment of his new company while attracting attention and potential clients, paving the way for future business endeavors. In less than half an hour, the post amassed over 100 likes, with comments of all sorts flooding in. Suddenly, a small red dot appeared in the chat interface. It was a message from Zhuang Yi. Upon opening it, she inquired, "Are you in the renovation business now?" Zhuang Yi responded with a simple choosing not to engage further. Less than a minute later, Zhuang Yi initiated a video call. Zhuang Yi frowned. If it had been a regular phone call, he would have had no qualms. However, they were not close enough for such a call. Nevertheless, he accepted, thinking it might be an opportunity for a business deal. "Xiao, is there something you need?" Zhuang Yi said flatly. In the video, Zhuang Yi sat in her office, dressed in a crisp white shirt, her slender waist accentuating her alluring figure. Her makeup was light, yet perfectly applied, enhancing her beauty, which was even more striking than Zhuang Yi's. Positioning her phone thoughtfully, she took a sip of her coffee and spoke nonchalantly. "Zhuang Yi, dear brother, I bring you some performance results." "Xiao, we are not yet familiar enough for video calls. Are we? Just contact me via WeChat next time you have something to discuss," Zhuang Yi replied, assuming she was merely teasing him again. Zhuang Yi listened to his words without displaying any anger. Instead, she gazed at him intently, a wicked smile playing on her lips. "Did you not establish a renovation company? I have a 250 square meter property in the Xinjiang community that remains unrenovated. Accompany me to view it. I shall entrust the project to you." As the president of the Xiao Group, Zhuang Yi possessed countless properties, far more than she could inhabit, and naturally, many remained unrenovated. Having previously employed numerous strategies to entice Zhuang Yi, a married man, she had been unsuccessful. However, with Zhuang Yi's marriage now in tatters, a half-open door had presented itself, and she seized the opportunity to delicately ease the tension between them. Now that Zhuang Yi had founded his own company, he could not afford to disregard performance. Zhuang Yi was determined that with real money presented before him, he would have no choice but to accept. Once he took on this initial project, many more would surely follow. As anticipated, upon hearing the mention of renovations, Zhuang Yi's earlier dissatisfaction dissipated, giving way to a sense of calm. "But Miss Xiao, isn't the Xiao family primarily engaged in the real estate sector? With so many high-end renovation companies under your family's banner, why seek out a fledgling like me?" The Xiao Group was a leading enterprise in Dingyang City, boasting numerous powerful subsidiaries, including several formidable renovation companies. Zhuang Yi's inquiry stemmed from a concern that she might have ulterior motives. Zhuang Yi leaned closer to the screen, a charming smile gracing her lips, her allure palpable. "Initially, I intended to assign it to family members, but after seeing your social media posts, I had a change of heart. Renovating for nameless relatives pales in comparison to doing so for a brother with whom I have shared a night of passion. Wouldn't you agree? A little tiger in bed?" At her words, Zhuang Yi's reason momentarily turned icy, while hormones left him feeling parched. Satisfied with his reaction, Zhuang Yi reclined in her office chair. "Let's make it happen. Are you free at 4 this afternoon? If so, accompany me." The Xinjiang community was not far from Dingyang University. A taxi ride would take merely half an hour. Zhuang Yi was sure to manage his affairs promptly that afternoon, making the trip quite manageable. However, he was currently alone, without an assistant to aid him, which felt somewhat disrespectful, particularly considering the client was Zhuang Yi of the Xiao family. After some contemplation, he donned a professional smile. "All right, Miss Xiao, I shall meet you at the Xinjiang community at 4. The world is vast, but the client is paramount. I shall agree first and discuss later." "Very well, dear brother. I shall await you this afternoon," Zhuang Yi said, casting a flirtatious glance before ending the call. Chapter 32. Su Bauer Zhuang Yi tucked his phone into his pocket and stepped outside, intending to find a modest eatery for a meal. As he approached the roadside, he suddenly spotted a familiar-looking female university student standing at the entrance of a shop, gazing intently inside. She was clad in a blue and white high school uniform, with the name Su Bauer embroidered on the collar. Upon noticing Zhuang Yi emerge, she shyly took a few steps back. Her complexion was somewhat pale, her lips slightly tinged blue, and a few stray strands of hair clung to her face. Her charming peach blossom eyes, lacking in confidence, were cast downward. Zhuang Yi recognized her at once. She was the student he had supported when she was drunk, Su Bauer. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to disregard her and hurriedly walked away. The company was still under renovation. A well-behaved student like her was unlikely to steal. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, a soft and nervous voice emerged from behind him. Zhuang Yi paused, turned around, and met her glistening eyes. He spoke gently. What is it? May I ask if you're the owner of this shop? I am a fourth-year student majoring in interior design, and I would like to apply for an internship. Her voice was endearing, yet it carried an undercurrent of self-doubt that was quite intriguing. Zhuang Yi sighed softly, realizing that his disheveled appearance in Chapter 9 had prevented Su Bauer from recognizing him. Su Bauer, Zai? He took out his phone and, in a familiar tone, invited her. Let's have lunch together. I'll discuss your application. Upon hearing the familiar cadence of his voice, Su Bauer gradually lifted her head, her enchanting eyes widening as memories flooded back. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling her hair, and a wave of excitement and gratitude illuminated her delicate features. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, tilting her head slightly, and flashed a smile reminiscent of a summer day. Uncle, it's been a while. At noon, they found themselves a He-Ji beef noodle shop. Zhuang Yi casually ordered 2 plates of stir-fried beef and took a seat with Su Bauer. She was too nervous to speak, fidgeting with her fingers. Her shyness, coupled with Zhuang Yi's strikingly handsome face, left her feeling flustered. Stealing a glance at him, her heart raced as she mused silently. She had not anticipated that someone who had appeared so disheartened could transform into such an attractive figure. Even the most popular guy at Dingyang University paled in comparison. Noticing Su Bauer's prolonged silence, Zhuang Yi's impression of her diminished. Su Bauer, may I ask how old you are? Why the urgency in seeking employment? I'm 24 this year, she replied, her gaze fixed downward, her voice barely above a whisper. The reason I need a job is that I have no money for food suddenly. She recalled the 5,000 yuan Zhuang Yi had insisted on giving her before. In a flustered manner, she fumbled to retrieve it. Indeed, uncle, this is the money you previously gave to Bauer. She cannot accept it. Please take it back. Zhuang Yi cast a sidelong glance at the banknotes, neither declining nor retrieving them, but continued with the interview. Are you a local of Dingyang City? Where does your family reside? If Su Bauer were not a local, merely spending 4 years of university in Dingyang City, Zhuang Yi would certainly not have offered her a place. Su Bauer furtively raised her eyes to glance at Zhuang Yi, then quickly lowered her head, seemingly attempting to overcome her embarrassment. Bauer resides in Dingyang City, but she is an orphan with no family. I grew up in the Xinguang orphanage, she said delicately. Upon hearing Xinguang orphanage, Zhuang Yi's interest was piqued, as he and Sister Baiyun had also lived there during their childhood. Xinguang. Zhuang Yi began to comprehend the reasons behind Su Bauer's insecurities. Undoubtedly, she had often faced bullying in the orphanage, lacking protection, which over time had rendered her timid. Reflecting on this, Zhuang Yi felt rather fortunate. Under Sister Baiyun's care, he had thrived, and whenever he faced difficulties, she would always help him regain his footing. I believe I understand. Now, let us discuss the office software you are familiar with, Zhuang Yi said nonchalantly, subsequently delving into some professional questions. This time, Su Bauer responded with ease, significantly improving her impression. Aside from her timidity, Zhuang Yi found no fault with her. She was gentle, kind, and most importantly, she was an orphan, also hailing from Xinguang Orphanage. After a series of interview questions, Zhuang Yi made his decision. Character flaws were inconsequential as long as she was willing to work diligently, and he could compensate for her lack of boldness. Thus, he pushed the 5,000 yuan on the table back to Su Bauer, stating, "Consider this 5,000 yuan as your salary. After we finish lunch, I will accompany you to buy a few outfits, and you will officially start working this afternoon." Su Bauer, relieved that she had passed the interview and with no classes in the afternoon, beamed a sweet smile. "Great. Thank you, boss." Zhuang Yi waved his hand. "Just call me Zhuang Ge. I'm 25 this year, merely a year older than you." "Huh? All right. Good." Zhuang Ge. Su Bauer was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that her boss would be of the same age. After lunch, Zhuang Yi took Su Bauer to a women's clothing store. He instructed the sales clerk to select a white shirt and a black pencil skirt for Su Bauer, then ushered her into the fitting room. After a while, the door of the fitting room creaked open. Clad in professional attire, Su Bauer felt so shy she wished to disappear into the ground. Yet both the sales clerk and Zhuang Yi were struck by her appearance. The crisp white shirt paired with the fitted black skirt perfectly accentuated her long legs, which seemed to defy the very notion of proportion. Clothes make the person, and upon seeing Su Bauer in her work attire, Zhuang Yi found himself utterly captivated. Her long, slender legs adorned with soft, bare feet that gently touched the floor were a sight to behold. In terms of appearance, Su Bauer, with her youthful innocence, could not be compared to the more mature women like Zhuang Yi and Xiao Jiuli. However, those thighs are simply astonishing, standing at approximately 168 centimeters. With legs nearing 1 meter in length, she embodies the very essence of elegance. Such a striking beauty would undoubtedly enhance one's reputation when meeting clients. Zhuang Yi. Bauer is not fond of wearing such attire. It's so embarrassing. Su Bauer shyly tugged at the hem of her dress, attempting to conceal her long legs as much as possible. Hearing the soft, youthful voice, Zhuang Yi regained his composure and noticed Su Bauer blushing. Her beautiful eyes sparkling like pearls, her cheeks aflame as she timidly bit her lip. It's all right. Let's choose a couple more dresses. Once you start working, you can't dress like a student. You need to be more formal. Though Zhuang Yi uttered these words, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Just imagining those legs in a super short skirt or ultra short denim shorts. The impact would be unimaginable. It would be the ultimate charm for captivating male clients. Chapter 33. Taking Su Bauer to meet clients after half an hour had passed, Su Bauer selected several long dresses that caught her fancy. Observing how delightful they appeared on her, Zhuang Yi decided to make a single payment and purchase the garments for her. As they exited the women's clothing store, Su Bauer's face had flushed a deep crimson, her head bowed slightly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Zhuang Yi, quickening his pace, accompanied Su Bauer to a shoe store, where he bought her 2 pairs of casual white shoes and 2 pairs of high heels, the former suitable for construction sites and the latter appropriate for social gatherings. Thus, Zhuang Yi led Su Bauer through a series of purchases: a mobile phone, a SIM card, and tools for measuring rooms for renovations, among other essentials. Despite his remarkable efficiency, by the time they had completed their shopping, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. In a flurry, they hailed a taxi to the designated meeting point at the Xingchen community. Seated in the back of the cab, Zhuang Yi took Su Bauer's phone and patiently guided her in setting up WeChat, demonstrating how to type and reply. Having only interacted with desktop computers at school, Su Bauer's struggles with the smartphone could only be described as comical, perhaps due to her association with the Starlight Orphanage. Zhuang Yi was more than willing to provide his assistance throughout the journey. Su Bauer listened attentively, her demeanor reminiscent of a sweet young neighbor, flashing radiant smiles from time to time. After approximately 20 minutes of instruction, Zhuang Yi exhaled deeply and inquired, "How much of what I've said can you remember?" Su Bauer, her gaze lowered as she clumsily navigated the phone, replied with innocent enthusiasm, "Bauer remembers everything." Unbeknownst to her, her eyes sparkled with joy, forming a delightful crescent shape. Although they had spent only a few hours together, she felt unexpectedly at ease, her insecurities diminished. This comfort stemmed from Zhuang Yi's charming presence, his allure akin to that of a captivating spirit, radiating warmth and approachability. If he were to speak in a tavern, he could surely rally the crowd, as if igniting a second world war. "All right, now tear off the tags from your clothes. We must not raise any suspicions with the clients," Zhuang Yi advised, gesturing toward the new outfit that adorned Su Bauer. She had already changed into a white dress in the public restroom. The dress, with its modest neckline, revealed her delicate collarbone, and when she smiled, her dimples added a touch of innocence, rendering her irresistibly charming. "Okay, Bauer will obey," she replied, avoiding Zhuang Yi's gaze, yet obediently biting off the tag from her dress. Observing her endearing antics brought a smile to Zhuang Yi's face, though only momentarily. Regaining his composure, He instructed, speak less and act more when we arrive. Xuboer nodded enthusiastically. Allrecht, baue will listen. At 4:05, Zhuang Yi arrived at the agreed location, the west entrance of Xingqian community. As the first client of the company, he hoped to leave a favorable impression on Xiao Jiuli, though he was regretfully 5 minutes late. Fortunately, Xiao Jiuli was also delayed and had yet to arrive. Standing atop a stone pillar, Zhuang Yi dialed her number. Hello, President Xiao, I have arrived. Ah, you're so punctual, little brother? Xiao Jiuli replied. Please wait 10 more minutes for my sister. She is still in a meeting. It's all right, Mr. Xiao. You may continue with your work and inform me when you're done. Okay, I will hang up now. After saying this, Xiao Jiuli abruptly ended the call, seemingly in a hurry. Zhuang Yi remained silent, surveying his surroundings. The Xingqian community was indeed pleasant, adorned with lush trees and flourishing flowers. He had inquired prior to arriving. The Xingqian community is considered an upscale neighborhood within the city, a residence predominantly for the affluent. Standing nearby, Su Bauer, burdened with various bags, timidly inquired, Brother Zhuang, is the sister with the melodious voice our client today? Yes. We shall address her as Mr. Xiao, not Sister Xiao, Zhuang Yi instructed before beginning to browse through profiles of female streamers. He mentally prepared himself for a wait of several hours. Despite Xiao Jiuli's claim of merely 10 minutes, her tone suggested a likely prolonged delay. As anticipated, at 5 in the afternoon, a red flag sedan swiftly approached and halted directly in front of Zhuang Yi. Xiao Jiuli hurriedly exited the vehicle, unaccompanied by an assistant. She wore light makeup, a formal blazer over a V-neck white blouse, and a strikingly short fitted skirt, her elegant legs clad in black stockings. Zhuang Yi greeted her with a professional smile, promptly closing the car door behind her, while noting a peculiar detail. Xiao Jiuli drove in high heels. My apologies for the delay. Dear brother, Xiao Jiuli smiled gently, exuding an enchanting aura. Not at all, Mr. Xiao. We have just arrived as well. Zhuang Yi scratched his head, momentarily forgetting any previous grievances between them. He was accustomed to waiting for clients at his wife's company, having encountered clients who kept him waiting from dawn until dusk. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Jiuli led Zhuang Yi to apartment 1 on the 15th floor of Building 8 in the Xingqian community. Upon entering, Zhuang Yi began to lavishly praise the layout, subtly complimenting Xiao Jiuli in the process. She chuckled softly, covering her mouth, her shoulders quivering with delight. To her surprise, despite signing multi-million to billion-dollar contracts annually with Junyan's wife, she had never enjoyed such a jovial conversation with Zhuang Yi. Here, while merely discussing the renovation of a modest apartment, she witnessed the most vibrant side of him. I'm quite pleased to converse with you, brother. We have known each other for several years, and I trust you with the renovation, Xiao Jiuli remarked, producing the keys to the property and taking Zhuang Yi's right hand. Placing the keys into his palm, reluctant to release her grip. For this project, I will entrust you with a few million start. As long as the forthcoming design proposal meets my approval, we can commence work after the specified date. Regarding finances, you have known my character for years. Should you require anything, simply let me know, and I will transfer it to your bank account within a day. As Xiao Jiuli spoke, she gazed into Zhuang Yi's spirited eyes, captivated to an unforgettable extent. Brother Zhuang, I have consistently declined family-arranged matchmaking for you. You must ensure your divorce from Junyan's wife. I have given you my first time, and I intend to make you mine for life. Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao? Zhuang Yi called out twice. Xiao Jiuli gazed intently at Zhuang Yi for quite some time before regaining her composure. Xiao, please take care, Zhuang Yi remarked, gesturing towards her still clasped hand. Upon noticing, Xiao Jiuli quickly withdrew her palm, a sense of embarrassment washing over her as she nervously licked her lips. I apologize. Dear brother, you are simply too alluring, and I inadvertently let my imagination wander. Zhuang Yi's expression darkened slightly, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor towards his client. Xiao, I must remind you that I am a married man. I kindly ask for a sense of propriety. Meanwhile, witnessing the prolonged hand-holding, Su Bei'er was left agape. Wow, the boss is being flirted with by a female client. Chapter 34. Sister loves you, more sincerely than anyone else ahem. Xiao Jiuli cleared her throat. Brother, You are well aware of the reason why I have persistently clung to you. With an air of nonchalance, Julie crossed her arms and gracefully walked towards the balcony. Zhuang Yi, with a sullen expression, followed closely beside her, discreetly signaling Su Bei'er to sketch a simple layout of the entire house with a pencil. Su Bei'er obediently placed her bags in a tidy spot before taking out a pencil and design notebook to diligently draw. Upon reaching the balcony, Julie leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant cityscape. The gentle breeze caressed her hair, stirring a sense of unresolved emotions upon her face, as if she were preparing for something significant. Brother, do you still remember our first meeting 2 years ago? I once told you, I will bring you into the Shao group as an executive. Your response, you can't do it, left me restless that night, vexed and somewhat exasperated. Later, I investigated you and discovered that you were the man of Zhuang Yi, which gave me insight into the meaning behind your words. Since then, I realized how deeply you love Zhuang Yi, but conversely, I also uncovered some secrets about her. Rumor has it that aside from Huang Shui, who is a lesbian, Zhuang Yi has had particularly conspicuous dealings with several men. After sharing this extensive revelation, Julie glanced at Zhuang Yi and asserted confidently, therefore, brother, your desire for divorce is justified. Zhuang Yi does not deserve you. Her social connections are far too complicated. After hearing all of this, Zhuang Yi remained inexplicably calm. In truth, the moment Zhuang Yi chose Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang, he had already come to terms with it. I have lost all interest in her. Let us refrain from discussing her. The past is but smoke, and after enduring this month, we shall officially part ways. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any trace of anger or shame. Julie cast a sidelong glance at Zhuang Yi and noted his indifference, unable to suppress a barely perceptible smile. She then feigned a sigh. Let me share a grievance with you, brother. At 28, my family is pressuring me to marry and to date. I have declined nearly 200 matchmaking proposals. Zhuang Yi listened in silence, his expression unreadable. This time, the indifference displayed by Julie incited a flicker of anger within her. She promptly transitioned to the most significant topic of the day. By the way, I owe you an apology regarding the incident when I, in collaboration with Zhuang Yi, deceived you into bed. I simply did not wish for my first experience not to be with you. And then, well, at that moment, I was rather unrestrained, yet you remained untouched. I never anticipated your physique to be so robust. I thought we could take a brief respite before continuing, only to find you waking up unexpectedly. Therefore, there is no need to worry about potential pregnancy. There is no obligation. I was foolish, believing that through such an encounter, I could gradually alter your perception of me, transforming from President Shao to Julie, and from Julie to your wife. Julie felt a wave of shyness wash over her. As she continued, her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, her voice dwindling to a whisper. In that moment, the aloof and proud female, CO, displayed a hint of adorableness. Her eyes shimmered with tenderness, and after taking a few deep breaths, she resolutely turned to face Zhuang Yi, gently cradling his head, compelling his clear gaze to meet hers. Are you still upset with me, dear brother? Zhuang Yi shook his head, replying, no, it's all in the past. Let's not revisit old memories. No, I must bring it up. Ever since that incident, I've been plagued by thoughts, wondering if there is anything of utmost value that can make amends to you. Yet, I find nothing in my eyes. The most precious thing in the world has always been you. Julie's heart surged with emotion. Now that she was certain Zhuang Yi would divorce Zhuang Yi. If she did not seize the moment, when would she? What if he were to be taken by another woman right after the divorce? Countless women adored Zhuang Yi, but he was the only one for her. She had to act. Zhuang Yi, I care for you. After your divorce, marry me. The love that Zhuang Yi cannot provide, I will give you. The wound she inflicted, I shall soothe. The indignities she caused, I will avenge. Marry me. Become my husband. By this point, Julie's eyes glistened with unshed tears, threatening to spill over. She forcefully cupped Zhuang Yi's face, compelling his gaze to remain fixed upon hers. She sought a response from his eyes, a reaction that belonged solely to the emotions shared between them. However, Zhuang Yi had long surpassed the age where words could stir his heart. "I'm sorry, President Xiao, but I must decline." Xiao Juli's heart plummeted, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had anticipated the pain of rejection, yet she never imagined it would manifest as an agonizing stab deep within her heart. Biting her lip, she pressed on relentlessly. "Why? Give me a reason." Zhuang Yi felt a subtle impulse within, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he responded. "Expressing one's feelings does not equate to demanding a relationship. You may confess, and I am within my rights to refuse." He raised his arms, attempting to pry Xiao Juli's delicate hand away. However, Xiao Juli was unwilling to relinquish her grip, even as Zhuang Yi exerted force. It seemed she had steeled her resolve for this very moment. Zhuang Yi's expression grew increasingly complex, a tapestry woven of hesitation and silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Sweet nothings are best left for others. I truly do not subscribe to such notions." Xiao Juli pouted, her brows knitted tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, she defiantly retorted, "Loving you is not mere sweet talk. It is the truth of my heart." In that fleeting moment, crack, her words struck Zhuang Yi like an indescribable force, crashing into the depths of his heart. He stood frozen, as if struck in the softest recesses of his being. His thoughts drifted back to long ago. Xiao Juli assisting him in uncovering his wife's infidelity, mobilizing resources to unveil photographs of her indiscretions, and arranging for a helicopter when he fainted, even delivering results on the very day he launched his company. Zhuang Yi was at a loss for how to articulate this feeling, yet he found no aversion to it and was reluctant to relinquish it. A twinge of emotion welled in his nose, and his eyes felt warm and damp, a wave of redemptive sentiment coursing through him. He gently brushed away the tears from the corners of Xiao Juli's eyes, uncertain of how to comfort her. "Please, grant me a month. I am still married, and I wish to bid farewell to my father-in-law with dignity." Xiao Juli, taken aback by this revelation, was astonished that Zhuang Yi could maintain his composure even at this juncture. After a long pause, she reluctantly released her grip, saying, "Very well. Sister loves you more earnestly than anyone else. Whenever you wish, I shall prove it to you." Chapter 35. Xiao Juli's confession leaves Zhuang Yi in turmoil. Zhuang Yi withdrew a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped away Xiao Juli's tears. "I am sorry, thank you," she said. Xiao Juli refrained from wiping her own tear-streaked face, intentionally allowing Zhuang Yi to assist her. Observing his adept gestures of service, she let out a bittersweet smile. "Sister has wronged you, yet you still apologize to her." "Yes, I apologize to you. These past few days have been difficult because of Zhuang Yi, but today is the first time I feel a sense of joy," Zhuang Yi replied, drying her tears and tucking a packet of tissues in her bag. He found himself perplexed by his own feelings. Did he once harbor hatred for Xiao Juli? Indeed, he did, for she had sullied his innocence. But was he touched now? Profoundly so. Her confession tonight stirred a tumult within him. Zhuang Yi had never engaged in such romantic gestures, only knowing how to demand. Over their 4 years of marriage, every small surprise within their household had been solely orchestrated by him, while Zhuang Yi had never gifted him a single present. "Well then, sister shall take that as your forgiveness. Let us consider your past grievances laid to rest," Xiao Juli said, observing Zhuang Yi's tender actions. She could not suppress her playful nature. Sniffling softly, she unexpectedly produced a customized business card from an unknown place. "Take this. It contains my personal information." She pressed the card into Zhuang Yi's hand, and he earnestly examined it. Xiao Juli, 28 years old. Sister's height is 175 centimeters, weight 110 pounds. She cannot cook, but can earn money. Executive director of the Xiao Group, with a slender waist and attractive figure. Hobbyist Zhuang Yi. After reading the peculiar card, a knowing smile spread across Zhuang Yi's face. "Thank you. This is the first gift I have ever received from a girl, and I shall repay you for it." His words were heartfelt. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Juli's tear-stained visage. In Zhuang Yi's circle of friends, a significant portion consisted of gifts and celebrations he had prepared for Zhuang Yi. Yet he claimed this was the first gift he had received from a girl. Had Zhuang Yi truly never bestowed a gift upon him in their 7 years of marriage? If that were the case, the path ahead seemed promising. Zhuang Yi, sister is determined to pursue you. Xiao Julie felt an inexplicable thrill, her gaze narrowing on Zhuang Yi's face, noticing he was intently watching her, his smile radiating warmth. Have I become unattractive after crying? Why do you keep staring at my face? Is my makeup all smeared? Gently, she dabbed at her face with her hand, deliberately tilting her head away to prevent Zhuang Yi from seeing her profile. Zhuang Yi shook his head. Not at all. You are exceedingly beautiful. Far more so than Zhuang Yi. This was the truth. Once Xiao Julie's emotions had settled, Zhuang Yi led her away from the balcony and back inside, only to find Su Bayer's face a picture of distress, uncertain of what to do next. Zhuang Yi, concerned that Xiao Julie might uncover Su Bauer's lack of professionalism, hastily approached her under the pretext of offering assistance. He took the design notebook from Su Bauer's hands and asked her to assist him. As night approached and the clock neared 7, Zhuang Yi finalized the on-site draft and measurements. Soon, the trio departed from the community and boarded Xiao Julie's Hongqi car. Seated in the driver's seat, Xiao Julie, once the vehicle was on the road, spoke up. Brother, it is nearly 7, as a client. Is it unreasonable to request that you join me for a meal? Having boarded this thief's car, it would be difficult to escape. Here, she employed a cunning tactic. Should Zhuang Yi refuse, she would certainly lead him in circles, adamant about not taking him back. Dining? Zhuang Yi, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to Su Bauer in the back and inquired, can Bauer join us? Should we drop you off at school first? Su Bauer, feeling a bit socially anxious, replied, Bauer is fine with that, as long as I return to school before 10. Then it's settled. Xiao Julie, steering the wheel, wore a triumphant expression. By the way, brother, who is this young lady? I don't recall seeing her before. I just hire her as my assistant. Her surname is Su, and her name is Bauer. Zhuang Yi answered candidly, without withholding any information. Assistant? An insidious thought flickered in Xiao Julie's mind. With one hand on the wheel, she retrieved a business card from her bag and handed it to Su Bauer in the back seat. Assistant Su, that's my business card. For any matters concerning my brother Zhuang Yi, feel free to contact me. She was deliberately making this statement for Zhuang Yi's benefit. Upon hearing the term report, Su Bauer shook her head vigorously, displaying her strong resistance. Don't worry, President Xiao is just teasing you, Zhuang Yi interjected, smoothing over the situation. Only then did Su Bauer accept the card. Though she remained unclear about Xiao Julie's intentions, she complied with her wishes. Calling you President Xiao? Xiao Julie shot a proud glance at Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi cast aside his professional smile, revealing a more natural expression, tinged with a hint of bitterness as he said, Sister Julie, tonight we shall not part until intoxicated. Sister Julie? Such a lovely title. Xiao Julie's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, reveling in the moment. That's more like it. If you need help with your divorce, just let me know. With a single call, I can help you sever ties with that bamboo person. Understood, Zhuang Yi replied. If Sister Julie ever needs assistance, feel free to reach out. Hearing this, a warm feeling blossomed in Xiao Julie's heart, and she couldn't resist teasing him a bit. Oh, there are many areas where I could use my brother's help. Just let me know when you're ready for a bath tonight. Zhuang Yi replied, I must decline that. Such a miser, she teased. Zhuang Yi responded, among friends, this is not a topic for discussion. Friends? Xiao Julie paused slightly, her eyes glistening with emotion. All her efforts had proven effective. Her relationship with Zhuang Yi was rapidly warming. With my 28 years of social experience, wouldn't it be effortless to stir his heart? The more reserved he is, the more I desire him. Today we reconcile, tomorrow we share kisses. The day after, we shall share a bed. In the days to come, we'll be raising 2 children together. As the two engaged in lively conversation, they soon arrived at an opulently decorated Chinese restaurant. After parking the car, the trio entered the establishment. A well-dressed host greeted them with a respectful bow. Upon entering the reception area, Zhuang Yi's gaze swept across the room, and he suddenly spotted several familiar figures seated on the sofa. Among them, one strikingly beautiful woman captured his attention, Zhu Yanqi. Clad in an off-shoulder dress that accentuated her exquisite curves, her porcelain shoulders emanated a captivating allure. Those around her were captivated, their eyes fixated on her collarbone. Sitting beside her, Zhu Yangyang boldly placed a hand on her shoulder, their camaraderie evident as they exchanged laughter and shared intimate conversation. Suddenly aware of the scrutinizing gazes upon her, the enchanting Zhu Yanqi lifted her head, her expression transforming into one of sheer panic as she recognized Zhuang Yi. Chapter 36. Shout, Julie stands up for herself, husband? A single utterance drew the attention of Zhu Yangyang and others towards Zhuang Yi. After exchanging a few words with them, Zhu Yanqi promptly rose and approached Zhuang Yi. Clad in a form-fitting off-shoulder dress, her movements were captivating, her hips swaying enticingly as she walked. Husband, what brings you here? Zhu Yanqi's tone was laced with anxiety, reminiscent of a student who feared she had erred, her gaze flitting about in uncertainty. Zhuang Yi, replied coldly. Zhu, please maintain decorum. Husband is a term reserved for lovers. Upon hearing Zhuang Yi's unusually frigid tone, Zhu Yanqi's heart sank further, despite her efforts to mask her distress. Her nervousness remained evident. Zhu, he has never referred to me like that before. He must truly be angry. But how does he know I would be here? Husband, I understand you're here to catch me in a wrongdoing, but you are gravely mistaken today. Those individuals are merely friends of Zhu Yangyang, young talents from the Huang, Xiao, and Chun families, and fostering these connections is beneficial for our company's growth. In a rare moment devoid of anger, Zhu Yanqi softened her tone, believing Zhuang Yi had come for her, as the misunderstandings between them ran deep. Thus, she hoped to clarify matters and dispel any misconceptions he might harbor. However, Zhuang Yi merely chuckled lightly. Zhu, enjoy your time. I merely came to dine and happened to stumble upon this. He added, and let me reiterate, we shall divorce in a month. Please refrain from calling me husband henceforth. Zhu Yanqi, disheartened by his unwavering stance, trembled subtly, her voice tinged with grievance. You deceitful husband, what a coincidence it is to find me just as I step out. Indeed, such coincidences are rare in this world. Yet, repeated actions often leave traces of exposure. Zhuang Yi dismissively waved his hand. Enough, go enjoy your date. Don't linger here and impede us. Faced with her husband's reluctance to trust her, Zhu Yanqi's eyes darkened with resentment, and she retorted, Husband, what do you mean by date? Please refrain from using such harsh words. And what do you mean by impeding you? Before she could finish her thought, her gaze inadvertently fell upon two figures standing behind Zhuang Yi, Xiao Julie and Su Bauer. While she had no desire to know Su Bauer, her animosity toward Xiao Julie boiled over. Had it not been for Xiao Julie sending that photo to her husband, would their rift have formed so swiftly? Her displeasure reignited a fierce anger, her eyes gleaming with menace. Xiao, how dare you be with my husband? Xiao Julie similait faintly, c'était beside Zhuang Yi. Casually linking her arm with his, I came out to dine with brother Zhuang. Did he not just inform you? It is you who mistrusts him and unjustly accuses him of wanting to catch you in infidelity. Oh no, you're already unfaithful, Xiao Julie sweetly declared, gazing up at Zhuang Yi's profile with unabashed triumph. Zhuang Yi instinctively attempted to retract his arm, yet was firmly embraced by Xiao Julie. His expression darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at her, suddenly struck by a revelation. Xiao Julie intended to defend my honor? Xiao Julie, release your claws from me. He is my husband. How could you engage in such unethical behavior? Zhu Yanqi shot a fierce glare at Xiao Julie, her fists clenched tightly, as if ready to strike at any moment. Xiao Julie, however, remained unfazed. What's the matter? Zhuang Yi is merely my younger brother. Do you not have Zhu Yangyang? A younger brother indeed. My husband is an orphan. Zhu Yanqi's fury erupted, and she cursed vehemently. You green tea BTCH. Stay away from my husband. Upon hearing the word orphan, Zhuang Yi's countenance grew even darker. So, in your eyes, I am merely an orphan. No wonder you have so shamelessly bullied me. Xiao Julie, brimming with self-satisfaction, casually rested her head on Zhuang Yi's shoulder, teasingly remarking, Your brother may touch your shoulder, yet I merely embrace your arm. And you become jealous? Surely not. Is there truly a woman so petty? You are nothing but a double-standard fairy who has lost her mind in a brawl. Oh, and by the way, you have kissed another man, that wild man in the green suit. Revealing her dark past, Julie couldn't suppress a smirk of delight. Zhu Yinqi's heart sank as she glanced back at Zhuang Yi, only to find his expression more sullen than before. Her face flushed red as she shouted angrily, "You shameless hussy! That man is not a man. I was framed. I have explained everything to my husband. How can we determine if he is a man? His face remains unseen. You may explain as you wish." The corner of Julie's mouth curled into a sneer as she nuzzled Zhuang Yi's arm with her nose, inhaling his enticing scent. "Brother, you smell delightful. I wish to caress my brother's shoulder like Yinqi." Zhuang Yi shot her a discreet glare, subtly indicating her to refrain from escalating matters. Zhu Yinqi, oblivious to this, felt her rage intensify, and unable to contain herself any longer, she raised her fist, ready to strike the vixen. "You shameless BTCH. I shall sever your claws right now." At that moment, Zhuang Yi swiftly pushed Julie behind him, stepping in front of Zhu Yinqi with a fierce tone. "Zhu Yinqi, you scoundrel, are you truly going to lay a hand on my sister?" Zhu Yinqi froze in place, first taken aback, then recognizing the familiarity of his words. He had uttered the same during the 5th chapter when she had defended Zhu Yangyang. "Husband, she is not a good person. How can you protect her? She is a vixen, intent on destroying our relationship." Zhu Yinqi's body weakened, her legs trembling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Zhu Yinqi, what nonsense are you spouting? I have gone to great lengths to invite Julie out for a meal, and you dare to slander and harm her. I demand an apology." As Zhuang Yi spoke, he gently removed Julie's hand from his shoulders. "I apologize, Zhu Yinqi's jewel-like eyes quivered incessantly, unable to fathom that her husband would utter such words. Even this statement was once uttered by her in the 15th chapter. She ached, her heart twisted in agony, a pain that felt as if it could tear her apart. Trembling, she extended her delicate right hand, clutching her heart tightly. Suddenly, her pupils constricted once more as she faintly recalled the numerous quarrels with her husband, where he too grasped his heart tightly, while she relentlessly attacked him, demanding an apology. So this was the nature of such suffering. Her husband had also endured this torment, to the point of fainting. At that moment, Zhu Yangyang rushed over like a small puppy, arms outstretched, eager to stage a heroic rescue. "Do not harm my sister-in-law. You, surnamed Zhuang, have colluded with wicked women to bully my sister-in-law. You are unworthy to be her husband." Chapter 37. The conspiracy of Zhu Yangyang. Zhu Yangyang's voice was soft and delicate, evoking a sense of pity, yet her gaze was unwavering and resolute. "Your wife, dear sister? Quite intriguing. No wonder Mr. Zhu would rather sever ties with me forever than not rush to your aid." Zhuang Yi scoffed bitterly, hands tucked in his pockets, his eyes coldly scrutinizing the young woman before him. Zhu Yangyang, though somewhat effeminate in appearance, possessed a certain grace, albeit not quite matching Zhuang Yi's charm. However, at this moment, whether it was Huang Shui or Zhu Yangyang, they were no longer relevant to Zhuang Yi. The marriage had perished, its demise occurring that very morning. Mr. Zhu, shedding tears so earnestly in the morning, only to behave like this in the evening is not ideal. Your constitution may not withstand it. With that remark, Zhuang Yi prepared to depart. Zhu Yinqi grasped Zhuang Yi's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face like falling pear blossoms. She was filled with anger and frustration. Yet she could no longer afford to be foolish. Further ignorance would only deepen the misunderstandings. Life without Zhuang Yi was unbearable for her. "Darling, I didn't please believe me. I now understand how you feel, and I will strive to amend my ways. I beg you, grant me one last chance, the very last chance. I have blocked Huang Shui. I have completely severed ties with her, and will show you right now." Zhu Yinqi, disregarding her dignity, allowed her tears to flow freely, overwhelmed with guilt and grievance. With trembling hands, she attempted to retrieve her phone, eager to reveal her blacklist to Zhuang Yi. "What does that have to do with me?" Zhuang Yi coldly pushed her hands away and walked toward the public dining area. Observing this, Zhu Yangyang promptly stepped forward, taking hold of Zhu Yinqi's hand, and exclaimed with fervor, "Zhuang You scoundrel! You dare to bully my sister-in-law. Zhu Yinshi, heartbroken, sincerely addressed Zhu Yangyang. Yangyang, do not be angry with your brother-in-law. You are still young and do not understand. This is a matter for adults. Do not interfere. Do you comprehend? But sister-in-law, this scoundrel is bullying you. Silence. He is not a scoundrel. Zhu Yinshi shouted, startling Zhu Yangyang into silence, her hands frozen mid-air, a look of shock and confusion etched on her face. Realizing her emotional outburst had frightened her younger sibling, Zhu Yinshi softened, gently stroking Zhu Yangyang's hair, her voice quivering, "Be good, Yangyang. Do not meddle in my affairs." Zhu Yangyang nodded, speechless, gazing at her sister with a mix of understanding and bewilderment. Without further explanation, Zhu Yinshi turned and resolutely pursued Zhuang Yi. "Darling, grant me one last opportunity, a chance to atone for my mistakes, a chance to salvage our marriage and love." Pierced by the betrayal of Xiao Jiuli, Zhu Yinshi came to a profound realization. What once seemed trivial could only be regretted when it was herself who bore the pain. Xiao Jiuli had merely embraced her arm, yet the wound was deep and excruciating, a tumult of jealousy. Meanwhile, she had spent countless nights reveling with Huang Shui. What must her husband have thought during those hours? Zhu Yinshi could not fathom nor dare to imagine, yet she was resolute in her pursuit. And, just shortly after she departed, in a moment of na-vi mischief, Zhu Yangyang suddenly smirked and subtly mouthed a few words. Waste. He was acutely aware of the chaos he had caused. Yet Zhu Yinshi remained unperturbed, merely instructing him to keep silent. In stark contrast, he had witnessed how Zhuang Yi had once been bullied. Given the absurdity of the situation, the likelihood of this marriage dissolving had surged to 90%. To ensure his security, Zhu Yangyang had another safeguard in place: the photos from the birthday party, which he could post on social media, precisely targeting Zhu Yi's attention. As for the outcome, well, let us just say if they didn't divorce, he would eat dirt. Zhu Yinshi was destined to be his forever. And as for Zhu Yeqing, he would ensure that the two sisters catered to his every whim. In due time, all of the Zhu family's wealth would belong to him. Ha ha ha. Just as Zhu Yangyang indulged in these fantasies, a delicate, snow-white hand rested upon his head. What nonsense was he up to? Where was his beloved Yinshi? It was Huang Shui. Zhu Yangyang turned to see Huang Shui today, sporting a head of short, golden hair, clad in an off-the-shoulder, ultra-short dress paired with elegant black stilettos, her figure curvaceous and alluring. For a moment, even Zhu Yangyang was entranced. After a considerable pause, he snapped back to reality. Zhuang Yi had appeared at the restaurant, and his wife had dashed into the dining area to pursue him. Huang Shui, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of unusual emotion. It was impossible. How could Zhuang Yi, that penniless fellow who devoted all his earnings to his precious Yinshi, possibly enter such an upscale venue? After being blocked by Zhu Yinshi in the morning, Huang Shui had found it difficult to eat all afternoon. It was only when Zhu Yangyang invited her out that she managed to muster some semblance of composure. Love drives one to madness, and Huang Shui was currently engulfed in such fervor. She sought to seize this opportunity to persuade Zhu Yinshi to lift the block and rekindle their ambiguous relationship. She had come prepared, not only ready to negotiate a billion-dollar contract, but also to establish a new company, inviting Zhu Yinshi to join her venture. Yet unexpectedly, a formidable adversary emerged in the form of Zhuang Yi. Damn him, I must check this out. Huang Shui, in her high heels, strode toward the dining area. Zhu Yangyang cautioned, "Hey, don't let Yinshi know I said anything. She just scolded me." In the public dining area, Zhuang Yi sat across from Xiao Jiuli, while Su Bei'er was settled beside him. "Move aside. That seat is mine." Zhu Yinshi angrily rushed over to Su Bei'er, attempting to drag her away. Don't bully Bei'er. She's leaving now." Su Bei'er, feeling the painful tug, reluctantly stood up. Zhuang Yi slammed the table with a forceful hand and casually remarked, "Sit down. We didn't invite Zhu to join. Just treat her like she's invisible." Another phrase from Chapter 5 pierced Zhu Yinshi's heart. Instinctively, she loosened her grip, realizing her rudeness, yet she was unwilling to concede. Hearing Zhu Yi's words, the timid Su Bei'er sat back down, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. My dear husband, have I unknowingly inflicted so much pain upon you? Zhu Yin's wife is not foolish. She could discern the truth. Every piercing word uttered by Zhuang Yi echoes sentiments she has previously expressed. It cannot be said to be identical, but rather, it is strikingly similar. I genuinely recognize my mistakes, and I vow to amend my ways. I have even blocked Huang Xue from my life. This matter is unrelated to me. Since you are aware of my attempts to complicate your life, I implore you to depart with dignity, lest you disrupt my business dealings. Zhuang Yi's expression softened slightly as he issued the dismissal. He casually mentioned that business matters and company affairs are also excuses Zhu Yin's wife frequently employs for her late nights. With tears brushing her cheeks, Zhu Yin's wife fervently shook her head, exclaiming, "It is related. It is indeed related." Chapter 38. Bamboo's ex-wife faces relentless humiliation. It signifies my profound love for you, my earnest hope for your return home. Without your presence by my side, I find it impossible to sleep. The meals prepared by the housekeeper lack flavor, and I'm overwhelmed with numerous tasks at work that I cannot manage. Furthermore, starting next year, the company's orders will not suffice. Bamboo's ex-wife was entangled in her thoughts, unable to refrain from defending herself, yearning to express just how significant Zhuang Yi was to her. Shout Julie, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. So, your brother is quite remarkable. No wonder I, as your sister, am fond of him. Shout! Can you not keep your mouth shut for once? Bamboo's ex-wife retorted angrily, her ire ignited once more, wishing fervently to retaliate. Her feelings of guilt toward Zhuang Yi were matched only by her fierce resentment for Xiao Julie. Darling, I implore you to return home with me. I shall not discuss business tonight. I wish only to speak of you. Bamboo's ex-wife, your time has passed. My brother is spending the night with me, just as you did with Huang Xue. Xiao Julie teased, deliberately emphasizing the term ex-wife. Spending the night with you? Bamboo's ex-wife's expression shifted dramatically. Darling, you cannot spend the night with her. She is already. Zhuang Yi picked up his phone and scanned the QR code on the dining table to place an order. Sister Julie can have me because you sent me to her. Upon hearing this, Bamboo's ex-wife bit her lip at a loss for words, the overwhelming guilt intensifying within her, for the truth was undeniable. Xiao Julie added a few embellishments. If my brother is ordering, remember to let your sister pay. Unlike certain individuals, I do not expect my husband to earn and hand over his income to me. If I could marry a man as capable as my brother, I would entrust all that I earned to him for management. Xiao Julie's statements held an element of truth, though she remained unaware of Zhuang Yi's thoughts. Bamboo's ex-wife was acutely aware of her husband's exceptional capabilities and had often proposed that financial matters be entrusted to him. However, Zhuang Yi had consistently declined, concerned that money might taint the purity of their love. Moreover, the company was ostensibly owned by Bamboo's ex-wife, and Zhuang Yi wished her to feel pride in declaring herself the head of the household when she ventured outside. Once upon a time, Zhuang Yi would fulfill every request of Bamboo's ex-wife, loving her to the core, despite the understanding that he was the indispensable backbone of the company. He still took delight in identifying himself as a homemaker. Of course, that was in the past. Now, Zhuang Yi pondered for a moment before waving his hand. Sister Julie, do not speak too recklessly. If taken seriously, my father-in-law might misconstrue it as infidelity on my part. Upon hearing her husband speak in her defense, Bamboo's ex-wife gleefully interjected. I have not been unfaithful. I am as pure as fresh parchment. Zhuang Yi pretended not to hear her, finishing the order and then handing his phone to Xiao Julie. Sister Julie, see if there is anything you wish to eat. Xiao Julie accepted the phone with a bright smile. All right, thank you, brother. My younger brother and I are as pure as freshly fallen snow. Our relationship defined solely by friendship. Moreover, we shall be sleeping in separate beds tonight. This last statement was deliberately made for Zhu Yin's wife to hear. A shiver of disgust coursed through her, making her feel nauseated. You wretched woman, are you not tempted by my husband at all? Xiao Julie scoffed. What do you mean by being tempted? We share a sibling bond. Furthermore, do you have the right to utter such words? Just moments ago, you were surrounded by a throng of youthful and handsome lads, and yet you haven't even finalized your divorce before hastily moving on? How can you possibly manage so many men at night alone? Zhu Yin's wife was infuriated, her emotions in turmoil. It seemed as if neither of them could cease their bickering, their quarrel continuous. Zhuang Yi pursed his lips, pondering why Xiao Juli was so combative. Couldn't she simply dismiss her? Was there still an appetite for dinner after such a dispute? He reached out and poked Xiao Juli's hand, and upon her understanding, she finally altered her tone. Enough, enough. Let's not quarrel with the Zhu family. My brother is rather restrained, dressed sharply, appearing slender in attire, yet with a physique that is undeniably alluring beneath. Unlike certain individuals from the Zhu family, whose provocative attire has left those men drooling, and they have even been touched. Xiao Juli deliberately elongated her last three words, casting a lewd glance over Zhu Yin's wife's figure, intent on provoking her further. Zhu Yin's wife felt a surge of hatred, wishing she could spit blood in her rage. Dear husband, do not allow yourself to be deceived by this vile woman any longer. I have stated before that Zhu Yangyang is my biological brother. Our bond is unbreakable. His hand on my shoulder is nothing unusual, akin to how sister Yi Qing places her hand on yours. I would never. Zhuang Yi coldly interrupted. Zhu, let us cease discussing such trivial matters. I have no desire to hear your explanations. Please leave, as your presence is disrupting our meal. Zhuang Yi would not yield as he had in the past, swayed by tears and lies. Even if she clung stubbornly to him, he would not retreat an inch. Conversely, Zhu Yin's wife, as the chairwoman of a company, possessed her own arsenal of cunning and resolve. Shamelessness was merely the foundation. The true mastery lay in being both audacious and reckless. She took a deep breath, preparing to speak once more when a familiar voice interrupted her. My dear Yin's wife. The rich, magnetic tone captivated all four present, drawing their attention to a corner. Huang Shui waved her right hand, striding forward with her long legs. Upon seeing her, Zhu Yin's wife's complexion paled significantly, her confidence dwindling to its lowest point. Xiao Juli pouted. Hey, weren't you just blacklisted? Mrs. Zhu, I must admit I find it puzzling. What is so appealing about being a lesbian? Zhuang Yi turned his head. Sister Julie, disregard them. Huang Shui approached the dining table, her charming smile captivating. She first glanced around at the seated individuals, her gaze quickly landing on Xiao Julie, revealing her infatuation. Xiao Julie had heard much about her before, but she never anticipated that in person she would be even more enchanting than Zhu Yinchi. With an ethereal grace and a beauty that rivaled the moon and flowers. She gazed at her for considerable time, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson, seemingly unable to avert her eyes. The woman's intuition was remarkably sharp. A frown creased Xiao Julie's brow as a glint of ferocity flashed in her gaze. She had noticed Huang Shui's lascivious stare and thought to herself, indeed, the rumors of same-sex attraction hold true. Huang Shui, what are you doing here? Leave this place at once. It was only upon hearing Zhu Yinchi's loud exclamation that Huang Shui seemed to awaken from a reverie. Realizing her previous indiscretion, she cleared her throat and said, Ahem, my dear Yinchi, I have come here to discuss something important with you. In front of Zhuang Yi, Huang Shui gently took Zhu Yinchi's hand and quickly added, Why did you inexplicably block me this morning? It left me unable to speak with you. Without waiting for Zhu Yinchi's response, she placed a stack of paper documents into her hands. Chapter 39. Huang Shui declares war on Zhuang Yi. Brother Zhuang, you are here too. Huang Shui turned her head, a disdainful smile gracing her lips, feigning surprise as if she had only just noticed him. Isn't Brother Zhuang still married to Zhu Yin? How is he now dating Sister Julie? Zhuang Yi, with an impassive expression, could not even muster the desire to glance at her. Please leave this place. I can hardly bear the thought of being further provoked. Mr. Zhuang, don't flatter yourself. I fear my brother might misunderstand, Xiao Julie added with a sharp retort. Zhu Yin, initially poised to erupt in anger, gradually tempered her fury as she swiftly perused the contract. Shui, come with me. Her voice was low as she strode purposefully towards the private dining room. Okay, darling Yin, Brother Zhuang, we shall take our leave, Huang Shui provocatively remarked, following closely behind Zhu Yin. Zhuang Yi disregarded her, redirecting his attention towards Xiao Juli, engaging in trivial conversation to distract himself. An hour later, the trio had nearly finished their meal. Zhuang Yi exchanged pleasantries with Xiao Juli before rising to wash his hands in the public restroom. Upon reaching the wash basin area, Zhuang Yi spotted Huang Shui, her short hair, dyed a striking yellow, also washing her hands. After rinsing, she lifted her head, meeting Zhuang Yi's gaze. "Oh, Zhuang, we seem to run into each other quite coincidentally." Zhuang Yi ignored her, moving to another sink to wash his hands. "Zhuang, stop pretending to be aloof. Let's have a chat," Huang Shui insisted, crossing her arms and encroaching upon him. "I have nothing to discuss with a morally bankrupt mistress. Perhaps when you pass away in a few days, I shall dance on your grave and set off fireworks. Then we can converse at length." Zhuang Yi rinsed his mouth and deliberately spat towards Huang Shui's lower half. Splash! A mouthful of saliva, laced with remnants of vegetables, splattered onto her ultra-short skirt, a few droplets clinging to her fair thighs. Are you insane?" Huang Shui exclaimed, her face flushing with anger and humiliation as she hurriedly turned on the tap to wash the stains from her skirt and thighs. "My apologies, that was intentional. If you're dissatisfied, we can settle this with a fight." Zhuang Yi shrugged, flexing his muscular arm, prepared for confrontation, having been beaten in their previous encounters. Huang Shui retreated as Huang Shui's eyes flashed with a moment of astonishment upon hearing those words, but it was swiftly supplanted by her arrogance. "Undeniably, your intellect is quite remarkable. You could deduce so much from a mere statement. However, that is far from sufficient. Let me be frank, within a week, you will witness the extent of my methods. At that time, your reputation in the entire Dingyang city will be tarnished beyond repair, and you shall forever lose your dignity as a human being." She erupted into a reckless laughter, her voice laced with malice and insecurity, as if she could already envision the downfall of Zhuang Yi. "How intriguing. I shall remember this," Zhuang Yi said, straightening his posture and looking down at Huang Shui from a commanding height. "You own a company called Shui Media, which boasts a plethora of female streamers. I come across them quite frequently. As early as 6 months prior, Zhuang Yi had been monitoring Shui Media. At that time, Zhun Yin's wife sought to expand the company into new territories, and it was Zhuang Yi who liaised with other executives at Shui Media. It was also Zhuang Yi's recognition of the potential within the new media industry that allowed Zhun Yin's wife to invest in Shui Media. Presently, Shui Media is flourishing, with numerous female streamers amassing substantial followings and wielding considerable influence within the city." A cold smile curled at the corners of Huang Shui's lips. "This company is partially owned by my precious Nianqi. Do you dare to harm your own wife?" "Of course," Zhuang Yi replied nonchalantly as he exited the public restroom. Brushing past Huang Shui, before leaving, he added, "I possess evidence of your underhanded dealings with the female artists under your management." In that instant, the once proud Huang Shui's complexion turned ashen. A surge of anger and fear rose within her. She turned in a fit of rage, only to discover that Zhuang Yi had vanished without a trace. This man spoke with such certainty. Could he truly possess evidence? Huang Shui's heart raced, for she had indeed engaged in unscrupulous relationships with all the female artists under her wing. Yet, she prided herself on her discretion. It was impossible for her to have left any incriminating evidence. Zhuang Yi could not possibly have proof. But if he did, what basis did he have to assert my involvement with the female employees? Could it be? Her pupils constricted suddenly. That Su woman. I can state with absolute certainty that I was not surreptitiously recorded. Thus, it must be her who wields extraordinary influence, coercing the female employees of my company to act as witnesses. With this thought, Huang Shui clenched her teeth in determination. Though her preparations were lacking, she needed to take action before it was too late. If she did not hold some compromising information on Zhuang Yi, she would remain perpetually on the defensive. Fuming, Huang Shui strode out of the public restroom, retrieved her phone, and dialed a number. "Hello. Listen to me." Her tone was imperious yet tinged with a hint of panic, unaware that all of this was merely a product of her own imagination. In truth, Zhuang Yi had no evidence. His assertions were primarily based on the assumption that running a media company, particularly as a member of the LGBTQ community, would likely involve some degree of impropriety. It is a pervasive issue within the industry. Returning to the dining table, Zhuang Yi observed that Xiao Jiuli and Su Bao Er had satisfied their hunger and thirst. He gently cleared his throat and inquired, "Sister Jiuli, shall we conclude for the evening?" Su Bao Er, somewhat shy and reticent, stood up nervously, her gaze fixed on Zhuang Yi's actions. Xiao Jiuli nodded, her tone gentle as she replied, "Very well, I will first escort Assistant Su back to the school, and then take you home." Without seeking input, she decisively made her choice, reminiscent of her assertive counterpart, Junyan, both embodying the essence of a domineering CEO, leaving no room for dissent. For reasons unknown, Zhuang Yi found this assertiveness strangely reassuring. "All right, thank you, Sister Julie. You have worked hard this evening. No need for thanks. I shall also rely on you in the future." Chapter 40. Returning Su Bauer to school an hour later, at the entrance of Dingyang University. Su Bauer exited the car, expressing her gratitude profusely before striding back towards the campus. As she crossed the threshold of the school gate, the vehicle that was supposed to resume its journey remained stationary, with Xiao Julie having turned off the engine. "Julie, why aren't we driving?" Zhuang Yi, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly inquired. Xiao Julie grasped the steering wheel with both hands, her gaze fixed dreamily on Zhuang Yi. "Sister is lost in thought," she replied softly, her lips slightly pursed, revealing a captivating allure reminiscent of petals adorned with morning dew, delicate and enticing. Zhuang Yi shot her a bewildered glance. "On a night like this, you better not act recklessly." Instead of feeling offended, Xiao Julie chuckled meaningfully. "Not all. I merely wish to teasingly provoke you and see you blush." Her boldness was palpable, perfectly embodying the commanding presence of the president of the Xiao Group. As she spoke, she straightened her posture, showcasing her long, slender legs, attempting to stir Zhuang Yi's heartstrings. The enchanting curvature of her legs ignited vivid imaginations, and after just a few glances, Zhuang Yi felt his heartbeat quicken. Moments later, noticing Zhuang Yi's stunned expression, Xiao Julie flashed a charming smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Brother, what are you staring at?" Zhuang Yi snapped back to reality, his cheeks burning as if scorched by fire. "And no, nothing, Julie," he stammered, turning his gaze to the windshield. "Thank you for tonight. It has always been I who endured the ire of Junyanshi, and without you, I would never have experienced the satisfaction of an eye for an eye." He rationally shifted the conversation, expressing his gratitude with utmost seriousness, a reflexive response as a professional. Attempting to evade the moment, Xiao Julie raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. Why hadn't this young man succumbed to her charm? He should be stammering, unable to articulate, turning crimson from a mere breath from her, overwhelmed with shyness and pleading for mercy. "Are you too timid to admit it?" Xiao Julie playfully returned her legs to the footrest, deliberately murmuring in a sweet, seductive tone, "Your eyes are practically sparkling. Do you think I'm blind? I wouldn't hold it against you." Her gaze lingered teasingly on Zhuang Yi's increasingly flushed cheeks. "Just you wait. You managed to hold out for a day. But can you maintain this resolve for a lifetime? Previously, with your ex-wife, it was understandable that I couldn't entice you. But now that such a burden is lifted, let us see how long you can withstand." "Julie, please stop teasing me. You know I'm not good with this." Zhuang Yi replied, his anxiety palpable, his palms damp with sweat. In the past, he would have done everything possible to shield his mind from such distractions. While his relationship with his wife remained intact, numerous admirers approached him. Yet he, fearing the jealousy of his beloved Junyan, severed all potential flirtations decisively. Today, however, Xiao Julie exhibited restraint, even lending herself a helping hand, and, aside from a slight awkwardness in her choice of words, there was nothing amiss. A warm sensation enveloped him. This was Zhuang Yi's initial impression, as it seemed that after relinquishing his feelings for Junyan, everything began to progress positively. Observing Zhuang Yi's lips curve into a smile, Xiao Julie decided to temper her playfulness and teasingly remarked, "Well, after just a couple of exchanges, your cheeks are already flushed. How adorable. I shall refrain from teasing you tonight. I shall save it for after the divorce when you must obediently endure my whims. I assure you, my pursuit of you shall not wane simply because you rejected my confession today." She spoke these words with unwavering sincerity, her heart steady and her demeanor earnest. Zhuang Yi nodded, unexpectedly reassured. "Very well, after the divorce, I shall endure all of Julie's mischief." It seemed that he had not indulged in a single cigarette the entire day, a statement made by him, with no coercion from her. Julie fastened her seatbelt, restarted the vehicle, and drove Zhuang Yi home. In the quaint yet aging Morning Dawn community, she escorted him to the entrance staircase and gently set him down. "Julie, thank you for your efforts tonight. You earn your keep, prepare my meals, and even graciously drive me home," Zhuang Yi said, bowing slightly as he bid farewell through the car window. Julie flashed a charming smile, replying, "It is no trouble at all. I willingly do it." Chapter 41. Returning home to meet Sister Baiyun, Zhuang Yi politely suggested, "Sister Julie, my home is on the 3rd floor. Would you like to come up for a visit? My sister is also at home. I would like to introduce you." "Your sister?" A hint of hostility flickered in Julie's eyes. "Is she your biological sister or a foster sister? Is she more beautiful than I am?" A palpable wave of jealousy permeated the air. Zhuang Yi, perceptive to the tension, sought to ease the atmosphere, saying, "It's my foster sister. Her name is Sister Baiyun. She is a year older than you, and I was raised by her." Zhuang Yi was no fool. Those who navigated the upper echelons of the company were astute. This manner of expression not only conveyed his honesty, but also showcased transparency to the client, alleviating any lingering doubts. As anticipated, upon hearing the words raised by Julie's hostility diminished significantly. "Oh, so she is your guardian. Once I confirm our relationship with your brother, I will meet the family," she replied. With that, Julie switched on her high beams, preparing to leave the morning light community. Zhuang Yi clasped his hands together respectfully and said, "Sister Julie, take care on the road. And please send me a message when you arrive home." He delivered the standard farewell trifecta in one breath. While this would have been a perfectly ordinary statement, Julie conjured an alternative interpretation. Was the brother concerned for his sister? She paused for a moment, then flashed a charming smile. "All right, sister will listen to you, brother." With that, she blew a kiss and drove away. Zhuang Yi neither confirmed nor denied, intentionally teasing Julie. He stood still, watching this naive client depart. Throughout his journey home, he sensed something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Shaking his head, Zhuang Yi ascended the stairs. Upon reaching his front door, he attempted to unlock it, only to find it secured. Had he not brought his own key, he would have been left outside by the infuriating Sister Baiyun. With a disdainful snort, he retrieved his key and opened the door. Upon entering, he found Sister Baiyun seated at the coffee table, her back to the door, engrossed in her phone with headphones on. "Sister Baiyun, why did you lock the door and leave me outside? I haven't upset you in the past few days," Zhuang Yi boldly approached. However, as he caught sight of the content on her phone, he lowered his head, casting a disdainful gaze upon this most significant figure in his life, his foster sister. Perhaps the volume on her headphones was too high, muffling the sound of Zhuang Yi's footsteps and voice. Sister Baiyun remained oblivious to his return. And so it was. Zhuang Yi observed Sister Baiyun, while she remained engrossed in her phone, both lost in their own worlds. After a considerable time, sensing something was off, Sister Baiyun suddenly lifted her head, her flawless gaze locking on Zhuang Yi's piercing eyes. "Zhuang, Zhuang Yi." Sister Baiyun, in a state of panic, called out a name, startling herself into standing up abruptly. However, her footing faltered, and she tumbled over, landing flat on her back. With a thud, she found herself staring at the ceiling, yet fortunately, her head narrowly escaped the sharp corner of the coffee table. Zhuang Yi approached her, devoid of any sympathy, his gaze icy and piercing as he fixed his eyes on Sister Baiyun. His face ashen, he seized her phone and, after entering his birth date, unlocked the screen. "Zhuang, what are you planning to do?" Sister Baiyun asked tentatively, her unease palpable. Zhuang Yi coldly replied, "Delete the video." "Delete the video?" Ignoring her pain, Sister Baiyun executed a backflip to her feet, exclaiming, "You can't delete it. It's something I've treasured. Despite her words, she lacked the courage to take any action to stop him. Helplessly, she watched as Zhuang Yi erased the video completely, her anxiety escalating to the point where she felt as if she might tear her hair out. She jumped around in despair, but Zhuang Yi remained indifferent, continuing his cold deletion of the video. Fearing he had not been thorough enough, he even ventured into the recycle bin to erase everything within it. Once he had completed this task, Zhuang Yi tossed the phone back to Sister Baiyun and proceeded into the shower, ready to indulge in a hot bath. Chapter 42. The wife returns home after a brief interval of 10 minutes. Zhuang Yi emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and dressed. In days gone by, he would have dashed out in nothing but his underwear, for the dampness of the shower room made it unwise to don trousers within. Sister Baiyun stood at the threshold of the shower, her face a portrait of panic. She yearned to engage Zhuang Yi in conversation, yet the memory of her earlier embarrassment rendered her speechless. With a white towel in hand, Zhuang Yi dried his hair, surprisingly devoid of any further humiliation, sarcasm, or even anger. He regarded Sister Baiyun with an untroubled demeanor, stating, "Please refrain from such behavior in the future. I understand your needs, and if you require resources, I can assist you." Sister Baiyun gaped in astonishment, feeling utterly cornered and uncertain of how to defend her actions to her brother. She could distinctly sense the shift in his gaze, perceiving herself as a repressed and lascivious figure. "Oh, how vexing," she thought. After a moment's pause, Zhuang Yi, with a hint of sympathy, added, "I was merely a bit nauseated earlier. My words were spoken in anger. Please do not take them to heart." Sister Baiyun's mind had seemingly short-circuited, and she feebly inquired, "Is that truly so?" Zhuang Yi cast her a glance, his disappointment palpable, and replied with a sardonic laugh, "Indeed, yet I never imagined that at the age of 30, it would take merely 5 minutes." As he uttered these words, he scrutinized Sister Baiyun with an expression reserved for the hopelessly inept. He shook his head, emitting a sound of pity. Boom! This remark struck like a bolt from the blue, unfurling chaos. The force of his words left Sister Baiyun utterly speechless. She stumbled back several paces, her back pressed against the wall, collapsing to the floor in a state of shock. And then, she began to weep, whimpering, "You foolish dog. You have humiliated me. You've never shamed me like this before. I raised you, and is it wrong to use you as I see fit? Yet you choose to humiliate me. Oh, woe is me." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Sister Baiyun's face as she gasped for breath, her cries echoing in the room. Seeing her in such a state, Zhuang Yi offered no comfort but silently retreated to the bedroom, saying, "Sister Baiyun, consider yourself fortunate. Had it been someone else who acted thus, I would have broken her legs and ensured she could not hold her head high again. Cry it out and sleep. I have a busy day ahead and cannot indulge you further." His calmness was unervingly profound. Once in the bedroom, Zhuang Yi collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained by the day's events, and swiftly drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Zhuang Yi awoke and, after freshening up, stepped out of the bedroom. Noticing that Sister Baiyun had yet to rise, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. When Sister Baiyun finally emerged, she found that Zhuang Yi had already laid out a sumptuous meal, alleviating much of her earlier distress. It seemed her brother had not held a grudge about the previous night. What a relief. With this thought, Sister Baiyun approached the dining table. However, upon seeing the array of breakfast dishes, her heart sank. Steamed goose hearts, fried shrimp heads, oil cakes, green tea, and more awaited her. "Xiao Zhuang, Sister truly acknowledges her mistakes. Can we please refrain from such antics?" Baiyun sighed with a hint of melancholy. "Fine," Zhuang Yi conceded without argument. Since Baiyun had no appetite, they would opt for something different to eat tomorrow. The two sat in opposition, the atmosphere palpably tense. Zhuang Yi focused intently on his meal, while Baiyun discreetly observed him from across the table. Ding dong. After a brief moment of eating, the doorbell rang. "I'll get it," Zhuang Yi said, setting down his chopsticks and rising to answer the door. Upon opening it, a familiar figure came into view, causing his brow to furrow slightly. It was Zhuang Yi. "What brings you here?" Zhuang Yi stepped outside, locking the door behind him. Making his intentions unmistakably clear, he did not wish for Zhuang Yi to enter. Before their marriage, Zhuang Yi had often brought Zhu Yinshi home to meet his parents, and now, seeing her pursue him, he had no doubt she was investigating him. Zhu Yinshi, feeling a pang of disappointment at being barred from entering, managed to muster a forced smile. "Darling, I came to discuss work matters." With that, she presented several documents gravely before Zhuang Yi. He glanced at the first document and noticed the signatures of Huang Shui and Zhu Yinshi. Damn, even on the brink of divorce, she dares to flaunt her relationship in front of me. This pertains to your company. Do not seek me out for such matters. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yi issued an expulsion order. Zhu Yinshi's eyelashes fluttered as a mix of emotions washed over her smile faltering. "Darling, please don't be like this. I just wanted to talk to you." Zhuang Yi, feeling vexed, remained silent, stating coldly, "Zhu, I do not wish to converse with you." The mere mention of Huang Shui's name ignited his anger. He had severed ties, declared a blacklist. Yet the sweet words spoken were devoid of sincerity. He refused to even feign interest, his irritation palpable as he jabbed at Huang Shui's name with his finger, thinking, "Never let me see this name again. It disgusts me." Zhu Yinshi, oblivious to her husband's sentiments, absurdly smiled and said, "Darling, I was just about to tell you about Shui. She has signed a new contract with our company, a deal worth over 100 million. Isn't your wife progressing rapidly?" Flustered, she hastily flipped through the contract copies, eager to present the details to Zhuang Yi. 100 million in orders was equivalent to nearly a year's income for him. Zhu Yinshi's fervent display aimed to prove her fidelity, asserting that her business dealings were earnest and not frivolous. Zhuang Yi contemplated for a moment. "If you're pleased, then I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Why do you keep saying such things? I've told you I have no relationship with her." With a furious shout, Zhu Yin's wife expressed her ire. Yet upon realizing that her wrath would be ineffective against her husband, she instinctively lowered her head, feeling aggrieved. "Darling, are you still upset about last night? My sudden departure was merely for business discussions with Huang Shui. Aside from dining, I did nothing else. I didn't even allow her to touch me." Zhuang Yi felt no anger. Subconsciously, he suspected that Zhu Yin's wife was once again being deceitful. Just yesterday, she had sworn that she had completely severed ties with Huang Shui, even going so far as to block her. Yet in less than half a day, the embers had rekindled, and she had secured a massive order worth $1 billion, transforming into a significant client. This realization caused him considerable discomfort, prompting him to respond, "Ms. Zhu, I'm not angry. Congratulations on your substantial contract. Our company's workload is now fully secured for the coming year." For reasons unknown, every time he saw Zhu Yin's wife, he felt an overwhelming urge to smoke. Zhu Yin's wife, feeling wrong, continued, "Actually, Huang Shui." Repeatedly mentioning this third party began to irritate Zhuang Yi, who interrupted her. "Would it kill you to refrain from mentioning her?" He shot her a glare and added candidly, "To be frank, your precious Huang Shui threatened me just last night, vowing to ruin my reputation." Chapter 43. The Wife's Distrust in Zhuang Yi. Choosing to believe in Huang Shui, Zhu Yin's wife stood frozen in place, a jolt running through her. Last night, in the private room, she had signed a contract with Huang Shui, insisting repeatedly that Huang must have no further interactions with Zhuang Yi. At that time, Huang had pounded her chest, swearing an oath to Zhu Yin, assuring her that she would have no further entanglements with Zhuang Yi and would not seek revenge against him. Zhu Yin's mouth opened in disbelief. Having witnessed Huang's vow firsthand, she found it hard to accept her husband's assertions of deceit. "Darling, Huang Shui would not dare harm you. I issued her a strict order last night to keep her distance and to harbor no thoughts of you. Furthermore, aside from a brief visit to the restroom, she remained within my sight all night. There was no chance for her to engage with you. I understand you may not like her, but we must not masquerade as virtuous while spreading unfounded rumors about others." Zhu Yin bowed her head in shame, anxiety gnawing at her insides. Zhuang Yi refrained from rebuttal, viewing her words as the betrayal of a heartless soul. "Then continue to believe I'm a liar. I never expected your trust." As fate would have it, the two had indeed crossed paths in the restroom. "Darling, it's not that I distrust you. I will call her right now to have her testify. She truly swore an oath to me last night." Zhu Yin hastily retrieved her phone, her fingers flying across the screen, eager to connect with Huang Shui. Zhuang Yi let out a derisive laugh. Didn't you block her? Zhu Yin's fingers froze mid-motion. Raising her gaze to meet Zhuang Yi's icy stare sent a shiver down her spine, compelling her to retract her phone. She despised that look. It pierced her heart like a dagger from the person she cherished most, leaving her breathless. Darling, please don't look at me like that. Given the size of that order, it's quite reasonable for the client to request a phone number reasonable, Zhuang Yi replied coldly, his mind racing with thoughts of her incomprehensibility. Zhu Yin, oblivious to the resentment in his tone, sighed with relief. I knew you would understand, darling. Everything is for this family, for our grand ambitions. I'm certain that once we receive the first installment, we could buy a new house for my mother-in-law. Let us get the most expensive one in the city. A smile briefly illuminated Zhu Yin's face as she gestured towards Sister Baiyun within the room. Sister Baiyun had previously clashed with Zhu Yin, even causing a scene on her wedding day, bringing shame upon the Zhu family. This time, Zhu Yin sought to mend the relationship with a gift, a subtle attempt to salvage her marriage. Zhuang Yi's gaze lingered on her, noting that this was the first time his wife had shown concern for his family, even wishing to purchase a home for them. In the past, such a gesture would have thrilled him for days. Now, however, he remained as cold as ice, his heart hardened. There is no need for that. Just take care of yourself. We will be divorced next month. Upon hearing the word divorce, Zhu Yin reacted instinctively, interjecting, "Why do you keep bringing up divorce? I have humbled myself to seek reconciliation with you, yet you still bring this up. Enough, I have not finished speaking." Zhuang Yi crossed his hands in its gesture, his tone remaining frigid. "Even though we are still married, should Huang Shui make the first move against me, I will not hesitate to eradicate her completely. Given your deep entanglement with her, do not blame me for inflicting harm upon her, nor for any repercussions that may affect the Zhu family's enterprises." Zhu Yinshi retorted vehemently, "You are such a miser. I have already stated that Huang Shui has sworn a malicious oath against me. She would never dare to strike at you." Her expression mirrored her anger, as this husband first spoke of divorce and then disregarded his own words. If Huang Shui truly dared to act against my husband, not only would she be unable to bear the consequences, but my father-in-law would also mobilize all his resources to instigate a commercial war with the Huang group. Huang Shui is not foolish, unless she has completely lost her senses. She would never engage in such a self-destructive endeavor. Zhuang Yi, feeling vexed, furrowed his brow. "I do not wish to engage in futile arguments with you. Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I request that you leave this place." Upon hearing that she was to be dismissed, Zhu Yinshi's fury erupted, nearly roaring, You want to expel me? Zhuang Yi, are you truly so heartless? I sacrificed our family gathering to save Zhu Yangyang's life. Is it merely a matter of missing one meal together that you would sever all ties? Do you have any idea how much your words, like strangers, hurt me? Can you not consider my feelings as you once did? I admit that Huang Shui coaxed me into drinking. I indulged in a cup, albeit reluctantly. But these are mere trifles, and I have apologized to you. It is you who refuse to hear my explanations. You always criticize Huang Shui. Yet I just blocked her yesterday, and that very night, she came bearing an order to apologize. Cannot you learn from her at all? With tears streaming down her face, Zhu Yinshi furiously hurled the contract to the ground, gripping Zhuang Yi's shoulders tightly and shaking him. She sought to awaken him, to revive the husband who once loved her deeply. However, everything she uttered fell on deaf ears for Zhuang Yi. Huang Shui is the mistress. This implies that after 7 years of acquaintance and 4 years of marriage, Zhuang Yi tirelessly toiled for the Zhu family, exhausting his connections to save his father-in-law's life, only to have Zhu Yinshi now ready to discard all his achievements for the sake of a sudden mistress, as if a 100 million order could obliterate his entire legacy. The very thought that Zhuang Yi should learn from this mistress is utterly absurd, an egregious affront. It must be noted that Zhuang Yi's annual contracts far exceed 100 million. His gaze fell, his expression wrought with anguish, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke through his torment. In your household, you cast me out for Huang Shui. While in my home, I ask you to leave. And you still use her to pressure me, knowing that our relationship has crumbled because of her. Must you truly be so cruel, Zhu Yinshi? Instinctively, Zhu Yinshi released her grip, realizing that she had inadvertently struck a chord deep within Zhuang Yi's heart. I did not mean that. Our relationship has not shattered. My love for you is profound and unwavering. Tears, as large as beans, flowed incessantly down her cheeks. Her proud and domineering nature compelled her to add defiantly, "Moreover, I have not acted in any deceitful manner. I merely went to rescue Zhu Yangyang and, by chance, consumed a few cups of wine. Is it not excessive for you to unfoundedly accuse me of having relations with another?" Ding dong. Just as the argument reached its zenith, Zhuang Yi's phone abruptly chimed. He calmly retrieved it, yet the heart-wrenching discomfort swiftly transformed into a raging fury. Someone had added him as a friend on WeChat. The profile picture was his own, but his hair had been digitally altered to resemble a vibrant, green pasture. Chapter 44, Zhu Yinshi. Are you pretending to be infatuated? Damn it. Zhuang Yi raised his head and glared fiercely at Zhu Yinshi. This malicious prank was evidently orchestrated by her friends. Bullying. Once again, he was subjected to their harassment. The verbal assaults were no longer sufficient. The psychological torment had reached new heights. He pressed the button to accept the friend request, preparing to unleash a torrent of words centered around his parents, with relatives as the radius and descendants as the initial acceleration, writing furiously until he bled from his mouth. Zhu Yinshi caught the subtle shift in Zhuang Yi's expression, her heart tightening as she feigned indignation. Why are you glaring at me? I am merely speaking the truth. Why are you silent? Is it because you feel guilty? Zhuang Yi ignored her completely, his fingers flying across the phone screen. No sooner had Zhu Yinshi arrived home than someone began to send friend requests in a veiled manner. To suggest there was no connection would be preposterous. Still simmering with anger, Zhu Yinshi, noticing her husband as cold shoulder, grew increasingly caustic. Why are you ignoring me? Hand over your phone. Let me see if you're chatting with that vixen, Xiao Julie. As she spoke, she snatched Zhuang Yi's phone, intending to lift the block and maintain their communication. Just as she seized it, a couple of messages arrived on WeChat. Ding! Upon seeing the messages, Zhu Yinshi's pupils constricted sharply, her complexion turning pale, nearly causing her to stumble. These two messages sealed her fate. Give me the phone. Zhuang Yi, already irate, felt his hostility surge at his wife's interruption. Without a second thought, he reached for the phone, but Zhu Yinshi clung to it as if it were a lifeline, refusing to relinquish her grip. I want to give it to you. I want to. Zhu Yinshi instinctively attempted to delete the messages, but was a moment too late. Zhuang Yi yanked the phone back with force, disregarding whether she might be hurt. The two messages flashed before his eyes, causing his pupils to narrow into pinpricks. A sense of grievance, red-eyed and overwhelming, washed over him. His suspicions were confirmed. Zhu Yinshi had deceived him once more, and this time, the betrayal was utterly unforeseen. All of his wife's earlier emotions, every tear, every expression of love, were all falsehoods. The two messages were photographs. One depicted Zhu Yinshi and Zhu Yangyang donning matching birthday hats, blowing out candles on a cake adorned with the date from 2 days prior and the words "Happy Birthday." The previous night was when Zhu Yinshi had sacrificed herself to leave the family banquet. Additionally, the two of them wore smiles that radiated sweetness, their affection for one another palpable, reminiscent of a loving couple. Behind them, the stage was adorned with 570 photographs celebrating Zhu Yinshi and Zhu Yangyang, overflowing with happiness. The second photograph revealed Zhu Yinshi and Huang Shui in a tight embrace, with Zhu Yinshi appearing somewhat inebriated, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Behind them, countless guests applauded and congratulated them, some even raising glasses in a toast to a century of harmony. Two photographs depict an exquisite and blissful happiness, a happiness that Zhuang Yi has never experienced in these 7 years. Regardless of the contributions he made to the Zhu family or the responsibilities he shouldered, he has received nothing in return. His heart feels as though it has been pierced repeatedly by his wife's icy blade. bleeding profusely and leaving him in a state of despair. Zhu Yan's wife, her lips trembling and her face as pale as parchment, implores, "Darling, let me explain. It's not what you think. Your explanations are as good as meaningless." Zhuang Yi's fury knows no bounds. He wishes nothing more than to rid himself of this wretched woman. The injuries of Zhu Yangyang are grievous indeed, severe enough to warrant sympathy even from Huang Xue. She professes her undying love, yet cannot even maintain the most basic loyalty, trampling upon his emotional investments with betrayal. Her lies flow effortlessly, without a flicker of remorse. For 7 long years, she has managed to ensnare him in her web of deceit. Zhu Yan's wife, how audacious you are! Zhuang Yi's demeanor has transformed into one of utter disdain, his loathing for the woman before him reaching its zenith. Her countless deceptions have led him to suspect that she might even be engaging in perverse master-servant games outside their marriage. Today, her arrival feels orchestrated, as if a task had been assigned by a master. What a coincidence it is that she arrives just as the photographs follow closely behind. Zhu Yan's wife, awakening from her stupor, trembles and says, "No, darling, it's not as you think. I was drunk, and Huang Xue merely helped me. Besides, she is a woman." Lies, utterly and completely falsehoods. Zhuang Yi extends a hand, pointing towards the staircase. "I do not wish to hear any explanations. Leave." Zhu Yan's wife feels a tremor in her heart. Her anger dissipates, leaving behind a profound fear of this calm, yet furious dialogue. She clings tightly to Zhuang Yi, unwilling to let go. "Darling, I beg you to let me explain clearly. I promise this time I will speak the truth. I dare not conceal anything anymore." Zhuang Yi, gripping her back as one would a chick, forcefully pulls her away. "Leave, or do you still refuse?" Zhu Yan's wife's face pales, a barely perceptible fear creeping into her heart. "I will not go. I love you. I want to confess to you." Slap. Zhuang Yi, engulfed in darkness, unleashes his full strength with a resounding blow. Zhu Yan's wife feels the sting on her left cheek, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. All that can be heard is the demon's whisper. "Are you pretending to be the lovesick fool?" Chapter 45. Zhu Yan's first confrontation with Huang Xue with a resounding slap. Blood was drawn. Zhu Yan finally grasped the extent of her husband's love as he unleashed his full fury upon her. She could vaguely feel her cheek contorted from the impact, and as she cupped her face, tears of defiance welled up in her bright, expressive eyes. The agony in her heart surpassed the pain in her body. "Are you not afraid of injuring me?" Zhu Yan finally inquired, her voice trembling. Zhuang Yi offered no reply, merely fixing her with a cold, penetrating stare that sent chills through her very bones. Uncomfortable under his gaze, Zhu Yan wrestled with a tempest of emotions. Anger, resentment, heartbreak. She bent down to gather the scattered contract papers, hoping to use work as a means to reconcile with her husband and mend the rift between them. But fate conspired against her, shattering her plans into irreparable fragments. Feeling utterly helpless, Zhu Yan tidied up and left the entrance in a daze. Before departing, she stubbornly addressed Zhuang Yi, "Darling, once your anger subsides, I shall return." "I am sorry." She yearned to say more, but witnessing her husband's unwavering demeanor filled her with trepidation. She feared that her words might worsen the situation and unveil damaging truths, leading to irreparable consequences. Simultaneously, she loathed herself for not confessing sooner and for her embrace with Huang Xue. As she descended the stairs and stepped onto the street, her pace was sluggish, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. "Zhu Yan, you truly are a failure. You had prepared yourself not to lash out at your husband. Yet you couldn't help but berate him," she muttered to herself, lost in a haze of despair. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Why would someone send her husband a photograph? And coincidentally, she had been present at the scene? Anxiety gripped her heart. There were those with ulterior motives seeking to ensnare her, and her husband might have been monitored. She fished out her phone and, after a brief moment of hesitation, dialed Huang Xue. A sense of foreboding lingered in her mind. Her husband had previously mentioned that Huang Xue intended to frame him. Was it possible that his actions were not merely impulsive, but rather a result of Huang Xue's threats? Her mind raced as the call connected. "Hello, my dear Nian. What brings you to call?" Huang Xui's voice was sweet yet disarming. Zhu Yin wiped her tears and declared firmly, "Huang Xui, I have made my stance abundantly clear. Do not address me as dear ever again. Now, speak the truth. Did you intend to ensnare my husband? Think carefully before you respond. Do not make me block you again." Her tone was unexpectedly resolute. On the other end, Huang Xui was taken aback, perplexed at the sudden confrontation. Had Zhuang Yi been preemptively ambushed? "No, my dear Nian, did I not swear to you just last night? I harbor no animosity towards him," she retorted, feigning innocence. Seeing her steadfast denial, Zhu Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Again, Dao said, "All right, considering our friendship, you must promise not to take revenge on my husband." Huang Xue replied, "Do you not trust me? I offered you a contract worth 100 million, and you were the first person I thought of when establishing my new company. You even hold shares in Xue Media." Her voice was tinged with emotion, as if she were defending herself. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin's wife felt more at ease. Huang Xui did not seem like the type to retaliate. She hesitantly reassured her, "It's not that I distrust you, but my husband received a photo of me that was taken during Zhu Yangyang's birthday party, and he's been sulking about it. Can you help me find a culprit? I want to break his legs to vent my frustration." Huang Xui paused for a moment. "Well, there were so many people taking photos at that time, and given the lack of surveillance cameras at Zhu Yangyang's residence, along with a multitude of distinguished guests, it's quite difficult." Deep down, she already had an inkling that the perpetrator was most likely Zhu Yangyang. She sensed that Zhu Yangyang might escalate the situation further, perhaps by spreading the photo throughout the Zhu family or even posting it on social media with some ambiguous, flirtatious comment. Since someone was already stirring the pot, why should she go through the trouble of eliminating her own ally? Zhu Yin's wife felt a twinge of annoyance. "If it's difficult, I'll handle it myself. If necessary, I'll go to Zhu Yangyang's residence to check the surveillance footage. I refuse to believe I can't uncover some clues." In the past, whenever Zhu Yin's wife expressed a need, Huang Xui would eagerly assure her that it was taken care of. However, today, her mention of difficulty ignited Zhu Yin's wife's anger, prompting her to hang up the phone. After a brief pause, she called her butler, "Fubo, hello, Fubo." "Ah, miss, you're calling early in the morning. Is there something you need?" The butler, Fubo Wei, was 55 years old, and despite his graying hair, he exuded remarkable vitality. "Please help me rent an apartment in the Chinsi community. I'll send you the address. It should be on the 3rd floor next to my husband's. Money is no object. The sooner, the better." Zhu Yin's wife spoke while sending Fu Bo Wei the location. He did not inquire further. "Yes, miss. I will take care of it right away." On the 3rd floor, at Sister Baiyun's residence, after sending Zhu Yin's wife away, Zhuang Yi returned home, feeling dejected. His appetite for breakfast had vanished, and he lay languidly on the sofa, engaging in a heated exchange with the person who sent him the photos. He dare not stop. If he did, the painful ache in his heart would resurface. In the pictures, Zhu Yin's wife radiated beauty, clearly expressing her affection for Zhu Yangyang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a brilliant smile. She insisted their relationship was merely sibling-like, rooted in blood ties. Yet, it seemed that time had led to deeper feelings. Ironically, he too had fallen victim to such gradual affection, having been lured into a trap. The person he was arguing with was quite arrogant, going by the nickname, Zhu Yin's real husband. While engaged in this confrontation, Zhuang Yi also spent money hiring hackers to dig up information on the individual. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. He could uncover nothing but that the person used a foreign ID. Zhu Yinchi's legitimate husband sent a provocative message. Open Douyin now and scroll through a few short videos. Zhuang Yi, remaining calm and composed, unleashed a torrent of insults upon him. Driven by curiosity, he opened a short video platform to alleviate his boredom. After merely watching 5 videos, he stumbled upon one that featured a photo of Zhu Yangyang and Zhu Yinchi, both adorned with matching birthday hats, joyfully blowing out the candles on a cake. The two appeared to share a deep connection, resembling a pair of celestial lovers, radiating bliss. The title of the video read, "The most important person in my life stands beside me at this moment." The video amassed nearly 10,000 likes. and the comment section overflowed with over 1,000 remarks. Among the comments, long-lasting love, 77.99. Oh my, so heartwarming, how delightful. Who is this woman? She must be here to deceive Yang's affections. As Zhuang Yi perused the comments, his previously suppressed emotions gradually began to dissipate. He resolved to take action. Zhu Yangyang must be dealt with. But who should he target? He couldn't possibly harm his sister. Sister Baiyun rushed over from the dining table, nearly in tears, exclaiming, "I've only watched a few of your videos. My sins do not warrant death." Zhuang Yi, already in a foul mood, felt even worse upon seeing this sister who had cared for him. "I am not going to harm you." He rubbed his temples forcefully and asked, "Do you know who just came by?" "Who?" Sister Baiyun inquired. "Zhu Yinchi. She deceived me the night before last into thinking I was rescuing someone, when in reality, she spent the entire night with Zhu Yangyang and Huang Shui. She just came to confront me, and I slapped her." Chapter 46. Zhu Jiangua officially proposed a divorce from his wife. Baiyun, slightly taken aback, inquired, You wish to part with your wife?" Zhuang Yi, seated on the sofa, nodded and tossed his phone toward Baiyun. After watching the video, Baiyun was astounded. The very woman who once dared to create a commotion in the heavens for the sake of marrying Zhuang Yi was now entangled with another man. She felt an urge to confront her. The wife who once solemnly vowed before me that she would never let him suffer now betrayed him without a flicker of remorse. Baiyun, filled with indignation, wore her emotions on her face, a mixture of anger and heartbreak. "I told you, if you were to marry, it should have been me, but you wouldn't listen. And look at what has happened now. I'm getting older, and Zhu Yinchi no longer wants you." She lamented, recalling the farce from the previous night. Hesitant to assert her dominance over Zhuang Yi. In the past, she would have gleefully trampled on his pride. Zhuang Yi shook his head in self-mockery, retrieving a cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply. The smoke curled into the air, gradually obscuring his indifferent expression. "Sister, I intend to persuade Dad this afternoon to expedite the divorce." Though he had promised Zhu Jiangua a month for Zhu Yinchi just the other day, he had changed his mind, eager to sever ties before any further antics arose from his wife. He could no longer endure this marriage for even a second. Upon witnessing her brother's resolute demeanor, Baiyun couldn't suppress a smile, feeling an unexpected thrill at her brother's impending divorce. "Well then, you must not waver. Hurry and finalize the divorce this afternoon. Once it's done, I'll host a banquet to celebrate your newfound freedom." Zhuang Yi, maintaining a serious expression, asked, "Do you truly wish for my divorce?" "And no, I merely find Zhu Yinchi intolerable." Baiyun pouted, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous delight, clearly reveling in the situation. "Once this foolish dog divorces Zhu Yinchi today, I shall coax him into accompanying me to obtain a marriage certificate tomorrow. Then, I will ensure he quickly fathers a son and a daughter, binding him to the household to care for the children, shielding him from the temptations of the outside world. He shall forever remain my devoted companion." At 2 in the afternoon, at the Zhu family villa, Zhuang Yi, having arranged for Su Bao's tasks over the phone, arrived at the villa with 2 boxes of wine, his expression impassive. Zhu Jiangua sat on the living room sofa, his brow furrowed with concern, seemingly distracted. Nearby, Wang Xiaomei and Zhu Yeqing were engaged in conversation. When Zhu Jiangua looked up and saw Zhuang Yi, he was initially startled and flustered, but this quickly transformed into a calm smile. "Son, you've come." His voice was steady, devoid of the usual excitement. "Dad, I missed you, so I came to see you." Zhuang Yi wore a faint smile, handing the wine to a servant before taking a seat beside Zhu Jiangua. "My son is truly filial. In the future, make sure to visit this old man more often," Zhu Jiangua said, patting Zhuang Yi on the shoulder, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The elder gentleman could be considered a fashionable person, frequently engaging with mobile short videos. Just moments ago, he stumbled upon a video featuring Zhu Yangyang and Zhu Nian's wife, which the entire family had also encountered. Little did they expect that merely half an hour later, their good son would pay a visit, his intentions unmistakable. Nearby, Zhu Yeqing greeted, "Xiao Zhuang, are you not busy today?" Zhuang Yi turned his head and saw the familiar Zhu Yeqing and the scowling Wang Xiaomei. offering a greeting. Sister Qing, mother-in-law, you are here as well. Wang Xiaomei sat with poise, rolling her eyes, and sarcastically remarked, I hope certain son-in-law types have the self-awareness to know that while they consume the resources of the Zhu family, they should refrain from leaving us in a lurch. Zhu Yeqing firmly grasped her arm. Mom, please don't speak recklessly. Anyone could be offended by you. Zhuang Yi was not merely a son-in-law. He was lawfully married. Wang Xiaomei's biting comment ignited a simmering anger within him. With a forced smile, he replied, Mother-in-law, your humor is truly remarkable. As for the topic of leaving, father, I wish to discuss something with you today. Zhuang Yi's tone shifted abruptly to seriousness. He had been contemplating how to broach the subject, but upon observing the trio's demeanor, it was evident they had seen the short video. This made the task at hand considerably easier. Witnessing Zhuang Yi bypassing pleasantries and diving straight into the matter caused Zhu Jiangwo's heart to lurch, realizing that this marriage was beyond salvage. According to his envisioned trajectory, the couple's relationship should have gradually warmed. Yet Zhu Yan's wife, this foolish girl, continued to stir trouble. Nevertheless, Zhu Jiangwo remained unwilling to concede, tightly grasping Zhuang Yi's hand, pleading, Son, please think it through. Don't let your father feel despondent. This time, faced with his father-in-law's entreaty, Zhuang Yi was resolute. Father, I wish to divorce Zhu Yan immediately, preferably by tomorrow at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhu Jiangwo's face drained of color, his fingers trembling slightly, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a response. Zhu Yeqing, alarmed, hurried away from the table, dashing to the restroom to inform Zhu Yan. Only Wang Xiaomei felt the cloud of gloom lift, her chest relaxing with a sigh of relief. She had long been dissatisfied with Zhuang Yi, viewing him as a burden. In the grand family of Dingyang City, numerous young talents existed, and with Zhu Yan still young, seeking a more suitable match would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. Zhuang Yi sighed softly, his gaze reflecting a certain weariness. Father, seeing your expression, you must have watched the video featuring Zhu Yan on Douyin. Truth be told, with Nian's grace and the Zhu family's foundation, she deserves someone far more exceptional than to squander her youth on someone like me. Zhu Jiangwo gazed into his eyes, speechless, tears glimmering in his gaze. Zhuang Yi maintained a humble stance, unwilling to prolong the matter. Father, you hold a place in my heart as dear as that of my biological father. Rest assured, I will not bring shame upon the Zhu family. Let all the blame fall upon me. Only by exiting this marriage could Zhuang Yi begin anew. He had no other choice. Regarding the matter of Zhu Yanqi visiting in the morning, he was reluctant to share it with his father-in-law, fearing it would cause him distress. The dissolution of a marriage inflicts pain not only upon the couple, but also upon the innocent family members nearby. The sole silver lining is that, without the constraints of a child, he is spared the guilt of subjecting a young one to an unhappy childhood. Upon hearing the conclusion, Zhu Jiangwo calmly lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a ring of smoke. The smoke ring drifted through the air, mirroring the complexity of his current emotions. Son, is there truly no chance left? He wagered his dignity, harboring a glimmer of hope, and inquired once more. Dad, there are some things you may not yet know. I'm not the type to condemn someone for a single mistake in love. Zhuang Yi took out his phone, displaying the photograph of Zhu Yanqi kissing the man in the green suit before Zhu Jiangwo's eyes. The individual in the green suit was obscured, leaving their gender uncertain. But even if it were a woman, it was an acceptance I could not bear. Chapter 47, let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau at once to finalize the divorce. Father, if you promptly acquiesce, I shall refrain from presenting these photographs before you. The matter between Yanqi and myself is far more intricate than you can fathom, and what I possess is merely the tip of the iceberg. Zhuang Yi spoke with a calm, yet resolute demeanor. Presenting such matters to parents is exceedingly embarrassing, especially for Zhu Yanqi. Naturally, Zhuang Yi had no intention of using these disgraceful images as leverage against the Zhu family or his former wife. His sole desire was to convey his determination to expedite the divorce. Zhu Jiangwo silently puffed on a cigarette, unable to meet his son's gaze. If you intend to divorce, do so swiftly. Spare us the lengthy discussions. It is as if we are eagerly welcoming you into our family. Wang Xiaomei, cracking sunflower seeds, interjected dismissively. Let me make myself clear. You shall not take a single cent of the Zhu family's assets. Zhuang Yi retorted, I will leave with nothing. Zhu Jiangwo ignored Wang Xiaomei entirely, reluctantly releasing Zhuang Yi's hand. Son, ignore her. The Zhu family will not treat you unfairly. Father agrees to help you. I will arrange for the divorce certificate upon hearing this. Wang Xiaomei erupted in anger. What do you know, old man? I'm only looking out for the Zhu family's interests. Today's youth are more cunning than thieves. Her words belittled Zhuang Yi, reducing him to a mere fool. Zhuang Yi felt a sardonic smile creep upon his face, wishing to retaliate against her. However, he refrained, thinking it better to wait until after the divorce to confront the old woman. Thank you, father, Zhuang Yi replied with a slight nod. Wang Xiaomei, sensing she was being ignored, shot a furious glare at Zhuang Yi. I heard you started a small renovation company, correct? That falls under marital property and must also be transferred to the Zhu family. Her tone was sharp, arms crossed, her posture exuding the arrogance of a venomous matriarch. Zhu Jiangwo, incensed, slammed his fist on the table. Silence. A few less words won't kill you. Do you truly think you are a calculating machine? Wang Xiaomei, taken aback by Zhu Jiangwo's outburst, fell momentarily silent, though her resentment simmered beneath the surface. Before long, Zhu Yeqing returned from the restroom, feigning nonchalance as she engaged in small talk. Zhuang Yi had achieved his aim and chose not to expose the pretense, letting the meaningless chatter flow. Half an hour later, Zhu Yinqi, with her foot pressed to the accelerator, barreled through a dozen red lights, crashing into the Zhu family courtyard, smashing the front gate in the process. Zhu Jiangwo, Zhu Yeqing, and Wang Xiaomei sprang to their feet, astonished. Zhu Yinqi emerged from the vehicle, her eyes red and filled with fury and indignation, striding purposefully towards the house. My dear daughter, what brings you here in such disarray? Wang Xiaomei asked with concern. Sister, are you all right? Zhu Yeqing followed suit with her inquiry. Zhu Yinqi ignored them entirely. Her gaze was fixed solely upon one person, Zhuang Yi. He sat calmly on the sofa, fully aware of his wife's intentions. She was intent on confronting him. As anticipated, Zhu Yin's wife stormed up to Zhuang Yi, hurling her bag at him with great force. Zhuang Yi deftly bent down to evade the projectile, which landed on the sofa instead. Enraged, Zhu Yin's wife raised her small fist, ready to strike Zhuang Yi. In a moment of indignation, Zhuang Yi rose, grasping her tiny fist firmly. In the past, he would have willingly endured her blows, feigning agony just to elicit a smile from his wife. However, now, with Zhu Jiangwo present, refraining from retaliating was already a considerable concession. Zhu Yin's wife struggled to free her hand, tears cascading down her cheeks, soaking her skirt. You scoundrel Zhuang Yi! You insufferable wretch! Release me at once. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes, daring to come to my home to stir up divorce. You think I would let you off easily after this morning's affront? I am, after all, the dignified head of the Zhu group. How dare you bully me repeatedly? Are you even a man? Her tirade was punctuated by shuddering shoulders and sniffles. The tears blurred her vision, but she paid them no mind, intent only on venting her grievances. Zhu, for the sake of decorum, it is merely a divorce, nothing monumental, Zhuang Yi replied coldly, refusing to relinquish her wrist, aware that doing so would only invite further blows. Each mention of divorce pierced her heart like a multitude of tiny daggers. In her humiliation and fury, she bellowed, You may shout, create a scene, even vent your anger on me, but you shall not utter the word divorce. If it must be discussed, I shall be the one to bring it up. Do you know I was working just now? Do you comprehend the significance of the business deal I was negotiating? A $5 million order. I rushed back for you, running through 12 traffic lights, nearly crushed by a truck. All for you. Zhu Yin's wife screamed in hysteria, an instinctive falsehood escaping her lips. She had not encountered any trucks along the way, merely hoping to evoke sympathy from Zhuang Yi. This was a pattern she had discerned over the years. A slight manipulation of her husband's affection could yield an unparalleled indulgence. For instance, when she had a cold, she would feign weakness and tears, prompting Zhuang Yi to shower her with endless care and concern. Alas, this tactic seemed to have lost its efficacy, as Zhuang Yi's indifferent demeanor softened only slightly, yet he remained resolute in his grip on her wrist. Regrettably, Junyan, I believe you are lying. You merely wish to be pitied, he remarked coolly. Junyan's wife erupted in fury. You cad, always throwing tantrums before me. Release your hold. I shall make you regret this. A short distance away, Wang Xiaomei timidly approached. Nian, if you want a divorce, then just go through with it. This Zhuang fellow is unworthy of you. Junyan's wife shouted angrily at Wang Xiaomei. Silence. Get lost. This is none of your concern. She was determined to keep everyone at bay, feeling on the verge of collapse, and now her mother was adding to the chaos. Zhuang Yi's calmness was unsettling. Junyan, after all these days, are you truly throwing a childish tantrum? You know in your heart the truth. You simply refuse to acknowledge it. In the depths of your heart, there no longer exists a place for me, a fact you may not even have realized. Otherwise, how could you repeatedly abandon me and turn your back to choose another? Perhaps you should consider consulting a psychologist, for your so-called reluctance is merely a fear of loss. You harbor no affection for me, only resentment. Junyin's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on his blunt words, as an overwhelming bitterness surged within her heart. She vehemently denied it. No, that is not true. Such a thing cannot be. Trembling and on the verge of collapse, she was uncertain whether Zhuang Yi's words held any truth. Yet in recent days, whenever she beheld him, her heart was consumed by blame, hatred, and an unwillingness to let go. Junyan, have you not yet realized? I no longer hold any feelings for you. This was the one and only instance Zhuang Yi spoke untruthfully. 7 years of affection could not be severed so abruptly in just a few days. It demanded a lengthy process. Junyan was utterly stunned, her mouth agape, as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had never envisioned that her husband would, with such calmness, rend her heart into countless fragments. Zhuang Yi released her wrist and took hold of her right hand. Let us go now to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce proceedings. Chapter 48. The divorce certificate is in hand. Junyan's heart was shattered, leaving her speechless. The myriad memories of the past 7 years surged through her mind like a relentless tide. Sweetness, happiness, indulgence, all mercilessly tearing at her heart. If Zhuang Yi had claimed he no longer loved her, she might have attempted to refute that assertion. But now, the man who had silently devoted everything to her had uttered the words, I don't like you. The pain was unbearable, as if she wished for death itself. Wang Xiaomei, witnessing Zhuang Yi's resolute demeanor, couldn't help but beam with satisfaction, adding a cruel jab. Zhuang, you must uphold your words and leave the Zhu family cleanly, taking nothing with you. Of course, I am magnanimous. I might allow you to take your newly established little renovation company. Her pride was palpable, as if the Yi family's renovations were the Zhu family's creation. Zhuang Yi didn't spare her a glance. That one require your concern. I will leave with nothing. With that, he took Zhu Nian's hand, and without a backward glance, they exited the Zhu household, leaving Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yeqing in a state of silent despair. On the road, the couple remained silent. Zhuang Yi drove Zhu Nian's Rolls-Royce, glancing at the glove compartment filled with their household registration, identification, marriage certificate, and more. A vague smile flickered across his face. Soon, he would be utterly free. To his surprise, Zhu Nian sat beside him in the passenger seat, crying quietly without a fuss. Her large eyes were swollen and red, her complexion pale, still reeling from his declaration of indifference. Zhuang Yi paid her no mind, his focus fixed on the road ahead. As they approached the Civil Affairs Bureau, Junyan turned to gaze at Zhuang Yi's handsome profile. She yearned to speak, yet the words eluded her. Finally, after a considerable silence, she opened her mouth. Husband, you're deceiving me. I still love you. Zhuang Yi choked momentarily, then fell silent. Closing his mouth, Junyan's face flushed with shame as she asked, Husband, could you grant me another chance to make amends? Zhuang Yi remained unresponsive, dismissing her plea as mere nonsense. He had offered her too many chances before. Each reconciliation had devolved into the same old routine. Mr. Zhu, you seem quite busy today. I doubt you've had time to play on your phone. After the divorce, I have a surprise for you, he said, feigning mystery to divert the conversation. Before long, They arrived at the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. At this juncture, Zhu Yin's inner turmoil urged her to cry, to throw a tantrum, to act charmingly. Yet, she knew that acknowledging Zhuang Yi's fading feelings would not render her endearing. It would only make her seem unreasonable. Zhuang Yi took out his phone, preparing to solicit assistance from Xiao Juli to expedite their divorce through a special channel, bypassing the cooling-off period. Although his father-in-law had promised to leverage his connections, Zhuang Yi preferred to owe Xiao Juli a favor rather than worsen his relationship with his father-in-law. At that moment, a female registrar hurried over. "Are you Ms. Zhu Yin and Mr. Zhuang Yi?" The registrar smiled gently, and upon seeing Zhuang Yi's face, felt a momentary quickening of her heartbeat. Zhuang Yi nodded, stating his intention to divorce. He had an inkling of who was behind this. His father-in-law was indeed forthright, living up to his word. Mr. Zhuang certainly had a charming demeanor, beckoning, "Please follow me." Soon, the couple moved through a special divorce channel, filling out the necessary information with remarkable ease. The process was exceedingly smooth, with Zhu Yin's wife cooperating to such an extent that Zhuang Yi could scarcely believe it. At the moment he received the divorce certificate, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. He felt liberated. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhuang Yi took a deep breath, finding even the exhaust fumes of passing cars to be sweet. Zhu Yin's wife followed silently behind, filled with regret. She wished she had cried and protested to derail the divorce. "Husband, I have changed my mind. Zhuang Yi promptly interrupted her. Zhu. I must honor my commitment now." He pulled out his phone, opened a short video app, and displayed the footage of Zhu Yangyang's birthday party for Zhu Yin's wife to see. In an instant, her face was a picture of astonishment as she snatched the phone away, incredulously scanning the screen. The suggestive title and the ambiguous comment section made her finally comprehend the reason behind Zhuang Yi's sudden change of heart and his decisive action for divorce. If the two photographs from that morning were the work of a malicious instigator, this video and its accompanying text served as irrefutable evidence of Zhu Yangyang's betrayal against her brother-in-law. Publishing a short video of his wife celebrating a birthday with another person on a public platform was an attempt to tarnish her husband's reputation. Should this situation escalate, unscrupulous media could sensationalize it into a scandalous affair among the Zhu sisters, potentially leading to a plummet in the stock price of the Zhu group. "That fool. I treated him like a brother, and this is how he repays me." In front of Zhuang Yi, Zhu Yin's wife immediately dialed Zhu Yangyang. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm so delighted that you've called." Zhu Yangyang replied cheerfully. "Zhu, Young, why did you turn the birthday photos into a short video and post it on social media?" Zhu Yin's voice trembled with fury, nearing a breaking point. Many couples holding their marriage certificates turned their attention towards her. Upon hearing Zhu Yin's ire, Zhu Yangyang quickly adopted an innocent expression. "Oh, sister-in-law, I just wanted everyone to celebrate our birthday with us. I even spent 100,000 on promotions to ensure more people would send us their blessings." Despite Zhu Yangyang's seemingly sincere words, he was eager to promote that video to all of Dingyang City, ensuring everyone knew of Zhuang Yi's tarnished reputation. After all, the elite circles in Dingyang City were small, and it was common knowledge that Zhu Yin had a capable husband. Yet, she seemed indifferent to him, even forgetting his birthday. However, she had attended Zhu Yangyang's birthday celebration, donning matching birthday hats, linking arms and laughing together like a couple in love. Upon hearing about the promotion, Zhu Yin's fury intensified. "Are you out of your mind? You posted a video and then added that nonsensical caption, making it seem like our family is in disarray. Do you want your brother-in-law to misunderstand?" Zhu Yangyang, misunderstanding? "Sister-in-law, please do not be angry. You have always been exceptionally kind to me since childhood. I merely wished to surprise you. I had no idea the consequences would be so severe." Zhu Yin's shoulders trembled with anger, and she nearly crushed her phone in her grip. Upon reflection, Zhu Yangyang had just reached adulthood. He was merely a child, which made her reluctantly temper her frustration. Perhaps he did not possess ulterior motives and genuinely sought to celebrate with me. However, with Zhuang Yi still present and having just undergone a divorce, Zhu Yinshi could not soften her tone. "Delete the video immediately. Deactivate your account." Within 5 minutes, if I see your video or account again. Do not expect to see me. Zhu was taken aback, hastily responding, I will delete the video right away. I will not let my brother-in-law misunderstand. I will not allow the Zhu family to be misled. He then added, Sister-in-law, please do not be upset. You may punish me as you wish, but do take care of your health. Yang will be heartbroken. Chapter 49. Zhu Yan's wife sternly rebukes Zhu Yang upon hearing Zhu Yang's profound concern. Zhu Yan's wife's tone softened slightly, yet it still bore an undertone of admonition. Very well, ensure that everything is deleted thoroughly. Furthermore, any photographs or videos pertaining to me must be discussed with me in advance. Only with my consent may you post them. After a brief pause, she added, this includes your moments on social media. Do you understand? Zhu Yang responded, even my social media. Oh, Yang understands. Nearby, Zhuang Yi listened to Zhu Yang's voice, which resembled that of a small puppy, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Such a vivid display of naivety. Even the strongest of teas could not be this difficult to swallow. However, now that they were divorced, Zhu Yan's wife was free to act as she pleased, and it was no longer his concern. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, which Zhu Yan's wife caught out of the corner of her eye. Suddenly, she recalled the chilling visage of her husband from the morning and casually inquired, Zhu Yang, let me ask you something else. Aside from posting on social media, have you shared photos elsewhere? Zhu Yang, feeling a tad disheartened, replied, I shared on social media, but sister-in-law, although I haven't added brother-in-law as a friend, I have preemptively blocked him, so he cannot see anything. You needn't worry. Zhuang Yi, who had originally intended to leave, found himself unable to resist the urge to listen further. The underlying implication from this puppy-like younger brother suggested that he harbored many secrets regarding Zhu Yan's wife. With a flustered expression, Zhu Yan's wife cast a hurried glance at Zhuang Yi, feeling a mix of shame and trepidation as she said, do not speak nonsense. If your brother-in-law hears this, he will misunderstand. Be truthful with your sister. Aside from social media, have you sent photos to anyone else, such as your brother-in-law? This reminder made Zhu Yang realize that she was referring to the events of the morning, and he resolutely denied it. Absolutely not. I swear on my life that I did not send any. In truth, he had indeed not sent the photos himself. He had employed someone to do so. Technically speaking, he had not lied. Relieved by his vow, Zhu Yan's wife replied, as long as you did not send them, that is sufficient. By the way, I will be visiting your home in a few days to review the surveillance footage. I need to locate the individual who took the photos. A glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes as she spoke these words. Had it not been for those 2 photographs, her husband would not have felt so coldly toward her, uttering those 4 words, I do not like you. Thus, she was determined to uncover the true culprit and exact revenge with unyielding resolve. The Zhu family held significant sway in Dingyang City. Eliminating someone of little status was far easier than dispatching a mere dog. Zhu Yang voiced his confusion. Sister-in-law wants to review the footage? There's no need to go through all that trouble. I can call now and have the servants prepare the footage to send to you. Although Zhu Yang's home had few cameras, they had captured some suspicious moments on the day of the birthday celebration. This content could not be sent as is. It required slight modifications to avoid exposing their scheme. Very well, let it be so. I shall hang up now. Zhu Yan's wife mused internally, adding a final reminder. Be sure to delete the video promptly. Did you hear me? Zhu Yang understood. As long as sister-wife is not upset, Yang is willing to do anything. After some hasty pleasantries, Zhu Yan's wife hung up the phone. She then turned to the side and stealthily grasped Zhuang Yi's wrist. Darling, I only just learned of this matter. I've already chastised Zhu Yang, and he will not dare to act out again. Zhuang Yi, weary of her antics, thought it pointless to justify himself. They were already divorced, so what was the need for vindication? If the child were to starve, it was her who would nurse him. If the crops withered, it was she who would provide sustenance. Although Zhu Yan's wife questioned him sternly, Zhu Yang was beyond irreverent. He was well aware of the underlying issues. Mr. Zhu, we are divorced. Your matters are no longer my concern. The past is but a whisper in the wind, and we shall never meet again. Zhuang Yi shrugged off her grip and stepped away. Their life together had turned a definitive page, and from this day forth, he would pen his own new chapter. The car is yours. You can drive it back yourself. Wait a moment, husband. Zhu Yin's wife suddenly called out to him. We cannot part ways indefinitely. I have already consented to the divorce. At the very least, you should add our contact information back. Zhuang Yi paused, extending 2 fingers. Answer me 2 questions. If you answer correctly, I shall agree. 2 questions? You said that. To deceive would be childish. First question, when is Zhu Yangyang's birthday? The day before yesterday. You aren't bringing up old grievances, are you? Second question, when is my birthday? The moment the question was posed, Zhu Yin's wife's tear-streaked visage paled to a ghostly hue, her pupils unnaturally widening, as she momentarily found herself at a loss for an answer. They had known each other for 7 years and had been married for 4. She truly had never remembered Zhuang Yi's birthday. In the past, all surprises at home were orchestrated by her husband, and she had never cared for the minutiae of his life. The most regrettable part was that just moments ago, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, both of their identification cards and documents had been laid bare before them. Had Zhu Yin's wife merely paid the slightest attention, she could have committed it to memory. Haha, Zhuang Yi's self-mockery was laced with bitter irony. It matters not. We are divorced, and my birthday is of no consequence to you. Husband, wait. Did you not say that I was merely afraid of losing you? If I were to suddenly lose you completely, and if I were to experience withdrawal symptoms, what would happen if I were to take my own life out of despair? Therefore, at the very least, add my phone number back so I can communicate with you and gradually come to terms with a life without you. Faced with Zhu Yin's wife's desperate pleas, Zhuang Yi remained unfazed. You make a compelling argument, but I must refuse. With that, he turned away without a backward glance. What is severed cannot be mended. He no longer wished to be embroiled in any matters concerning Zhu Yin's wife. Zhu Yin's wife trotted behind him, nearly in despair, pleading, Darling, if we cannot be husband and wife, at the very least, let us be friends. Can you truly bear to let me go a lifetime without hearing your voice? You are now running a renovation company. If Zhu Group has renovation projects in the future, you would undoubtedly be their first choice. Do you truly not wish to earn any money? Zhuang Yi feigned ignorance, allowing Zhu Yin's heart-wrenching cries to echo behind him. After several minutes of desperate calls, her eyes swollen and red from weeping, she lamented, What about our father? He treats you like his own son. Do you wish to break his heart? Upon hearing the mention of Zhu Jiangwo, Zhuang Yi momentarily froze, instinctively halting in his tracks. If there were anyone in the Zhu family who held the most concern, it would undoubtedly be the father-in-law. Zhuang Yi had even anticipated that it would not be long before his father-in-law would discreetly send him some pocket money. If only I had known earlier, why would it have come to this? With a heavy sigh, Zhuang Yi interrupted Zhu Yin's pursuit, declaring, I will unblock your phone number, but aside from matters concerning work, do not attempt to contact me. Any breach will result in an immediate block. A flicker of a smile briefly crossed Zhu Yin's otherwise distraught face, but what about WeChat? You haven't unblocked me there. Oh, for heaven's sake. Chapter 50. Huang Shui kidnaps Zhuang Yi. After finalizing his divorce and parting ways with Zhu Yinchi, Zhuang Yi did not rush home. Instead, he first visited the company to coordinate the on-site details with the renovation contractor. Subsequently, he aimlessly wandered through the streets. Through WeChat, he conveyed the preliminary design of Xiao Julie's apartment to Sue Bauer, urging her to expedite the submission for the following day. As Sue Bauer was a university student and the company's renovation was still underway, it was tacitly accepted that she could work from school. Whenever there was a need to meet clients, they could arrange to see each other, which was convenient enough. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhuang Yi received a message. As expected, it was from Zhu Jiangwo. The content included a photograph and a voice message. The photograph displayed a bank card, while the voice message contained a monologue. Son, I still have 10 million on hand. When you have time, come over for a drink, and I'll hand it over to you. I know it's a bit modest, but this is all the pocket money I have. Although the Zhu Group cannot grant you shares, I also possess 2 independent companies. After discussing it with Ninshi, in a few days, we can sign a share gift agreement. We will disregard the opinions of outsiders, even after leaving the Zhu family. You will always be my son, Zhu Jiangwo. If you don't mind, come over and bow to me. I promise, despite family opposition, I will acknowledge you as my godson on the spot. Zhuang Yi felt a warmth in his heart, finding the old man somewhat amusing. However, having made the resolute decision to leave with nothing, he would not waver. After a lengthy conversation with his father-in-law, the outcome was that Zhuang Yi stood firm, refusing any gifts from the Zhu family. Throughout the 4 years of marriage, Zhuang Yi had selflessly contributed everything to Zhu Yinqi, leaving him with a clear conscience regarding the Zhu family. In the future, he only needed to find some time to complete the various formalities and agreements, completely severing ties with Zhu Yinqi. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably, and he unknowingly wandered to a derelict building site. The peeling high-rises stood with exposed steel and concrete, and the surrounding area was eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Zhuang Yi paused to gaze at the remnants of a once thriving home. Suddenly, a yellow rag emerged from behind his neck, forcefully covering his mouth. Almost instinctively, Zhuang Yi elbowed backward with great force. Damn! The elbow struck the assailant in the abdomen, causing him to grunt and release Zhuang Yi. Upon turning around, Zhuang Yi saw a burly middle-aged man, his face obscured by a tightly fitted mask. You fool! Why not just sleep quietly? How dare you attack me? The middle-aged man cursed, and Zhuang Yi, disinterested in exchanging words, lunged forward, delivering several punches to his head. He was acutely aware that this was a setup. Bang! 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 In less than 3 moves, the middle-aged man was knocked to the ground, shielding his head with his arms. Enough! Stop hitting me, you worthless scum. Aren't you going to act already? He asked, trying to kill me. As the voice of the middle-aged man faded, several figures swiftly materialized behind Zhuang Yi. Almost immediately, his arms were firmly seized, and a yellow cloth was thrust from behind, tightly covering his mouth and nose. He struggled desperately, but his strength and consciousness began to wane, his eyelids growing heavier. Ultimately, he succumbed, collapsing into unconsciousness. When Zhuang Yi awakened once more, he found himself gazing at a warmly toned ceiling. He lay on a heart-shaped double bed, adorned with soft velvet linens, against a wall that displayed several artistic paintings, creating a romantic and cozy atmosphere. It was a couple's suite. Ensuring that no one was around, he cautiously lifted his head for a moment. Had he been abducted to this peculiar place for some bizarre photo shoot? Just then, the door to the suite creaked open. Zhuang Yi promptly closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. 3 individuals entered the room. Huang Shui, arms crossed, and striding in high heels, led the way. Behind her stood a man and a woman. The man was gaunt, around 30 years old, clutching a camera, wearing thick glasses, and slightly hunched. The woman, clad in a black lace nightgown, walked barefoot on the plush carpet, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, revealing a generous expanse of snow-white collarbone, utterly alluring. She was a little princess from a certain club, known as Ning Yunyan. Huang Shui cast a glance at Zhuang Yi, snorting coldly, thinking that the effects of the tranquilizer were indeed remarkable, as he had fallen into a deep sleep. Once they took to the bed, she instructed her accomplices, Xiaozhua, make sure to capture every moment in photos and videos, transforming this pickled cucumber into a portrait of moral decay and vile wretchedness. Huang Shui, like a director, personally orchestrated the forthcoming actions of the man and woman. The man, known as Huang Zhuoming, was a professional photographer and a distant relative sharing the same surname. Tomorrow, I will ensure that everyone in Dingyang City knows Zhuang Yi as a shameful, lascivious man, just a piece of rotten filth. Huang Zhuoming eagerly nodded, assuring, rest assured, Shui, my photography skills are impeccable. I will make sure Zhu Yinqi despises Zhuang Yi to the point of becoming his sworn enemy. Huang Shui's lips curled into a smug smile at his words. She had previously promised Zhuang Yi that she would bring about his disgrace. Tonight marked her first strike. Cautious of any non-existent evidence in Zhuang Yi's possession, she sought to seize control, extracting dirt on him. Furthermore, she harbored another ulterior motive, to instigate enmity between Zhu Yinqi and Zhuang Yi. Their relationship was already precarious and fragile. If Zhu Yinqi were to witness Zhuang Yi in bed with another woman, she would surely be driven to irrational fury, leading to an imminent divorce. Once they were irrevocably torn apart, without the protection of the Zhu family, Zhuang Yi would merely be an ordinary man, allowing her to escalate her schemes against him. With a calculated demeanor, Huang Xue's gaze settled upon Ning Yunyun as she extended her 5 fingers. Time waits for no one. You may commence your tasks. Upon a successful completion, each of you will receive a hush money of 500,000. Upon hearing the sum of 500,000, Huang Zhuoming was overwhelmed with excitement. Thumping his chest in assurance, "Rest assured, Xue, I will not let you down." Ning Yunyun echoed her agreement. "Thank you, Mr. Huang. I assure you that I will attend to Zhuang Yi's every comfort tonight." Huang Xue's eyes gleamed with an increasingly fervent boldness as she scrutinized Ning Yunyun, her thoughts veering towards a different notion. "There is no need for that. Do not allow those sordid men to tarnish your delicate form." She approached Ning Yunyun, lifting her chin with a teasing tone. "In the latter half of the night, you must also keep me company." The young lady felt a shiver run down her spine, her discomfort hidden behind a forced smile. Suddenly, a figure lunged forth, delivering a punch squarely onto Huang Zhuoming's spectacles. Chapter 51. At last. Huang Xue pleads for mercy from Zhuang Yi. With a resounding crack, Huang Zhuoming's glasses shattered, the bridge of his nose bent, and blood flowed freely. Zhuang Yi, with a sinister smile, delivered another punch to his head, causing his frail body to collapse to the ground, groaning in agony, letting out pent-up frustration, unleashing his fury. "If there are adversaries, then fight. Zhuang Yi, how could you possibly awaken? The effects of the tranquilizer should last 10 hours. Huang Xue covered her mouth, suddenly overwhelmed with panic. She had been too naive, never anticipating Zhuang Yi's swift recovery. In that fleeting moment, her plans fell apart. Ning Yunyun screamed, covering her eyes. Zhuang Yi wasted no time, landing a punch to her abdomen that caused her to retch a pool of stomach acid. "Silence your insolent mouth, or I shall strike you down. If you dare to report me, go ahead. I will not hinder you, for you are the kidnappers, and it is you who shall face the consequences." Zhuang Yi possessed a robust physique. Against several burly men, he might falter. However, dealing with 3 unarmed individuals was well within his capabilities. After his roar, Ning Yunyun crouched on the ground, too terrified to lift her head, clutching her knees in fear. Huang Zhuoming, with his glasses shattered, sat on the ground, covering his mouth tightly. Only Huang Xue, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, blurted out, Just because you are an uncouth man, you think you can threaten us 3? Zhuang Yi's piercing gaze swept over Huang Xue. "Whoever dares to speak shall die. Do not assume I lack the resolve. I would gladly risk my life to eliminate all 3 of you, fleeing in fear of my crimes." The luxurious couple as sweet echoed with his thunderous voice, yet little of the reverberation escaped the confines of the room. Huang Xue's fury surged like a mountain. "How dare you? You, a repulsive lowly man, think you can lay a hand on me?" Zhuang Yi delivered a kick to her abdomen, sending her flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. "Having been punished twice already, you think I would hesitate to act?" After intimidating them, he quickly locked the door, preventing their escape. Huang Xue writhed in pain, clutching her abdomen. Her complexion paled significantly. Zhuang Yi approached her, stuffing a handkerchief into her mouth to stifle her cries. "What are you screaming for? Save your cries for later." A wave of humiliation flushed Huang Xue's face crimson. She longed to shout, yet the handkerchief silenced her completely. Zhuang Yi rummaged through the room, finding red bondage ropes, binding all 3 and tossing them into a corner. He then used his filthy socks to gag Huang Zhuoming and Ning Yunyun. During this time, when Huang Zhuoming attempted to resist, Zhuang Yi struck him unconscious, leaving him on the ground frothing at the mouth. With everything prepared, Zhuang Yi lifted Huang Xue and tossed her onto the bed. The moment humanity has eagerly anticipated has arrived. Zhuang Yi sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the beautiful woman rendered immobile before him, a shiver of revulsion coursing through him. Day after day, she had been flirting with his wife, engaging in unspeakable acts. Now, fate had twisted in his favor, and she was caught in his grasp. There was no escape for her tonight. With that thought, he delivered a sharp slap across Huang Xue's face. She turned her head, dizzy from the blow, tears of fear streaming down her cheeks as she shook her head vigorously, seemingly desperate to explain herself. Today, she wore a white knitted sweater paired with a black pencil skirt that exquisitely accentuated the graceful lines of her long legs. With her light makeup, her cherry red lips stood out vibrantly, and her golden short hair, cascading by her ears, added to her allure. Zhuang Yi scoffed. What? Do you wish to speak? Huang Xue, suppressing her terror, nodded frantically. He roughly grasped her chin and removed the cloth that had muffled her voice. Taking a deep breath, she was about to cry out, but Zhuang Yi's cold glare silenced her, and she timidly inquired, Zhuang Yi, why are you not unconscious? The tranquilizer was procured at a high price from the black market. It should have worked. A sly smile crept across Zhuang Yi's face. I have a high tolerance for drugs. It seems fortune has favored me this time. Huang Xue, suddenly enlightened, felt a chill rise from her spine to her forehead. Striving to regain her composure, she mustered her courage. Zhuang Yi, I can pretend tonight never happened if you let me go. Yes, you. The Huang family will not retaliate against you. Moreover, you would want your precious Nianqi to discover this, would you? Her tone had lost its earlier confidence, yet it was laced with defiance. Crack! Zhuang Yi slapped her again, his anger ignited at the mention of the word precious. I have already divorced Zhu Nianqi today. Your threats hold no weight with me. Divorced? Wasn't that supposed to take a month? Huang Xue was taken aback, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding her. If this filthy man had indeed left, wouldn't that mean she could claim Zhu Nianqi entirely for herself? All her plotting over the past few days would have been in vain, leaving her in a vulnerable position. I apologize for drugging you. Please don't be so petty. We are friends. Let me go, and I promise not to trouble you again. Let you go. Petty? Zhuang Yi chuckled darkly. You truly have a sense of humor. I am currently single, and since I've been sullied by Zhu Nianqi, there is no need for me to maintain my integrity. Do you understand my meaning? Huang Xue's heart raced. What? What do you intend to do? Huang Xue exclaimed, no. Meanwhile, at Bai Yun's residence, Bai Yun was engrossed in her video game. The character Zhao Xian wielded a gun, mercilessly stabbing a yellow scarecrow amidst a wintry landscape. Attack! Attack! Shatter it to pieces. Bai Yun was so absorbed in her game that she sat cross-legged on the sofa, her fingers dancing over the screen incessantly. Outside, the night wind howled. The stones, stirred by the wind, struck the window, emitting a series of sharp sounds. In the couple's suite, after 2 hours of madness, all fell silent. In the corner, the helpless onlookers, Ning Yunyun and Huang Zhuoming, could only watch the unfolding events with wide eyes. On the bed, due to her bound hands and feet, Huang Xue was covered with a blanket by Zhuang Yi. Yet, she continued to sob uncontrollably. Zhuang Yi, I am so sorry. Please let me go. I promise I will never seek revenge on you again. It matters not. I hope you do seek revenge, for I am ever ready, Zhuang Yi replied playfully, observing the video recordings on his phone. At that moment, he possessed a wealth of incriminating evidence against Huang Xue. Each video segment released would inflict indelible damage upon the Huang group. A plummet in stock prices was trivial compared to the jeopardy faced by Huang Xue's position as president. Throughout these 2 hours, through unreasonable coercion, Zhuang Yi recorded 5 videos. They included Huang Xue admitting her involvement in kidnapping and extortion, the victim being Zhuang Yi, her confession of being a lesbian, her acknowledgement of the unspoken rules regarding female anchors under Xue Media, her admission of misappropriating funds from the Huang group, signing exorbitant contracts with Zhu Nian's wife, and finally, the most extensive video depicting her and Zhuang Yi's mutual affection, promising prosperity through offspring. Why would Huang Xue confess to so much? Because Zhuang Yi was formidable, more ruthless than a wild beast, beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. With flushed cheeks and tears soaking her pillow, Huang Xue had lost all rationality, only able to choke out her pleas to Zhuang Yi. I am so sorry. I have laid all my secrets bare before you. I could never act against you again. Please, do not punish me further. Do not tarnish my reputation. Do not unleash your wildness once more. Chapter 52. Huang Shui seeks comfort in this moment. Huang Shui bore no resemblance to the esteemed daughter of the Huang family. Instead, she appeared as a humble, desperate woman pleading for mercy. Her attire was slightly disheveled, yet not irreparably damaged, which suggested that Zhuang Yi had exercised a modicum of gentleness. He set aside his phone, lit a cigarette, and gazed contemplatively at the ceiling. I will grant you 5 minutes of respite. I still regard you as a human being. Be grateful I haven't subjected you to any peculiar little pills, he remarked, his tone heavy as he exhaled a smoke ring, lost in thought. To be candid, Huang Shui's presence left him with a profoundly negative impression, one that was almost unbearable, akin to a lifeless piece of wood. He questioned the validity of his methods of retribution and felt a flicker of regret within, lamenting that he felt unworthy of such treatment. Huang Shui, with her tendencies toward the same sex, was simply unworthy of him. Fuming, Huang Shui's lips quivered as she exclaimed, "You have gone too far. You are utterly unreasonable. 2 entire hours. Do you have any idea how I endured those 2 hours? Is that all?" Zhuang Yi shook his head and extinguished a cigarette. "My limit is 4 hours. You should endure your suffering quietly." 4. Huang Shui was overtaken with rage and fainted from the overwhelming emotions. As dawn broke, a sleepless night came to a close, and the madness reached its conclusion. Dressed and silent, Zhuang Yi adjusted Huang Shui's clothing as she lay on the bed. Her eyes were swollen from tears, and she gently wrapped her arms around his neck, murmuring, I want a kiss." In the latter part of the night, seeing Huang Shui's newfound compliance, he untied the ropes binding her wrists. At the time, he had not sensed anything amiss, but upon reflection, he pondered if there was something more at play. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Aren't you a lesbian?" I do not know. I want you to kiss me. If you kiss me, I will no longer oppose you," she said softly. When he remained unmoved, she took the initiative and pressed her lips against his, driven by an impulse to place her soft, tender lips on his cheek. At that moment, Zhuang Yi covered her mouth. "Kissing is reserved for those you cherish. I do not harbor such feelings for you. Let's not forget, you are the reason my marriage ended. My hatred for you runs deep." His voice was icy, his words sharp as knives. Huang Shui swallowed hard, astonished that she had sought intimacy from a man she found repugnant, only to be rejected. "Wait, yes, Zhuang Yi is my rival. How could I even consider kissing him? My heart belongs to Zhu Nianqi. Zhu Nianqi is mine. Everything belonging to the Zhu family is rightfully mine." Suddenly, Huang Shui forcefully pushed Zhuang Yi away, determined to adopt a stern tone despite her confusion over her own feelings from the night. "You uncouth man," she began, but immediately felt that her words were inappropriate, realizing that he held her life and death in his hands. Zhuang Yi, yesterday I kidnapped you, and last night you took advantage of me. In any case, we are even now. I, Huang Shui, am a woman of my word. If I say there will be no retaliation, then there will be absolutely none. However, should you dare to speak of last night's events, we shall be entangled for a lifetime. Do you understand?" After being pushed away by her, Zhuang Yi's expression turned cold, his heart a tempest of turmoil. He was not afraid of Huang Shui's vengeance. He could summon the elites of the capital with ease, while the local tyrants of Dingyang City were of little consequence. Yet, he felt as if he was losing his moral compass. If Zhu Nianqi acted out of love, and Xiao Julie was driven by betrayal, then what about Huang Shui? Was her motive revenge? Yet, he felt no thrill of retribution whatsoever. The only gain was the leverage he now held over the Huang family and the scandal involving the Huang family's heiress, Huang Shui. Noticing the despondent look on his face, Huang Shui momentarily faltered, "Zhuang Yi, I do not intend to threaten you. I merely wish to clarify that I will not disclose last night's events, and I will safeguard your reputation." Zhuang Yi sat beside her, casting a mocking glance her way. "To speak candidly, you are incapable." Huang Shui froze, a faint, unnatural blush creeping on her pale cheeks. She seized a pillow and hurled it at Zhuang Yi. "You scoundrel!" Zhuang Yi did not evade. The pillow, imbued with her scent, struck his face. It was painless. He carelessly set aside the pillow and gestured toward the corner where Ning Yunyun and Huang Zhuoming were situated. What about those two? Huang Shui gritted her teeth. I will handle my people. With intimidation and temptation, they will not dare to gossip behind my back. You should manage your own affairs. And I advise you to tread carefully. Should you dare to get close to Zhu Yinqi again? A flicker of complexity crossed Zhuang Yi's eyes, and he ultimately retracted his unspoken words. Forget it. Let us pretend I never said anything. Zhu Yinqi was now Zhu's ex-wife. How she conducted herself outside was her own business, with no bearing on him. 7 years of affection had been severed, leaving no more entanglements. Zhuang Yi rose, lifting Huang Shui's foot with one hand while deftly untying the ropes binding her ankle with the other. I shall take my leave. You can clean up this mess yourself. His tone remained flat as he turned to depart. Huang Shui, seeing him truly leave, crossed her arms defiantly around her waist. Zhuang, you cannot expose last night's events. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. I am quite adept at intimidation. As Zhuang Yi reached the door, unlocking it, he let out a chilling laugh. Your fate lies in my hands. It is not for you to threaten me. Do not forget that you are the one who shattered my family. A usurper of a spouse is an irreconcilable enemy. Last night was merely an appetizer. Far more exhilarating retaliation awaits you. With that, he did not look back but walked straight out. Seated on the bed, Huang Shui covered her lips, a blush creeping from her cheeks to her ears. More exhilarating. Could there truly be something more thrilling than last night? Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over her, as she instinctively clutched the blanket, shaking her head vehemently. No, what is happening to me? I am enamored with women, particularly the enchanting Zhu Yinqi. In the past, such oppression would have incited a fierce retaliation within me. Yet today, curiously, I find myself invigorated. Zhuang Yi struck me twice and delivered a kick, a true bully of man, a repugnant, base male. She cast a piercing glare at Ning Yunyan and Huang Zhuoming, threatening them with ferocity. Should anyone dare to speak of what transpired last night, do not blame me for hiring professional assassins to eliminate your entire family. In the city of Dingyang, at the Fuli Center residential complex, Zhu Yinqi sat at the dining table, where several chefs clad in pristine white uniforms slightly bowed as they presented an array of exquisite dishes. This breakfast alone showcased over 10 culinary delights, each a feast for the senses, artfully plated to captivate the eye. Such a banquet could hardly be deemed lacking. However, Zhu Yinqi was seething with indignation, abruptly slamming her chopsticks onto the table. What are these abominable dishes? They are utterly inedible. My husband's cooking is 1,000 times superior. Moreover, I have mentioned my delicate stomach. Do you all have no ears? Why do you persist in adding excessive seasonings? What is this dish? It lacks flavor entirely. Even a salted boiled egg is more fragrant. Is this meant for feeding birds? And this dish, are you devoid of common sense? It has no hint of spice whatsoever. It is simply unfit for consumption. As for this dish, it is outrageous to include so many chilies so early in the morning. I could clean my floors with them for a week. Do you intend for me to be running to the restroom every other moment? Chapter 53. The depressing days of Zhu Yinqi after losing Zhuang Yi. Zhu Yinqi was overwhelmed with frustration, casting her grievances upon the chefs behind her, berating them mercilessly for their lack of skill. The chefs bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. It wasn't that the dishes were inedible, but rather that they lacked the unique charm that Zhuang Yi brought to the table. Eating the same bland meals day after day had become unbearable. Without the flavor of her husband, Zhu Yinqi found it impossible to swallow. She felt irritable, awkward, and as if she were chewing on wax. The home remained the same. Yet without the diligent figure of her husband, it felt as though a vital piece was missing. To put it bluntly, her palate had been spoiled by Zhuang Yi. Miss Zhu, these dishes are prepared in accordance with Mr. Zhuang's methods. While there may be some variance in taste, it shouldn't be so drastic. The head chef quivered as he spoke, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Oh, you think so? Zhuang Yi is my husband, a man whom Michelin star chefs aspire to meet. Zhu Yinqi initially felt a swell of pride, but quickly sensed a shift in the tone of the conversation. What do you mean? I'm paying you to create his flavors. If it's not his cooking, I can't eat. Frustrated, she hurled her chopsticks to the ground. In the past, when her appetite waned, Zhuang Yi would tenderly kiss her and prepare a delicious meal, rather than engage in futile arguments. He never feared inconveniencing himself. As long as he could see her smile, his heart brimmed with joy as he quietly watched her eat. Unlike the chefs, Zhuang Yi was unafraid of her tempers. He would sometimes even provoke a playful quarrel, waiting for her anger to subside before humbly admitting his faults. Such charm and understanding were unique to him. He instinctively knew when to express his care without needing lengthy explanations. The more Zhu Yinqi compared her current life to the past, the more she longed for Zhuang Yi. She missed the man who was entirely devoted to her. A chef cautiously presented a clean pair of chopsticks, which Zhu Yinqi snatched. Mechanically picking up a few bites of food, the taste was insipid. After only a few mouthfuls, she set down the chopsticks and drank a bowl of thin porridge in one gulp. Wiping her mouth, she departed the house in silence. Zhu Group. 38. Zhu Yinqi arrived at her office and began to tackle her work. She dared not allow her mind to wander. Idleness would lead to unwelcome thoughts. At 10 o'clock, a gentle knock echoed at the office door. Knock, knock. President Zhu, it's me, Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi, Zhu Yinqi's current personal secretary and close friend, entered the room. Zhu Yinqi beckoned her in. Lu Xiaoxi stepped through the door, holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee. With her striking features, high ponytail, and fitted white shirt paired with tailored black trousers, she moved gracefully in her heels, approaching the desk. She placed the coffee on the table and gently nudged it toward Zhu Yinqi. Zhu, let us enjoy a cup of coffee to invigorate ourselves, Lu Xiaoxi said brightly. There are no outsiders here. No need to be so formal. Zhu Yinqi stretched her waist and took a sip of coffee. It was not as delightful as the brew made by Zhuang Yi. Lu Xiaoxi, feeling liberated, nudged Zhu Yinqi's shoulder with her elbow. Yinqi, why do you appear so glum? Is the project's progress really that dismal? Somewhat so. Fortunately, we secured a substantial order from Huang Shui, so the company won to be short on orders for a while. Zhu Yinqi replied, taking a sip of coffee before placing it blandly on the table. In the past, it was Zhuang Yi who brought her coffee. Now that he was gone, even a drink felt lackluster. Speak freely. There are no formalities between us. Lu Xiaoxi trotted over to Zhu Yinqi's side, offering a shoulder massage, and cleared her throat. Well, there's a lady named Qing Xingran who wishes to collaborate with our company on her fresh beauty project. I have looked into it. It primarily targets the overseas market, and if we secure a portion of it, the profits would be considerable and would greatly enhance our company's influence abroad. Zhu Yinqi's demeanor brightened instantly, her posture straightening. Qing Xingran. Is she from the Qing family group in Maowa City? Lu Xiaoxi nodded, continuing her massage. Yes, Yinqi. Otherwise I wouldn't come to see you unannounced. When is she coming to Dingyang? I'll arrange for a banquet immediately. Qing Xingran, the esteemed princess of the Qing family, was a titan in the domestic cosmetics industry. The market value of the Qing family group far exceeded that of the Zhu family group. Lu Xiaoxi's lips curled slightly. Yinqi, you must hear me out. Qing Xingran has a special request. She insists on meeting Mr. Zhuang in person. Zhu Yinqi's smile abruptly faded, her excitement overshadowed by a dark cloud of disappointment. Her husband? She felt a pang of sadness. Yet again, it was a client of her husband, who had already departed. Zhuang Yi's pivotal role in the company had not merely been a matter of relying on his wife's connections. As the company's soul, there were numerous complex issues that could not be resolved without his leadership. Moreover, with his strikingly handsome visage, he was essential at many significant banquets and social gatherings, enhancing Zhu Yinqi's prestige. Time had flown, and now, many days later, everyone in the company was acutely aware of Zhuang Yi's departure. Lu Xiaoxi also held great admiration for Zhuang Yi. It was due to his recommendation that she had secured her position as secretary. Yinqi, please bring Mr. Zhuang back. Doesn't he love you the most? Mr. Zhuang was indeed the cornerstone of our company, within merely a span of 10 days. This was the third collaboration that insisted on meeting him in person. Zhu Yinqi pinched her brow, feeling overwhelmed and exhausted. I understand. You may leave now. Negotiate a few rounds with them first. If they remain adamant about seeing my husband, return to report to me. She wished to invite him back, yet felt powerless to do so. They were already divorced. Lu Xiaoxi noticed the change in Zhu Yinqi's demeanor and bowed slightly. Very well, Yinqi. I shall attend to it right away. Having spoken, she swiftly departed from the office. As the door clicked shut behind her, Zhu Yin's wife immediately retrieved a photograph from a concealed drawer beneath her desk. She cradled the image delicately in her palms, her melancholic mood alleviating somewhat. My husband no longer cares for me, yet he claims that I do not cherish him. Am I truly devoid of love for my husband? Or am I merely gripped by the fear of losing him? Yet, if it is merely the fear of loss, why does my heart ache so profoundly? If I indeed harbor affection for my husband, why do I conceal this photograph? Zhu Yin's wife murmured to herself, a crystalline tear gliding down her cheek, landing upon the photograph's surface and creating tiny, spreading water stains. I apologize, my love. It seems I've been excessively harsh with you. I have persistently bullied you, selfishly keeping you within my grasp while disregarding your feelings, driving you away. Her fingertips traced the edges of the photo as she silently resolved to make a change. From this day forth, even if my husband departs, he must maintain his distance from Huang Shui. Just as she gazed longingly at the photograph, Zhu Yang's call came through. Chapter 54. The unrestrained shout Julie at Sister Baiyun's residence. Zhuang Yi wearily pushed open the door and lazily sank into the sofa. After a night of relentless toil, not only was his back sore, but his spirit also languished. Suddenly, a notification chimed. His phone screen illuminated with a message from Sue Bauer containing the original design drafts. Zhuang Yi casually opened it and perused the contents. While there were no significant issues, numerous minor problems emerged. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the sender was a student, rendering him reluctant to chastise her. Resolving to forego sleep, he brewed a strong cup of coffee and immersed himself in his laptop to revise the drafts. Time flew by, and as the clock struck noon, he finally deemed the 3 design proposals satisfactory. He retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Julie's number. Before long, her alluring voice resonated from the other end. Hello? My dear brother, calling me at mealtime. Are you hoping to treat your sister too? Following her lead, Zhuang Yi responded. I was indeed hoping to arrange a meal with Sister Julie. Our design proposals are complete, and I would like to discuss them with you. Upon hearing it was a work-related matter, Julie feigned disappointment. Oh, it's just work. I'm truly saddened. If only we could discuss something more personal, like sisterly or brotherly matters. Embarrassed, Zhuang Yi scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, silently cursing the foolishness of clients. It was absurd to intertwine work discussions with flirtatious banter directed at a younger man. Julie then suggested, let us meet tonight. I will reserve a table at a restaurant, and after I finish my work, I'll join you. After a pause, she playfully added, but this time, you must treat your sister. I want to make a post on social media to announce it. Of course, it would be my honor to treat Sister Julie to dinner. Zhuang Yi readily agreed. As someone in the service industry, it was both courteous and reasonable to invite a client to dine. There was no basis to refuse. On the other end, Julie chuckled softly, her laughter sweet and melodious, reminiscent of gentle raindrops on flower petals. You're such a good brother. Sister will cherish you tonight. The ambiguous teasing caused a faint blush to creep on Zhuang Yi's cheeks. Feeling slightly flustered, he exchanged a few pleasantries before hastily ending the call. Subsequently, he messaged Sue Bauer to arrange to meet the client later that evening. Upon receiving her confirmation, Zhuang Yi quickly fried a simple plate of noodles to hastily address his lunch. Sister Baiyun had already left for work, and being alone, Zhuang Yi preferred not to prepare an elaborate meal, opting instead for a light bite. After eating, he washed the dishes, set an alarm, and hurried to his bedroom for a brief nap. At 6:30 in the evening, after taking a taxi to the school to pick up Sue Bauer, they arrived at their designated location, Zui Yuexuan, a mid-range restaurant. Zhuang Yi reserved a private room to demonstrate his respect for Julie. Upon entering the opulent room, they took their seats. Sue Bauer, sitting beside Zhuang Yi, sensibly took out her laptop to facilitate the presentation of their proposals. She looked stunning in a white dress that accentuated her slender waist, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, rosy ankles. Her long, dark hair cascades effortlessly over her shoulders, with wisps occasionally brushing past her face, which she gently tucks behind her ear. Her doe-like eyes, shimmering with innocence, shyly glance at the ground as she fidgets with the hem of her dress, presenting an impression of timidity. Zhuang Yi, seated beside her, catches a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance. Su Baowei the, unadorned by makeup, both for lack of funds and inclination, still manages a natural beauty that rivals even Junyan's wife. After studying her profile for a moment, Zhuang Yi breaks the silence. Are you frightened? Why do you keep staring at the floor? Su Baoer discreetly lifts her gaze, a sweet smile illuminating her face. Not all. Baoer is very happy. Happy? Working overtime late at night, and you're happy? Zhuang Yi is incredulous, likening her words to a ruse from charlatan peddling snake oil in the underworld. Unperturbed by his teasing tone, Su Baoer earnestly nods, happy indeed. It means I can save a meal's worth of money. I have a good boss who buys me clothes and a phone and treats me to meals. Her bashful demeanor, with her head bowed and her voice soft and tender, resembles that of an innocent child. Zhuang Yi feels a pang of emotion, having grown up in the same orphanage. He understands all too well the depth of Su Baoer's insecurity. A small kindness from anyone makes her cherish it like a precious treasure. Yet, this is not necessarily a blessing, as it renders her vulnerable to deceitful men. He slides a menu across the table towards her. Choose something you fancy. This restaurant isn't low-end. Indulge a little. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she replies, It's all right. Baoer is not picky. I will order what the clients like. With such a desire to please, you were never bullied in the orphanage? Zhuang Yi visits. Su Baoer bites her lip, pausing for several seconds before softly murmuring. To be honest, I wasn't afraid of ridicule. When I was little, I was quite brave because I had a brother to protect. In the orphanage, she and her brother were inseparable. The caretakers had often said they were twins, with Baoer being the slightly older sister. Her brother was a crybaby, frequently bullied. And, as the elder sister, she felt compelled to confront those tormentors, which required a great deal of courage. Fate is capricious. As they grew older, tragedy struck. When Baoer was 12, a wealthy young man arrived at the orphanage with a fierce dog, which fatally attacked her brother. The director, seemingly intimidated by the young man, compelled Baoer to apologize. At that moment, she bowed her head in contrition. From that day forth, her demeanor took a sharp decline, gradually morphing into the shy individual she is now. With a slight smile, she reminisces over this chapter of her life, appearing to have come to terms with it, yet still harboring a lingering sorrow. There is a heaviness in her tone, though the one constant remains. Her head hangs low. Upon hearing Su Baoer's story, Zhuang Yi inhales sharply. One's later life is invariably illuminated by the events of the past. He feels fortunate to have Sister Baiyun safeguarding him. Otherwise, he might have become like Su Baoer, self-doubting, timid, and perpetually downcast. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, feeling a sudden urge. My experiences are far more thrilling than yours. I tainted my body on the very day I came of age. The two engaged in an endless conversation about their orphanage days. Su Baoer listened intently, occasionally glancing up to meet Zhuang Yi's calm gaze. After half an hour, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and Xiao Julie entered. Zhuang Yi paused his discourse, moved his chair aside, and stood. Good evening, Sister Julie. Su Baoer looked up at Zhuang Yi and swiftly stood as well. Good evening, Mr. Xiao. Upon seeing Su Baoer, Xiao Julie's eyelids flickered, but she quickly greeted them. Brother Zhuang Yi, Assistant Su, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Not at all. We just arrived as well. Zhuang Yi took a few steps to Xiao Julie's side and adjusted her chair for her. So slender. Xiao Julie flashed a radiant yet slightly seductive smile and sat down without hesitation. Zhuang Yi deftly folded her handbag and coat, placing them aside. Such simple gestures, yet they added to his charm. This evening, Xiao Julie had once again come without her secretary, which made Zhuang Yi realize that she intended to create an opportunity for intimacy. Had he known, he would not have brought Su Baoer along to add to the crowd. Su Baoer picked up her notebook, opening the design draft she wished to present to Xiao Julie. Zhuang Yi quickly pinched her arm, signaling her to be patient. Returning to his seat, Zhuang Yi handed the menu to Xiao Julie, who was seated directly across from him. Sister Julie, let us order first and see what suits our tastes. I recall you enjoy fish, and this restaurant's pan-seared salmon is quite delightful. Xiao Julie unabashedly replied. Eating mere vegetables is dull. I am a wicked sister, and I wish to indulge in you. Chapter 55. The First Fortune. 5 million Zhuang Yi. Composed and unflustered, remarked Sister Julie, it would be wise for us to refrain from being overly reckless. It is all too easy for Zhuang Yi to seize the opportunity. Xiao Julie smiled, her enchanting gaze lingering on Zhuang Yi, exuding an irresistible allure and longing. Dressed in a form-fitting black gown, her captivating curves subtly accentuated, she left Zhuang Yi feeling somewhat bashful, as if he were an object of her fervent desire. As a powerful female CEO, Xiao Julie personified the essence of a sophisticated woman, embodying the very definition of an alluring seductress. Isn't sister beautiful? Xiao Julie leaned on the dining table, cradling her chin in her hands, gazing at Zhuang Yi with an ardent expression. Zhuang Yi quickly shook his head, reining in his emotions, and smiled. Sister Julie, you are excessively beautiful, so stunning that even a monk would wish to renounce his vows. I feel compelled to punch myself in the nose to draw some blood, to offer it as a trophy to you. Xiao Julie shuklat akinla. I never realized how mischievous you could be. However, if you wish to draw blood, dear brother, I could certainly. Stop. Zhuang Yi interjected, casting a glance at Su Bauer, who was also present, and thought it best not to corrupt the youth. At this moment, Su Bauer lowered her head, a blush creeping on her cheeks, both shy and endearing. Xiao Julie, glancing at the light bulb in the room, remarked disdainfully, Very well, sister shall order. Raising her hand, she summoned the waiter, her voice cool as she placed the order and dismissed the waiter with a wave. The waiter nodded eagerly, retreating from the private room with a hint of displeasure. Throughout this entire process, she paid no heed to Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer. As a client, she exuded an air of arrogance. Zhuang Yi found her familiar demeanor somewhat amusing. He understood individuals like Xiao Julie all too well. With countless eyes in her family scrutinizing her every move, she was determined not to be undermined by the younger generation or pushed aside by the tides of fortune. Thus, she adopted a more domineering and self-serving attitude to establish her position within the intricate business realm. Over time, she began to neglect the feelings of those around her. Once the ordering was complete, Xiao Julie wasted no time and posed a question to Zhuang Yi. You have gotten a divorce, haven't you? Zhuang Yi was momentarily taken aback. The mention of such a personal matter caused his expression to darken. Having divorced just yesterday, some formalities remained unresolved, and the Zhu family had yet to make any public announcement. How did she know? Sister Julie, have you been investigating me? Xiao Yulilikit had lips. Her breath as soft as a lotus blossom. What of it if I wish to investigate you? If I desire to delve deeper, I shall, and I will uncover every detail of your financial standing. Her words caused Zhuang Yi's face to darken even further. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Xiao Julie quickly backtracked. All right, I was merely jesting. It was Zhu Yangyang who posted something on social media this afternoon, seemingly to celebrate Zhu Nian's divorce, but deleted it in less than 5 minutes. I was left puzzled and curious, so I casually inquired about its authenticity. If it is indeed true, sister may have to take swift action. Dingyang City, while not vast, certainly held its complexities. Among several prominent families, even if they are at odds, friendships may still flourish. After all, the business realm resembles a battlefield. Yesterday's adversary could be tomorrow's ally, and a current confidant may transform into a fierce rival in the industry. Similarly, in Chapter 10, Zhu Nianqi harshly berates Xiao Julie, vowing to bring the entire Xiao family to ruin. Yet, surprisingly, she has not blocked him on WeChat. Zhuang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The absence of an investigation was ultimately a positive outcome. However, this Zhu Yangyang, oh dear, indeed, I have divorced Zhu Nianqi, he replied calmly. Xiao Julie felt a surge of joy in her heart and feigned consolation. It's all right, brother. Life has its hurdles. Without Nianqi, you have your sister Julie. I shall be your domineering CEO little wife. The first half of her statement was courteous, while the latter served a purpose. Zhuang Yi smiled appreciatively at her words, but offered no reply. His charming smile captivated Xiao Julie, prompting her to seize the moment. She glanced at Su Bauer, who was adorably lost in thought. What a perfect opportunity. Beneath the table, Julie stealthily slipped off her high heels, extending her long, graceful foot to gently tread upon Zhuang Yi's shoe. The warmth from her toes was alluring. Zhuang Yi suddenly comprehended her intentions and gazed at Julie with a tender look. She was smiling, lost in a blissful reverie. Sister Julie, take care. Julie pouted in dissatisfaction. The dishes haven't arrived yet. Sister needs a little mental nourishment. Does brother have any objections? You should at least consider the setting. Assistant Su is still nearby, Zhuang Yi whispered as a gentle reminder. Julie licked her lips. Brother doesn't he understand? It's the presence of an audience that adds excitement. The anticipation of being discovered or remaining unnoticed is an exquisite seasoning. Besides, you mentioned in Chapter 40 that after the divorce, I could tease you at will. You're not having second thoughts, are you? Her breath became increasingly suggestive, her gaze more fervent. Zhuang Yi's face flushed crimson as he cast a sidelong glance at Su Bauer, who was blissfully unaware of their conversation. Little did Zhuang Yi realize that the light-hearted jest he had made in an appropriately charged atmosphere had been taken to heart by Julie. He seriously suspected that she had purposely ensnared him into uttering those words. Indeed, every statement made by Julie was premeditated, including a certain phrase from tonight that held an ulterior motive. Brother, you smell delightful, she cooed, cupping her face as she gazed adoringly at Zhuang Yi. Her voice laced with seduction. Beneath the table, her actions grew increasingly audacious. Zhuang Yi, thoroughly flustered by her teasing, felt his ears burn with embarrassment. He hastily nudged Su Bauer's shoulder. Bauer, could you open the design proposal for Sister Julie to see? His words were punctuated by noticeable pauses, which only heightened Julie's delight, causing her to giggle incessantly. Above the table, calmness prevailed, while below, a tempest brewed. The brother dare not resist, allowing himself to be playfully tormented. How utterly adorable! Su Bauer diligently followed instructions, lifting her laptop and unveiling the design drafts before Julie. The moment Julie beheld the proposals, clarity washed over her. 3 sets of plans, each resonating with her expectations. Finally, she understood why the FA and office building of the Zhu Group required Zhuang Yi's approval. A sales director possessed such extraordinary capabilities. After scrutinizing the designs for a considerable time, she cast an appreciative glance at Zhuang Yi and, without further ado, declared, "Let us proceed with the first version of the design for construction. There is no need for a revised quote. Simply state a figure, and we shall commence work 3 days hence." As she uttered these words, she discreetly nudged Zhuang Yi's knee beneath the table. Zhuang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Yet fearing that Su Bauer might discern his discomfort, he suppressed his agitation and replied, "For the first version of the design, my internal estimate is around 1,200,000. It would be prudent to draft a formal budget. It is likely to be lower than a verbal quote and will provide Sister Julie with a clearer understanding." Julie coldly waved her hand. "Transfer 500,000 to my brother. The full amount will be deposited into your account tomorrow. Ensure that the materials and labor remain within budget and provide Sister with the finest quality." Chapter 56. The tears of regret from Zhu Yan's wife Zhuang Yi felt a warmth in his heart, as if, in that fleeting moment, he had completely forgotten the mischief lurking beneath the table. Since the client pursued quality, he refrained from unnecessary words and readily agreed. This deal was practically sealed. Soon, the dishes were served. Su Bauer lifted her head, noticing something amiss with Zhuang Yi. Shyly, she asked, "Brother Zhuang, are you feeling unwell? Your face has been red and warm." At her words, Julie revealed an even more enchanting smile. The thrill of engaging in mischief in front of a third party was intoxicating. Her younger brother's face was as crimson as the flesh of a watermelon. It was only when Assistant Su pointed it out that the sister realized her brother was shy. His face was so flushed that it made her want to take a bite. Julie teased him with utmost seriousness. Zhuang Yi shot her a glare, his face burning. "Sister Julie, don't corrupt the child. Bauer is still here." His sense of shame was overwhelming. Fearing that he might inadvertently reveal anything in front of Su Bauer, The innocent Sue Bauer was oblivious, her heart racing, seemingly unaware that her boss was being flirted with by a female client. Julie joyfully picked up her chopsticks, serving Zhuang Yi with food. All right, indulge her. That sister has secured a $5 million deal with my brother. Is it too much to ask for a few drinks with her tonight? We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Under the table, their feet were engaged in a playful scuffle. After several rounds of drinks, Zhuang Yi and Julie were both tipsy, their faces flushed, swaying as they raised their cups filled with liquor, one after another. Just as Julie attempted to offer a toast to Sue Bauer, Zhuang Yi instinctively intervened. This was a reflex born from years of shielding Zhu Yin's wife from excessive alcohol, and now he was unwilling to let anyone near him be tainted by it. Moreover, Sue Bauer had previously confessed that she did not drink. Sue Bauer sat beside him, enveloped in a protective aura. Unintentionally, she smiled, her radiance as bright as the stars. As the clock struck midnight, after dinner, Zhuang Yi watched as Julie was escorted away by her secretary before he called a cab to return home. Half an hour later, at Sister Bai Yun's residence, the house was shrouded in darkness, as she had retired early. Sue Bauer, supporting Zhuang Yi with one of his arms, turned on the living room lights and guided him to the sofa. Zhuang Yi's frame was quite heavy, and Sue Bauer had exerted considerable effort to bring him home from the dining hall. Have you felt any urge to vomit? If so, just let Bauer know. She gently inquired, unbuttoning 2 buttons at his neckline with tender concern. What did you say? A drunken Zhuang Yi furrowed his brows, as if he had heard a phrase he had longed to hear, a sentiment he wished to hear from his wife. Bauer asked if he felt any nausea, and there was a trash can nearby. Sue Bauer squatted beside the coffee table, pouring a cup of water from a thermos. She lightly touched it to her lips. The water was warm. She brought the cup to Zhuang Yi's lips, her eyes sparkling with affection. Zhuang Yi gazed with difficulty at the woman attending to him. When he recognized her as Sue Bauer, he finally felt at ease and drank the water. Slow down, don't choke, Sue Bauer gently patted his chest. As he finished the warm water, Zhuang Yi gasped. Bauer, what was the last thing you said? The last thing? Bauer replied, you had a hard night. Her eyes twinkled like crescent moons as she carefully adjusted the sofa cushions to make it easier for Zhuang Yi to rest. The inebriated boss was endearing, reeking of alcohol like a well-behaved child. Sue Bauer spoke with such innocence, striking a chord in his heart, unaware of the profound impact her words had on him. Zhuang Yi felt a warmth spreading his eyes as he looked at the adorable girl before him. Thank you. He had longed to hear those 3 words from Zhu Yinqi. Yet he never had. After 4 years of dedication, it all felt empty. He slightly turned his head, avoiding Bauer's gaze, fearing his emotions would be detected. Bauer, oblivious, gently stroked his hair. You're welcome. Would you like me to make you some hangover soup? Zhuang Yi shook his head. No need. You should return to school. I'll reimburse your fare tomorrow morning. Don't worry, tomorrow is Saturday. I have no classes, she said, not sensing the dismissal, and added playfully, just rest, and I'll take care of you. Without waiting for Zhuang Yi to respond, she tiptoed into the bathroom, fetched a towel, and filled a basin with cold water. Approaching the sofa, she helped Zhuang Yi remove his socks and gently wash his face and hands. The water was icy and refreshing. The sensation of the towel against the skin was all too familiar, reminiscent of the times he had cared for Zhu Yinqi. Bao, you can sleep in my room. I'll take the sofa. All right, I'll get a blanket for you, she replied. After wiping his face and body, her eyelashes glistened with tiny droplets. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, helped him out of his jacket, and quietly went into the room to fetch a blanket. At 5 in the morning, at Zhu Yinqi's home, Zhu Yinqi returned, reeking of alcohol, collapsing onto the sofa. Darling, pour me some water and help me wash my face. Jianyang, let go. I can still drink. When Zhu Yinqi was drunk in the past, it was Zhuang Yi who took care of her. During her sleep-talking, she would occasionally mention other names. Zhuang Yi was aware of this, but he had always endured it silently, bitterly. It takes time to freeze a river 3 feet deep. Now, he could no longer bear it, and he left. The family was fragmented. Darling, hurry and save your wife. Drank. A kiss will make it better. Zhu Yinqi shouted once more, slumped against the sofa, breathing evenly like a wilted flower. The cooks had yet to arrive for work, and the housekeeper, a middle-aged woman, would sleep through thunder. No one paid her any heed. After calling out several times, it seemed that Zhuang Yi was beginning to sober up a little. Gazing at the desolate, dimly lit living room, she finally comprehended the reality of her divorce. When Zhuang Yi was present, a mere call would cause the bright lights to illuminate automatically. The truth struck her. She was indeed divorced. I no longer have a husband. Zhuang Yi shook her head in despair, as hot tears cascaded down from the corners of her eyes. Husband, my heart aches for you. I miss you dearly. Chapter 57. Zhuang Yi and Zhu Yangyang appear at the cinema the following morning. At Sister Baiyun's home, a foot landed heavily upon the sleeping face of Zhuang Yi, abruptly rousing him from slumber. As he opened his bleary eyes, he groggily beheld the familiar ceiling, accompanied by the sight of a pair of dainty feet. Sister Baiyun, what is this all about? Who is this girl? Why have you brought a young lady into your home? Sister Baiyun, with her right hand, firmly pinched Su Bao's wrist, leaving an agonizing red mark. Su Bao buried her head, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she had just been wronged. Zhuang Yi, pushing aside Sister Baiyun's long leg with one hand, explained, "This is Su Bao, a company employee. I got drunk last night, and she kindly escorted me home." Employee? Sister Baiyun's expression shifted dramatically as she anxiously glanced at Su Bao. You haven't deceived your sister, have you? Zhuang Yi calmly reassured her, "I have not. In fact, we are all part of the same family. She too is a child from the Starlight Orphanage." Upon hearing this, Sister Baiyun nervously released Su Bao's wrist, realizing the gravity of her blunder. In the next moment, the vindicated Su Bao began to sob uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking. "Woo-woo. Bao has said she is not a bad woman. Bao is an employee. Voo-voo-voo. Just hit me. You're a big bad guy bullying Bao." A pang of sorrow struck Zhuang Yi's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, he erupted, "Damn it. What have you done, Baiyun?" After the events of the previous night, Su Bao had quietly claimed a small space in his heart. To awaken and discover that his sister had bullied her, there was a story here, indeed, a significant one. Su Bao continued to wail, pointing an accusatory finger at Sister Baiyun as she cried. She bullied Bao, pinched Bao's arm, hit Bao on the 15th of August, and even called Bao a slut. How dare you? Not only did you hit her, but you also had the audacity to insult my employee. Zhuang Yi fumed, disregarding the headache that accompanied his sobriety as he leaped from the sofa, delivering a swift kick to Sister Baiyun's rear. "You ungrateful Baiyun, harassing my employee for no reason. Bao stayed up attending to me until 1 or 2 in the morning, and you wake her up early and insult her." In this regard, he bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Jiangwo. "Xiao Zhuang, I truly didn't know. I thought she was a seductress, and, in a moment of jealousy, Sister Baiyun exclaimed, clutching her aching backside. Yet before she could finish, Zhuang Yi landed another kick. "You're still talking back. Take that." Sister Baiyun, in pain, quickly retreated, indignantly declaring, "You wretched dog, if you hit me again, I will retaliate." Having once triumphed over the champion of Sanda, Zhang Lian, she was not to be trifled with. Zhuang Yi would surely find himself on the ground if she truly engaged him. Zhuang Yi shot her a glare, too weary to argue further, and hurried over to Su Bao. His heart was filled with remorse, and he wished to soothe the red mark on her wrist. But considering the differences between men and women, he settled for gently patting her head instead. "Are you hurt?" Su Bao, her eyes glistening with tears, replied pitifully, "It hurts." "Do not cry. Would you like me to take you to the hospital?" "No need, Bao isn't bleeding." Zhuang Yi spoke softly, offering comfort until Su Bao's tears gradually subsided. Baiyun stood nearby, observing her brother tenderly consoling the girl, feeling a pang of jealousy as she placed her hands on her waist. "Silly dog, flirting with another woman in front of me. That cunning vixen, so beautiful with such long legs. It drives me mad with envy. She deserves a good scolding." After the commotion subsided, Zhuang Yi prepared breakfast for the two. Su Bao's eyes sparkled as she devoured the delicious meal. She had never tasted such a delightful breakfast before and gazed at Zhuang Yi with admiration and shyness. Understanding her role, she assisted him after their meal. The two entered the kitchen together, washing dishes, chatting and laughing, their eyes sparkling with shared joy. Baiyun felt a twinge of discomfort and, grabbing her bag, stormed out of the house. Humph, silly dog, if you dare bring that wild fox home today, tomorrow you will chase your sister out for her. She left for work. At 9 in the morning, Zhuang Yi awoke from a nap, finding Su Bauer having tidied up the floor and was now wiping the dining table. Bauer, stop with the chores. Come and work with me. Let us conduct an on-site inspection at the cinema. All right. At the cinema, Zhu Yinqi lingered in the ticket area, waiting. She wore a white long dress, the hem gently brushing her calves, paired with nude high heels, exuding an air of elegance while retaining a sense of innocence. Soon, a small puppy-like figure dashed in from the lobby. Sister, Zhu Yangyang exclaimed, running with a radiant smile and waving her right hand exuberantly. Zhu Yinqi smiled indulgently. She had come out today to unwind. In Chapter 53, Zhu Yangyang had called her, suggesting they watch a movie together. She agreed for 2 reasons. First, she felt guilty after scolding Zhu Yangyang about the birthday photos a few days prior. Second, she wished to fill a void in her heart. Chapter 7 recounted an incident from over 2 months ago when her husband had bought movie tickets for them, but she had dashed away at the call of Huang Shui, leaving her husband concerned enough to report her missing. Seeing Zhu Yangyang approach, Zhu Yinqi smiled lightly. Yangyang, you actually arrived later than I did. Zhu Yangyang sheepishly scratched her head. Hee, sorry for keeping you waiting, sister. I brought snacks to make it up to you. The two purchased gourmet snacks and entered the screening room, settling into the second row. Moments later, the theater filled with patrons, and advertisements began to play on the big screen. Sister, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to accompany me to the movies. I promise to treat you well in the future. In the cinema, where loud talking was prohibited, Zhu Yangyang leaned close to Zhu Yinqi's ear. Zhu Yinqi, perceiving him as her younger brother, brushed it off. Silly boy. Who else would I pamper if not you? Outside the theater, Zhuang Yi was the last to enter. Su Bauer trailed closely behind him like a shadow, clutching a bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of cola. Zhuang Yi stepped forward with his left foot, and Su Bauer mirrored his movement, following suit with her right foot as if engaged in a playful game, exuding a charming and delightful aura. They occupied the 3rd row of seats. Before settling in, Zhuang Yi signaled her with a gesture to remain quiet during the film. Su Bauer nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. Once Zhuang Yi took his seat, he fixed his gaze ahead. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and his breath became rapid and shallow. Before him, 2 individuals were engaged in flirtatious banter. Zhu Yinqi and Zhu Yangyang. The ringing of a mobile phone pierced the air. It was Zhu Yinqi's phone, displaying the name Huang Shui. She answered the call, exchanged a few brief words, and hastily ended the conversation. In the absence of comparison, there can be no pain. Over 2 months ago, a phone call from Huang Shui had caused Zhu Yinqi to abandon him, leading him to search desperately for her, ultimately resulting in his distress and a call to the authorities. Yet today, she sat in the cinema with Zhu Yangyang, merely brushing off Huang Shui's call, before resuming her intimate exchanges with Zhu Yangyang. Chapter 58. Zhu Yan's wife suspects Zhuang Yi. He experienced a profound emotional turmoil, his heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. Now that they were divorced, the complexities of Zhu Yan's personal life were no longer his concern. Dear sister, this chocolate is delightful. Do give it a try, Zhu Yangyang beamed, holding out a piece of chocolate towards Zhu Yan's lips, though a tinge of aversion flickered within her. The radiant smile of her younger brother compelled her to accept the chocolate. Oh, you silly child. If your stingy brother-in-law sees this, he might become jealous. Zhu Yangyang feigned surprise. But, sister, aren't you divorced from him? Zhu Yan paused, a wave of despondency washing over her as she lowered her gaze. Yes, indeed. We're divorced. Zhu Yangyang blinked innocently, entwining her arm with Zhu Yan's, and playfully remarked, Come now, sister, let's not dwell on unhappy matters. It is evident how much you cherish Zhuang Ge. He simply does not appreciate you as he should. But I value you. Zhu Yan mustered a bittersweet smile, dismissing his words and shifting the conversation to lighter topics. Internally, she hesitated to confront Zhu Yangyang's comment, grappling with her own feelings for Zhuang Yi. What she knew for certain was that the husband who had once indulged her had chosen to part ways. In the back seat, Zhuang Yi observed this scene unfold, his emotions a tangled web of complexity. Their divorce rendered Zhu Nian's private life beyond his jurisdiction. Everything was in the past. Beside him, Su Bao was experiencing the cinema for the very first time. The 60 yuan ticket represented 3 days' worth of her meals. Such indulgence was a luxury she could scarcely afford. As the film played on, the shifting lights danced across her face, mirroring the emotional ebbs and flows of the narrative, eliciting moments of furrowed brows and gentle smiles. Su Bao could not fathom why cinema was considered work, yet she found herself filled with joy. Savoring popcorn and sipping on soda, she occasionally stole glances at her handsome boss's melancholic profile, stifling a giggle behind her hand. It was pure bliss. "The soda is delightful," Zhuang Su Bao whispered shyly. "Go ahead and drink," Zhuang Yi responded, deliberately raising his voice. Then, "Zhuang, try the popcorn. I assure you, it's not poisoned," she urged. His loud voice drew discontented glances from those nearby, including a few patrons in front who turned to look. Oblivious to the atmosphere, Zhu Nian and Zhu Yangyang continued their playful banter. Su Bao, misinterpreting Zhuang Yi's tone as annoyance, fell silent, her shyness enveloping her. Thus, in the second row, Zhu Nian and Zhu Yangyang occasionally leaned toward each other, exchanging whispers and laughter, while in the third row, Su Bao sat entranced by the screen, and Zhuang Yi's gaze lingered on his ex-wife's flirtation with another. As the film progressed, Zhuang Yi's expression transformed. Initially shimmering with intrigue, it gradually shifted to tumultuous waves of emotion, before settling into an eerie calmness. Ultimately, his eyes conveyed a profound depth, emotionless and penetrating, as though they could see through everything. Had he ever shared a harmonious connection with Zhu Nian or Zhu Yangyang? He had forgotten, within the confines of his limited memories. He could find no trace of it. Unbeknownst to them, the film drew to a close, prompting the audience to rise and gradually make their way toward the exit. Zhu Yangyang entwined her arm with that of Zhu Nianqi, exchanging smiles as they prepared to depart. Suddenly, Zhu Nianqi's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. She turned her head to look. With a thunderous crash, the world seemed to collapse around her. Husband, her complexion drained of color, resembling that of a ghost, nearly causing her to falter. Zhuang Yi, with an air of calm detachment, regarded Zhu Nianqi and said, "Zhu, what a coincidence." This moment would be etched in Zhu Nianqi's memory forever. Her husband's dark, profound eyes betrayed no emotion. Merely meeting his gaze for a fleeting second felt as though she were plunged into an abyss of ice. Cold, a shiver ran through her entire being. In a flurry of panic, she pushed away Zhu Yangyang's hands and, in a state of desperation, approached Zhuang Yi. Meanwhile, Su Bao, captivated by the film, only just realized the gravity of the situation. This woman was the one who had once disrupted her boss's business dealings with Xiao Jiuli. "Zhuang, she's coming over. We must leave." Su Bao tugged at Zhuang Yi's sleeve, her subconscious insisting that she must prevent any encounter between her boss and this troublesome woman. "All right," Zhuang Yi acquiesced. Rising to depart with Su Bao, almost instinctively, Zhu Nianqi lunged forward, clinging tightly to Zhuang Yi's form. "Husband, I miss you so much. Yang and I merely watched a film together. We are bound by blood, and there is nothing between us. I never asked you to explain, and I remained seated the entire time. I know better than you leave." Zhuang Yi firmly grasped her arm, pulling her away with unyielding strength. After enduring over 2 hours of ambiguous torment, his heart had grown numb. Zhu Nianqi, yanked forcefully, stumbled and nearly fell against the edge of a chair. Zhu Yangyang, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure. Recognizing an opportune moment, she seized the chance. Though Zhu Nianqi was divorced, in her heart, this Zhuang man held a significant status. If she could stoke the flames of discord, utterly diminishing his standing in Zhu Nianqi's eyes, then Zhu Nianqi would be as good as hers. Without hesitation, Zhu Yangyang darted to Zhu Nianqi's side, assisting her to sit up. "How could you, Zhuang, have the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog? A burly man like you, resorting to such tactics against a fragile woman." Zhu Nianqi, heartbroken, shook her head. "I am fine, Yangyang. You mustn't speak ill of my brother-in-law. Sister, you are still defending him. Look, this freeloading man has a woman by his side, clearly here for a clandestine rendezvous, Zhu Yangyang asserted with righteous indignation, pointing towards Su Bauer beside Zhuang Yi. At the mention of a secret meeting, Zhu Nianqi's heart plummeted, and she turned to gaze at the strikingly beautiful Su Bauer, her doubts taking root. Sensing her wavering resolve, Zhu Yangyang intensified her assault. Just after the divorce, he brings a woman to the movies. How despicable. No wonder he so readily abandoned the prosperous Zhu family. It was all premeditated, a seamless transition. Upon finishing, he cast a concerned glance into Zhu Nianqi's eyes. It seems to suggest that the younger brother will always stand by your side and would never harm you. Zhu Nianqi, filled with anger, still felt a pang of guilt as she struggled to rise. Darling, I can understand your dinner with Xiao Jiuli as a business meeting. But what about this woman? Be honest with me. Did you truly seek an excuse to abandon me? She could tolerate her partner's temper, just as Zhuang Yi once did. However, she would never permit her husband to engage in infidelity. Premeditated flirtation within marriage was equally unacceptable. Zhuang Yi smiled meaningfully, admiring Zhu Yangyang, the quintessential green tea, for her sharp retort. Her husband was labeled a scoundrel by the mistress, and the wife believed it. Such a profound sense of trust. Su Bauer was at a loss. I am not. Let's go. There are other matters to attend to today. Zhuang Yi decisively interrupted, grasping Su Bauer's wrist, eager to escape this realm of gossip. Chapter 59. A Vicious Beating of Zhu Yangyang. Upon exiting the cinema, they arrived at an open area within a park. Zhuang Yi deceitfully reassured himself. Divorce now. Everything is no longer my concern. She can do as she pleases. Su Bauer, feeling a twinge of fear from being tugged along, whispered hesitantly, Zhuanggo, my wrist hurts. Although her voice was scarcely audible, Zhuang Yi caught her words. Without a moment's hesitation, he released her wrist and strode forward, saying, I apologize for the distress I've caused you. Zhu Nian's wife abandoned Zhu Yangyang and hurriedly caught up with Zhuang Yi, grasping his arm with determination. Husband, you cannot leave. You must clarify this matter. Who is this mistress? Zhuang Yi, irritated, shook off her grip. Ms. Zhu, please conduct yourself with dignity. We are divorced. My private life is of no concern to you, especially since she is merely my employee. Employee? Zhu Nian's wife seemed to recollect having seen Su Bauer at a dinner with Xiao Jiuli, yet she persisted in her accusations. An employee? What kind of boss holds their employee's wrist? You are a great deceiver. You abandoned me to rendezvous with her. Zhuang Yi felt a profound ache in his heart, yet his expression remained unchanged. A heart is but flesh. Time and again, you stab at my chest. Zhu Nian's wife, do you truly wish to force me into becoming a scoundrel? Ms. Zhu, enough is enough. You tarnish my reputation, and I chose not to hold it against you. But Su Bauer is virtuous and innocent. Had it not been for your absurdity earlier, I would not have hastily taken her away from the cinema. Not to mention, while I merely held Bauer's wrist, you and that dubious little puppy were in front of me, flirting for over 2 hours. Did I utter a single word to you? Swallowing the discomfort in his throat, he found himself at a loss for words. Beside him, Su Bauer timidly defended herself. I'm just a worker. Please do not wrong me. Zhu Nian's wife shot a fierce glare at Su Bauer and then, lacking conviction, turned to Zhuang Yi. Yangyang is merely my younger brother. We share blood, and I only dote on him a bit more. Moreover, I did not see you earlier. Had I seen you, I certainly would not have. At that moment, my focus was solely on Zhu Yangyang. Zhuang Yi interjected sharply. Your eyes were only for Zhu Yangyang, not for me, correct? We are all adults. Why this charade? Now that we're divorced, live your life well and stop entangling yourself. Zhu Nian's wife's pupils constricted, tears welling in her eyes, as feelings of helplessness and rage surged within her. She yearned to lash out, yet fear held her back. She realized Su Bauer and her husband were not particularly close. Their exchanges lacked the depth of those with Xiao Jiuli. At that moment, Zhu Yangyang emerged from the cinema at a sluggish pace, approaching Zhuang Yi and forcefully shoving him. You gold digger. You have hurt sister wife. Do you have any idea how many times you have made her sad? Even after the divorce, you do not leave her in peace. Today, you inexplicably appeared behind us. shattering our good mood. You wish to tear apart our Zhu family, ensuring we have no happiness. Without a word, Zhuang Yi unleashed his full strength and struck Zhu Yangyang across the face. Slap! A resounding and melodious slap echoed through the air, sending Zhu Yangyang crashing to the ground. His eyes swirling with stars. His left cheek burned with pain, and a buzzing filled his ears. Stunned by the blow. How audacious to snatch another's wife at such a tender age. Zhu Yinqi's face paled in horror. Husband, he is my brother. How could you strike him? With a swift motion, Zhuang Yi delivered a slap to her as well. Then I shall strike you too. Before the divorce, he dared to slap Zhu Yinqi. And after the divorce, he was even bolder. The target of his ire was indeed you. Zhu Yinqi cupped her cheek, wincing in pain. But the ache in her heart was far greater, causing tears to cascade down her face uncontrollably. After losing her husband, she had wept each night. Yet upon seeing him, her tears flowed even more fiercely. Zhuang Yi, you have changed. Even if you no longer love me, you cannot treat me this way. She cried defiantly. Bullying you? Zhuang Yi leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze intently on Zhu Yinqi's large eyes. Half a year ago, on that rainy night, I came to find you with an umbrella. You and Huang Shui were hand in hand, fingers intertwined. What did you do when you saw me? You took the umbrella, sheltered her, and left me all alone. Drenched on the street, in the rain. Would you not call that a form of bullying? Zhuang Yi spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet a flicker of panic crossed Zhu Yinqi's gaze. I was on the phone, arranging for a car from the company to pick you up. What does that have to do with you hitting Zhu Yangyang? Zhuang Yi's laughter was cold and sharp. Even someone of my stature within the company, despite my good relations, will have a few adversaries. Can you guess whether the car you dispatched ever arrived? At his words, Zhu Yinqi's expression chilled, rage transforming into a seething turmoil within her heart. I don't know what you mean. In literal terms, I was drenched to the bone. All thanks to you, Zhu Yinqi. Zhu Yinqi was left speechless, her heart gripped by the revelation that her husband, a beloved figure in the company, had enemies among the staff. They even dared to thwart her assignments, falsely claiming they were completed. What might her husband have been thinking at that moment? Did he believe that she and Huang Shui had conspired to take his umbrella and left him to suffer in the rain? Lost in myriad thoughts, Zhu Yinqi trembled with guilt. A pack of ingrates. Zhuang Yi, indifferent to her turmoil, had resolved the very next day after the rain incident to eliminate that small faction of traitors. However, Zhu Yinqi had stopped him, arguing that drastic measures could backfire and that the company needed seasoned employees. Zhuang Yi had intended to explain that he had endured a night of rain due to their insubordination. But Zhu Yinqi was interrupted by a flurry of calls from Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang, pulling her away before he could finish. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhuang Yi approached the puddle that resembled a dead dog and delivered a fierce kick. Zhu Yangyang and Huang Shui had already faced consequences. Now it was your turn. Zhu Yangyang spat out a mouthful of blood, defiantly gazing up at Zhuang Yi, forming the words with his lips. I will place a green hat upon you. At once, Zhuang Yi's eyes turned crimson, a fierce intent igniting within him. Damn it! His mother's lover had dared to provoke him like this. What was the difference between this and certain girls bringing home a yellow-haired boy, compelling their husbands to sleep on the sofa? Zhuang Yi crouched down, his fists raining down like a torrential storm upon Zhu Yangyang, unleashing a relentless barrage. It mattered not whether your surname was Zhu, nor did it concern him if your uncle was Zhu Jiangwo. Strike. Strike until he could strike no more. Chapter 60. Zhu Yinqi allies with Zhu Yangyang, while Su Baoer stands with Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi unleashed a flurry of punches, relentless as a tempest, leaving no room for mercy. In mere seconds, his fists were stained with crimson blood. Zhu Yangyang was taken aback by Zhuang Yi's audacity to strike. After all, he was a male scion of the Zhu family, the nephew of Zhu Jiangwo, and the future of his lineage. His frail frame was no match for fists as large as sandbags, forcing him to cower and shield his head with trembling arms. Bystanders hurriedly distanced themselves, fearing entanglement in the chaos. In an era rife with sensational news of deceit, extending a hand to help was akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. Sister Qi, save me. This good-for-nothing is going to kill Yangyang. He intends to take my life. Zhu Yangyang's cries, laced with sobs, were pitiful and heart-wrenching. Upon hearing the plea for help, Zhu Nianqi turned, her face instantly betraying panic. Zhuang Yi, have you lost your mind? He is my dear brother, a male heir of the Zhu family. She cast aside her previous thoughts, rushing to embrace Zhuang Yi in an attempt to pull him away. Stop. If you kill him, you will be imprisoned. Do you wish for our father to acknowledge a son who is a murderer? Regardless of the frantic calls for restraint, Zhuang Yi remained unmoved, his robust physique impervious to any attempts at intervention. He channeled his fury into every blow, striking Zhu Yangyang, whom he deemed a manipulative temptress, with increasing ferocity. The more Zhu Nianqi cried out, the harder he struck. Time and again, caught between me and the other woman, he always stood in opposition to me, continually leveraging Zhu Jiangwo to coerce me. I care not whether you are Zhu Jiangwo's nephew. I will crush you into a state of helplessness. Zhu Nianqi, voice quavering with desperation, pleaded, I implore you to cease. His father is Zhu Wenbo. I can manage this. I cannot bear to see you imprisoned. Zhu Yangyang, racked with pain, whimpered, Sister Qi, rescue me. I am in agony. It hurts so much. Woe is me. Hearing those words twisted her heart into knots, and she could no longer consider her husband's feelings. With a heart-wrenching scream, she cried, Zhuang Yi, you are nothing but a beast. You are beyond redemption. Zhuang Yi's heart raced, his complexion paling to that of parchment, his hands instinctively halting. Am I a beast? Am I irredeemable? His broad back, once strong, suddenly felt desolate. Seizing this moment, Zhu Nianqi exerted all her strength to push Zhuang Yi away, fiercely cradling Zhu Yangyang in her arms. What madness has overtaken you? You knocked Yangyang to the ground with a single slap, and he dared not utter a word, yet you inexplicably beat him to near death. Zhu Nianqi seethed with rage, tears pouring down her cheeks, utterly disillusioned. In her mind, the image of her husband, who had once treated her like a princess, shattered into a million pieces. If striking Huang Shui was born of jealousy, then what could one say about her husband assaulting Zhu Yangyang? Was it merely a manifestation of some deeper madness? It was utterly unreasonable. Zhuang Yi staggered back 2 meters, breathing heavily with a cold demeanor. His peripheral vision caught sight of a growing crowd nearby, drawn by the commotion. Earlier, Zhu Nianqi had not noticed the silent plea on Zhu Yangyang's lips, had she been more observant. Her tempestuous nature would have ignited with even greater ferocity than Zhuang Yi's. The younger brother, long indulged, shamelessly disrupted his brother-in-law's family before his very eyes, brazenly expressing his desire for his sister. Each transgression was utterly unforgivable. Zhuang Yi felt no need to defend himself. Explanations were futile, for his ex-wife would never believe him. On the floor, Zhu Yangyang lay grievously injured, destined to remain in the hospital for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Fortunately, his injuries were not life-threatening, which allowed Junyan to regain a semblance of composure. She dialed an emergency number and then, in a fit of rage, shouted at Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi, what poison has turned you into this wretched creature? Zhu Yangyang has only just returned home and now suffers such severe injuries. The Zhu family will undoubtedly hold you accountable. I care not for your motives in committing this despicable act. You must sincerely apologize to Zhu Yangyang and Zhu Wenbo, seeking leniency for your actions. Do you hear me? With the authority of her position as chairwoman, Zhu Nian resolutely issued her command. The intensity of her anger and anxiety left no room for contemplation of the truth. Zhuang Yi was rendered speechless by her harsh accusation, feeling as if he had been labeled a beast in the eyes of the one he once cherished. A gathering of onlookers surrounded them, treating the scene as if it were a melodramatic tale of moral decay, criticizing Zhuang Yi for his actions. How could he strike someone else's brother? I thought he was caught cheating with a girlfriend. One murmured, indeed, this young man has shown a startling cruelty, akin to a man who would seize another's wife. They whispered, wary of attracting attention, as they speculated on Zhuang Yi's volatile nature, fearing he might resort to extreme measures. The crowd's emotions were easily swayed. Their intent was not to uncover the truth, but to revel in their own interpretations, venting their frustrations. Junyan, tears streaming down her face, unusually refrained from defending her husband against the onslaught of criticism. She hoped he would experience a moment of clarity, returning to the considerate and gentle person he once was. Ideally, he would return to her side, for even if they could not be loving spouses, they could still rely on one another. Zhu Yangyang weakly pleaded, "Sister, I am in so much pain. Please do not leave me." Zhu Yin reassured him, "I will not abandon you, Yangyang. Rest assured, I have already called for an ambulance, and you will soon be taken to the hospital." As the bystanders scrutinized them with disdain, Zhu Yin and Zhu Yangyang, united in their animosity towards Zhuang Yi, in that moment, became the target of collective scorn. Zhuang Yi gazed at Zhu Yin, disheveled and heartbroken, his eyes clouded with sorrow. In this atmosphere of public condemnation, Su Bauer approached slowly, wearing her white shoes. She embraced Zhuang Yi gently, as one would a beloved child, providing him support. "It's all right. I saw everything, and it is Zhuang Yi who has suffered," she whispered. Upon hearing her words, Zhuang Yi's pupils dilated in shock. Su Bauer, an outsider, had perceived the truth. She had witnessed Zhu Yangyang's silent plea and Zhu Yin's harsh rebuke directed at Zhuang Yi, and pieced together the puzzle of Zhuang Yi being usurped by Zhu Yangyang's affection. She gradually tilted her head back, her vibrant and fluttering eyelashes blinking as she earnestly proclaimed, "Zhuang Yi need not fear, for Bauer is here." Bauer has also faced injustice, been slandered, and lost her brother, kneeling before the murderer amidst the scorn of all. In that moment, Bauer yearned for someone to appear before her, to protect her and advocate on her behalf. Alas, such a figure never came. Ultimately, this engendered a deep anguish that marred her once cheerful disposition. However, you are free from such burdens today, for Bauer knows the truth, and she stands right before you. While others may speak ill of you, Bauer will oppose them, ensuring they do not bully you. Su Bauer gazed up at him sincerely, releasing her embrace to gently cradle his face. "Bauer stands beside you, always steadfastly by your side." Chapter 61. Zhu Yin's wife takes Zhu Yangyang to the hospital. Shui Bauer stood resolutely by her side, unwavering in her presence. With a tone reminiscent of redemption, she uttered these words. In that fleeting moment, an incredible tenderness surged within Zhuang Yi's being, extinguishing the flames of his anger like a gentle stream quenching a fire. He slowly lowered his head to meet Shui Bauer's gaze, his eyes moist and his heart heavy, unsure of how to respond. The onlookers around them stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by the scene unfolding before them. Zhu Yin's wife, witnessing her husband being taken advantage of, was consumed by a mix of anger and jealousy. "You shameless woman, remove your hands at once." Zhuang Yi, however, remained unfazed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He tenderly removed Shui Bauer's hands, assuring her, "It's all right, I am not that fragile." Shui Bauer smiled, her eyes narrowing with warmth. "If you feel sad, please tell me. I have endured much, and you can find solace in my suffering." It was a silly, earnest offer, evoking a sense of warmth in Zhuang Yi's heart. Zhu Yin's wife, noticing Zhuang Yi's hand had brushed against Shui Bauer's, immediately pressed him. "Zhuang Yi, what is the nature of your relationship with her? Why did you touch her?" This surge of jealousy left Zhu Yangyang distinctly displeased, yet he chose silence, recognizing the situation was already quite precarious. "Zhuang, we are divorced. My employee was merely offering comfort, nothing more," he declared, turning to leave. Zhu Yin's wife pointed an accusatory finger, her voice rising. "You shall not leave. You must accompany Zhu Yangyang to the hospital, care for him, and earn his forgiveness before this matter can be settled." Zhuang Yi replied with a faint smile, "Not allowed to leave? Are you threatening to reveal that photograph?" The photograph in question depicted Zhu Yin's wife in an intimate embrace with a man in a green suit. Zhu Yin's wife quivered at the implication, taken aback by Zhuang Yi's audacity to threaten her. "Husband, you have indeed changed." Her voice trembled with a blend of anger and disappointment, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Zhuang Yi, you have lost your mind, truly lost your mind." At that moment, Zhu Yangyang weakly interjected, "Sister, Yangyang won't bear a grudge against a man living off others. Yangyang understands. As long as he remains my former brother-in-law, Even if he were to strike me down, I would not be angry. His words subtly belittled Zhuang Yi while elevating himself. Yet, Zhu Yin's wife was swayed by this sentiment, especially as Zhu Yangyang lay battered and bruised, moved beyond words. Yangyang, you are so understanding. Your thoughtfulness pains your sister's heart. Rest assured, I shall make amends for you. I will train your brother-in-law well, ensuring he apologizes to you, Zhu Yin's wife solemnly promised. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, coldly departing with Schweb Bauer. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought. The onlookers parted to create a path, musing. Is this the famed love quadrangle? Such melodrama unfolding in reality seems utterly absurd. As Zhu Yin's wife saw him truly leaving, she roared, Zhuang Yi, come back this instant. Zhuang Yi silently walked away, exhaling a smoke ring. Zhu Yin's wife, are you truly willing to push an honest man to his limits? Do you think I would hesitate to release that photograph? You foolish man. If I hadn't intervened, you would be headed for prison. Come back and take care of Yangyang. Zhu Yin's wife gritted her teeth, the pain radiating through her jaw as she stood up, determined to pursue. Zhu Yangyang hastily grasped the hem of her garment, pleadingly uttering, Sister, please, do not leave me. A pang of anguish seized Zhu Yin's heart, halting her intended steps. At that moment, an ambulance arrived, and the doctors rushed out with a stretcher. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhu Yin suppressed her emotions and chose to accompany Zhu Yangyang into the ambulance. All right, Yangyang, do not fear. I will be with you at the hospital. Do not hold any resentment towards your brother-in-law. Towards Zhuang Yi, I will ensure he is dealt with appropriately in the future. Inside the vehicle, the doctor administered urgent care to Zhu Yangyang. Zhu Yin sat beside her, tears brimming in her eyes, overwhelmed with guilt. Zhu Yangyang, her complexion pale, softly remarked, Sister, please do not cry. It is merely a superficial injury. Your tears will only sadden me. Zhu Yin, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, managed a smile. Thank you, Yangyang. Let us refrain from conversation for now. Focus on resting. Zhu Yangyang nodded. Yes, yes. By the way, sister, what was that photograph the man spoke of earlier? What was it? Nothing. Nothing of consequence. You should not inquire about things not meant for children, Zhu Yin stammered, a hint of panic in her voice. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer had arrived at a CAF. Seated by the expansive glass windows, the soft sunlight bathed Su Bauer's face. She held a cup of caramel latte, taking a delicate sip that left a ring of froth on her lips, prompting a playful smile. Bitter yet sweet. Is it to your liking? Zhuang Yi, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, inhaled smoke to ease his thoughts. Su Bauer nodded. Yes, it is bitter and slightly salty. I have never had anything like this before. This was her first experience with coffee, and it felt immensely precious to her. She extended her delicate tongue to clean the froth from the corner of her mouth before quietly asking, Brother Zhuang, why are we here? Don't we have work? Zhuang Yi, not meeting her gaze, silently observed the world outside. I am meeting with the foreman. The construction on Sister Jiuli's apartment begins the day after tomorrow. It cannot be delayed. Originally, Zhuang Yi intended to find a casual street vendor for lunch. However, the plans had shifted. He wished to treat Su Bauer, this country girl, to something finer, as a gesture of gratitude for her defense of him earlier. Soon, the waiter brought over several plates of exquisite appetizers, which made Su Bauer's eyes gleam with delight. Let us have a little to fill our stomachs. We will dine properly later, Zhuang Yi said, casually flicking away ash from his cigarette. Su Bauer shyly murmured in agreement, picking up a piece of broken chocolate cookie and savoring it, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she silently expressed her gratitude. Before long, two burly construction workers pushed open the glass door and entered. Zhuang, why did you bring us to such a place? We, with our rough appearance and unpleasant odor, hardly seemed suited for it. The foreman, Sheng Yijuan, accompanied by another worker, approached with a grin, taking a seat beside Zhuang. They appeared to have just emerged from the construction site, their faces smeared with mud, hair tousled like a bird's nest, and remnants of cement lodged under their fingernails. Zhuang extinguished his cigarette, revealing a professional smile as he stated, Sheng Tu, let us dispense with the banter. I shall get straight to the point. The day after tomorrow, you are to bring your team to the Xingchen community for the commencement ceremony and subsequently arranged for the masons to commence work. We must endeavor to have the homeowners settled in by the end of the year. As he spoke with eloquence, he simultaneously sent the design blueprints to Zhuang Yi via WeChat from his phone. Zhuang Yi, having engaged with Zhuang Yi numerous times, was well aware of his straightforward nature and readily acquiesced, saying, "Very well. Collaborating with General Manager Zhuang is always a pleasure. I will arrange for the craftsmen immediately and ensure the work is completed to the highest standards." In the ensuing minutes, the two engaged in a brief exchange regarding the essential construction points. Once Zhuang Yi had grasped the details, he rose to depart, and Zhuang Yi made no effort to retain him, watching him leave with a composed demeanor. During this time, Su Bauer found no opportunity to interject, and only after the two craftsmen had completely exited did she gaze at Zhuang Yi with admiration, exclaiming, "You are merely a year my senior, yet you are so impressive." Zhuang Yi smiled silently and turned his gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling window. It was then that he spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 62. Zhuang Yi is gripped by the neck in an expansive area. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit and donning spectacles approached the CAF. This was Zheng Qiangwei, the former sales manager under Zhuang Yi. In Chapter 21, Zhuang Yi had been infuriated by Zhuang Yi and had mischievously set this unfortunate fellow up. Little did he expect to encounter him here. As Zheng Qiangwei pushed the door open, he immediately spotted Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi feigned indifference and greeted him. "Old Zheng, come join me." Zheng Qiangwei, with a cunning smirk, strode over to Zhuang Yi and abruptly seized him by the throat. Zhuang Yi exclaimed, "What the hell?" It was a case of knowing the person but not their true nature. He had foolishly regarded Zheng as a mentor, only to discover that he was this kind of person. Zhuang Yi had used his phone to send Zheng a message, which Zheng then forwarded to Zhuang Yi's wife, deceitfully claiming that he was having an affair with Huang Shui. "Do you have any idea what kind of torment I endured that night? I knelt on durians for 2 hours, suffered through 2 servings of couple's lung slices, and was uninstalled by the monkey god. All of this because of you. I'm going to make you pay." Zheng Qiangwei tightened his grip on Zhuang Yi's neck, shaking him vigorously, displaying none of the demeanor expected from a 45-year-old man. Within the Zhu group, Zheng Qiangwei had been promoted by Zhuang Yi himself and often sought Zhuang Yi's guidance during his leisure time. Referring to him as a mentor was not unwarranted. Gasping for breath, Zhuang Yi stuck out his tongue. "Let go of me. I'm in a foul mood and might retaliate." Upon hearing the threat of retaliation, Zheng Qiangwei, worried about being overpowered, ceased his actions and pulled up a chair beside Su Bauer. "Get my brother the most expensive cappuccino," he said, smoothing his suit with a hint of displeasure. Zhuang Yi, unpretentious, called over the waiter to order a $9.09 latte and asked for some snacks to vent his frustration. "Why come to a CAF for coffee? Doesn't the company have freshly brewed coffee?" Zheng Qiangwei waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mention it. After you left, Zhu was too busy to manage both inside and out, and some old-timers have started causing trouble again." Intrigued, Zhuang Yi inquired, "Only a few days since my departure, and there's already chaos? Is it procurement taking kickbacks? Or are they canceling meal allowances and misreporting snacks to finance?" Zheng Qiangwei sighed deeply and shook his head. "More or less. These are minor issues. However, there are high-level executives involved in illegal fund transfers, caught red-handed by Liu Xiaoxi, and they LLB sent away for 3 years of hard labor. If you were here to maintain order, they wouldn't dare act so recklessly." He continued, "The clients have also been affected. So far, 3 female clients have specifically requested you for negotiations, including the esteemed Qing family princess from Maui City, Qing Xingruan." His expression was one of regret, as if he were subtly urging Zhuang Yi to return. Feigning ignorance, Zhuang Yi replied, "The company can thrive regardless of anyone's presence. It will flourish with or without me." Zheng Qiangwei, seasoned in the art of conversation, recognized his former superior's evasiveness and refrained from elaborating further. The chairman's divorce and the ex-husband's new company had caused quite a stir in the company, of which he was fully aware. A glance at Su Bauer beside him left Zheng Qiangwei utterly captivated by her beauty. He playfully teased this lovely young lady. "Is she your new girlfriend for the month? Quite charming indeed." What about the dozen or so from last month? Have you cast them aside? Zhuang Yi introduced. This is Su Bauer, my assistant. Zhuang, truly a master of pretense, called her a girlfriend while still referring to her as an assistant. Zheng Qiangwei jokingly remarked. Don't believe it? With a faint smile, Zhuang Yi called out to Su Bauer, Su Bauer. She perked up. Bauer is here. You are utterly adorable. The compliment made Su Bauer shy as she turned her head towards Zheng Qiangwei, her ears tinged with a delightful blush, a soft smile gracing her lips like an innocent child unaware of the world's complexities. You fool, don't tease Bauer. She holds a subordinate position relative to you. Click. Zhuang Yi snapped a photo. Old Zheng, do you believe it now? Zheng Qiangwei was startled by the action, a sense of foreboding creeping in. What on earth are you taking pictures for? Zhuang Yi replied, I just wanted a photo because she's adorable. Don't dwell on the details. At that moment, a waiter brought Zheng Qiangwei his coffee. He gulped it down hastily, grabbing a few plates of snacks before preparing to leave in a rush. There was no pretense between them. They were old colleagues familiar with such banter. Zhuang, I've accomplished my goal of feasting and drinking, so I shall take my leave. Zhuang, he waved his hand dismissively. No need to see you off. Zheng Qiangwei left with a cheerful grin, and Zhuang Yi, still smiling, bid him farewell. He then picked up his phone and sent a photo to Zheng Qiangwei's wife. The image captured just moments ago, in a sunlit CF. Su Bauer shyly gazed down while Zheng Qiangwei, clad in a sharp suit, looked dashing. He added a message. Sister-in-law, your husband is on a date with Huang Shui. She is stunning. Even I am captivated. With a satisfied heart, Zhuang Yi closed his phone after finishing the last sip of coffee. Brother Zhuang. Su Bauer called softly. He set down his cup and met her gaze, only to notice she was covering half her face, shyly asking, Am I really that cute? Indeed, you are. Zhuang Yi stood, ruffled her hair, and said, Let us go have lunch together. Su Bauer responded with a soft emma, her blush deepening as she smoothed her skirt and stood up. After paying, they exited the CAF. Zhuang Yi then took Su Bauer to a Western restaurant for steak. By around 3:30 in the afternoon, he led her to an aquarium. As they entered the underwater tunnel, they were surrounded by a myriad of exotic fish swimming gracefully in every direction. Su Bauer tilted her head back, her mouth agape and all like a light bulb, as the rippling water patterns cast by the glass dome danced across her face, immersing her in a dreamlike aquatic realm. Wow, so many fish. No need to go hungry. And they could fetch a good price. Despite her typically self-effacing demeanor, Su Bauer resembled an ordinary little girl, curiously glancing left and right. She tiptoed to get a better view and swiftly ran to the side, pressing her cheek against the arching glass. Schools of vibrantly colored fish with unique patterns swam by, illuminating her clear, sparkling eyes. Zhuanggu, such a magnificent fish, surely weighing several hundred pounds, chopped into pieces and stir-fried with chives, it must be utterly delectable. Su Bauer laughed with the innocent glee of a child, enthusiastically tapping the transparent glass. This was her first visit to the aquarium, her joy and awe palpable. Zhuang Yi, a rare sight behind her with his hands in his pockets, remarked, That is a shark. It can be dangerous. After 4 years of marriage, he had purchased numerous pre-sale tickets to the aquarium, hoping to enjoy the experience with his wife, Junyan, but she had always politely declined. Now divorced, he finally had the opportunity to bring Su Bauer for a stroll. Zhuang Yi pondered many thoughts, as unfamiliar yet comforting sensations meandered through his mind. Click! The flash of a camera erupted as Su Bauer captured a moment of Zhuang Yi. He snapped back to reality, asking, Why are you taking my picture? Su Bauer, realizing she had forgotten to turn off the flash, shyly lowered her head. It's my first time here. I wanted to commemorate it. Zhuang Yi, unfazed, continued walking past her. Feel free to take pictures. Su Bauer, filled with delight, lifted her gaze to Zhuang Yi's retreating figure and clicked another photo. In the image, Zhuang Yi's silhouette appeared melancholic and bittersweet. Su Bauer gazed at the photo for a long time, a sweet smile blooming on her face, gently tapping the screen to set the picture as her phone wallpaper. Chapter 63. Zhu Yangyang confesses to Junyan's wife Zhuang Yi casually inquired, Bauer, do you need to return to school tonight? Upon hearing her employer's call, Su Bauer hurried over with enthusiasm. Tomorrow is Sunday, a day off, so there's no need to go back. She shyly smiled, wondering if she could stay at her boss's house tonight. The prospect of a female staying at a male's residence raises numerous concerns regarding safety, trust, and personal security. Yet to Zhuang Yi exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Come dine with me tonight, and afterward, I'll take you to see the fireworks. Zhuang Yi gazed up at the glass dome, feeling indifferent as fish swam by. Perhaps it was the absence of someone to share the moment with that rendered it so mundane. Fireworks? Su Bauer, deeply touched, lifted her gaze to Zhuang Yi's silhouette, disbelief and indescribable emotions washing over her. In that fleeting moment, she mistakenly believed it to be the happiest time of her life. Zhuang Yi thought she might decline, so he did not press further. Do you not wish to go? I do want to go, Bao interjected, her excitement palpable as she grasped Zhuang Yi's arm. Where shall we dine tonight? Her eyes sparkled with delight, a touch of adorableness radiating from her. Zhuang Yi chuckled softly. We shall dine at a restaurant owned by a deceased acquaintance. Huang Xiangli mentioned it. The owner is Huang Shui. In the hospital's VIP ward, Zhu Yangyang lay on the bed, a nurse administering in 4 nearby, his body swathed in white bandages. Though merely superficial wounds, he feigned a frail demeanor, resembling someone gravely ill, evoking sympathy. Zhu Yan's wife sat beside him, her heart aching as she gently reassured, Yang, the doctor says you are not in serious danger. You will recover in a few days. Just rest well, and let me know if you need anything. With an artful display of feigned weakness, Zhu Yangyang replied, Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. Afterward, he coughed weakly, his face a mask of helplessness, appearing as though a mere breeze could topple him. The more Zhu Yan's wife observed, the more her heart ached. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, Yang, once your injuries heal, if Uncle Wenba wishes to intervene, could you persuade him not to escalate this matter to the courts? Zhu Wenba, Zhu Yangyang's father, was well known to be vengeful and cunning in business. Zhu Yan's wife feared that Zhu Wenba might resort to legal measures, potentially imprisoning Zhuang Yi, especially since Zhu Yangyang had not even had the chance to defend himself during the altercation. Despite Zhu Yangyang's amiable nature, his father, Zhu Wenba, was a formidable opponent, one of the few capable of matching Zhu Jiangwo's strength. After voicing her concerns, Zhu Yan's wife found herself questioning the extent of her own humility for continually covering for Zhuang Yi. Perhaps this was merely a price paid for their past marital life. Zhu Yangyang, somewhat displeased, his pallid face growing serious, nonetheless acquiesced. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I bear no ill will towards Zhuang Yi. If my father intends to act against him, I will counsel him against it. Zhu Yanqi felt a sense of relief wash over her, her eyes brimming with gratitude and comfort as she tightly grasped Zhu Yangyang's hand. Thank you, Yangyang. My dear sister did not love you in vain. You truly are my little cotton-padded jacket. Yes, Sister Qi, there is something I wish to share with you, and I hope you can grant me this request. Zhu Yangyang said, taking several deep breaths, as if summoning the courage to speak. Zhu Yanqi nodded reassuringly. Speak, and I shall comply with your wishes. Actually, Zhu Yangyang steadied her emotions and, with unwavering determination, declared, Sister Qi, I have always harbored feelings for you. I hope you'll be my girlfriend. In that instant, the room fell into an oppressive silence. A wave of shock coursed through Zhu Yanqi, her complexion paling to an extreme. The unexpected confession weighed heavily upon her heart, striking a discordant chord within. She hastily withdrew her hands from Zhu Yangyang's grasp, her voice laced with indignation. Zhu Yangyang, do you have any idea what you just said? Zhu Yangyang was taken aback by her reaction, yet feeling compelled to voice his heart. He persisted, Sister Qi, I am sincere. I have always loved you. Since your divorce from Zhuang Yi, I must express my affection. Did you not just say you would grant any request? My only wish is to share my life with you. His gaze was fixed upon Zhu Yanqi's face, filled with anticipation and resolve. Be quiet, Zhu Yanqi exclaimed forcefully, a surge of anger igniting within her. We are bound by blood as siblings. How dare you utter such blasphemous words? Zhu Yangyang was momentarily speechless, utterly unprepared for such a vehement response. How perplexing. Throughout their recent interactions, Sister Qi had seemed like a woman lacking self-respect. One would think that such a heartfelt confession would have a favorable outcome. Swallowing hard, he summoned his courage and called out, "Sister Qi, I am being completely earnest. I am now 18. I possess the right to choose whom to love, and that person is you. At the birthday party, were we not in perfect harmony? Your smile was filled with emotion and affection. Does that not prove you have feelings for me? Our bond cannot be constrained by mere blood ties." Zhu Yinqi felt a tumultuous upheaval within her, her voice quaking with terror as she shouted, "Silence. Zhu Yangyang, we are siblings. A forbidden romance is utterly inconceivable. If you ever again entertain such improper thoughts, do not blame me for making our relationship awkward." Zhu Yangyang was left dumbfounded. After a prolonged pause, he feigned a heart-wrenching expression, quickly altering his tone. "Sister Qi, I shall not dare again. Please do not cast me aside. I recognize my mistake." As he spoke, his large, innocent eyes threatened to spill over with tears. Zhu Yinqi furrowed her brow, torn between the urge to unleash her fury and the realization that Zhu Yangyang was merely an 18-year-old boy. Her heart softened slightly. "Do not ever mention such indecorous foolishness again. Rest well. I shall return home for a while." Zhu Yangyang, feeling aggrieved, began to weep. "Sister, are you angry with me? I apologize. I'm truly sorry." Zhu Yinqi sighed. "A child who recognizes their mistakes and seeks to amend them is a good one. I'm not angry with you. I'm not a petty husband." With that, she opened the door to the hospital room and walked away, her gaze cast down upon her own hands. What on earth was happening? Why would her younger brother confess to her? Could it be that her husband, sensing Zhu Yangyang's intentions, had grown jealous and misinterpreted her relationship with him, leading to the altercation? Jealousy. Did that not imply that her husband still harbored feelings for her? His previous claims of indifference must have been a ruse. It made sense. After 7 years of affection and 4 years of marriage, one cannot simply let go. A petty husband would not easily relinquish his hold. Enlightened by this peculiar reasoning, Zhu Yinqi felt a significant lifting of her previously dismal spirits. Within the confines of the hospital room, once assured of Zhu Yinqi's distance, Zhu Yangyang struck the bed with fury. What virtue was there in maintaining fidelity while juggling multiple affairs, and still referring to a divorced man as husband? In front of a multitude of onlookers, she audaciously defended her extramarital companion, all while witnessing her ex-husband being ridiculed, leaving him utterly humiliated. Even as the one who had been struck, she could hardly bear to witness such a disgraceful act. Anyone with a modicum of conscience and lingering affection for their former partner would never stoop to such deplorable behavior. Zhu Yangyang's cheeks flushed crimson, her brow betraying a hint of madness. He believed that Zhu Yinqi had seen the shape of his lips as he confessed, given their proximity. Yet, in that moment, he had dared to declare his feelings within the hospital room, only to end up in such a dismal predicament. Zhuang Yi held a certain significance in Zhu Yinqi's heart, but after this incident, even the strongest of feelings seemed to shatter into fragments. How foolish Zhuang Yi was, to fall for a brazen harlot. However, the nature of the harlot mattered little, as long as she was attractive and entertaining. Zhu Yangyang desired a man who could embrace multiple wives and concubines. She intended to claim both sisters of a Zhu family for herself. Zhu Yinqi, Zhu Yangyang, possess all the time in the world to strategize my pursuit of you. Chapter 64. The paradox of Huang Shui's visit to Zhuang Yi for a meal with a soft thud. Zhu Yangyang was engrossed in her own thoughts when a middle-aged man in his 50s entered the room. His hair was slightly graying, his facial features were well-defined, and his skin appeared somewhat loose. Dressed in a black suit with a shirt underneath, he exuded an air of both composure and modernity. This visitor was Zhu Yangyang's father, Zhu Wenbo. Surprised, Zhu Yangyang exclaimed, "Dad, you're here so soon? Your son has been admitted to the hospital." "Naturally, I had to rush back," Zhu Wenbo replied, placing a basket of fruit on the small table beside the hospital bed. After briefly scanning Zhu Yangyang and confirming that he only had superficial injuries, he settled down with a sense of relief. "I heard it was Zhuang Yi who did this to you?" Zhu Wenbo inquired. Zhu Yangyang frowned. "Dad, already know?" Indeed, Zhu Wenbo replied matter-of-factly, his voice low. Is there any chance he won't retaliate? Zhu Yangyang's eyes widened in shock. His father, though not particularly fond of Zhuang Yi, had no reason to be at odds with him. Yet, Zhu Wenbo's perspective seemed skewed. How could he turn a blind eye when his son had been brutally beaten? Dad, what do you mean by that? Lighting a cigarette, Zhu Wenbo stated calmly. He has a vast social circle and is currently divorced from Junyan. He is no longer an enemy. Besides, he once saved Zhu Jiangwo's life. He could very well save ours in the future. Zhu Yangyang was momentarily stunned, his gaze wavering. His father was a businessman driven by self-interest, and there was a certain logic to his reasoning. However, to suffer such a beating and not retaliate felt utterly unacceptable to him. After finishing his cigarette, Zhu Wenbo extinguished the end and concluded. That is all I have to say. If you must seek revenge, remember to exercise restraint and avoid causing any fatalities. I shall take my leave now. With those words, Zhu Wenbo exited the hospital room, leaving Zhu Yangyang alone on the bed, filled with mixed emotions. Not retaliating? How could he find peace with these injuries? Zhu Yangyang huffed in frustration, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He could agree to avoid escalating matters with the authorities, but when it came to revenge, he had plenty of methods at his disposal. At 7 in the evening, in a restaurant, in the communal dining area, Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer sat across from each other at a French dining table. Su Bauer cradled her phone in both hands, scrolling through a myriad of photos, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. All these images were taken at the aquarium that afternoon, capturing a moment of pure joy. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, the smoke curling upwards, his agitation unyielding. Bauer, did you have fun this afternoon? A faint blush crept onto Su Bauer's cheeks as she shyly nodded. Yes, I had a wonderful time. Today I experienced many firsts. My first coffee, my first steak, my first visit to an aquarium. Her voice was barely audible, her delicate fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. There were many more things she wished to express, but the words seemed trapped in her throat, unable to escape. Zhuang Yi, however, was oblivious to her sentiments. He had been through too much turmoil recently, particularly the encounter with Junyan at the cinema that morning, which had stirred a cauldron of negative emotions within him. He felt restless, melancholic, and consumed by a simmering rage. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and remarked, "As long as you're happy." Subsequently, Zhuang Yi raised his hand to summon the waiter and ordered several signature dishes. Su Bauer quietly reminded him that they had ordered too much food for just the two of them, but Zhuang Yi feigned ignorance. Soon, the dishes began to arrive at their table, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. Witnessing Zhuang Yi pick up his chopsticks first, Su Bauer's face lit up with joy as he served her some food. She relished the meal, occasionally stealing glances at Zhuang Yi, her beauty captivating. However, Zhuang Yi felt deeply insulted. The flavors and tastes of the dishes were unworthy of the restaurant's mid-range prices. As he continued to eat, his appreciation waned, and he began to look around, distracted by the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, Huang Shui. She was splendidly dressed for the evening, adorned in a champagne gold silk gown that flowed like water, as if moonlight draped over her. Her short, golden hair curled slightly inward at the ends, revealing a portion of her pristine collarbone, from which hung a beautifully cut yellow diamond pendant. Accompanying her were two female internet celebrities, sharing laughter as they strolled by. As if sensing his gaze, Huang Shui turned her head and immediately noticed Zhuang Yi, her smile abruptly fading, a sense of unease washing over her. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a meaningful smile. After a brief moment of silence, Huang Shui dismissed the two women with a few words. Then, striding over in her high heels, her cheeks slightly flushed and an air of indignation about her, she approached Zhuang Yi. Before he could utter a word, she plopped down beside him, snapping her fingers for two waiters to promptly bring utensils. "Why are you in my restaurant?" Huang Shui asked, arms crossed, feigning irritation. Surely, she must have missed me. Ha! The man's heart is a delicate thing. Unfortunately, my heart belongs to Zhu Yanxi. My affections lie with women. Zhuang Yi detected a faint scent of Milanese floral fragrance emanating from her alluring figure, a sweet, intoxicating aroma. It was delightful. This woman exuded charm and softness. Who permitted you to sit here? Leave. Nevertheless, Zhuang Yi showed her no courtesy. Huang Shui glanced at him dismissively, interpreting his demeanor as jealousy, and began to explain her recent circumstances. I have severed ties with those two internet celebrities. Moreover, I have distanced myself from all the female influencers at the company. Now, we share only a professional relationship. Ever since the failed kidnapping of Zhuang Yi, which had been recorded as evidence, she had realized her missteps and truly distanced herself from her former frivolities. It seemed she had undergone a transformation. However, she had not cut ties with Zhuang Yi, for her feelings for that woman ran deep. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, apart from professional interactions, it had become increasingly difficult to arrange meetings with Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi, unable to comprehend her words, regarded her as a fool. I have no interest in your sordid personal life. I want you to leave and not disrupt my meal. Chapter 65. Huang Shui desires a kiss from Zhuang Yi. Huang Shui was taken aback by the severity of his words, unusually refraining from anger. What are you pretending for? I merely wish to clarify, to prevent any misunderstandings. Zhuang Yi pointed to another direction. In a word, leave. This is my restaurant. Only I have the authority to ask you to go. Huang Shui slammed her palm against the table. Zhuang Yi let out a cold scoff. Your argument is quite sound. Yet I possess incriminating evidence against you. If it were to be released, I would be the one to do so. He had never been fond of this woman, who had stolen his wife and dared to sit beside him with such audacity. Who was Huang Shui? Not even worthy of being his servant. A woman who could be bullied into submission was hardly worthy of respect. You bastard. I warn you, don't. Huang Shui halted mid-sentence, frowning as she realized her aggression. After all, Zhuang Yi had evidence against her. I didn't mean to insult you. You mustn't release those videos. Zhuang Yi merely smirked, too apathetic to engage further in their argument. Huang Shui, feeling both angered and powerless, picked up her chopsticks to serve him a dish, attempting to apologize for her earlier outburst. If she didn't apologize, she might face even harsher retaliation, as she had in Chapter 52, which had left her utterly devastated. The thought of enduring such a situation again made her cheeks flush even more. Zhuang Yi showed her no mercy, mistaking her intentions, and abruptly interrupted with his chopsticks. Don't touch my food. As she watched the food tumble back onto the plate, Huang Shui was struck dumb, quickly inflamed with rage as she slammed her chopsticks onto the table. You are utterly unreasonable. I simply wanted to apologize by serving you, and you accuse me of taking your food? Do I need such inferior offerings from you? Zhuang Yi continued to ignore her, his sole desire being for her to leave and not disrupt his meal. Huang Shui, feeling aggrieved, furrowed her brow. You ungrateful man. I'll cover your bill. Will you please stop being angry? The moment she uttered the words, stop being angry, Zhuang Yi sensed something amiss. Today, not only had she not opposed him, but she had even offered an apology. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled coldly. You once took my wife, shamelessly defecating on my dignity, treating me as a mere pawn in your game. Now, I refuse you the privilege of serving me. And you respond with a bill waiver and an apology? Something is definitely off here. Huang Shui, you're not fooling me. His words dripped with merciless sarcasm. However, Huang Shui, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks, was reminded of more intimate places by his insinuation and playfully struck Zhuang Yi's arm. You are insufferable. Zhuang Yi shuddered, tightly gripping Huang Shui's arm before forcefully shaking her off. Huang Shui, enough. Who do you think you are to disgust anyone? Huang Shui winced from the force of his grip, a mix of anger and embarrassment flooding her as she gazed at him. Yes, her heart belonged to Zhuang Yi. What was so special about this man that she couldn't rid herself of these feelings? Was it that one night of intimacy that had left such a profound impact? No, that was surely an illusion. I love women, and I can only love women. Zhuang Yi possesses incriminating evidence against me, capable of shattering my reputation. My only motivation for appeasing him stems from fear. I harbor no genuine affection for him. Huang Shui vigorously shook her head, a nebulous thought quietly germinating in her mind. Zhuang, please do not be angry. I've treated you to a meal. Can't we simply dine together? No, he retorted, The grudge of a stolen wife is irreconcilable. Depart. I actually have something to discuss with you. Huang Shui swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of panic. The loud commotion she created threatened to disrupt the restaurant's ambience, risking ejection by security. Zhuang Yi stared at her with an intense gaze, casting a glance at Su Bauer, who trembled in fear, too intimidated to take another bite. For the sake of Su Bauer's comfort, he huffed, "Speak quickly. Recently, it's been quite challenging to arrange a meeting with Zhuang Yi outside of work. Is it your doing?" She understood Zhuang Yi's disdain for the term treasured wife, so she altered her address in his presence. If it were anyone else deliberately obstructing her relationship with Zhuang Yi, she would be furious. Yet before Zhuang Yi, her anger seemed to evaporate. Upon hearing the mention of his ex-wife, Zhuang Yi could not suppress a hint of mockery in his voice. "What, as the third party, are you now experiencing the bitterness of being discarded? Weren't you quite the flirt before? You would deliberately make unsavory noises during our calls, kiss her cheek at the banquet for Zhu Yangyang's return, and even had the audacity to invade my home and threaten me. Just a few days ago, you even kidnapped me." As he concluded, his eyes brimmed with resentment. Were it not for Su Bauer still dining, he might have unleashed his fury upon her. Huang Shui, upon hearing these words, displayed a look of shame and lowered her head slightly. "Please don't portray me in such a disgraceful light. Nothing significant occurred between Zhuang Yi and me. I was immature. When she spoke with you on the phone, I deliberately provoke her to elicit those sounds. Sometimes she stayed over at my place, but we slept in separate rooms. The only time I kissed her was at Zhu Yangyang's banquet. I have not engaged in any deep emotional exchange with anyone else apart from you." Her voice gradually softened, as if genuinely reflecting on her past misdeeds, akin to a wife seeking her husband's forgiveness through humble justifications. Yet, how could Zhuang Yi be swayed by mere words? He had endured enough betrayal. "What is the purpose of your explanations? Do we share such familiarity?" Huang Shui replied. "Haven't you always been concerned about my relationship with Zhuang Yi? I'm merely clarifying things with you. Also, could you please temper your temper? It saddens me." Zhuang Yi, taken aback, found her pitiful demeanor absurd. Was she performing for her rival? Had her mind deteriorated? He secretly wished for her to be utterly heartbroken. Her suffering was his greatest joy. Thus, he decided to disregard her and focus on his meal. Huang Shui, perceiving his silence, assumed that he had taken her words to heart and involuntarily smiled. She waved her hand to summon the waiter, bringing forth the exquisite dishes originally prepared for receiving clients. As Zhuang Yi observed plate after plate of delicacies being served, his brow furrowed ever more deeply. What was this all about? Huang Shui feigned nonchalance, mustering her courage to serve him a few legs of the king crab. "Not only are you getting a complimentary meal tonight, but I've also added a few extra dishes for you. Aren't you touched? Now, fulfill your promise from last time and give me a kiss, so we can put our past grievances behind us." Zhuang Yi bellowed in response. Dream on. Chapter 66. Zhuang Yi discovers Zhuang Yi dining with Huang Shui, observing the intimate interactions between Zhuang Yi and Huang Shui. Su Bauer's cheeks puffed up like a squirrel with its cheeks stuffed with acorns, her gaze fixated on Huang Shui like a startled kitten. Each glance intensified the bitterness within her heart. Humph. That wicked woman. The complexities of human emotions often run deep. Upon noticing Su Bauer's sulking demeanor, Zhuang Yi's voice softened. "Bauer, we're having dinner. Please do not involve yourself too much in my matters with her." As a woman, Huang Shui perceived the shift in Zhuang Yi's attitude and felt a surge of displeasure. Who is this woman? An employee, and none of your concern. Zhuang Yi took a bite of the king crab, but promptly spat it out, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Huang Xiangli claimed that the restaurant, situated in a prime location, attracted a high-end clientele, yet the dishes served were indeed unappetizing. It wasn't that they were inedible, but simply unworthy of their price. How could the Huang family, a prestigious name in Dingyang, treat their patrons with such disdain? Zhuang Yi shook his head. Truly terrible. How is this restaurant still operating? Their management skills must be commendable. The animosity between them could never be erased. He had vowed to annihilate the Huang family, especially her. Zhuang Yi deliberately jabbed at her heart, openly provoking her without restraint. Faced with such blatant verbal assault, Huang Shui, who should have been enraged and summoned security to eject Zhuang Yi, found her thoughts twisting unexpectedly. Due to the inherent differences between men and women, Zhuang Yi's piercing words struck her spine, igniting an inexplicable thrill rather than anger. Her gaze faltered slightly, revealing a hint of innocence tinged with shyness. Zhuang Yi, please don't be like this. The past is but a whisper in the wind. There is nothing that cannot be let go. I once angered you, and you struck me twice, even took my innocence. In terms of grievances, you hold the greater share. As for Nianxi, our relationship is merely a business connection. It is entirely normal to have exchanges, especially since she is the daughter of the Zhu family, shining like a star. Is it so unreasonable for me to cherish her? In a rare moment of candor, she questioned, if she were to value you, would you choose to divorce her? This was the first instance she spoke ill of Zhu Nianxi, the very person she cherished most. Her fingers absent-mindedly caressed her chopsticks, and uttering these words required immense courage. Zhuang Yi found himself rendered speechless by her declaration. It was an undeniable truth that Zhu Nianxi consistently prioritized others over herself, failing to cherish her own worth. Yet, what of it? He could not swallow this resentment. Regardless of her eloquent reasoning, betrayal remained betrayal, and the grudge of a usurped wife was an indelible scar. Huang Shui gently patted Zhuang Yi's back, attempting to create a semblance of physical connection. In life, one should grasp a few key points and feign ignorance in other matters. Truth be told, I do not despise you as much as you think. As for a man with a second marriage, before she could finish, she suddenly covered her mouth, her pupils constricting, startled by her own words. How could she, who was attracted to women, willingly accept a man with a second marriage? Men are indeed the most repugnant and vile creatures in the world, not to mention being second-hand goods. Noticing the flush on Huang Shui's face, Su Bauer exclaimed in exasperation. Zhuang, can't you see her little expressions of excitement? You're rewarding her. Zhuang Yi remained silent, casually eating his meal, seemingly unfazed. Could Su Bauer be oblivious to what he understood? Huang Shui was simply a homosexual. She had no capacity to like men. Meanwhile, at the Fully Center residential complex, Zhu Nianxi returned home, her weary body collapsing onto the sofa, a pile of documents clutched in her arms, all unfinished tasks from the company. In the past, when Zhuang Yi was around, she never had to worry about such trifles. Any concern she had were directed towards her husband, and her subordinates would do the same. Everything was meticulously arranged. Yet today, after taking Zhu Yangyang to the hospital, she had barely stepped through the door when a phone call summoned her back to the company to discuss clients. Ultimately, the client casually suggested meeting with Mr. Zhuang, leading to the swift disappearance of their orders. Upon returning to the office, yet another mountain of mess awaited her, and the newly hired sales director who was to replace Zhuang Yi proved inadequate, lacking versatility in essential skills. Busy as she was, she had not managed to eat a single bite, her stomach gnawing with hunger. At that moment, Aunt Feng, the housekeeper, poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her. Miss Zhu, please have some water. The chefs have prepared dinner and left early. Just let me know when you'd like to eat, and I can reheat it for you. Zhu Nianxi cast a cold glance at the aging Aunt Feng, her empty stomach brimming with irritation. That old woman, who went to bed promptly at 10 every night, was impossible to wake, leaving her without care when she returned home late after drinking. This was tolerable, but Aunt Feng frequently mixed up her stomach and cold medicines, and despite numerous reminders, her stubbornness persisted. It was only after docking her half a month's salary that she finally began to take notes on the precautions. Yesterday, Zhu Nianxi was infuriated when Aunt Feng, in an attempt to save water, urinated on her succulent plants, nearly prompting Zhu Nianxi to smash all the pots. How wonderful her husband was. Outsiders managing the household always left one feeling anxious. However, this time her husband had struck Zhu Yangyang, and even if they were divorced, he must be appropriately punished. Although Zhu Yangyang's intentions were not pure, he was merely a child. Her husband, being an adult, had no right to lay hands on a child. It was even more alarming that his father was Zhu Wenbo, A wave of turmoil surged within Zhu Yinshi as she snatched the cup and drank it in one go, unwilling to exchange another word with Aunt Fo. Once she found a suitable housekeeper, that old woman would surely be shown the door, out of sight, out of mind. Aunt Fo, wearing a fawning smile, took back the cup. Miss Zhu, you seem very busy with work. Is there something troubling you? What does it matter to you? Go heat up your dishes. Zhu Yinshi retorted brusquely, her tone dripping with annoyance. Leaning back on the sofa, her thoughts began to drift far away. Zhuang Yi had previously claimed he no longer loved her, hence their divorce. Yet today, he had struck Zhu Yangyang out of jealousy. It has become abundantly clear that he is a master of deception, utterly enamored with himself. This thought brought a faint smile to her lips. Although she was uncertain of her feelings for Zhuang Yi, the mere notion that he loved her provided a peculiar sense of comfort. As long as he harbored affection for her, a reconciliation seemed inevitable. She could reluctantly forgive her husband for his indiscretions with Zhu Yangyang. Moreover, it was imperative that her husband remained oblivious to Zhu Yangyang's confession of love, lest he unleash chaos upon the Zhu family. Lost in her musings, she completely forgot the harsh words she had directed at Zhuang Yi that morning, as well as the mocking jibes of onlookers. Suddenly, she recalled that Huang Shui had called earlier to discuss an important matter, but in her preoccupation with Zhu Yangyang, they had agreed to converse later that evening. Almost letting it slip her mind, she retrieved her phone and dialed Huang Shui's number. "Hello, Shui," she began. I'm still at lunch. Please hold on. Do not make a fuss. I am on the line with your ex-wife." Chapter 67. Bamboo Nian's despair reaches its zenith. Nianshi, I am still dining. Please wait a moment. Do not disturb me. I am on the phone with your ex-wife. Huang Shui spoke in a soft and bashful tone, interspersed with indescribable gasps, as if indulging in carnal pleasure. Upon hearing this, Bamboo Nian's previously improved mood plummeted into an abyss of despair. This description, was reminiscent of the first chapter. It was the very lie Bamboo Nian told Zhuang Yi. Bamboo Nian swallowed hard, murmuring, "Shui, who are you talking to?" She had always been reluctant to intrude upon others' private lives, but upon hearing the term ex-wife, a wave of anxiety coursed through her. Akin to ants crawling all over her body, an unbearable sensation that made her want to scratch her ears. "Is my husband with Huang Shui? What are they doing?" Bamboo Nian's spirits sank, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. She was no stranger to the sounds that belonged solely to the bedroom. Huang Shui flustered, "Nianshi, I am not talking to anyone. There was just a cockroach that startled me." Identical words, identical deceit. This was the very excuse she had used in the first chapter to deceive her husband. Bamboo Nian coldly interrogated, her voice trembling unnaturally. "Cockroach. That phrase sounds so familiar. Huang Shui, are you certain no one is beside you? And no, I must hang up now, can I? I have urgent matters to attend to." Huang Shui's voice trembled on the other end, at times gentle, at times hurried. Zhuang Yi seized the opportunity, leaning closer to the phone, seductively saying, "Darling Shui, speak without trembling." Boom! Bamboo Nian's pupils constricted, her left hand instinctively clutching her chest, her entire being chilled. This seduction belonged solely to me. Only I should revel in my husband's flirtation. Huang Shui, have you lost your mind? Have you gone mad? He is my husband. He is mine. You caused me to divorce him, yet you still wish to take him from me. In that moment, the boomerang of fate struck Bamboo Nian. She clutched her forehead tightly, screaming in anguish, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. In the blink of an eye, the once towering career woman transformed into a frenzied wraith. She was in excruciating pain, pain that penetrated her very bones, pain that shattered her soul. "Zhuang Yi, leave me. Do not touch me." On the phone, Huang Shui was clearly disturbed. "Nianshi, let me explain. Zhuang Yi was merely tickling me. I was just dining with him." As Huang Shui uttered the words completely, a fleeting panic was evident. Bamboo Nian discerned the truth, her expression shifting drastically, and she collapsed from the sofa onto the floor. Huang Shui was lying, utterly lying. "My husband is entangled with another. I had promised you to gradually maintain distance from Huang Shui. Why must it come to this? Why? Tears cascaded down her cheeks, one after another. Upon witnessing Miss Zhu weeping, Aunt Feng hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "Miss Zhu, what are you doing? Please rise. Sitting on the ground may cause you to catch a chill. Get lost." Zhu Nianqi screamed hoarsely. Aunt Feng, taken aback by the unprecedented fury, retreated in haste. Meanwhile, on the phone, Huang Shui, distressed, stammered, "Nianqi, please don't cry. Your tears wound me. Zhuang Yi is right beside me. I will have him clarify everything immediately. Zhuang Yi, speak to Nianqi at once. We have numerous business dealings. We cannot allow her to misunderstand." Unfazed by the urgency, Zhuang Yi responded with a seductive tone. "There is no need for us to explain ourselves to a third party. Don't you desire a kiss? I can provide that right now." "Really? No, not here. Please, don't do this in such a setting." The call abruptly ended, leaving her in a state of utter devastation. Zhu Nianqi's eyes, filled with despair and horror, remained fixated on the disconnected phone. Her overwhelming rage threatened to consume her, her features contorted with fury as her teeth ground together. She was on the brink of madness, yearning for Huang Shui to pay for this torment. Was this the feeling she had inflicted upon her husband on her birthday, when he had prepared a celebration for her, only to hear her emit such unbearable sounds? Clutching her phone tightly, she felt she could crush it to pieces. All this time, she had subjected her husband to such agony. No wonder he had turned violent, even striking Zhu Yangyang. A sudden realization struck her. She felt an insatiable desire to devour Huang Shui whole. Zhuang Yi was hers. No one else was worthy of him. The more she pondered, the more her fury ignited, and she seized the cup, hurling it violently to the ground. With a resounding crash, shards of glass scattered like stars across the floor. A jagged piece sliced her cheek, blood oozing forth, contrasting against her fair skin. Her husband had always loved her, and she had driven him away. Now he lay in Huang Shui's embrace. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I failed to consider your feelings, consistently causing you pain in unintentional moments." Zhu Nianqi, awakening from her stupor, could scarcely fathom how her husband had endured the day with a client on his birthday. She covered her mouth tightly, recalling how she had even scolded him then. Such a grave sin. With a sharp slap, she struck her own face. Again and again, she punished herself, her cheeks growing red and swollen, yet she showed no signs of stopping. Aunt Feng, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency to intervene but hesitated, having just been dismissed. After delivering more than 10 resounding slaps, her phone buzzed with a video call from Huang Shui. Zhu Nianqi answered, her voice a terrifying roar. "Huang Shui, you wretched fiend. You dare to video call me to humiliate me. Do you seek death?" With a press of the connect button, the outburst began. "Huang Shui, you heart-thieving scoundrel. I declare, our collaboration has come to an end." Before the words could fully escape her lips, Zhu Nianqi caught sight of Huang Shui and Zhuang Yi at the dining table. Nothing untoward had transpired. They were merely enjoying a meal. Huang Shui felt a trickle of sweat, her complexion pale from Zhu Nianqi's earlier intimidation. "Nianqi, I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. Zhuang Yi and I merely shared a meal. Upon seeing your call, he mischievously decided to tease me, and then exaggerated the situation with ambiguous remarks. You have misinterpreted our relationship." Misunderstanding. Even in her anger, Zhu Nianqi's racing heart began to settle. Darling, is she telling the truth? In the video call, Zhuang Yi averted his gaze from Zhu Nianqi, elegantly slicing a piece of steak to bring to his lips. "It is false. Huang Shui and I have shared a bed." Chapter 68. A heart skips a beat upon hearing those words. Huang Shui's face turned a deep shade of purple, fear rendering her breathless. However, Zhu Nian's wife did not exhibit any anger. Instead, she gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, revealing a look of relief. If her husband were to speak hesitantly, it might suggest hidden truths, yet his candid admission of sharing a bed with another woman was something she resolutely refused to believe. The only plausible explanation was that he was merely speaking out of anger. After all, she knew Zhuang Yi all too well. In his heart, there was only room for her, with no space for another woman. Zhu Nian's wife took a deep breath, using the back of her hand to dry her tears. "Darling, I understand that you are upset with me. You would never engage in such unethical behavior. I I now realize how much pain you are in. I was wrong to neglect your feelings, and I sincerely apologize. Shall we remarry? Though she could not fathom why Zhuang Yi dined with Huang Shui. As long as there was no deeper connection, Zhun Yin felt reassured. Zhuang Yi shot her a cold glance, his disdain palpable. This morning, he had been berated for having a mistress, and now this evening, she was shamelessly broaching the subject of remarriage. I do not know what nonsense you are spouting, but please do not disturb my dinner with Shui. Your unreasonable antics make it impossible for us to enjoy our meal. He echoed a sharp retort Zhun Yin had previously hurled at him in Chapter 4, pulling the metaphorical knife from his chest and plunging it back into her. Zhun Yin's heart quivered, as if blood were gushing forth, leaving her breathless from the pain. How could her husband's mere repetition of her own words inflict such excruciating torment? With no other choice, she resolved to address a crucial matter. Darling, I have taken care of the issue with Zhu Yangyang. He and Uncle Wenbao will not report it to the authorities. Tomorrow, let us bring some gifts to the hospital and apologize to Yangyang, shall we? She felt that Zhuang Yi was at fault for his aggression and that an apology would be in order. Naturally, she would avoid discussing Zhu Yangyang's heartfelt confession, revealing it would alter the nature of the situation, turning her role from protector of her brother to that of a defender of a scoundrel, ultimately thrusting Zhuang Yi into the scorn of the onlookers. She did not wish for Zhuang Yi to harbor any misunderstandings. Yet, could Zhuang Yi truly be unaware of Zhu Yangyang's feelings for his ex-wife? A brazen third party, flirting openly before him and then audaciously demanding an apology? Zhun Yin, you truly have no conscience. Zhuang Yi shook his head in self-mockery, a bitter smile playing on his lips. He was unwilling to engage further, forcefully placing his chopsticks on the table and rising to leave. Bauer, let us go. Oh, Su Bauer, sensing Zhuang Yi's hostility, quickly rose to her feet. Huang Shui, initially filled with joy at the prospect of video chatting with Zhun Yin and dining with Zhuang Yi, felt a sudden pang of reluctance as he prepared to depart. Zhuang Yi, are you leaving? Please stay a little longer. On the mobile screen, Zhun Yinshi instantaneously captured the subtle emotions of Huang Shui. As a surge of anger welled within her, what incensed her further was the presence of Su Bauer, trailing closely behind Zhuang Yi. What do you mean, husband? I have assisted you in resolving such a significant dilemma, and you cannot even muster a word of gratitude? Moreover, it is late at night. Why is that female university student still following you? Zhun Yinshi's tone was laden with grief and disappointment, nearly shouting into the microphone. Zhuang Yi paid no heed to either of them and walked straight to the front desk to settle the bill, only to be informed that Huang Shui had already cleared the charges. With not a hint of nostalgia, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, Zhun Yinshi continued to scream into her phone. Zhuang Yi, you inconsiderate scoundrel. Come back here. After a few more futile shouts, seeing Zhuang Yi remain unresponsive, she redirected her ire towards Huang Shui, demanding, Huang Shui, what exactly is your relationship with my husband? You'd better confess the truth. What did you mean by saying, stay with me a little longer? Huang Shui trembled slightly, her gaze evasive. Ninshi, I asked him to stay a bit longer because I wanted to talk to you. And you know my sexual orientation. How could I possibly? This fib was riddled with inconsistencies. Yet considering Huang Shui's identity as a homosexual, Zhun Yinshi found it somewhat plausible. With a vigilant expression, she shot a fierce glare at Huang Shui, who began to sweat under the scrutiny. Yinshi, do you not trust me? Just days ago, I signed a $100 million contract with you. Zhun Yinshi regarded her in contemplation for a considerable while before silently ending the call. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, beneath the overpass by Qingyun River, the city lights shimmered like reflections upon the water's surface, the breeze causing gentle ripples that transformed the silvery glow into a radiant spectacle. The willows along both banks swayed delicately, and not far off, a few small boats laden with fireworks glided to the center of Qingyun River. Su Bauer's gaze fell upon the young couples around her, a smile of envy gracing her lips. To claim she felt no jealousy would be disingenuous. Those in their 20s, particularly university students, were ideally suited for romance, teetering between youthful innocence and burgeoning maturity, still believing in love and romance while grappling with the realities of life. Having consumed a bellyful of dog food, a term for witnessing couples in love, she lifted her head to locate Zhuang Yi, only to find him missing. She quickly turned around, spotting him approaching with a plate of sliced, juicy steak in hand, his steps steady. "Here, eat something." Zhuang Yi picked up a sizzling piece of beef with a toothpick and offered it to Su Bao'er. "Thank you, Brother Zhuang." Su Bao'er's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she lowered her head to take a bite. "I meant for you to take the toothpick, not to feed you," Zhuang Yi replied, exasperated, as he handed the toothpick directly to her. Su Bao'er, slightly bewildered, realized her misunderstanding. Oh. Bao'er misunderstood. Bao'er is naughty. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed from the distant horizon. A magnificent golden firework burst forth in the darkness, seemingly igniting the entire night sky. "Wow!" Su Bao'er exclaimed, gazing upward in awe. Zhuang Yi gazed impassively, his demeanor tranquil as he looked up at the resplendent fireworks. In the sky, a myriad of enchanting colors erupted: indigo, deep purple, and vibrant crimson, falling to earth like a dazzling shower of stars. Su Bao'er's eyes captured the kaleidoscopic reflections of the blossoms of light. After observing for a while, she discreetly stole a glance at Zhuang Yi's profile. Unbeknownst to her, a weight rested upon her heart. Su Bao'er let out a soft, playful giggle and gently stepped back a pace. Then, with tender admiration, she gazed at Zhuang Yi's silhouette, her eyes sparkling like starlight. A flutter of excitement coursed through her, her heart racing in a delightful turmoil. The fireworks were indeed breathtaking, yet he was even more captivating. The splendid fireworks adorned the sky, while the one she cherished lingered in her heart. Chapter 69. Zhuang Yi, how could you be such a person? In his mind, Zhuang Yi was preoccupied with thoughts of others, while Su Bao'er was lost in thoughts of Zhuang Yi. She discreetly took out her phone, capturing a snapshot with a soft click before stealthily concealing it once more. Noticing that Zhuang Yi remained oblivious, her courage swelled, prompting her to gently tug at the hem of his garment. Tilting her head, her delicate cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, she smiled radiantly. To Zhuang Yi, watching the fireworks might merely serve as a casual respite, yet for Su Bao'er, it represented yet another cherished memory to cling to. Before long, Zhuang Yi sensed something amiss and turned, discovering the fabric of his clothing had been pulled. "Bao'er, what are you doing?" he inquired. "And nothing at all. I did nothing." Su Bao'er stammered, hastily releasing her grip, yet the crimson hue of her cheeks betrayed her. "You have misbehaved." Zhuang Yi regarded her with a serious expression. Under his gaze, Su Bao'er felt uncomfortable, her head retracting like a turtle retreating into its shell, uncertain of how to proceed. Finally, she cautiously admitted, Bao'er is at fault. I snapped a photo of you because you're simply too handsome. Please do not blame me." Zhuang Yi maintained an impassive demeanor, continuing to observe her. Su Bao'er, flustered, awkwardly produced her phone. "I will delete it. Please do not be angry." Reluctantly, she opened her album, revealing a striking photo of him. In addition to the surreptitious snap, there were numerous pictures taken at the aquarium that afternoon, showcasing Zhuang Yi's back and profile. Clear as day, an undeniable testament. The evidence was laid bare before her, and Su Bao'er felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could vanish into the earth. Zhuang Yi sighed and turned away. No need to delete it, as long as you haven't lied. His former wife was a born deceiver, and he had no desire to recruit another fabricator into his life. Su Bao'er felt a surge of delight. Bao'er does not lie. She merely takes photos. Following the fireworks display, it was already midnight. The two returned home. Sister Baiyun lounged on the sofa, clad in a sheer, delicate nightgown that clung softly to her waist, teasingly revealing glimpses of her form. The hem of her dress casually draped over her thighs, exposing her long, smooth legs, which rested carelessly on the coffee table. She toyed with her phone in one hand, while unconsciously caressing her flat abdomen with the other. Upon seeing Zhuang Yi return home, she raised an eyebrow like a queen summoning her servant, Xiao Zhuang. "I crave a midnight snack. Bring me a bowl of tomato egg noodle soup." Otherwise, I shall be too hungry to sleep. I am in no mood to cook, so you can make instant noodles yourself. Zhuang Yi intended to decline, but suddenly thought of Su Bauer beside him and inquired, Bauer, are you hungry? Would you like a midnight snack? Upon hearing her younger brother inquire about food, while considering another woman, Sister Baiyun reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, rudely pointing her foot at Su Bauer. What do you mean? You are cooking for me and still asking for another woman's opinion. Initially, Su Bauer planned to decline, but seeing Sister Baiyun's fury, she quickly adjusted her response. I will have a little, and I can help you by chopping tomatoes and cracking eggs. Zhuang Yi paid no heed to Sister Baiyun, responding with a simple all right. The two entered the kitchen in unison, their unspoken understanding creating a seamless collaboration. Su Bauer occasionally glanced at Zhuang, her enchanting peach blossom eyes curling into crescent moons, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms on Peach Blossom Mountain, captivating and radiant. Their interactions resembled those of a couple in the throes of romance, provoking a twinge of jealousy in Sister Baiyun. Just divorced and already bringing a woman home. What a scoundrel. She felt an inexplicable urge to bang the dining table, her heart brimming with jealousy. In the kitchen, Zhuang Yi remarked nonchalantly, Bauer is merely an employee. Don't overthink it. Why should he treat an employee so well? Asking if she wanted a late-night snack. Does he not know that a man's culinary skills are reserved for his beloved? Like me, Sister Baiyun, unwilling to concede, deliberately uttered this baseless statement for Su Bauer's ears. However, Su Bauer remained unaffected, inadvertently striking a chord within Zhuang Yi, causing him to halt his stirring. When he had just married Junyan, he had solemnly promised her that he would cook for her alone for the rest of his life. Yet, those promises had faded like the wind, now mere echoes. From this moment forth, unless he himself craved a taste, he would never again cook solely for another. Even if it were Sister Baiyun. After a brief pause, he stated, the sense of accomplishment in preparing a late-night snack for just you differs greatly from doing so for three. In less than 10 minutes, 3 bowls of noodles were ready, and Su Bauer dutifully served them. Sister Baiyun ate, and so did Zhuang Yi. She intentionally reserved the largest bowl for Sister Baiyun and the smallest for herself. Observing the scant remnants of noodles in Su Bauer's bowl, Zhuang Yi felt a tumult of emotions. He was reminded of his former self, who had offered his best to Junyan without seeking anything in return. After pondering, he expressed concern, You're eating too little. Let Sister Baiyun serve you some more. Su Bauer shook her head, no need. My stomach is small, and I don't eat much at night. Sister Baiyun, biting the tip of her chopsticks, scoffed, oh, quite sensible. Unlike that ex-wife of Zhu, her apparent praise was laced with hostility, an unspoken warning against sharing a bed with Zhuang Yi, or she would have Su Bauer thrown out. Just as Su Bauer picked up her chopsticks, her face flushed with embarrassment. Bauer, I'm still a young lady. I don't sleep with men. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately retreating into her bowl, timidly nibbling at her noodles, too shy to speak further. Zhuang Yi clicked his tongue. You're bullying her again. Are you going to eat? If not, I'll pour it out. Sister Baiyun huffed, clutching the large bowl and slurping her noodles, too disinterested to argue with this foolish pup. After their late-night meal, Sister Baiyun, satisfied, retreated to her bedroom to sleep. Su Bauer remained on the sofa, utilizing Zhuang Yi's laptop to complete her weekend assignment. Next time, bring 2 sets of clothes so Sister Baiyun can keep them for you. If you can't return to school after working late, you can freshen up here. Zhuang Yi said softly after finishing the dishes, before heading to the bathroom to shower. Okay. Bauer stared blankly at the computer, opening a Word document to begin her assignment. Her dexterity was remarkable, and her mind agile, with the aid of an external program. She completed her assignment in less than 15 minutes and promptly submitted it to the class representative. Having finished her work, she opened Zhuang Yi's data drive, intending to seek out some local games to pass the time, aimlessly rummaging through the C drive. By some twist of fate, she stumbled upon a folder titled Study Materials. Upon right-clicking to view the folder's properties, she was astounded to discover that it was a staggering 5,736 gigabytes. Wow, Zhuang Yi is truly a diligent student. Su Bauer couldn't help but praise him and excitedly opened the folder. However, she soon regretted her decision. The so-called study materials were, in fact, secretly stashed away by Bai Yun, intended for her own enjoyment. Inside lay a backup library of videos secretly recorded of Zhuang Yi. Additionally, the folder contained various other visually appealing items, all curated according to Bai Yun's preferences. As she gazed upon the peculiar and unsightly contents, Su Bao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She covered her burning cheeks with her hands, and wisps of smoke seemed to emanate from her forehead. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Zhuang was unexpectedly such a person. Chapter 70. The conditions proposed by Su Bao after taking a shower. Zhuang Yi emerged dressed in a white t-shirt and casual pants, his chest firm and waist slender, with the faint outline of abdominal muscles visible. He casually dried his hair with a towel and instinctively sat down next to Su Bao. Upon his arrival, Su Bao's face flushed crimson, and she quickly shifted away, maintaining a distance of a full body length between them. "Are you avoiding me?" Zhuang Yi astutely noted her movements. Su Bao remained silent, gesturing towards her laptop before retracting her hand hastily. Zhuang Yi, puzzled, opened the computer screen, only for his expression to darken instantly. Clenching his fists tightly, he deleted the entire database in front of Su Bao. "These are not my collections. They're from Sister Bai Yun," Zhuang Yi awkwardly confessed, feeling as exposed as a monkey stripped bare before Su Bao. "That wretched Bai Yun, not only hiding things but also within my computer. Is she courting death?" Su Bao sat silently upright on the sofa, absent-mindedly toying with her fingers. "Why don't you go and dry yourself off first? After a long day, you must be sweaty and it wouldn't be comfortable to sleep," Zhuang Yi suggested, heading into the room to fetch a new towel before returning to the living room. "This towel is new. You should take it," he said, extending the towel towards Su Bao. Just as their hands were about to make contact, Su Bao suddenly recalled the captivating images on the computer and the sight of Zhuang Yi's well-defined abs. A fierce chemical reaction surged within her, prompting her to shove Zhuang Yi away, extending her nails and playfully brandishing her hands. You idiot! Don't touch Bao." Zhuang Yi stumbled back, nearly losing his balance, gazing at Su Bao in shock. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, his anger boiling over as he was mistaken for a narcissist by his employee. "I truly dislike selfies. It was that wretched Bai Yun who took candid shots of me. I had deleted her previous videos. I never expected her to strike again," Zhuang Yi explained helplessly, suppressing his irritation as he placed the towel on the coffee table. Silently, he walked towards Bai Yun's room. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from within. Hearing the woeful sounds, Su Bao hugged the towel tightly, her head bowed in embarrassment as she dashed into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, both Su Bao and Zhuang Yi returned to the living room simultaneously. Su Bao's hair still dripped with water, cascading damply over her shoulders, dark as ink, contrasting beautifully with her soft, fair skin. Her delicate feet, bare and untouched by slippers, stepped onto the clean floor, releasing wisps of steam. "Is there a hairdryer at home?" Bao just washed her hair. After a refreshing shower, Su Bao felt considerably calmer and had sorted her thoughts. The real oddity was Bai Yun, not her handsome boss. Her boss merely possessed good looks and a fine physique, drawing the attention of the mischievous sister. Zhuang Yi released a breath of relief, his spirits lifting. "Yes, I'll get it for you." He fetched a hairdryer and, noticing Su Bao seated on the sofa, unilaterally plugged it in to dry her hair. Once upon a time, in the days when Zhuang Yi and Zhu Nianqi's marriage remained untainted by a third party, he would often dry her hair to prevent her hairstyle from becoming disheveled the following day. Over time, he had come to understand the intricacies of hair drying better than most women, particularly the delicate balance of pressure from his palms and the adjustment of airflow, ensuring not to harm the soft strands. Although Su Bao initially intended to decline Zhuang Yi's warmth, she succumbed to the comforting heat of his hands within mere moments. All of this was what Zhu Nianqi once possessed, and now she had lost it. Zhuang Yi gazed at Su Bao's silhouette, recalling the fierce expression Zhu Nianqi had worn that morning as she fiercely defended another man. She had called him a beast and demanded an apology. But who truly was the beast, and who deserved to apologize? Soon, her hair was dry, the moisture evaporated, leaving it soft and smooth. Su Bao feeling a touch of embarrassment, joyfully wiggled her little feet, exclaiming, "You're so skilled. Your hair-drying technique surpasses even that of Master Goni at the barber shop." Zhuang Yi merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He unplugged the hairdryer and picked up a comb, gently smoothing the ends of her hair. "Brother Zhu, may I propose a few conditions?" She began. "Firstly, you must not touch my feet. Secondly, you shall not make me wear strange clothes, nor allow me to don cat ears or a tail, or play with peculiar toys." Su Bauer rambled on, while Zhuang Yi behind her felt an urge to leap from building. Bauer has been influenced by her study materials. "Sister Baiyun, you truly deserve to be reprimanded." Earlier, Zhuang Yi had entered Sister Baiyun's room and given her a good thrashing, and upon emerging, she had cleverly locked the door, fearful of his return. Consequently, Zhuang Yi found himself powerless to act further, silently swallowing his frustration. Those short videos were indeed saved by Sister Baiyun. "I have no fondness for selfies," he stated. Su Bauer blushed and nodded. "I believe you, but my thoughts are quite traditional, yet I can understand." Curse. There was no faith at all. This was a sentiment Zhuang Yi dared not voice. They lapsed into silence for a few moments. Su Bauer took a deep breath and, with a sincere tone, asked, "Bauer, may I call you Xiao Zhu, just like Sister Baiyun does?" Zhuang Yi was momentarily taken aback by her question, realizing that Su Bauer's tone mirrored his own when he sought to please Zhu Nianqi, a cautious, humble probing, rife with the fear of being belittled or rejected, a common trait among children raised in orphanages. Su Bauer's serious and self-effacing inquiry revealed a deep-seated vulnerability that, if left unaddressed, could become a lifelong shackle. Zhuang Yi tentatively probed, "You seem to be a year younger than I?" Upon hearing this, Su Bauer mistakenly interpreted it as a rejection, her spirits plummeting swiftly. In that moment, Bauer understood. Zhuang Yi gazed at her retreating figure, feeling a pang of sorrow. A mere title held no significance for him. He was neither arrogant nor scheming. "I merely remarked on your youth in comparison to mine. I never refused you. Henceforth, feel free to address me as you wish. The hierarchy between us need not be rigidly defined." Upon hearing these words, Su Bauer's melancholic heart was instantly warmed, and a smile reminiscent of a kitten's formed on her lips, her clear eyes brimming with excitement. In a soft, melodic voice, she replied, "All right, thank you, Xiao Zhuang. Bauer will remember." Chapter 71. Zhuang Yi, perhaps in the next life. Sunday, at the school gate, students returning to campus, burdened with bags of various sizes, wore expressions of hollow despair. Zhuang escorted Su Bauer to the entrance and came to a halt. "This is as far as I go. I must return to the company to coordinate work with my mentor. Be cautious at school, avoid foolishness, and watch out for those around you. If you find yourself short on funds, feel free to ask me for an advance on your salary." As he spoke, he gently ruffled Su Bauer's hair, admonishing her like a doting guardian. Su Bauer did not resist. Instead, she relished the warmth of his hand. "All right, Bauer will be good. There's no need for you to worry." After a restful night, Zhuang Yi had set aside much of the anxiety regarding the cinema incident, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Let me know if you can come out of school tomorrow. The more people at the groundbreaking ceremony, the better." "I understand," Su Bauer replied softly. "If you're feeling down, just call me. I'll keep you company." As they shared their thoughts, they remained oblivious to a man and a woman walking by not far off, each carrying a briefcase beneath a towering sycamore tree. It was Lu Xiaoxi, the personal secretary of Zhu Nianqi, alongside the company's young employee, Sun Haoran. They inadvertently witnessed the scene before them. Sun Haoran, brimming with envy, remarked, "So Zhuang is becoming involved with a female university student? How fortunate." Lu Xiaoxi replied as they walked, "Impossible. Mr. Zhuang is such a devoted and sincere man. He must have been seduced. Men are forever enamored with female university students. Given Mr. Zhuang's excellence, it is only reasonable for him to seek someone more attractive post-divorce." With a sharp slap on Sun Haoran's shoulder, Lu Xiaoxi retorted, "Nonsense. What about Nianqi? No, I must notify Nianqi." Before she could finish her sentence, she halted, pulled out her phone, and prepared to relay the news. Sun Haoran quickly grasped her arm. "Hey, Secretary Lu, just let it go. Mr. Zhuang and Ms. Zhu are divorced now. We have no right to meddle in his personal affairs. No way. Mr. Zhuang has only been gone for a few days, and already there's a scandal brewing at the company. We cannot sit idly by while he is lured away by some shameless harlot. Lu Xiaoxi stood her ground, snapping a photo and swiftly sending it to Zhu Yinxi via WeChat, embellishing the narrative with exaggerated details. It sounded as if, with a moment's delay, Zhuang Yi would succumb to Su Baoer's charms. In the conference room, Zhu Yinxi sat at the head of the table, exuding an imposing aura, her countenance stern as she listened to the departmental heads report on their work. The atmosphere was stifling and heavy, each person sweating profusely, nerves taut, fearing the imminent wrath of Zhu Yinxi. Ding, ding, ding. A message arrived on her phone. Frustrated, Zhu Yinxi furrowed her brow and muttered a curse as she opened it, only to find herself even more enraged. The photo sent by Lu Xiaoxi bore no suggestive gestures, yet Zhu Yinxi recognized Su Baoer. This little vixen had spent the entire day with her husband yesterday and dared to have him escort her to school today. It was a blatant provocation, a clear attempt to undermine her. Zhuang Yi, you ungrateful wretch. You scoundrel. Having just divorced, she found herself in an intimate relationship with that insufferable individual. A connection far beyond mere subordination. In the presence of the collective leader, Zhu Yin's wife trembled in fury, her anger rendering her nearly incapable of restraint. The executives below held their breath, each one engrossed in silence. Some secretly laughed, while others felt a profound sense of melancholy. As the company expanded, power struggles became inevitable. Although Zhuang Yi was the backbone of the company, fostering harmonious relationships, he was not without adversarial forces. Moreover, his departure had paved the way for numerous employees to ascend, many of whom were unwilling to welcome Zhuang Yi back. In her rage, Zhu Yin's wife sent a voice message to Lu Xiaoxi. I want every piece of information on that insufferable individual before tonight. After dispatching the message, she cast her gaze around the room, settling on a middle-aged man. Su Jiansheng, one of the company's veterans. Zhuang Yi had expressed intentions to dismiss him on several occasions, yet Zhu Yin's wife had retained him, considering his veteran status and satisfactory performance. However, Zhuang Yi's remarks from the previous day had altered her perspective. Mr. Su, regarding that torrential rain 6 months ago, I had called for you to send a vehicle for Zhuang Yi. Can you confirm that the person you dispatched arrived safely and returned him home unharmed? Zhu Yin's wife sought an outlet for her frustration, and that outlet was the company's proverbial rotten apple. Su Jiansheng immediately felt a surge of panic, acutely aware of the chairwoman's formidable presence, scarcely daring to breathe. Of course, chairwoman, would I deceive you over such a trivial matter? Zhu Yin's wife remained silent, leaning back in her chair, surveying him with an air of superiority. Su Jiansheng swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Chairwoman, did Zhuang Yi perhaps say something that could be misconstrued? I have always maintained a good rapport with him. Zhu Yin's wife's gaze was penetrating as she waved her hand dismissively. Let us assume that Zhuang Yi is simply lying. Su Jiansheng managed to exhale, albeit briefly. Yet, in the next moment, the tension he had eased returned with a vengeance. Zhu Yin's wife languidly grasped her phone, sending Lu Xiaoxi another voice message. Secretary Lu, please retrieve the layoff list Zhuang Yi mentioned 6 months ago. Every name on that list must be thoroughly investigated. Should any abuse of power, corruption, or bribery be uncovered, we will pursue legal action and hold them accountable. Bang! Su Jiansheng leaned forward, nearly toppling from his chair. Other department heads quickly noticed his distress, casting him quizzical glances. Not only that, but the executives seated beside him exhibited varying degrees of alarm. Are you feeling anxious? Perhaps contemplating fleeing the country? Zhu Yin's wife was taken aback by how easily she had unearthed such a multitude of vermin with a mere feint. These were seasoned veterans of the company. How could their reactions be so transparent? Su Jiansheng's face turned ashen, desperately attempting to mask his embarrassment. And no, there's nothing to worry about. Chairwoman, you jest. I've been with the company for ages. Surely you trust me? Let's hope so. Should we uncover any incriminating evidence, do not expect mercy from me. Zhu Yin's wife, exuding an intimidating aura, slammed her hand on the table, declaring, Meeting adjourned. On the other end of the phone. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxi and Sun Haoran had departed from Dingyang University and arrived at an office building. Lu Xiaoxi listened to the irate voice message from Zhu Yinqi. Struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation, Yinqi intended to root out the corporate parasites. Her emotions surged. In a state of urgency, she dialed Zhuang Yi's number. Zhuang Yi, Xiaoxi, what brings you to call? Mr. Zhuang, Yinqi is resolute about taking action against Su Jiansheng. Do you still have that layoff list from 6 months ago? Zhuang Yi, access my office computer and open the D drive. There's a folder titled Wife Company where the layoff list can be found. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled softly, jotting down the information in her notes, then earnestly signaled her desire for his return. Mr. Zhuang, ever since your departure, the company has descended into chaos, particularly with the plummeting number of new orders. If only you would consider returning to the company? Zhuang Yi, perhaps in the next life. Chapter 72. Zhu Yin's discovery of Zhuang Yi's diary nightfall. In an upscale KTV within a private room, Zhu Yin sits amidst a group of middle-aged clients. Surrounded by an array of drinks and snacks, positioned at the center, she endures a series of toasts from a cadre of burly gentlemen. Zhu, this drink is for you. May we join forces and achieve new heights. Zhu truly possesses an impressive capacity for alcohol, a commendable trait befitting the leader of the Zhu family. Zhu, the quality of one's drink reflects one's character. If you do not partake, it would be a slight against me. The act of urging a woman to drink speaks to a primal instinct within men. There exists a certain fascination with witnessing the opposite sex lose their composure under the influence of alcohol, a morbid curiosity akin to a desire for chaos. Zhu Yin dutifully downs each drink, exclaiming cheers. Business is a collective endeavor, and so should the drinking be. Today marks her menstrual period, compounded by a flare-up of her gastric condition, rendering her rather unwell. Yet, with Zhuang Yi absent, she feels compelled to hold her ground. Zhu Yin's audacity in drinking stems from her confidence. Few dare to encroach upon the offspring of the Dingyang Zhu family. Moreover, in the shadows lurks Lu Xiaoxi, watchful and vigilant, ready to summon bodyguards at the first sign of trouble. As the night progresses and the drinks flow, she bids farewell to the last client, and unable to contain herself, she leans against a lamppost and begins to retch. Lu Xiaoxi, suppressing her own discomfort, gently pats her back. Nian, please refrain from such excess in the future. It's harsh on your stomach. Business secured over drinks bears little value. Weary, Zhu Yin waves her hand dismissively. I know, this is the last time. In recent days, she has imbibed sparingly. Tonight's clientele was of paramount importance, and she has indeed consumed the most she has in a while, though she remains sober. For reasons unbeknownst to her, alcohol has lately induced a sense of nausea, and she finds the scent of cigarettes particularly repugnant. Are you finished? Lu Xiaoxi inquires with concern. Once you are, I will escort you home. Zhu Yin nods, foolishly allowing Lu Xiaoxi to wrap an arm around her as they make their way back to the Rolls-Royce. Seated in the back, within mere minutes of the vehicle's start, the jarring motion prompts her to clutch her forehead, overwhelmed by an urge to vomit. At the Fully Center residential complex, upon reaching Zhu Yin's home, Lu Xiaoxi swiftly guides her to the restroom, encouraging her to purge thoroughly. Once Zhu Yin has emptied her stomach, Lu Xiaoxi, stifling her own nausea, fetches a towel, dampens it, and gently wipes Zhu Yin's face before flushing away the remnants. Zhu Yin, devoid of strength, collapses onto the floor, her pallor alarming. She is not intoxicated. Her mind remains clear, yet an inexplicable weakness envelopes her. Lu Xiaoxi patiently waits, assisting her to a seated position on the sofa once she regains her composure. Mr. Zhuang is truly remarkable, managing to care for you for 4 whole years while simultaneously overseeing company operations and business affairs, Lu Xiaoxi observes candidly. In the office, she maintains a decorum befitting hierarchical relationships, speaking with reverence. Yet here, in the intimacy of home, she speaks her mind as a close friend. Zhu Yinqi, indifferent and aloof, poured herself a cup of warm water, taking a moment to collect her thoughts. Lu Xiaoxi curled her lips in disdain, inquiring about the whereabouts of her housekeeper. Has Mr. Zhuang's departure left you without even a caretaker? Upon hearing the mention of Aunt Feng, Zhu Nianxi's anger flared. That old woman has been sleeping like a log. She hardly resembles someone who is supposed to be working. Once the new housekeeper arrives, having passed the interview, I will promptly dismiss her. With her arms crossed defiantly and a furrowed brow, it was clear that she was genuinely displeased. All right, you should head back now. Thank you for your efforts tonight, Lu Xiaoxi remarked. She scrutinized Zhu Nianxi for a moment, noticing the absence of intoxication, only the fatigue that marked her features. I'll take my leave then. I'll arrive later for work tomorrow. You must indeed deduct my wages. As Lu Xiaoxi departed, fatigue overwhelmed her, prompting her to acquiesce to Zhu Nianxi's suggestion. The security door clicked shut behind her, leaving Zhu Nianxi alone in the living room, illuminated solely by a single bright lamp that highlighted her exquisite beauty. Despite the brightness, Zhu Nianxi felt an utter lack of warmth. When her husband was present, even the coldest weather felt comforting. Now, without him, the warmest days felt like a biting chill. She retrieved her phone, the lock screen adorned with a wedding photo of herself and Zhuang Yi. Upon unlocking it, however, the wallpaper revealed a picture of her with another man. A heavy sigh escaped her lips. Am I truly indifferent toward my husband? If that were the case, why do I think of him daily? In their 4 years of marriage, Zhuang Yi, trusting her implicitly, had never inspected her phone, thus remaining oblivious to her secret. Suddenly, a sharp pain seized her abdomen. Instinctively, Zhu Nianxi curled into herself, clutching her stomach tightly. Overindulgence in alcohol had aggravated her stomach. With great difficulty, she rose, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, and leaned against the wall as she made her way to the bedroom. Inside the bedside cabinet, she found a small blue box containing her stomach medication. Following Zhuang Yi's instructions, she retrieved the medicine and swallowed it with the warm water. She cradled her abdomen, enduring the discomfort. Husband, please come take care of me. I feel so unwell, she murmured, crouching beside the bed, weeping softly. In moments of sorrow, Zhuang Yi was the first and only person who came to her mind. Without slippers on, the chill from the floor felt like biting frost, piercing her heart deeply. After some time, the abdominal pain began to subside. Once she could move freely, Zhu Nianxi straightened up, cursing the inept housekeeper, Aunt Feng. She returned the remaining medication to the blue box and inadvertently glimpsed the drawer stuffed with various feminine trinkets, discarded hairpins, clips, and ties she had once used. It dawned on her that she had never shown any interest in Zhuang Yi's life, not even knowing what lay within his bedside cabinet. Without hesitation, she hastily opened drawer after drawer, discovering remnants of her own belongings, her medications, instructions, and little gifts she had received but never claimed. A surge of complex emotions overwhelmed Zhu Nian's wife, and she suddenly felt a profound sense of melancholy. How could this be? After 4 years of marital life, how could there be only me in my husband's drawer? A wave of guilt washed over her. She had been too neglectful of her husband over the years. She opened the 4th drawer and, aside from a few bottles of medicinal wine, discovered a somewhat tattered, beige diary. Indeed, her husband also lived for himself. Zhu Nian's wife gazed at the diary, feeling a sense of relief. She took it out, sat on the bed, covered her lower abdomen with a blanket, and nervously turned to the first page. May 20th, 2018. My name is Zhuang Yi, and this is my first attempt at keeping a diary. I was deceived by a woman into a secluded grove, and now I am preparing for my revenge. I will make her pay the price, pushing her step by step into the abyss. Chapter 73. Bamboo Nianqi's regret. Desiring to reclaim Zhuang Yi's Bamboo Nianqi furrowed her brow. What a miserly and petty husband. Though her stomach was in turmoil, the sight of this page from her diary strangely brightened her spirits. She turned to the next page. May 21st, 2018. That madwoman has come seeking me again, using the same feeble excuses to tarnish my body and soul. However, I managed to extract her name, Bamboo Nianqi. August 4th, 2019. This marks the 35th encounter with that lunatic. She presented me with a phone, demanding I submit to her will. When I declined, she trampled on me. Just wait. I shall exact my revenge in due time. September 1st, 2020. Bamboo Nianqi coerced me into attending the same university, generously providing me with 50,000 yuan. I shall forever remember her kindness. Upon my arrival at the university, she awaited me at the entrance, carrying my luggage, and ushered me into the girls' dormitory, proclaiming me as her man. October 1st, 2020. Bamboo Nianqi is exceedingly domineering. When a girl confessed her feelings for me, one I fancied, Nianqi vehemently disapproved, tearing her love letter to shreds in front of the entire student body, then boldly declared her affection for me, demanding I become her boyfriend. May 20th, 2021. Bamboo Nianqi knelt on one knee beneath my dormitory, holding flowers and a ring, with a Ferrari parked behind her, proposing to me and compelling me to marry her. I did not refuse. In her eagerness, Nianqi rushed me to obtain our marriage certificate that very day. July 20th, 2021. Bamboo Nianqi insisted I accompany clients for drinks, who happened to be two lascivious older women. Despite my academic burdens, she found me tasks to occupy my time. Henceforth, I would be shuttling between company and school, yet it no longer mattered. October 1st, 2021. During the National Day holiday, Bamboo Nianqi and I organized our wedding. I no longer desired revenge. I wished to grow old with her. I would be a good husband, and we would have children together. I love her unwaveringly until death. Page after page of the diary, each line piercing Bamboo Nianqi's heart like the sharpest blade. With each subsequent entry, her remorse and guilt intensified, intertwining her emotions and causing her to tremble. She finally realized the significance of what she had lost. Her life was filled with Bamboo Nianqi. The diary was replete with Bamboo Nianqi. In her world, there existed only Bamboo Nianqi. Such a deeply affectionate man, one who had lived for 7 years solely for the sake of Bamboo Nianqi, had been heartlessly cast aside by her, overwhelmed with regret. She pressed a hand to her chest, tears of contrition streaming down her face. I'm sorry. I love you. I truly love you. Consumed by guilt, the scorching tears fell rapidly, soaking her hand and searing her soul. Her heart felt as though it were clogged to the utmost degree, making it difficult for her to breathe. In a moment of clarity, she recognized the happiness she once possessed, the emptiness of losing her beloved, and the unreciprocated efforts to mend the shattered pieces of their relationship, her eyes brimming with heartfelt tears. How could she claim not to love Zhuang Yi? She loved Zhuang Yi with a fervor that consumed her being, heart-wrenching and soul-shattering. If there were a remedy for regret in this world, she would undoubtedly refuse to divorce Zhuang Yi. She would rather die than part ways. Remarriage. I wish to reconcile with my husband. Zhu Yin's wife bit her lip tightly, incessantly wiping away her uncontrollable tears with the back of her hand. You belong to me. You shall forever be mine. We must remain together for eternity. This night, despite a painful ache in her abdomen, Zhu Yin cradled her diary and drifted into a sweet slumber. She had come to a resolution. If she could deceive Zhuang Yi into marriage during her university years, she could surely trick him into remarrying her. She was determined to clear the misunderstandings and reclaim Zhuang Yi. To solidify her resolve, she changed her lock screen and wallpaper to photos of Zhuang Yi without a moment's hesitation. During her deep slumber, her phone buzzed with a new, unread message. Zhu Yangyang. Sister, I've been so bored at home lately. May I come to your company to find a job? Monday morning. Today marked the commencement of Xiao Jiuli's residence construction. Su Bauer stood at the school gate early, awaiting Zhuang Yi's arrival. Dressed in a pristine white dress, her slender ankles appeared almost translucent, her lips a delicate peach hue, pure as a white lotus in the snow, exuding an ethereal charm. Although she had a water class scheduled for the afternoon, she took leave to boost the attendance for Zhuang Yi's groundbreaking ceremony and sent him a message in advance. After a long wait, a Rolls-Royce gradually approached, drawing her attention as it came to a stop beside her. Zhu Yin stepped out from the driver's seat. Are you Su Bauer, the temporary employee hired by Zhuang Yi? She inquired. Dressed in professional attire and wearing sunglasses, she exuded a cold elegance and a commanding presence. The term temporary was intentionally added to assert her position. Some men are not mere orphans to be trifled with. Su Bauer felt a twinge of fear, nervously clutching the hem of her dress as she replied in a sweet voice, I am Bauer, not a temporary employee. Zhu Yin removed her sunglasses. scrutinizing her with hostility from head to toe. She was quite pretty, but unfortunately, just a trifling character. To be brief, I don't care what your motives are in attempting to entice my husband. I advise you to recognize your place and leave him be. He is married and not someone you can lay claim to. In the past, Sue Bauer would have shrunk back in fear from such harshness, but this time, she mustered her courage. Xiao Zhuang is not a thing. He is a person. After her retort, she added, "Do you often bully Xiao Zhuang?" Zhu Yin furrowed her brow. Indeed, she had neglected Zhuang Yi's feelings recently, but he had also erred by striking Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang, and they were now even. However, based on the dossier sent by Lu Xiaoxi, this Su orphan appeared to be a timid, insecure little girl, yet here she was, daring to retort and question. Did Zhuang Yi tell you? Did he paint me as an irredeemable, wicked woman? This ungrateful husband of mine, despite all I have done for him. He sees none of it, does he? Sue Bauer, visibly agitated, shook her head. Xiao Zhuang has not spoken ill of you. Yet Bauer can discern the truth. She raised her hands, gently intertwining her fingers. It is evident to me that Xiao Zhuang harbors deep affection for you. He has become melancholic and distracted due to your influence. For instance, yesterday, you openly defended another man in his presence, subjecting Xiao Zhuang to the mocking gaze of onlookers. Consequently, I surmise that you are inflicting profound emotional pain upon him. Although Sue Bauer was inexperienced in the ways of the world, her words pierced through like a thorn, lodging themselves in Zhu Yanqi's throat, igniting her irritation. What do you, an outsider, understand? She retorted. The boy who accompanied me last night was Zhu Yangyang, merely my younger brother. Sue Bauer shook her head, her hair cascading over her shoulders with emotion. She remained unconvinced that a brother could be so intimately close to his married sister. So, it is Yangyang who is enamored with you, and you indulge him, permitting him to wound Zhu Zhuang's heart. Am I correct? Chapter 74. Sue Bauer confronts Zhu Yanqi not far away. Zhuang Yi concealed himself behind a parasol tree. Through the gaps in the foliage, he gazed skyward, a hint of red creeping into his eyes as he drew on a cigarette with a solemn expression. Sue Bauer's words struck a chord within him. He pondered in confusion. How could Zhu Yanqi, an observer, fail to see what was so blatantly obvious? Nonsense. It wasn't that she couldn't see. She merely feigned ignorance, reveling in the thrill of deceit. Women are the most adept at self-deception. Once a lie is unveiled, they become irate, impatient, and may even retaliate with accusations, demanding trust, asking why one does not believe them. Zhuang Yi exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice hoarse. Yet, none of this pertains to me anymore. I am divorced. At the school gate, Zhu Yanqi refused to back down. If he is envious even of his younger brother, then that man is indeed petty. Sue Bauer felt no anger. Instead, she smiled slightly. I believe that Xiao Zhuang has a generous heart. You and Zhu Yangyang may flirt. Yet he only struck Zhu Yangyang, not you. No, it seems he did slap you. That slap is something I envy. I wish for someone who loves me to awaken me when I err. Her tone was earnest, her smile revealing a tinge of envy. Zhu Yanqi's expression shifted, rage boiling within her. My relationship with Zhu Yangyang is purely fraternal. Do not fabricate tales of flirtation. The dignity of the Dingyang Zhu family cannot be tarnished by a mere orphan like you. You likely do not know that before you, this little wretch intruded into our lives, I had already attempted to reconcile with my husband numerous times. Yet he, with a heart as cold as a dog's, even claimed he no longer loved me to deceive me into divorce. She seethed with indignation, another voice echoing in her mind. That wretched husband, forcing her to concoct schemes to drag him back to the Civil Affairs Bureau for remarriage, when they were practically an old married couple. Couldn't they just live together peacefully? Sue Bauer vehemently denied. That is not true. If infidelity can be forgiven, then Xiao Zhuang's lifelong suffering is well-deserved. Zhu Yanqi's voice grew increasingly shrill. I did not commit infidelity. He is the one who is jealous. He has always acted violently. I have been cleaning up his mess. Are these despicable words something he taught you? She realized she could not counter Sue Bauer's assertions. Feeling as if she were striking a fist against cotton, thus resorted to raising her voice to amplify her intimidation. Is jealousy not a good thing? Those who do not love you do not feel jealousy. Zhu Yinshi scoffed disdainfully. When you reach my age, certain matters will become clear. The trifles of life cannot be resolved through jealousy. Su Bauer retorted dismissively. You are right. Then why do you come seeking me? Is it not because you are envious of me? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yinshi gasped. At that moment, Zhuang Yi approached the two women, signaling Su Bauer to remain discreet. He then leisurely walked behind Zhu Yinshi, his expression impassive, his heart icy as he fixed his gaze upon her. Su Bauer glimpsed Zhuang Yi and initially felt a surge of joy, which swiftly dissipated into silence. Her employer had plans, and as an employee, she could not disrupt them. Zhu Yinshi, momentarily speechless, stubbornly maintained her composure and retorted, You, a powerless orphan, dare to incite my jealousy? Let me be candid. He and I are akin to birds of feather, and we shall soon remarry. I refuse to allow you, a mere employee, to entangle with Zhuang Yi. If you truly are an employee, I might turn a blind eye, but should you attempt to seduce him under that guise, the Zhu family will ensure your obliteration. Do you comprehend? Standing behind her, Zhuang Yi wore a bitter smile. Her lies flowed so effortlessly, devoid of scruples, as if everything were merely a matter of course. How intriguing, utterly captivating. Su Bauer, feeling threatened, retorted in anger, with such a venomous heart, instead of striving to become worthy of Zhuang's affection. You resort to bullying his employees. What could you, an orphan, possibly understand about the darker sides of society? I cannot yet deal with Xiao Jili, but I assure you, I can manage a little orphan like you. Zhu Yinshi scoffed coldly, laced with mockery. Mr. Zhu, I too am an orphan. May I seek your wisdom regarding the shadows of society? Unable to remain silent, Zhuang Yi stepped forward with a stern demeanor. Zhu Yinshi was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Darling, I did not mean it that way. You misunderstand me. Silence. I do not believe you. All I see is you threatening my employee. Zhuang Yi snapped coldly at Zhu Yinshi. Then, he approached Su Bauer and gently stroked her hair. I'm sorry you had to endure this. Let us head to the construction site now. Su Bauer playfully smiled. Bauer ist gut. Zhu Yinshi's eyes widened, nearly ablaze with fury. You shall not touch her. If you do, I will have her head severed. Dare you? Zhuang Yi glared fiercely at her, exuding an unspoken threat. Zhu Yinshi trembled. Stepping back, fear creeping in. She wanted to unleash her anger because her husband was glaring at her for the sake of another woman. Yet, she hesitated, recalling her resolve from the previous night to reclaim her husband. Vowing not to behave as carelessly as before, openly defending another woman before his wife was a mark of an unworthy husband, and she could not allow that. Zhuang Yi showed no mercy. Didn't you also persecute me for Zhu Yangyang, turning me into a target? Zhu Yinshi's expression faltered, biting her lip as she hurried over, nudging Su Bauer aside with her hip, and then linked her arm with Zhuang Yi's. Darling, this is different. Zhu Yangyang is my brother. In any case, let's not stray too far. Shall we remarry? I have come to realize that I neglected your feelings, leading to misunderstandings. Deep down, I truly love you. I cannot deny that I made a minor mistake, but you being violent also led me to clean up the mess. So we are even, are we not? Zhuang Yi shook her off. Let go. After granting you numerous opportunities in the past, none of which you cherished, now you dare to broach the subject of remarriage? Have you lost your senses? Zhu Yan, like an unyielding adhesive plaster, clung tightly to his waist, exclaiming, I am indeed irrationally in love with you, profoundly in love with you. You once deceived me, claiming that I did not love you, that I feared loss and the pangs of separation. Now I have come to realize that it is not fear of loss that grips me, but an overwhelming love for you that renders me unable to live apart from you. Chapter 75. Taking action against the Zhu family, beginning the revenge on Zhu Yangyang. Zhuang Yi let out a sarcastic smile, remarking, Your love is truly cheap. This only intensified Zhu Yan's frustration. Her throat felt constricted, and she yearned to argue but found herself at a loss for words. What a gonorrhea! Despite my humble pleas for reconciliation, my husband still maintained this daunting demeanor. Where had I faltered? Just as Zhu Yin grappled with her confusion, her phone rang. It was a call from Zhu Yang. Upon seeing the name, Zhuang Yi's fists tightened. Zhu, the president, must be sweet-talking his little lover. Farewell. With that, he dragged Su Bayers away without a backward glance. After being hospitalized, he still had the audacity to flaunt himself before me. It was time to take action against the Zhu family and teach this little pup a lesson. This was Zhuang Yi's internal monologue. Seeing him leave, Zhu Yin stubbornly stepped forward to grasp his arm, but her feeble strength was easily shrugged off. Frustrated and aggrieved, she glanced at the caller ID, displaying Zhu Yangyang's name, and a wave of disgust washed over her. After finally mustering the courage to pursue her husband, why was she constantly thwarted? Suppressing her emotions, she answered the call. Hello, Zhu Yangyang, what is it? Zhu Yangyang cheerfully replied, Sister, why didn't you respond to my message? This morning, Zhu Yin had noticed a text from Zhu Yangyang expressing his desire to work at Zhu Group. She hadn't replied, implicitly declining. Little did she expect this Navi boy would call to inquire further. Clearing her throat, she said, Yangyang, focus on recovering in the hospital. You're only 18. Your primary responsibility is to study, not to work like an adult. On the other end, Zhu Yangyang remained undeterred, brimming with enthusiasm. But I don't have to go to school, sister. Dad will handle my diploma. I'm just sitting idle. Please let me work at the company. Let us discuss this later, Zhu Yin said impatiently before disconnecting the call. This time, her attempts at coaxing had fallen flat. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yi and Su Bayer arrived at Unit 1 on the 15th floor of Building 8 in Xingchen Community. Today marked the commencement ceremony, and the workers had prepared the trowels, hammers, fireworks, cola, and more. By 11 in the morning, the protagonist, Xiao Julie, arrived, and the ceremony officially began. The entire process lasted about half an hour, during which Zhuang Yi discreetly snapped photos to share on social media. After the ceremony, the group headed to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Brother, over the next few months, we will rely on you to take care of our love nest, Xiao Julie said, placing a piece of fish in Zhuang Yi's bowl. Sitting beside her, Zhuang Yi smiled calmly, responding, What are you saying, Julie? I will certainly do my utmost. Despite Xiao Julie's playful banter, she was quite serious when it came to finances. Just a few days ago, she had transferred 5 million in a lump sum to Zhuang Yi's personal account. If only I could have a dozen clients like her. Xiao Julie smiled charmingly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhuang Yi's face. Brother, you're so thoughtful. Are you free this afternoon to visit my company? Zhuang Yi was not one to hesitate. Readily agreeing, of course I have time. The office of the Xiao Group deserves a visit. He surmised that Xiao Julie had ulterior motives. After all, he had once been affiliated with the Zhu family and had poached several of Xiao Julie's clients. It was implausible that she would invite him for tea without reason. Sitting across from them, Su Bauer pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of discontent at the apparent closeness between Zhuang Yi and Xiao Julie. However, she refrained from voicing her feelings, understanding that clients must come first. After their lunch, Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer boarded Xiao Julie's car, heading toward the Xiao Group. Half an hour later, they arrived at the president's office. Xiao Julie entered, followed by Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer. Rather than occupying her office chair, she chose to sit on the adjacent sofa in a manner befitting a gracious host. Zhuang Yi did not stand on ceremony, taking Su Bauer by the hand and leading her to sit down. Brother, what do you think of the company environment? Do you like it? Xiao Julie inquired, her gaze steady as she prepared tea. It surpasses Zhu's, he replied candidly, acknowledging the vast difference in scale between the two companies. After finishing the tea, Xiao Julie placed a cup before Zhuang Yi, smiling enchantingly. The office next door is vacant. If you're interested, I could arrange for you to take on an executive role. Zhuang Yi raised the cup and drank it in one gulp. I appreciate your kindness, Julie, but I shall not be a tenant under anyone again. Xiao Julie was not surprised by his response. She had anticipated it, merely wishing to test the waters. Such a brother was indeed a source of disappointment for his sister. With a meaningful tone, she jested, Perhaps I should capture you and train you properly. Zhuang Yi's expression shifted, and he straightened up, acutely aware of his surroundings. However, this very action only served to intensify Su Bauer's jealousy. She puffed her cheeks, glaring at Zhuang Yi. Xiao Juli caught a glimpse of Su Bao's resentful gaze, but chose to focus on the matter at hand. Brother, might you grace me with your company this Friday? The eldest princess of the Qing family, Qing Xinran, will be visiting Danyang next week and is hosting a banquet that evening. I hope you can accompany me as my partner. Zhuang Yi hesitated, ready to decline with clarity. Before he could voice his refusal, Xiao Juli seemed to read his apprehension and added, "Do not be so quick to reject. The title of partner is merely a formality. There will be no intimate physical contact. Until we reach that level, I will not coerce you. My invitation carries another purpose." She pulled up a photograph on her phone, revealing clients snatched away by Zhu Yan's wife. Brother, during your time at Zhu's, you poached several of our esteemed clients, which has left me quite vexed. I still remember it vividly. Of course, competition in business relies on skill. I do not wish to impose on your goodwill. Xiao Juli's smile gradually faded, restoring the cold and domineering demeanor of a corporate leader she once had. With unwavering resolve, she fixed her gaze upon Zhuang Yi, regarding him as an equal partner in their collaboration. I have received some insider information indicating that Qing Xinran has come to Dingyang to seek a business partnership concerning the Qingxin Beauty Project. One of the conditions for this collaboration is to meet a gentleman with the surname Zhuang, which coincidentally matches yours. Is that not a remarkable coincidence? Zhuang Yi replied nonchalantly, the subtle undertone of his words layered with meaning. He did not find Xiao Juli's abrupt shift to serious matters unwelcome. Rather, he admired it, for he identified with such a disposition. Xiao Juli remained steadfast, stating candidly, "To be frank, I hold little hope for this project. Yet my intuition suggests that taking you on this journey may yield unexpected rewards." Chapter 76. Zhu Yan's wife and the wealthy young man from the capital. If our collaboration proves successful, Fresh Beauty will grant you 5 percentage points of the profits. Even if it falters, you will enjoy a complimentary meal, and my connections can introduce you to influential individuals. In the realm of business, resource integration and networking are paramount. Having navigated the commercial landscape for many years, I assure you that I will not allow you to suffer losses. Xiao Jili extended her olive branch, believing that even without lofty expectations for the project, sharing a portion of the profits is still beneficial. A small gain is still a gain, and failure does not equate to loss. However, her intention to introduce Zhuang Yi to her network was earnest. Having recognized this man, she was determined to offer genuine sincerity rather than mere verbal assurances. Infusing love with a hint of profit is not disgraceful. Enticing him into intimacy is the ultimate goal. Zhuang Yi squinted, smiled, and remained silent, playing the role of the sophisticated gentleman. He turned to his companion, Su Bao. The jealousy that quietly brewed within Su Bao dissipated as she listened to Xiao Juli's explanation, recognizing her good intentions, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Though she remained silent, receiving a silent affirmation, Zhuang Yi exhaled in relief and remarked, respectfully, "I shall comply." Following President Xiao means 9 meals in 3 days. He acquiesced to the request. Xiao Juli, with her keen perception, sensed something amiss. Why do you need to gauge Assistant Su's reaction before making a decision? Zhuang Yi promptly denied it. No, not at all. Let's hope so, Xiao Juli replied, her gaze laden with meaning. If you dare to deceive me and indulge in infidelity, I shall tear your clothes apart and make you cry. Zhuang Yi awkwardly scratched his head. Sister Julie, we are merely friends. Let us refrain from uttering such misunderstandings. Friends, you're a male friend, and I a female friend, is that not so? Zhuang Yi's face flushed with embarrassment as he paused for several seconds before saying, Sister Julie, now that we have discussed matters, I shall take my leave and visit again another day. With that, he stood up, preparing to depart. Allow me to see you off, Xiao Julie responded as she stood, playfully adding, I was just teasing you. Do not take it to heart. Her demeanor shifted from that of a domineering CEO to one adorned with a gentle and benevolent smile. Upon reaching the exclusive elevator, the three entered together. Xiao Julie suddenly raised her hands, playfully ruffling Zhuang Yi and Su Bao's hair like a big sister. Su Bao felt a tinge of embarrassment and shyly lowered her head. Zhuang Yi, recognizing her subtle thoughts, realized that it was entirely reasonable to take advantage of the situation while adopting the affectionate demeanor of an elder spoiling her younger counterparts. Sister Julie, you are truly kind. Su Bauer, having her head tousled, felt her jealousy evaporate, viewing Xiao Julie as a playful older sister. Zhuang Yi gently admonished the naive Bauer, do not be rude. Address her as President Xiao. The kindness shown to you often comes with ulterior motives. Someone as inexperienced as you, Bauer, cannot fathom this. Assistant Su may call me whatever she wishes. I do not mind. Xiao Julie softly leaned toward Zhuang Yi's ear and whispered, our clandestine affair is all the more thrilling when conducted in the presence of such an innocent child. She seized the moment when Su Bauer was distracted and gently leaned toward Zhuang Yi's ear, playfully exhaling a breath of warm air. Startled, Zhuang Yi shivered, his entire body tingling. He narrowed his eyes, donning a congenial smile, while inwardly cursing Xiao Julie 108 times. On the surface, all appeared serene, yet beneath, a tempest brewed. As the elevator doors slid open, Xiao Julie promptly withdrew her hands, having taken advantage of the situation. She stepped out first, adopting a demeanor befitting a host, escorting Zhuang Yi and the others as they departed. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhuang Yi noticed a man and woman entering, engaged in animated conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, exuding a flirtatious rapport. The woman was Zhu Nianqi, while the man was unfamiliar to Zhuang Yi. The departing Xiao Julie flashed a cunning smile and greeted them with perfect timing. Zhu Zong, Shun Xiao, how delightful to see you. Hearing her voice, Zhu Nianqi glanced over, only to then recognize Zhuang Yi standing nearby. Her pupils dilated, and her previously rosy cheeks turned ashen. Xiao Julie cast her a sidelong glance, and, with a mischievous grin directed at Zhuang Yi, said, Zhuang Zong, allow me to introduce you to Shun Xiao, Shun Lin Yuan. She then turned to Shun Lin Yuan and introduced him as well. Shun Xiao, this is Zhuang Zong, Zhuang Yi. Shun Lin Yuan, a scion of the prominent Shun family in the capital, stood tall and elegant in a well-tailored black suit, his handsome features radiating vitality, adorned with an antique bronze mechanical watch upon his wrist. Ah, so you're Mr. Zhuang. A pleasure to meet you, Shun Lin Yuan said gracefully, extending his hands toward Zhuang Yi in a gesture of greeting. Zhuang Yi reciprocated politely, shaking his hand. Hello, Shun Xiao. Regrettably for Zhuang Yi, during their handshake, he sensed no hostility from this affluent young man, suggesting that Shun Lin Yuan had not fully grasped the complexities of Zhu Nianqi's background before forging this connection. Shun Xiao is here for business. Do not overthink it, Zhu Nianqi interjected, having noticed her husband's indifference. She approached, a hint of panic in her voice as she added, by the way, how did you end up with Xiao Julie? She is not to be trusted. Zhuang Yi ignored her. Meanwhile, Xiao Julie's heart soared, her smile growing sweeter. Zhu Zong, please do not cast aspersions on me. Zhuang Zong has matters to attend to, so you and Shun Xiao should proceed. Did you not assert in Chapter 10 that you intended to bury the entire Xiao family? Now you come to negotiate with them? She taunted. This encounter was, in fact, a deliberate ploy orchestrated by Xiao Julie. Zhu Nianqi and Shun Lin Yuan were indeed merely business partners, but she relished the idea of Zhuang Yi misinterpreting their relationship, hoping to foster his disdain for Zhu Nianqi. This way, she could take advantage of the situation, rendering herself without rivals. She first instructed the receptionist to guide Zhu Nianqi and her companion to the office, then personally accompanied Zhuang Yi for a short distance. After walking for a while, Zhuang Yi unexpectedly inquired, is this also your intent? To make me witness her with another man? His tone was somewhat frosty, yet Xiao Julie remained unfazed. Ah, my clever little brother, I shall not accompany you any further, as I need to discuss business with Zhu Nianqi. Why do you not refute this? Zhuang initially intended to express his anger. However, upon witnessing the other party's calm and composed acknowledgement, the flames of his fury inexplicably subsided. I have chosen to serve you like the moon, with sincerity and loyalty akin to that of close friends. Xiao Julie cast a flirtatious glance without uttering a farewell, gracefully retreating to the company. Observing her departure, Su Baobao scratched her head in confusion and inquired, Little Zhuang, what does Sister Julie's statement mean? Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette and took a leisurely puff, responding with a tranquil demeanor. It signifies honesty and openness. Chapter 77. The first step of retribution against Zhu Yangyang. Not long after departing from the Xiao group, Zhuang Yi's phone screen illuminated, revealing a message. It was from a former female client of the Zhu group, inviting him to view her newly purchased property. Her name was Sun Li, a minor affluent individual who had previously signed a 500,000 contract with the Zhu group. After a brief conversation on WeChat and confirming the specific address, Zhuang Yi set off with Su Bauer for discussions and an on-site inspection. Following their discussions and inspection, Zhuang Yi instructed Su Bauer to return to school while he returned home to work tirelessly on the design draft throughout the night. By noon the next day, he emerged from his endeavors with the initial design draft, which he promptly sent to Sun Li. As anticipated, upon reviewing the proposal, Sun Li was quite impressed. After minor modifications, she approved the final design draft. Sun Li had high standards for the quality of renovations, with a budget of approximately 1 million. After formulating a budget based on her requirements, he found the profit margin quite appealing and seized the opportunity to finalize the deal, scheduling a contract signing for Wednesday. Having gone over 12 hours without sustenance, Zhuang Yi's stomach growled incessantly. He quickly prepared a bowl of noodles and set it on the dining table. Casually dialing a contact named Tu Ge, he was ready to take action against Zhu Yangyang. Soon, the call connected, and a robust voice boomed from the speaker. "Brother Zhuang, it's been ages since you called. Is there something significant you need assistance with?" Zhuang Yi slurped his noodles and replied coldly, "Tu Ge, I need you to do me a favor, and I'll offer you 500,000. Tu Ge, brimming with bravado, retorted, "What is the matter? A life isn't worth that much anymore. No killing. Just help me unleash a mad dog to bite him where it hurts." Wednesday morning, at the hospital, having enjoyed a refreshing nap, Zhuang Yi felt invigorated as he arrived with a basket of dog meat soup to visit Zhu Yangyang. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the VIP ward, Zhu Yangyang's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Is it sister coming to see me? Please come in." Zhuang Yi turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, a grin spreading across his face. "Zhu Yangyang, are your injuries improving?" Zhu Yangyang's expression instantly soured. Her hair standing on end, Zhu Yangyang glanced at the dog meat soup and then at Zhuang Yi's grim visage, his heart racing and cold sweat beating on his forehead. He dared not respond. Initially, he had intended to confront this nefarious ex-husband after his discharge from the hospital, but he never anticipated that the adversary would come knocking at his door, intent on poisoning him. Zhuang Yi clicked his tongue, lifted one of Zhu Yangyang's hands, compelling him to accept the dog meat soup. He then proceeded to consume another bowl of the soup right before Zhu Yangyang's eyes, draining it completely, leaving the bowl empty. It was delicious. There was no poison in this particular bowl. It was a rare find, and it would lose its appeal once it cooled. He licked his lips, making Zhu Yangyang feel famished. Unable to resist, Zhu Yangyang ultimately took a tentative sip, discovering the flavor indeed exquisite. He quickly found himself devouring spoonful after spoonful, finishing the entire bowl of dog meat soup. In recent days, the hospital food had been nauseatingly bland, akin to tepid water. Zhuang Yi retrieved his empty bowl, nonchalantly pouring the last remnants of dog meat soup into it and offering it back to Zhu Yangyang, remarking, "Were you astonished by the taste? This dog meat shop is quite hidden. It took me a 2-hour drive to procure this small pot." Zhu Yangyang was momentarily dazed. Was this truly Zhuang Yi? Had this soft-spoken man genuinely softened towards his wife as sister to come visit him? He felt fortunate to partake in such a delicacy thanks to brother Zhuang. After finishing, Zhuang Yi drained the last drop from the bowl. Noticing that Zhu Yangyang had finished, he immediately wiped the smile off his face, his expression darkening. With Zhu Yanqi not here, there's no need for pretense. Let us get straight to the point. When will you be discharged? This dog meat soup was meticulously prepared by him, having invested considerable effort and time. Even Zhu Yanqi had not been afforded such a privilege. In a lifetime, this was a rare treat for any man. Zhu Yangyang's expression shifted in surprise, but quickly returned to normal. Yangyang will be discharged tomorrow. Does brother Zhuang wish to host a welcoming gathering? He felt immensely honored. By the way, brother Zhuang, my sister-in-law, will attend an important banquet on Friday, and I plan to accompany her as her male partner. Now that you and my sister-in-law are divorced, You won't feel jealous, will you? His gaze and words, seemingly innocuous, were laden with provocation. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before disdainfully retorting, "You won't be going." Zhu Yangyang detected a hint of menace in his tone. What does Brother Zhuang mean by that? Are you threatening to kill me? Do you have the audacity? Killing you would be too simple. I intend to ensure your line ends here. Before Zhuang Yi could finish speaking, the hospital room door swung open. It was Zhu Nianqi. Zhuang Yi raised an eyebrow, coldly glaring at her. Observing the large bag of snacks, hot food, and flowers in Zhu Nianqi's hands, a wave of displeasure surged within him. In the past, when he had been hospitalized due to late nights at the office, Zhu Nianqi had never shown such solicitude. Yet now, this devoted sister-in-law could drop everything to personally bring food and treats for this good younger brother who had merely suffered some superficial injuries. "Darling, you came to visit Zhu Yangyang too?" Zhu Nianqi smiled warmly, placing the items by the bedside, intending to sit next to Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi abruptly pushed her away. "I'm here to remove his oxygen tube. Do you have an issue with that?" Zhu Yangyang swiftly donned a different facade, attempting to smooth over the situation. "Sister, Zhuang Ge came to visit me, and we had a delightful conversation. All past grievances have been laid to rest." "How absurd!" Zhuang Yi's voice echoed again, tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Take good care of your injuries. Tomorrow, upon your discharge, be sure to cherish your days with sister. May you soon cradle a chubby grandchild." Zhu Yangyang feigned ignorance, replying, "Thank you, Zhuang Ge." Zhu Nianqi, somewhat irritated, shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you being so cryptic about? Nonetheless, it is somewhat commendable that you came to see Yangyang. Here, have some snacks." With a candy in one hand and a slap in the other, this was Zhu Nianqi's usual tactic. She pushed an entire bag of snacks towards Zhuang Yi, permitting him to select at will. This incited a twinge of jealousy in Zhu Yangyang. After all, he was the one injured. Why was sister's concern directed first at Zhuang Yi? Zhuang Yi, as cold as ice, retrieved a sausage and a pair of sharp scissors from the bag. He dangled the sausage before Zhu Yangyang, then with a decisive snip, split it perfectly in two, one half tumbling onto the hospital bed. He offered the remaining piece to Zhu Yangyang. "Have some." Zhu Yangyang stared in astonishment, accepting the severed sausage, but by the time he processed the moment, Zhuang Yi had already departed the ward. He muttered in quiet fury, "That scoundrel, living off others. What on earth does he mean by this?" Chapter 78. The True Feelings of Sue Bauer in the Afternoon. Zhuang Yi and Son Li finalized the renovation contract and made 2 trips to the company and Xiao Julie's construction site. Time slipped away unnoticed. By evening, Zhuang Yi headed to Dingyang University. With the company having secured a new order, he seized the opportunity to invite Sue Bauer for a celebratory meal. Undeniably, before fully adapting to his current pace of life, he seemed to develop a certain dependence on Sue Bauer. Utilizing subordinates as substitutes for emotional fulfillment is undoubtedly a shameful act. Yet, Zhuang Yi found himself unable to extricate from this sentiment. Merely 2 days without Sue Bauer filled him with unease and suspicion. Late at night, he would reminisce about his life before the divorce, a past marred by pain, yet starkly vivid. This was a sign of his insecurity. He could not afford such vulnerability. He lacked support and must stand alone, invincible. Upon arriving at the school gate, Sue Bauer appeared to have been waiting for a long time. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with clarity, and upon seeing Zhuang Yi, her smile resembled a crescent moon. Beside her stood a girl with a high ponytail, linking arms with her, gazing at Zhuang Yi with a look of infatuation. "My goodness, Xiao Bauer, is this your little romantic interest? His height, demeanor, nose, and features are simply extraordinary. Honestly, where do you find such an exceptional young man?" Sue Bauer, blushing and lowering her head, replied shyly, "He's not a romantic interest. Yes, my boss." She whispered softly. Zhuang Yi pretended not to hear and approached. "Bauer, may I ask who this is?" Sue Bauer, with a hint of innocence, pointed to the girl beside her. "This is my roommate, Wei Qianqian. She knows I'm working part-time off campus and came to check on me." "Nice to meet you. I am Zhuang Yi, Sue Bauer's supervisor." Zhuang Yi introduced himself coolly, adding, "Bauer is rather timid, and I appreciate your care for her." "Not at all," Wei Qianqian teased, leaning closer to Su Bauer and whispering, "Don't be so naive, be decisive. Hold hands today, kiss tomorrow, and who knows what might happen the day after. With him being so handsome, how could you lose out? Don't say such things." Su Bauer frowned in discontent, gently pushing Wei Qianqian's hands away and moving closer to Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi nodded at Wei Qianqian, his gaze warmly resting on Su Bauer. As they walked together, their energies were starkly different. One exuded maturity, steadiness, and extroversion, while the other radiated introversion, self-doubt, and gentleness. Wei Qianqian's eyes followed their retreating figures, a mix of admiration and jealousy reflected within. She finally understood why the scenario of stealing a friend's boyfriend played out so frequently. Some temptations are hard to resist. Even she wished to be a part of the plastic sisterhood. Simply put, Zhuang Yi's strikingly handsome face could captivate anyone's heart. On the street, Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer walked one behind the other, enveloped in a suppressed silence. After a short distance, Zhuang Yi broke the quiet. "After dinner, would you accompany me to the mall? I promise to have you back to school before 10. Su Bauer, with a hint of timidity, lifted her head and softly responded with an mm. Her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Zhuang Yi's right hand, her heart racing with trepidation. Her fingertips unconsciously grazed the hem of her skirt, yearning to grasp something yet hesitant to do so. The two continued their walk, traversing a long distance. The words of her roommate Wei Qianqian echoed in her mind. With each step she took, her heart thudded heavily. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Su Bauer finally summoned the courage to press on, no longer retreating. She tentatively extended her right hand, her fingertips brushing against his hand, gently sliding into his palm, holding on tightly. At that moment, she realized she was smitten. She harbored feelings for Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi halted in his tracks, his palms suddenly cooling as he turned his head to glance back. He noticed that Su Bauer's face had flushed to a vibrant hue, her lips curling into a pure, innocent smile, her head nearly buried in her chest. His large hand radiated warmth, while her small hand felt icy. Wei Qianqian had advised her to initiate conversation during a first hand-holding to ease the awkwardness, and Su Bauer had prepared herself for this moment. Yet as a timid soul, her mind went blank when the actual moment arrived. The atmosphere grew oppressively silent. Nearby pedestrians couldn't help but cast curious glances at the pair. Unable to bear the awkward tension, Su Bauer instinctively blurted out an embarrassing line. Bauer will give you money. Let Bauer hold your hand." This was a reflection of her innermost thoughts. Zhuang Yi's heart skipped a beat. His previously indifferent expression flickered as if something had forcefully breached his defenses. He recognized that Su Bauer was genuinely moved. A warm current surged within him, and he found himself swallowing involuntarily. Was this truly acceptable? The girl was pure. Her feelings were straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives. However, Zhuang Yi had long since lost that innocence. He bore the scars of his past marriage, wounded and vulnerable, unwilling to risk another emotional investment, lest he be stabbed in the heart again. Moreover, Su Bauer was merely an ordinary girl, and he would soon find himself embroiled in a conflict with the Zhu family. The lurking Huang clan posed a significant threat, and without leverage over Huang Shui, the repercussions could be dire. If Su Bauer became too entangled with him, she would inevitably become a pawn in a dangerous game. Had she truly thought this through? Growing too close to me will lead to regret, as exemplified by Jun Yin's wife, who confronted me at the school gate on Monday. Zhuang Yi's tone was harsh, devoid of his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Love is only genuine in that fleeting moment of affection. He surmised that Su Bauer's actions were merely the result of her feminine instincts, her rationality overshadowed by her hormones. Su Bauer's hand trembled and perspired. Yet she did not release her grip. She couldn't comprehend the complexities of his words, but she sensed the rejection in his tone. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to let go. The warmth of Zhuang Yi's palm was something she cherished. "Just let me hold your hand this once. I beg you," Su Bauer pleaded, her heart shattered, on the verge of tears, yet holding them back, her voice tinged with the vulnerability of a scapegoat. Zhuang Yi was subtly moved, as an unexplainable voice whispered to him that he was endangering the life of this girl. a powerless mayfly, devoid of influence and parental support, would scarcely be noticed even in death. Su Bauer, our relationship is merely one of superior and subordinate. It would be wise for you not to overstep your bounds. Bauer will take responsibility for Xiao Zhuang. Before Zhuang Yi could finish his sentence, Su Bauer interrupted him in response. She lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, tears streaming down her face, her lips quivering uncontrollably. The two locked eyes, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Zhuang Yi bitterly pressed his lips together, his heart twisting like a pretzel, ultimately transforming into a simple statement. I was just joking earlier, do not cry. And mind your steps when walking behind me in the future. Su Bauer's eyes instantly sparkled with joy, her heart soaring. All right, she sniffed, wiping away her tears with the back of her hand, promising to be obedient and not to weep. Zhuang Yi managed a strained smile. What would you like to eat? Bauer is not picky. She will eat what Xiao Zhuang enjoys. Chapter 79. The First Round of Revenge. Zhu Yangyang completely loses fertility. After dining at a restaurant, Zhuang Yi accompanied Su Bauer to the Wansha Mall, where they strolled through the supermarket, cinema, and arcade. Zhuang Yi found little interest in the indulgences of this place. Instead, he preferred to stand on the escalator, moving from the first floor to the second, then back again, observing the bustling crowd, feeling restless and agitated. In contrast, Su Bauer was thoroughly entertained, intertwining her arm with his without relinquishing her grip. Even when Zhuang Yi needed to use the restroom, she was reluctant to let go, almost following him inside. Concerned about the school locking its gates, Zhuang Yi returned Su Bauer to the school entrance by 9 o'clock, purchasing her a late-night snack before bidding her farewell. Under the radiant full moon and countless twinkling stars, Zhuang Yi departed with his hands in his pockets, while Su Bauer lingered at the school gate, wistfully watching him leave. Reflecting on the events of the evening, a smile spread across her face, reminiscent of a harmonious blend of water and sky, basking in the warmth of fleeting moments. Thursday noon, outside the hospital, Zhu Wenbo, Zhu Jiangwo, Wang Xiumei, and a host of others gathered to celebrate Zhu Yangyang's discharge. Having mostly recovered, Zhu Yangyang appeared much improved, although bandages still adorned his body. With a beaming smile, he exited the hospital, accompanied by Zhu Nian's wife. The crowd awaited eagerly. His mother-in-law, Wang Xiumei, rushed to greet him, kindly supporting his arm while scolding. That Zhuang scoundrel actually dared to strike a member of our Yang family. He truly knows no bounds. Rest assured, my dear Yang, I will ensure that beast kneels before you and apologizes. Zhu Yangyang, filled with joy internally, feigned magnanimity, replying, Aunt, please do not speak of him in such a manner. After all, Brother Zhuang was once part of the Zhu family. Perhaps my actions inadvertently offended him. Wang Xiumei tenderly caressed his cheek. Oh, Yang, you are far too understanding. Zhu Nian's wife shot a disapproving glance at Wang Xiumei, defending Zhuang Yi. Mother, do not speak ill of my husband. He has started a company and secured a renovation contract worth 5 million from the Xiao family. Wang Xiumei scoffed. That good for nothing? A wastrel, utterly incapable and devoid of achievement. He lacks the ability. Turning to Zhu Nian's wife, she continued, My dear, you must look ahead. You're divorced now. I have arranged for you to meet Wan Zhe from the Wan family. He is a commendable young man, and the Wan family is a prestigious clan, well matched with our Zhu lineage. Zhu Yangyang wore a facade of insincerity, cursing inwardly. I haven't even had my fun yet, and you're pushing me into matchmaking? Zhu Nian's wife, feeling exasperated, replied, Mother, please refrain from discussing such matters on Yangyang's discharge day. Standing at a distance, Zhu Wenbo remained silent, contemplating the fact that his son had been assaulted yet dared not confront Zhuang Yi, while Wang Xiumei incessantly labeled him a good-for-nothing, seemingly oblivious to the potential repercussions. Zhu Jiangwo, beside him, clasped his hands behind his back and snorted. Do you think I allow her to prattle on unchecked? I have scolded Xiumei countless times, yet she remains deaf to reason. It's as if she is a descendant of the mute. Several individuals engaged in lively conversation as they escorted Zhu Yangyang away from the hospital entrance. Upon reaching the street, Zhu Wenbo set out to locate their parked vehicle, while the others lingered by the roadside, exchanging idle chatter. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby, punctuated by the frantic cries of a passerby. "Run! There's a rabid dog on the loose. Hurry, everyone!" The crowd surged back in alarm, many individuals hastily seeking refuge in nearby shops. Moments later, a frenzied roar echoed from ahead. "Goor, woof woof!" A large, filthy husky burst onto the scene from around the corner. Its eyes glowed a menacing red. Foam dripped from its mouth, and drool pooled on the ground, its matted fur bearing several wounds, unmistakably a victim of rabies. Upon spotting Zhuang Yi, the husky sniffed the air, seemingly detecting the scent of a kindred spirit, and charged towards him with wild ferocity. The crowd gasped and recoiled in fear. Wang Xiumei, deeply concerned for her nephew, instinctively released her grip on Zhuang Yi, her arthritic legs propelling her to flee with the throng. Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yan's wife retreated instinctively, while Zhu Wenbo, oblivious to the chaos, methodically continued to move the car. Only Zhu Yangyang, still recovering from prior injuries, found himself in a state of panic, desperately attempting to keep pace with Zhu Yan's wife. But his movements were sluggish. The husky, propelling itself with all its might, swiftly closed the distance, bearing its bloody maw, foam dripping ominously. In an instant, it lunged towards him, sinking its teeth into his flesh. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The husky tore viciously, shaking its head violently. Zhu Yangyang, small in stature and already weakened, stood no chance. The attack sent him crashing to the ground in agony. "Ah, no! Help! Someone stop this rabid dog. It's going to bite me." The once vibrant, youthful voice transformed into a hoarse wail, embodying sheer terror and despair. The husky clung on relentlessly, blood gushing from its jaws, pooling beneath it in a glaring crimson puddle. Zhu Jiangwo watched in horror, his legs instinctively clenching together in a visceral reaction. The air felt thick with suffocating dread. Zhu Yan's wife, overcoming her primal instincts, was the first to react, her voice laced with desperation as she shouted to the surrounding crowd. "Someone help. We need to stop that rabid dog." Zhu Wenbo returned, his profound paternal love eclipsing his fear as he dashed towards Zhu Yangyang, exclaiming, "Yangyang, damn it, that's my family. 100,000 to anyone who kills that dog. Hurry, act now." The onlookers stood momentarily stunned. Although most prioritized their own safety, a handful of courageous men, enticed by the promise of a substantial reward, surged forward. Zhu Yangyang writhed in pain, his fingers digging into the stone pavement, his very soul feeling shattered. It is well known that once a rabid dog latches onto its prey, no amount of kicking or punching will compel it to release its grip. Regardless of the relentless assaults from those around, the husky clung fiercely to its grip, intensifying its bite with every passing moment. Eventually, the creature was beaten to death, but by then, it was too late. In the throes of excruciating pain, Zhu Yangyang lost consciousness, his plasma gushing forth like a fountain. Fortunately, a hospital stood nearby, sparing him from the fate of excessive blood loss. Tragically, the part of him that had been bitten by the husky was swallowed whole, signifying it could not be retrieved and would succumb to gastric juices, ultimately being digested into waste. This harrowing scene serves to validate a certain saying. Zhu Wenbo wept profusely, his brow furrowed with anguish as he hurriedly rushed Zhu Yangyang into the emergency room. Due to the severity of the injuries, compounded by the loss of that which was consumed, recovery was utterly impossible. The architect of this calamity was Zhuang Yi, who had spiced the dog meat soup the previous day, taking precautions to avoid being bitten himself by staying away from the vicinity of the hospital. This marked merely the prologue to his vengeance. In the ensuing days, he would unleash a more frenzied campaign of physical and psychological torment, systematically dismantling Zhu Yangyang's body and spirit. For instance, in the near future, the media and short video platforms across the entire Dingyang city would learn of the Zhu family's male heir's loss of reproductive capability, sensationalizing it to the utmost, thereby stripping him of his dignity and honor as a human being. Chapter 80. Zhuang Yi's Tactics. Zhu Yinchi comes knocking. At Sister Baiyun's residence, Zhuang Yi sat on the sofa, laughing heartily, his left hand incessantly patting his thigh. His mobile phone displayed the real-time footage from the hospital surveillance, where Zhu Yangyang was being rushed into the emergency room by several doctors, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The scene was strikingly beautiful, akin to flowers blooming at dawn. Zhu Wenbo closely followed the rescue bed, his anguished cries for Zhu Yangyang piercing the air, the composure of his past vanishing, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread for his child. Zhu Wenbo had but this one son, his sole lifeline, his Achilles heel. Now, with that lifeline at risk, his lineage might well be severed with Zhu Yangyang's generation. The enmity of losing one's heirs, a vendetta that would not be quelled. Zhuang Yi meticulously saved the surveillance footage, slightly edited it, and discreetly disseminated it onto the outer web. He invested in promotions to ensure the video spread like wildfire. Within mere days, it would become a trending topic, and domestic video curators would undoubtedly seize upon this viral sensation. This implied that the video would eventually circulate back to the domestic sphere, where major media outlets would inevitably cover the story, and various newspapers would flock to the hospital for interviews. The entire nation of 1.4 billion would be astounded. The male heir of the Zhu family from Dingyang had been rendered a eunuch. Such sensational headlines would undoubtedly capture attention. Naturally, the Zhu family would abhor such negative publicity, and Zhu Wenbo would likely leverage his connections to suppress the news. Yet, where there are those who wish to silence, there are also those eager to unveil, particularly in the realm of commercial rivalry. The incident of Dingyang Zhu family's male heir being viciously attacked would be enough to engulf the Zhu family in a media frenzy. With the assailant, Haji Wang, swiftly dealt with, there would be no witnesses to corroborate the events. The police could only investigate the dog kennel where the canine lived. Unfortunately, the inquiry would lead to a dead end, as the dog had escaped, becoming an internet sensation named Lulu. Months prior, a viral video had circulated online, depicting its escape into the night. Even if traces could be followed back, Zhuang Yi would merely be considered a potential suspect without any legal upon hearing the word lover. Zhuang Yi felt as if an explosive had detonated within him, erupting in a frenzied roar. Do not disgust me. Your beloved is Huang Shui. It is Zhu Yangyang. I warn you, do not dare to appear before me again. The lifeblood of your company rests in my hands. If you force my hand, I shall join forces with Xiao Jiuli to ruin you. His reaction was vehement, clearly struck at a painful core, startling even Sister Baiyun within the room. Lover? The mere thought of what his ex-wife had done repulsed him to the extent that he wished to bury the woman before him alive. Zhu Yinchi, after being scolded, found her confidence waning. I merely came to question you. Was it you who did that to Zhu Yangyang? Zhuang Yi smirked, unsurprisingly aware that she had come for that rabid dog. He feigned ignorance. What matter? What do you mean? He continued to play coy. Why am I beating him? Oh, right. He was discharged yesterday, wasn't he? Then I shall pay him a visit and give him another thrashing. Seeing his unreasonable demeanor, Zhu Yinchi unexpectedly breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be that her husband truly had no hand in it? Yet, he had fed Zhu Yangyang dog meat soup the day before. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Clarity should suffice. It's not about you beating him. I have already settled that matter. It was just that Zhu Yangyang was discharged yesterday, and a rabid dog bit off his. Zhu Wenbo suspects you're involved, and you must accompany me to the hospital to clarify. Zhu's second uncle's reputation is well known, and I fear retaliation against you, she emphasized, word by word. Zhuang Yi coldly smiled. These words from his ex-wife held a unique flavor. Very well, I shall accompany you tonight. Zhu Yinchi's gaze flickered, seemingly flustered tonight. I have prior commitments. The company requires my presence for overtime. Zhuang Yi subtly laid a trap. Fine, I shall remember your words. You will be working overtime tonight, and I will visit the hospital in a few days. He emphasized the phrase working overtime, as if revealing a certain deception. Is there anything else, Director Zhu? He prompted, offering her an opportunity to retract her statement, even though he knew she would not seize it. Zhu Yinchi glared at him with a hint of resentment. Feeling her husband's mocking tone, and in frustration, she stormed out, No, Just consider carefully about remarrying me. Zhuang Yi feigned indifference, forcefully slamming the door, creating a resounding noise. Bang! As Zhu Yinshi descended the stairs, she was startled by the sudden sound of the door slamming, her heart racing. She gently patted her chest, cursing Zhuang Yi under her breath. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged in her throat, making her feel as if she might vomit. But fortunately, this discomfort dissipated after a few minutes. The female lead has only slept with the male lead. This is merely a foreshadowing. After having breakfast, she arrived at a high-end bespoke suit shop. The quality and style of the garments were exquisite, the sole drawback being their exorbitant prices, averaging around 30,000. Upon entering, Zhuang Yi walked straight to the ready-to-wear section, selecting an elegantly simple white suit. Tonight, he will attend the Qing's banquet as the companion of Xiao Juli. Xiao Juli is the foremost and most significant client. She has extended an invitation to Zhuang Yi to partake in this exclusive business social gathering. Naturally, Zhuang Yi cannot afford to tarnish her reputation. He aims to ensure that she becomes the center of attention throughout the evening. Chapter 81. The Banquet, a collision between Xiao Juli and Zhu Yinshi as evening descended. The much-anticipated banquet hosted by Qin Shiran unfolded as scheduled atop a prestigious five-star hotel in Dingyang City. The elegant banquet hall was a veritable gathering of luminaries from various sectors, all drawn together in this splendid setting. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm, radiant glow over the long banquet tables adorned with an array of artisanal delicacies and sparkling champagne. Xiao Juli graced the occasion in a delicate crimson off-shoulder gown, her porcelain collarbone enticingly exposed, capturing the admiration of many. "Julie, you look absolutely stunning tonight," Huang Shui remarked, donning a bright yellow dress as she approached Xiao Juli. Her gaze captivated by her exquisite profile. She was accompanied by her youthful cousin, brought along merely to fill the space. Xiao Juli cast a frosty glance in her direction, perceiving the infatuation in her eyes, and took a sip of champagne. The sentiment she harbored for Huang Shui was one of profound disdain. Despite the multiple opportunities for advantageous collaboration presented by Huang, Xiao Juli had resolutely refused to engage. Noticing her silence, Huang Shui persisted. "Julie, don't you have a partner tonight? Would you like me to keep you company?" With a teasing smile, Xiao Juli felt a surge of mischief and playfully stepped on her foot. "Has Huang been engaging in unprofitable ventures with the Zhu group lately? I wonder if old Master Huang is aware. Moreover, it seems Shui Media is not faring too well either, on the brink of becoming quite a disaster." Huang Shui's expression slightly faltered, the awkwardness of the moment leaving her at a loss. Had it been a wealthy scion standing before her, she would have unleashed a torrent of insults. Yet, in the presence of Xiao Juli's ethereal grace, she found herself overwhelmed by hormonal impulses, maintaining a facade of forced laughter to mask her embarrassment. At that moment, Zhu Yinshi strolled over, clad in a soft blue gown and accompanied by Shenlin Yuan, her beauty striking and attention-grabbing. "Xiao, aren't tea banquets typically meant for couples? Why are you here all alone? The illustrious Xiao family can't even produce a single gentleman?" she provocatively queried. Xiao Juli offered a slight bow, responding gracefully, "Mr. Shun, Ms. Zhu, I wish you both happiness." Shen Linyuan, looking perplexed, scratched his head and replied, "Ah, please don't tease, Xiao. You know I'm merely here for the ambience." Zhu Yinxi's demeanor shifted to one of icy severity. "What do you mean by that?" "Xiao, my husband is busy and unable to accompany me. Yet here you are, approaching 30 and without a companion. How utterly pathetic." Her voice rose, clearly aiming to draw the attention of other affluent young men present. Unsurprisingly, several young ladies and gentlemen cast curious glances in their direction. In terms of capability, Xiao Juli surpassed Zhu Yinshi by several degrees. Previously, she had relied on the aura of Zhuang Yi to avoid being overshadowed. With Zhuang Yi's departure, her vulnerabilities had become glaringly apparent. Moreover, this woman had sent that photograph to Zhuang Yi, precipitating her divorce. Thus, even with commercial ties, Zhu Yinshi seized every opportunity to make snide remarks. Xiao Juli maintained her impassive expression, silently acknowledging, The louder the bark, the more painful the slap will be later. Though her words were dismissive, internally she couldn't help but wonder, where was Zhuang Yi? Had I known, I would have declined today's responsibilities. So preoccupied that I could not even fetch him. Zhu Nianqi chuckled lightly. What if there is no companion? After all, the Fresh Beauty Project is not one for the Xiao family to undertake. Ultimately, it is our Zhu family that leads the cosmetics industry in Dingyang. Xiao Julie chose silence. Her statement was indeed valid, leaving her no grounds for rebuttal. Yet, this did not signify her lack of desire to contend. Huang Shui refrained from interjecting into their playful banter, as Zhu Nianqi was a woman she admired, while Xiao Julie was the most beautiful woman she had ever encountered. She wished not to offend either. Thus, she turned her head, attempting to feign ignorance. Suddenly, Huang Shui felt a jolt as she released her hold on her male companion. Zhu Nianqi and Xiao Julie's hearts momentarily halted as they turned to look. Under the soft glow of the lights, Zhuang Yi appeared in an elegantly tailored white suit, his shoulders broad and waist impeccably fitted, striding gracefully through the doorway. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and subtly upturned lips bore a hint of an enigmatic smile. The gaze of all the young men and women instinctively gravitated toward him. Even from a distance, Qing Xingran, who was preparing for a private dinner, could not resist pausing to behold the striking figure. Zhu Nianqi quickly withdrew her hands from around Shen Lin Yuan, her expression flustered as she gazed at Zhuang Yi. Husband, what brings you here? Zhuang Yi cast a sidelong glance her way, then made his way towards Xiao Julie, momentarily disregarding her. For the first words of the night were reserved for his leading lady. With an air of composure, maturity, and elegance, he approached Xiao Julie. I apologize for my tardiness. The most beautiful Ms. Xiao in the world. I am your most humble male companion this evening, Zhuang Yi. He performed a slight bow, offering a delicate gesture of respect. That drop of champagne upon your collarbone is more perilous than all poisons in existence. Would you like assistance in wiping it away? It would be my utmost honor. Xiao Julie's lips parted slightly, her heart racing, her enchanting eyes shimmering with infatuation, her cheeks flushed with a charming pink. She became entranced by his gaze, unable to regain her composure. His exquisite handsomeness, noble demeanor, and restrained smile were mesmerizing. She was spellbound. This was not the Zhuang Yi she was accustomed to. He resembled a distant star, dazzling to the point of being irresistible. After gazing for nearly a minute, she fluttered her eyelashes, lowered her gaze shyly, touched her fair collarbone, and timidly remarked, "Brother, there is no champagne upon my collarbone." Zhuang Yi responded, "A latecomer must earn a smile from beauty." Around them, a multitude of young men and women clad in various evening gowns erupted in chatter upon hearing his words. Goodness, perfect score. Who is this young gentleman? Oh, so handsome. I am utterly captivated by them both. The gentleman just identified himself as Zhuang Yi. Is he from a prominent family in Dingyang? How have I not heard of him? In Dingyang, the Zhuang family is renowned for their exceptional looks. Isn't he the son-in-law of the Zhu family? Why, then, is Zhu's companion Shen Lin Yuan from the capital? The guests buzzed with conversation, gossip swirling amongst them. Listening to the murmurs around her, Zhu Nian's wife trembled, nearly losing her footing. Her gaze fixed on Zhuang Yi in disbelief. The attention of the multitude, which she once enjoyed, now felt like a distant memory. At every lavish banquet in the past, she had reveled in the spotlight, akin to a leading lady. Husband, I have no connection with young Master Shan. This is merely a misunderstanding. Zhu Nian's wife quivered as she approached Zhuang Yi, gently tugging at the hem of his garment. Her eyes filled with a pitiful longing as she looked up at him. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Their earlier hand-holding had been witnessed, deepening the misunderstanding between them. What pained her further was Zhuang Yi's nonchalant demeanor, devoid of any jealousy. Additionally, the infatuated expression on Xiao Julie's face was a crushing blow, as if something of great significance had been forcibly taken from her. Before the divorce, she had often wished for Zhuang Yi to refrain from interfering in her social affairs. Yet, when he truly did give her space, she found herself engulfed in fear. She feared that his indifference signified a lack of care. For only when love fades does one become indifferent and apathetic. Zhuang Yi turned to her with a faint smile and remarked, Ms. Zhu, did you not say this morning that you would be working late at the company tonight? Chapter 82. Xiao Jiuli. I love you so much, Mr. Zhu. Did you not mention this morning that you would be working late at the company tonight? Zhuang Yi directly referenced a conversation from 2 chapters earlier, directing his question at Zhu Yin's wife. Zhu Yin's wife gasped, retreating 3 steps. She found herself unable to counter this accusation. Earlier that morning, Zhuang Yi had remarked that some words, if spoken now, could prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. It turned out that this was the essence of his statement. Zhu Yin's wife was engulfed in panic, desperate to explain, but at a loss for words. Tonight was the banquet orchestrated by Qing Shiran, to which all the prominent figures of Dingyang would be attending, and naturally, Zhu Yin's wife was no exception. It was a matter so simple that one could discern it with the most rudimentary logic. How foolish of me to deceive my own husband. Darling, I am so sorry. I did not think it through this morning and inadvertently lied. It is my fault. I confess to you. The main event of this banquet actually occurs in the latter half, and the prestige of the Zhu family in Dingyang may not guarantee my inclusion. I need Mr. Shen's assistance to bolster the appearance. Hence, I sought his help. Rest assured, my relationship with him is purely professional. It is absolutely not as you might imagine. Zhu Yin's wife struggled to articulate these words, this time unusually refraining from defending herself and simply acknowledging her fault. Their relationship was already precarious, and should she continue to act recklessly, she would truly risk losing Zhuang Yi. However, Zhuang Yi perceived her as still entrenched in her habitual deceit, heedless of past lessons. Mr. Zhu, you need not explain. I am indifferent. Even if you were to embrace a man in a green suit tonight, I would feel no emotional disturbance. He regarded her as a stranger, speaking coolly. Please refrain from making ambiguous statements. I am Mr. Zhao's companion this evening. Zhu Yin's wife turned pale. Her husband dredged up old grievances, leaving her speechless. Do not be Mr. Xiao Jiuli's companion anymore. Since you are already here, be my partner tonight. I can simply skip the latter half. With that, she reached out to embrace Zhuang Yi's arm. Xiao Jiuli was decidedly displeased, promptly pushing her hand away. Mr. Shen, how can your companion behave in such a manner? Stealing my man is quite unethical. She feigned anger while secretly reveling in delight. Zhu Yin's wife had been ambiguous with other men, willingly relinquishing Zhuang Yi to her, and judging by their prior conversation. She had deceived Zhuang Yi into believing she was working late at the company to spend time with Shen Linyuan. How audacious! Beside them, Shen Linyuan smirked slightly. Mr. Xiao, I am merely an onlooker. Do not involve me. Zhu Yin's wife, initially pleased that Xiao Jiuli lacked a male companion, was now infuriated to discover that her partner was her own husband. Xiao, you deceived me into thinking you had no male companion, only to be with my husband. What do you mean by this? Xiao Jiuli stood defiantly before her, asserting, I never claimed to have no companion, and besides, Zhuang Yi is no longer your husband. He's my partner now. Mrs. Zhu, do clarify the situation, if you please. Zhu Yin's wife screamed in exasperation. What nonsense! He is my husband. We are merely temporarily separated. Her voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of the guests even more. You mentioned your divorce. He is now single, and you share no connection whatsoever. Xiao Jiuli proudly linked her arm with Zhuang Yi's. While you were with Zhuang Yi, you constantly adorned him with green hats, complaining about his stinginess. I would never do that. My heart aches for my brother. Zhu Yinshi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon witnessing the physical interaction between Xiao Jiuli and Zhuang Yi, who showed no sign of aversion. Igniting her fury, Xiao Jiuli, you are nothing but a naive green tea bitch, a shameless mistress intruding upon another's loving marriage. This is my final ultimatum. Remove your filthy hands at once, or the Zhu family will pay an irreparable price. Xiao Jiuli wore an impish grin, even going so far as to rest her head on Zhuang Yi's shoulder. Sister is only looking out for you. A boy as exceptional as Zhuang Yi is beyond your grasp. After saying this, she gazed affectionately at Zhuang Yi, and, Sister would never engage with someone of the same sex, right? Zhuang Yi remained silent, maintaining a calm smile. Though inwardly he pondered who Shan Linyuan truly was and how many green hats Zhu Yinqi had unwittingly donned during their marriage. Zhu Yangyang's revenge was far from over. He might not have the opportunity to deal with other affluent families just yet. It was imperative to rapidly strengthen oneself and not remain confined to the small-scale home decoration business. Zhu Yinqi, seeing Zhuang Yi unmoved, stomped her foot in frustration and pleaded, "Darling, I am innocent with Huang Shui. She slanders me." A chill ran through Zhuang Yi's heart. "You are aware that Huang Shui is a lesbian." He turned to Xiao Julie beside him and said, "Sister Julie, let's take our leave." Xiao Julie acknowledged with a nonchalant hum, casting a glance of schadenfreude at Zhu Yinqi before following Zhuang Yi into the bustling crowd. "Wait, darling." Zhu Yinqi instinctively reached out her right hand, desperate to grasp Zhuang. She could not bear the thought of her husband being intimate with another woman. Jealousy would consume her. People often exhibit double standards. When she flirted with other men, she could always find excuses to comfort herself. "He is merely my male best friend, my brother, my friend," and so forth. Yet, when her own man grew too close to another woman, her perception would reverse, unleashing jealousy and a fierce possessiveness. Just as Zhu Yinqi was about to touch Zhuang Yi, he suddenly spoke. "Zhu, you are now Mr. Shun's partner. Refrain from actions that may embarrass him, as I do not wish to be mistaken for a third party." Zhu Yinqi's outstretched hand trembled abruptly, as if held in place by an unseen force, frozen in mid-air, helplessly watching Zhuang Yi and Xiao Julie depart. Regret flooded her being, immense regret. Earlier that morning, she had passionately argued for a reconciliation with her husband, only for it to unravel by evening. Shan Linyuan, unfazed, walked over and took Zhu Yinqi's hand again. Setting aside Mr. Zhuang for now, the primary objective for the evening was to secure a place at the dinner gathering. The Fresh Beauty project awaited her. His tone remained calm, as if the earlier incident were of little significance. To him, the project held paramount importance. Everything else was merely ephemeral. Zhu Yin's wife momentarily froze, and upon regaining her senses, she quickly withdrew her hand. "Shun, it will be best to avoid physical contact tonight. I fear my husband may truly misunderstand." Zhuang Yi and Xiao Julie stepped into another area, and as the opportune moment approached, Zhuang Yi softly reminded, "Sister Julie, it's time to let go. Zhu Yin's wife cannot see us." Xiao Julie remained silent, her gaze distant, her cheeks a delicate pink. Zhuang Yi furrowed his brow in concern. "Sister Julie, why are you not speaking?" Yet, Xiao Julie remained unresponsive, seemingly entranced in a daze. Zhuang Yi called her name several times, but she paid him no mind, gently leaning against his shoulder, her arm firmly entwined with his. After a long silence, she suddenly spoke with a tenderness that flowed like water. "I love you so dearly." Chapter 83. Zhu Yinqi's vulnerability. The Grand Princess appears. Zhuang Yi waved his hand in front of Xiao Julie's eyes, teasing, "Sister Julie, did you not profess your love for me?" Xiao Julie stood there, momentarily frozen as if her mind had stalled. Frowning, Zhuang Yi leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Hey, speak up." Startled, Xiao Julie quickly turned her head, only to find Zhuang Yi uncomfortably close. "You, getting so close? Are you hoping for a French kiss from your sister?" "Very well." With that, she mischievously leaned in as if to tease a naive boy. Zhuang Yi instinctively recoiled, nearly caught off guard. "Don't be reckless, Sister Julie. There are too many people around." Internally, he mused that while this woman had countless admirable qualities, she seemed utterly oblivious to the notion of propriety. Without a hint of embarrassment, Xiao Julie replied, "Then let's find a more secluded spot, shall we? Would you like me to kiss you until you cry?" Zhuang Yi's face flushed crimson, his heart racing, prompting him to divert his gaze toward the banquet hall. Xiao Julie chuckled softly, releasing the embrace and playfully tapping his nose. "In a few days, I shall confide in you about something very important. Promise me you won't turn away from me then." Her tone was earnest and solemn, causing a pang of anxiety to tighten in Zhuang Yi's chest. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he teased, "You only mentioned not my full name." Are you implying that I'm merely a stand-in? A blush crept from Xiao Julie's cheeks to her ears as she internally praised him. Wow, my little brother is so clever. No wonder I fell for him. You needn't worry. My feelings are genuine. I could never forsake over 20 years of upbringing and moral standards to seek a mere substitute. I am not Junyichi. As she reached out to playfully poke Zhuang Yi's side, he deftly evaded her touch. He had picked up on an intriguing hint within her words, but chose not to articulate it. Tonight, she was his leading lady, and he would not let her lose face. Xiao Julie gently lifted his right hand, remaining silent as she flashed a radiant smile. Sister Julie, perhaps we should refrain from holding hands for now? It feels rather awkward. Obedient, darling. I have something I wish to do. Come with me. Like a true gentleman, Xiao Julie guided Zhuang Yi to a tranquil corridor. The passage was spacious and enveloped in silence. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft glow upon the pair. A scene of breathtaking beauty. As they turned a corner, Zhu Yinxi, caught off guard by Zhuang Yi, felt her heart spiral into turmoil. She needed to find a washroom to splash some water on her face and regain her composure. The upcoming refreshing beauty treatment required her utmost attention. She had to face it in peak condition, unperturbed by any emotions that might cloud her judgment. May I have the honor of dancing with you? Suddenly a voice, as chilling as the night breeze, brushed against her ear. I understand now. It's Zhuang Yi's voice. Zhu Yinxi's spirits plummeted, her complexion draining of color. She hurriedly dashed to the end of the corridor, peering around the corner to observe. Zhuang Yi wore an expression of shock, tightly holding Xiao Julie's delicate hand. The moonlight cascades like a gentle wash, as two figures dance with an awkward grace. The enchanting Xiao Julie, in her delicate poise, seeks guidance from Zhuang Yi to navigate her steps. In that moment, Zhu Yinxi is overwhelmed with tears, stifling her mouth tightly in fear of making a sound. She observes the couple as if peering into a cherished memory, watching Xiao Julie and her husband dance. Their movements lack intimacy, merely exchanging glances and warm smiles. Yet, for Zhu Yinxi, it feels as though she is pierced by countless sharp swords, each thrusting through her heart, a pain that is excruciatingly poignant. Why? She clutches her skirt tightly, yearning to intervene, yet her body remains paralyzed. Was it this same sensation when I was at the cinema with Zhu Yangyang, and you gazed at me from behind? Even the most naive of hearts can discern the truth. She realizes the multitude of intimate gestures shared with Zhu Yangyang, while her husband and Xiao Lu merely share a dance. It is only when one swallows their grievances that they can truly empathize with others. 5 minutes later, Zhuang Yi halts their dance. Enveloped in the ambience, Xiao Julie closes her eyes, intoxicated, leaning in for a kiss towards Zhuang Yi. He swiftly covers her mouth. And in that instant, Zhu Yinxi can no longer contain herself and shouts, "Shameless hussy, remove your filthy lips. Do you truly wish for death?" With reckless abandon, Zhu Yinxi rushes forth, her fists clenched, drawing blood from her palms. She is both a thief and a rogue, having once stolen Zhuang Yi's heart, now intent on claiming Xiao Julie's affections. Xiao Julie, having finally savored the moment, finds her enthusiasm shattered by the intrusion of the ex-wife. Zhuang Yi coldi invitis. What are you spying on us for? Darling, I was wrong. I now understand your feelings. Zhu Yinxi weeps, her voice trembling with unspoken grievances. Zhuang Yi gently releases Xiao Julie's hand, saying, I do not comprehend your words. I merely danced with Sister Julie. There was nothing inappropriate. Our interaction is entirely clean. How familiar those lines are, echoing from the lips of an ex-wife. Zhu Yinxi, witnessing the scene unfold, recognizes that her husband has not crossed any boundaries, nor does he possess such inclinations. Yet that vixen Xiao Julie does. She almost kissed him. From now on, if there's to be a dance, let it be with me as your partner. She is not to be chosen. Zhu Yinxi declares, her words laced with childish defiance. Zhuang Yi responds with calm composure. You do not enjoy dancing. I have invited you countless times to balls, yet you have always declined. Zhu Yinxi hangs her head in shame, acknowledging his truth. Indeed, she had turned down his invitations every single time. She simply does not relish dancing. Perhaps overwhelmed by her sorrow, a wave of nausea sweeps over her, and her right hand trembles as she covers her mouth. Xiao Jiuli, with a swift glance, takes Zhuang Yi's hand, eager to escape. She has no desire to be criticized by Zhu's ex-wife for her dancing skills. Back in the banquet hall, Zhuang Yi is drawn into the crowd, while Xiao Jiuli, adhering to their agreement, diligently networks on his behalf. With the advantageous connections of the Xiao family, within half an hour, Zhuang Yi's pockets are stuffed with business cards, and his WeChat friends have multiplied by dozens. Miss Qing, the esteemed princess of the Qing family, has arrived. At that moment, a voice rang out, capturing the attention of all the guests gathered around Zhuang Yi. The curved staircase of the banquet hall shimmered with golden lights, each step seemingly adorned with a soft golden edge. Clad in a delicate light blue mermaid gown, Qing Xingran's dress sparkled with scattered diamonds under the warm glow, resembling a celestial sea of stars descending to earth. With grace and poise, her ruby lips curved into a gentle smile, cascading long hair flowing like a waterfall, while her elegantly elongated feet, adorned with crystal-high heels, descended gracefully. She was a vision of beauty, as exquisite as white jade. Countless guests lingered on her every move, murmuring their admiration as she descended the staircase with the regal bearing of a princess. Gently lifting her skirt, she knelt in a courteous gesture, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you all, esteemed guests. I am Qing Xingran, the eldest daughter of the Qing family." Chapter 85. Qing Xingran desires to sit with Zhuang Yi in the previous chapter. Dear readers, for those who have yet to immerse themselves in the narrative, allow me to provide a brief overview. Qing Xingran, the eldest daughter of the Qing family, has made her debut. Esteemed guests, I am Qing Xingran, the eldest daughter of the Qing family, she gracefully announced as she gently lifted her skirt and curtsied at the foot of the elegantly curved staircase. The applause erupted like thunder as the attendees sincerely responded to the courtesy extended by this illustrious young lady. A few privileged youths discreetly retrieved their phones to capture clandestine snapshots, perhaps to share later in the privacy of their chambers. Miss Xingran, undeniably the most exquisite beauty in Maoyue City, embodied the perfect blend of grace and charm, captivating all with her ethereal presence. It was astonishing that a titan in the cosmetics industry could manifest in such a youthful visage. Indeed, she was a paragon of talent and beauty, which elucidated the Qing family's burgeoning success in Maoyue. Whispers circulated among the guests, expressing their admiration and curiosity, particularly regarding the fact that at the age of 26, Miss Xingran remained unmarried, leaving many to wonder which fortunate suitor might win her heart. Among the crowd, Zhuang Yi found himself utterly captivated by this stunning beauty, momentarily holding his breath in awe. In terms of allure, Qing Xingran surpassed both Zhu Nianqi and Su Bauer, even rivaling Xiao Jiuli, while possessing the advantage of youth. With her lips parting slightly, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all for your kindness. It is indeed an honor for the Qing family to forge connections with the distinguished figures of Dingyang." After her introduction, a number of influential business magnates and affluent scions approached her. Most had come prepared, eager to partake in the burgeoning success of Qing Xingran's beauty enterprise. With a beaming smile, she graciously exchanged pleasantries, understanding that the Qing family sought collaboration with partners of considerable standing, at the very least aligning with the Zhu family conglomerate. Zhuang Yi, observing her demeanor, began to form conjectures. It seemed highly probable that Qing Xingran's beauty brand would soon be acquired by a cosmetics giant like the Zhu family. The Xiao family, primarily engaged in real estate, could not compete in this arena, and thus Qing Xingran would not consider them worthy. Suddenly, Xiao Jiuli playfully tugged at Zhuang Yi's ear, exclaiming, "Why are you so entranced by Qing Xingran?" Zhuang Yi winced, stretching his neck in discomfort. "What is wrong with simply looking? Why should I not gaze upon her? Let go. Keep your eyes in check." Xiao Jiuli, feeling a pang of jealousy, released his ear, warning him with a playful threat. "Be careful, or you might find yourself in trouble." Rubbing his ear, Zhuang Yi chose not to engage further. Shortly thereafter, as Qing Xingran concluded her discussions with the guests, she bid them to enjoy themselves and ascended the curved staircase with a smile. The first half of the banquet was drawing to a close. Half an hour later, a gentleman clad in a black tailcoat approached Zhuang Yi. "Mr. Zhuang, Miss Xiao, Miss Qing Xinran requests your presence in the private box upstairs." Xiao Julie nodded coolly, taking Zhuang Yi's arm as they made their way to the loft. The second half was about to commence, and the reputation of the Xiao family served as their golden ticket. "Speak less tonight. This meeting is crucial for my sister, and no mistakes are permitted. Otherwise, you might find yourself in tears," she warned with a serious tone. Xiao Julie swiftly entered a professional demeanor, coldly advising Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and sincerely nodded. "All right." They stepped into an opulent private room, where a Chinese round table was positioned at the center, surrounded by velvet chairs adorned with golden edges. The seats were occupied by the elite of Dingyang's political sphere and the young scions of prestigious families. Everywhere he looked, he encountered influential businessmen and power brokers. All gazes shifted towards Zhuang Yi and Xiao Julie, with many displaying sycophantic smiles as they greeted her. Zhuang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. His sharp gaze swept the room, revealing familiar faces from the news: the mayor, vice mayor, chairman of the Political Consultative Conference, directors of the Public Security Bureau, Education Bureau, Finance Bureau, and others. It was astonishing to see the Qing family, a pillar of the neighboring city, garner such prominence in Dingyang, which was typically elusive. No wonder it was said that the latter half would be the focal point. If most attendees were to sneeze, the entire Dingyang would tremble. Zhuang Yi glanced towards the seat on his right, where Zhu Yinxi and Shen Linyuan were also present. They appeared serious, engaged in earnest discussion. As Zhuang Yi passed by Zhu Yinxi, she slightly raised her head, revealing a barely perceptible surprise. "Husband," she instinctively called out. This provoked a stir among the powerful attendees, who exchanged hushed whispers. Wasn't Zhu the companion of Shen? Why was she addressing Xiao as her husband? With so many dignitaries present, it felt like a grand performance unfolding. It was as if her ex-husband Zhuang Yi, that shrimp-headed cuckold, was under scrutiny. The crowd's eyes were fixated on Zhuang Yi and Xiao Julie's intimate demeanor. Zhuang Yi's gaze swept over Zhu Yinxi, calmly signaling her to be quiet. He displayed no emotional upheaval, appearing to regard her as a stranger. Zhu Yinxi felt a pang of distress, her eyes reddening, but in such a setting, she wished to maintain her dignity and stifled her tears. Witnessing her husband pass by Xiao Julie, her heart was a tumult of emotions, laden with sorrow. It had been less than half a month since their divorce, and now women were flocking to him, eager to seize him away. She understood that her husband was merely a temporary companion for Xiao Julie. Yet even so, the agony was suffocating. Qing Xinran, seated at the head, stood gracefully upon seeing Zhuang Yi enter. "Mr. Zhuang, Miss Xiao, please take a seat here." She respectfully gestured for them to sit beside her. This statement caused a significant stir. How could Zhao's family sit in a position of such prominence among so many high-ranking figures of Dingyang? Zhu Yinxi's eyes widened in shock, turning to Shen Linyuan beside her. Shen Linyuan also looked astounded. The reputation of the Shen family in the capital far surpassed that of Dingyang's Xiao family. It was one thing for the Qing family to overlook them, but how could they allow the Xiao family to take the second seat? Zhuang Yi glanced at Xiao Julie with a neutral expression. "Do you possess such influence?" In terms of stature, the Qing and Xiao families were nearly equal. Yet the Shen family, behind Shen Linyuan, was a formidable entity. She should have been cultivating ties with Zhu, the ex-wife. Xiao Julie was also taken aback. However, being the president of the Xiao family, she quickly composed herself, displaying a polite smile as she approached. Zhuang Yi, displaying his understanding, graciously vacated the secondary seat and adjusted the dining chair for Xiao Julie, providing her with ample emotional support. "Miss Qing, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Xiao Julie said warmly, silently commending Zhuang Yi in her heart, before calmly taking her seat. Qing Xinran offered an awkward smile, saying, I apologize, Xiao Julie. I didn't explain clearly earlier. Could you please move aside? This seat is reserved for Mr. Zhuang. Chapter 86. making Zhuang Yi the exclusive partner of Qingxin beauty. Xiao Julie was taken aback, her face paling as she turned to look at Zhuang Yi. The rumor was indeed true. The Mr. Zhuang that the Qing group sought was none other than Zhuang Yi. Zhun Yan's wife was left speechless, her complexion ashen. What Lu Xiaoxi mentioned in Chapter 53 was accurate. The eldest princess of the Qing family had come to Dingyang primarily to seek collaboration with Zhuang Yi. But why? Zhuang Yi lacked factories, equipment, production lines, and even stores or a brand. At best, he possessed marketing skills. Qingxin Beauty focused on overseas markets, where many cultural nuances clashed. What could Zhuang Yi possibly offer for marketing? Zhuang Yi remained oblivious, quietly observing Xiao Julie. Their gazes met, and after regaining her composure, Xiao Julie sprang to her feet, unabashed, and declared loudly, "Darling, you should sit next to Miss Qing." After her sweet, melodious words, she leaned closer to Zhuang Yi and whispered, "Good brother, precious brother, dear brother, please do me a small favor and allow me to get a little closer to her. The partner she seeks is you. Pretend that you have a close relationship with the Xiao family, and I assure you that securing Qingxin Beauty will yield significant rewards." She squeezed Zhuang Yi's arm tightly, earnestly blinking her eyes. The Zhu group had cultivated extensive experience, resources, and brand influence in the cosmetics industry over the years. As a rising star in a cross-industry landscape, the Xiao family had scant competitive advantages, struggling to garner market attention. A collaboration with the domestic cosmetics leader, the Qing group, would undoubtedly secure a foothold in the fiercely competitive Dingyang, allowing for substantial returns merely through equity liquidation. Zhuang Yi felt a sense of resistance. He was well aware of Xiao Julie's ulterior motives, which were no different from Zhun Yan's wife, merely seeking to use him as a tool for profit. He remained silent, nodding at Qing Xinran as he quietly took his seat beside her. Xiao Julie affectionately ruffled his hair, her heart brimming with joy. Her smile, so broad it seemed she might lose her teeth. Qing Xinran resumed her seat, casting a hostile glare at Xiao Julie. "Mr. Zhuang, is this young lady beside you your partner?" "Indeed, Miss Qing," Xiao Julie replied. "Zhuang is." Zhuang Yi promptly interrupted, "I am merely her companion." The surrounding dignified politicians exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "What's the situation? Is this young man dismissing the Xiao family's daughter?" Xiao Julie's eye twitched, forcing a smile. "Ah, yes, Miss Qing. Zhuang is my companion for the evening, but we have a wonderful rapport, and Zhuang is also a partner of the Xiao family." The dinner proceeded as usual, with esteemed guests exchanging compliments, the clinking of glasses resonating melodiously, wine splashing everywhere. Qing Xinran, with a charming smile, delicately offered Zhuang Yi some enticing braised lamb. "Mr. Zhuang, do try this lamb. It's the hotel's specialty." Zhuang Yi maintained his composure, simply responding, "Thank you." Seated beside him, Xiao Julie felt a pang of jealousy, her hand stealthily slipping under the table to pinch Zhuang Yi's thigh, whispering softly in his ear, "You little glutton. You won't be able to resist. Just now, having defied my sister, she chose not to hold it against you. Yet now you have once again touched upon her sensitive nerve. I shall see how long your junior can endure this." Zhuang Yi winced in pain and quietly retorted, "That hurts, and when did I ever defy you or touch your nerve?" Xiao Julie exhaled deeply, biting into a piece of chicken head, chewing it fiercely, reducing it to mere pulp, and glared intensely at Zhuang Yi, as if to convey a hidden message. "This is the consequence of being thoughtless. Do you understand?" She threatened in a low voice, removing her high heels beneath the table and stepping onto Zhuang Yi's foot. "If this continues, the one being trampled won't just be your foot, but your face. Do not think I lack the courage. If I could not do such a thing, I would not bear the surname Xiao." Zhuang Yi remained unfazed and, in a mimicry of her actions, reached beneath the table with his left hand, pinching her fair thigh with force. Xiao Julie shuddered in pain, nearly crying out, but managed to suppress it. "You truly dare," she hissed, her eyes sharp enough to pierce through him. Zhuang Yi casually placed a piece of mutton into his mouth, withdrawing his hand with nonchalance. Qing Xinran, noticing that they had consumed half of their meal, subtly interjected, "Mr. Zhuang, I have heard that it was you who saved Uncle Zhu Jiangwo's life." Zhuang Yi paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. So she seeks to curry favor with that influential figure. How naive. Indeed, Miss Qing, your information is quite astute. Qing Xingran's expression brightened, and she slightly turned to introduce a middle-aged man beside her, who appeared to be around 55 years old. Allow me to introduce Mr. Zhuang. This is Dr. Li Weiming, an esteemed member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences, with profound expertise in the medical field. He has participated in numerous national research projects and is hailed as a pioneer in the field of oncology. Mr. Zhuang, it is an honor. I have heard of your miraculous treatment of Zhu Jiangwo, and the medical community holds your legend in high regard. Doctor. Li Weiming immediately extended his hand enthusiastically to shake Zhuang Yi's, his face brimming with admiration. He was dressed impeccably in a tailored dark gray suit, his hair meticulously combed, with graying temples and a dignified demeanor, exuding a sense of calm and wisdom, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. Zhuang Yi maintained his indifferent expression. Dr. Li, you flatter me. It was not I who saved the patient, but rather a friend of mine. Qing Xingran, not one to beat around the bush, earnestly articulated her intent. Mr. Zhuang, to be forthright, my father is suffering from malignant tumor, with little time left. Having searched far and wide for renowned physicians to no avail, my primary reason for returning to Dingyang is to beseech your assistance in saving my ailing father. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yi feigned a troubled demeanor, lowering his head as he sipped his drink. It was no wonder they treated me, a mere minor character, with such deference given this connection. Xiao Jiuli and Zhu Yinshi, as outsiders, grew increasingly anxious, fervently hoping for a response from Zhuang Yi. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. If he could lend a hand at this critical juncture for the Qing family, perhaps a collaboration with Qing Xinmei Beauty would also come to fruition seamlessly. Qing Shiran, unable to contain her urgency, took a deep breath as she noticed Zhuang Yi's prolonged silence. She spoke gently. Mr. Zhuang, please rest assured that as long as you agree to lend your assistance, regardless of the eventual outcome, the Qing family will be eternally grateful. Furthermore, during our visit to Dingyang City, we have brought with us the Qingxin Beauty Project, which I trust you have heard of. Should you agree to lend your hand, you would become the exclusive partner of Qingxin Beauty. Both Xiao Jiuli and Zhu Yinshi were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. However, Zhuang Yi shook his head in refusal, saying, Miss Qing, I'm afraid I cannot assist you with this matter. I am indebted to her and cannot summon her from her seclusion. Debt is not an issue. Simply state your figure, and the Qing group will promptly transfer the amount to your account. Qing Shiran insisted. It is not a monetary debt. In any case, I am unable to comply, he replied. Despite the earnestness she displayed being met with rejection, a surge of frustration welled up within Qing Shiran. Yet, she managed to suppress her emotions and handed him a personal business card. Mr. Zhuang, please accept this card. Regarding my father's illness, I sincerely request that you do not dismiss us prematurely. We can discuss this in detail at a later time. The Qing family's sincerity was indeed substantial. A detailed project proposal for Qingxin Beauty will be sent to you soon, and the terms of collaboration, responsibility allocation, funding injection, and profit sharing can certainly be negotiated and adjusted further. Chapter 87. Bamboo Nian's wife is pregnant. Apologies to my dear readers for my tardiness. My mind has been devoid of inspiration, and it is only now that I have managed to pen this down. As the banquet progressed, a subtle tension enveloped the atmosphere. Bamboo Nian's wife, suppressing her inner turmoil, approached Qing Xingran under the pretense of offering a toast. Miss Qing, allow me to raise a glass in your honor. To you and young Master Shin's happiness. Qing Xingran replied, clinking glasses but refraining from drinking. Bamboo Nian's wife followed suit, turning her head like a dog, her emotions complex as she gazed at Zhuang. Zhuang, may this cup of wine bear witness to our feelings throughout time. She pushed the glass towards Zhuang Yi, subtly asserting her status as his wife. Zhuang Yi coldly clinked glasses with her, not even bothering to lift his head, treating her as if she were invisible. Embarrassment washed over Bamboo Nian's wife, forcing a smile as anxiety loomed. Leaning closer to Zhuang Yi, she whispered, Darling, once the banquet concludes, May I escort you home? Tonight. If you use Xiao Julie's hand to make me feel wronged and heartbroken, we can call it even. Please don't be angry. Qing Xingran, seated closest, perked up her ears, catching the exchange. What was happening? Could it be that Mr. Zhuang is a cad? The esteemed guests at the table also noted Bamboo, Nian's wife's, peculiar behavior. They cast curious glances at Shen Linyuan, only to find him unresponsive. Was he allowing his partner to tarnish his reputation? Such audacity! Had the Shun family of the capital produced a spineless heir? A mocking smile crept on his Zhuang Yi's lips as he said with conviction, Bamboo, I bear no ill will towards you. We are divorced now. You have your social circle and friends, and that is your freedom and right. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated among the guests, igniting a wave of astonishment. What? The ex-wife has found a new love, yet cannot let go of her ex-husband? Is this a plot for a novel? Bamboo Nian's wife's face turned pale, her brows furrowing as she forced herself to continue. You petty, small-minded man, can you please refrain from throwing a tantrum? In such a grand setting, your outburst is quite embarrassing for me. In the past, had Zhuang Yi dared to put her on the spot, she would have kicked him squarely in the backside. Yet now, guilt weighed heavily on her heart, compelling her to lower her stature. Zhuang Yi rubbed his temples and waved her off. Let us not escalate matters in this setting. Bamboo Nian's wife felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness, ultimately ruffling his hair. All right, I will heed your words. You should build a good rapport with Miss Qing and temper your attitude. By the way, regarding the Fresh Beauty Project, please help me secure it. I assure you, I will not neglect your efforts, and we can discuss it further another time. She hinted delicately, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Julie before standing tall and striding away. Zhuang Yi grabbed a napkin, wiping his hair where she had touched it, and let out a cold chuckle. So this was her intention. Bamboo Nian, oh Bamboo Nian, you'll never change your ways. Once for the sake of 100 million, I could easily be pushed onto Xiao Julie's bed. Now, merely for collaboration, I am to be delivered into the embrace of the enchanting Qing Xinran. Beneath the table, Xiao Julie brushed against his calf, her voice sweet as orchids. If you dare to hand the project to Zhu Qian's ex-wife, I shall strip you bare and toss you onto the bed tonight. Zhuang Yi felt a pang of discomfort, wishing to avoid conversing with her, and took a sip from his wine glass. Zhu Nianqi circled around Qing Xinran and approached Li Weiming, respectfully raising her glass. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Doctor Li. Your expertise in oncology is truly commendable. Miss Zhu, you flatter me, replied Li Weiming, rising to clink glasses with her, then extending his hand. A vein throbbed on Zhu Nianqi's forehead, revealing a strained smile as she shook hands with him. Could we refrain from mentioning Shen Linyuan? My husband has been quite distressed by your remarks. As Li Weiming prepared to retract his hand, the pulse he felt at his fingertips caused his expression to shift abruptly. He froze, furrowing his brow, tightening his grip. Zhu Nianqi grimaced from the pressure, irritation creeping into her voice. Dr. Li, what is the matter? Li Weiming replied earnestly. One moment, Miss Zhu, your pulse is not quite right. After a prolonged moment, he released her delicate hand and performed a respectful gesture. Congratulations, Miss Zhu and Mr. Shen. Congratulations indeed. Zhu Nianqi retorted with annoyance, irritated that her husband was continually compared to Shen Linyuan. What does Dr. Li mean by that? Li Weiming, with a benevolent smile, elaborated. Miss Zhu, you must refrain from alcohol for the next 8 months. You are expecting. 56 days along. Bang. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The wine glass in Zhuang Yi's hand shattered to the ground, scattering shards of glass everywhere. A wave of overwhelming despair and helplessness surged within him. They had been divorced for less than half a month, and their last intimate encounter had occurred just over 2 months ago. This meant the timeline matched. Xiao Julie inhaled sharply, trembling as she set down her chopsticks, her eyes suddenly burning with unshed tears. An extreme sense of panic surged from her chest. She was about to lose something of immense importance. Don't leave me. I have only just begun to have the chance to be with you. Her heart ached as she looked at Zhuang Yi, her lips moving, while in his gaze, Zhu Nianqi's image had already taken shape. Zhu Nianqi, momentarily taken aback, inquired, Dr. Li, are you not an oncologist? Miss Zhu, I possess some knowledge of pulse diagnosis. Your current pulse is quite smooth, undoubtedly indicative of a joyous condition. If you doubt me, you may confirm it with a urine test or an ultrasound at the hospital. With a congratulatory smile on his face, Li Weiming gently patted the back of Zhu Yinqi's hand. Zhu Yinqi's expression momentarily faltered, her face lighting up with delight as she turned to Zhuang Yi. Darling, we are having a baby. We can remarry. Zhuang Yi interrupted decisively. Absolutely not. Chapter 88. Xiao Jiuli is determined to relinquish everything to Zhuang Yi. Absolutely not. Zhuang Yi's eyes blazed crimson as he abruptly stood up. Setting aside the question of the child's legitimacy, there were signs of your debauchery 6 months prior. Who knows which coward fathered this illegitimate offspring? Go back to being a doormat, a pitiful caricature of a high blood pressure novel protagonist? After finally shedding the identity of a cuckold, how could he allow his resolve to be shattered by a mere get-out-of-jail-free card? The grievances endured over the years have been more than sufficient. He could not allow himself to sink deeper into the quagmire. No matter how fervent the love, it had been depleted by betrayal, deceit, and disregard time and again. Zhu Yin's wife's smile froze, disbelief written across her face. Husband, next month, the baby will be 3 months old. I can undergo a cord blood test for verification. If it's not the fruit of our love, I'll jump off a building in despair. Zhuang Yi retreated 3 steps, nearly colliding with the chair leg. The more resolute Zhu Yin's wife became, the more tumultuous his heart grew. Absurd. Disgusting. If there were indeed a child, it would undoubtedly bear his bloodline. Yet, this marriage was destined to be a tragic fate. Continuing this charade would only lead to further injury for himself. One encounter with the supernatural is enough. How can one choose? A good horse does not turn back to graze in the same pasture. He would never remarry. With a darkened expression, he swiftly exited the private room. I apologize, everyone, for my earlier rudeness. I wish you all a pleasant evening. Zhu Yin's wife hastily followed, calling out, Husband, wait for me. Guests turned their heads, intrigued by the unfolding drama, ultimately bursting into laughter. Only Xiao Jiuli remained frozen in her seat, tears streaming down her face. She murmured to herself, I am about to lose you. I am about to lose you. A wretched smile crossed her lips as she staggered out of the room. In the restroom, she violently turned on the faucet, icy water gushing forth. She cupped her hands, splashing the frigid liquid onto her face repeatedly, attempting to awaken her senses with the biting chill. She had toiled endlessly for this relationship, transforming from adversaries to friends and gradually evolving into partners. Suddenly, an absurd twist had emerged, threatening to strip away everything she had painstakingly achieved. She refused to let go. This was something she had fought so hard to obtain. At 28, she could not afford to wait any longer. Zhu Yin's wife, you have discarded him several times. Why can you not relinquish him to me? Why can you not let him go? Her slender right hand struck the glass mirror before her with force. The glass shattered, shards scattering like raindrops, reflecting her heart, now as fragmented as the mirror. Gazing at her reflection in the broken glass, Xiao Jiuli felt as though, in the blink of an eye, her once rosy cheeks had paled, aging her nearly a decade. Outside the 5-star hotel, on the street, Zhuang Yi smoked one cigarette after another, the smoke curling elegantly from his fingertips. Behind him, Zhu Yin's wife covered her nose, trailing behind him step by step. After walking for some time, Zhuang Yi calmly stated, You should return. I do not wish to see you. It is futile to avoid me now. I possess your child, and you cannot escape my grasp. Zhu Yinqi said playfully, her demeanor reminiscent of a pregnant woman as she gently caressed her flat belly. The thought of having a child to bind her marriage and tether her husband filled her with unparalleled joy and happiness. She remained oblivious to the deep melancholy that enveloped her ex-husband at that moment. Darling, I am now a child, and being a divorced woman has diminished my status in the circle. No one would desire to become an unexpected father. Thus my husband can only be you, and you must not abandon me. Carefree and unburdened, she continued. Zhuang Yi chaklit in ekaspiraten. Shaking his head. Are you implying that I am destined to be an unexpected father? A sense of weariness permeated his words. Zhu Yinqi casually replied, You are kinder, and besides, this is our own flesh and blood. So there's no such thing as being an unexpected father. Zhuang Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette, attempting to mask his frustration with the smoke. Is that so? Kindness deserves to be taken advantage of. You misunderstand me, dear. I will cherish you from now on. Zhu Yinchi said fiercely, her brow furrowed. Walk slowly. I fear I may fall. Zhuang Yi paused, his eyes reddening as he turned around. Perhaps falling would be better if the child were to perish. This cruel thought remained unspoken, too vicious to voice. After a fleeting moment of fury, his emotions gradually quelled. Call Lu Xiaoxi and have her pick you up. Zhu Yinchi shook her head, her pride evident. At this hour, she is likely asleep. Why not let my husband take me home? Zhuang Yi extinguished his cigarette and dialed Huang Shui. Upon receiving a call from Zhuang Yi for the first time, Huang Shui's voice was tinged with excitement. Why are you calling me now? I warn you, I'm on my period these days. It's not possible. Zhuang Yi, unyielding, replied, I'm coming out of the hotel. Come pick up Zhu Yinchi. Hearing this, Huang Shui felt a pang of disappointment. Make my darling Yinchi wait for me. He hung up the phone and left without a backward glance. Darling, Zhu Yinchi's legs instinctively moved forward, yet her mind compelled her to halt. What was happening? Had her husband entrusted her to his most detested Huang Shui? Yet she was pregnant. Why did he maintain such an attitude? Furthermore, why did Huang Shui mention her period? What was she implying? Zhuang Yi purchased 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 cases of beer before returning to Sister Bayune's residence. Checking the time, it was already 3 in the morning. He felt exhausted and disoriented, yet sleep eluded him. He considered his abrupt departure and felt a twinge of guilt towards Xiao Juli, deciding to send an apology via his phone. Apologies for agreeing to be your companion, only to bail at the last minute. Xiao Juli replied in an instant. It's no big deal, devoid of punctuation, cold and distant. Zhuang Yi placed his phone on the coffee table, smoking and drinking in indifference. After a while, receiving no response, Xiao Juli messaged again, Don't leave me. Zhuang Yi had not paid attention. Instead, he was incessantly pouring alcohol into himself until his crimson eyes were veined with coarse streaks of blood. After a while, Xiao Juli began bombarding him with messages. Do not remarry Zhu Yin's wife. Do not become a heartless scoundrel who abandons his spouse. She is not a virtuous woman. She has deceived you, colluding with the mistress to torment you. She is a purveyor of lies, coercing you with threats for monetary gain. I will transfer all my shares of the Xiao Corporation to you, and I will bear your child. I will forsake fresh beauty as well. All I desire is you. Choose me. Just choose me, and I will devote everything I have to you. Zhuang Yi, his cheeks flushed from the alcohol, could no longer endure the cacophony. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. His finger trembled as tears welled in his eyes. He had never witnessed Xiao Juli in such a state. Even through the screen, devoid of sound, he could perceive the tempest of her emotions. After a prolonged silence, he replied with a single message. I cannot remarry Zhu Yin's wife. Chapter 89. Zhu Yin's wife sends the pregnancy test report the following morning at the Zhu family's villa. Zhu Jiangwo languidly reclined on the sofa, cradling a steaming cup of tea and savoring each sip. Zhu Yin's wife, her face radiant with joy, dashed from the expansive courtyard into the living room. Dad, I have wonderful news. Zhu Jiangwo glanced up at her with a frown, retorting, What joy can you possibly have? Your husband has been whisked away by someone else. Zhu Yin's wife settled beside him, gently taking his hand. Oh no, my husband is loyal and loves me dearly. He would never abandon me. Would he? Do you take me for a fool? Zhu Jiangwo furrowed his brow, sighing heavily. An informant from the Xiao group witnessed Zhuang Yi flirting with the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. He's run off with a mistress. My husband won't stray for long. He will soon come back to beg me for reconciliation, Zhu Yin's wife asserted earnestly. I am pregnant, 2 months along, and without a doubt. It is my husband's own flesh and blood. Zhu Jiangwo's hand trembled at her words, nearly spilling his tea. What? You're a child? His incredulity was evident as he turned to Zhu Yin's wife, who nodded enthusiastically with a beaming smile. He set down his cup and leapt to his feet, brimming with excitement. Splendid. Truly, you are your father's beloved daughter. Our home will soon be filled with joy. I, Zhu Jiangwo, shall become a grandfather. A grandchild will be in my arms. In an instant, his previous disdain evaporated, replaced with an exuberant demeanor. However, he quickly recalled a grave and complex matter. Yin's wife. Zhuang has mingled with numerous women since your divorce. Now that you are pregnant, it would be wise to employ some clever tactics to eliminate those who harbor ill intentions towards him. With a child on the way, Zhu Yin's wife possessed the most significant leverage. Yet, the eldest daughter of the Shao family was not to be underestimated. She needed to devise a means to tarnish her reputation and render her powerless in her pursuit of happiness. Zhu Yin's wife had already considered her father's perspective and was prepared to preempt any future troubles. Rest assured, Dad, I have it all planned out. Xu Bauer and Xiao Juli, with your lowly schemes, do you really think you can take my husband from me? Not a chance. At Bai Yun's residence, Zhuang Yi drowned his sorrow in alcohol throughout the night. When Bai Yun awoke, concerned for his health, she endeavored to persuade him to cease his drinking. He sat on the sofa for what seemed like an eternity, lost in thought, or perhaps entirely devoid of it. The ashtray overflowed, the ground littered with countless cigarette butts, heavy and burdensome. As evening fell, Xiao Juli sent a voice message along with a dozen photos. Zhu Yin's wife warned me to keep my distance, and she has gathered my old photographs to threaten me. The images depicted lavish banquet halls, with Xiao Juli exuding charm and allure, surrounded by various male companions. She raised her glass for toasts and covered her mouth in playful laughter. The content appeared innocuous, yet Zhuang Yi keenly discerned Zhu Yin's wife's intent. Having previously been ensnared by Xiao Juli when she sent him an intimate photo of herself, Zhu Yin's wife now aimed to ensnare Xiao Juli in the same manner. This subtle tactic is indeed clever. Unfortunately, the combined impact of all the photographs pales in comparison to that one image of a kiss. Without even a hand-holding perspective, what value does such gossip hold? After perusing the photos, Xiao Juli sent another voice message. The male companions in the photographs are all from the new generation of our family. In certain important occasions, we need to assemble handsome men and beautiful women. I stand firm in my integrity, so if she wishes to threaten me, I might as well share everything with you. To alleviate any jealousy that Zhuang Yi might feel, she added, these trivial matters occurred before I met you. Since knowing you, I have not attended any banquets with male companions. I have not engaged in any unethical behavior. Zhuang Yi, currently disinterested in her explanations, simply replied, understood. Perhaps due to the blandness of his response, less than a minute later, Xiao Juli called again. Zhuang Yi, feeling irritable, answered the call, and before he could speak, he heard her voice, trembling with urgency. Zhu's ex-wife is threatening me. She plans to tarnish the Shao family's reputation using our past unfinished projects, shoddy constructions, safety incidents, and financial crises. Furthermore, she has somehow unearthed several properties with excessive formaldehyde levels, claiming them to be the work of the Shao family, intending to ruin us. Not stopping there, she had also acquired information regarding the indiscretions of the Shao family's offspring, warning me that if I continued to associate with you, she would make it public online. Her voice trembled, clearly struggling to suppress her sorrow. Zhuang Yi coldly responded, isn't it the PR department's responsibility to handle negative information? Why are you recounting this to me? An irritable man cannot offer words of comfort. He can only feel more vexed. After a moment of silence, Xiao Juli choked back her emotions and said, Zhu's ex-wife is as venomous as a serpent, ruthless in her methods. You cannot remarry her. Zhuang Yi's tone sharpened slightly. I've already stated, I will not remarry her. Xiao Juli was on the verge of tears again. What about the baby? Zhuang Yi paused, swallowing hard, feeling a pang of bitterness. This question caught him off guard. He felt a throbbing headache, one that made him restless. In real life, there are countless examples of individuals sacrificing themselves within marriage for the sake of their children. Such families often end up experiencing emotional sensitivity, recurring domestic violence, frequent disputes, and other such conditions. After much contemplation, he could only divert the topic. There are executives in the Zhu group involved in embezzlement and bribery. These individuals will soon face legal retribution. You might consider purchasing black materials from them before that, to counteract the Zhu family. On the other end of the line, Xiao Juli seemed overwhelmed by this answer. Her breathing quickened, and she helplessly broke into tears, not uttering another word before hanging up. Even through the screen, Zhuang Yi could sense the tears cascading down that exquisite face. From that moment on, Zhuang Yi fell into a state of despondency for several days. With sleep averaging no more than 5 hours, he immersed himself in work, as if only through this distraction could he numb himself. He had not mentioned this matter to anyone. Throughout it all, only he and Xiao Jili were aware. One evening, while washing the dishes, Zhuang Yi received a text message from an unfamiliar number. He dried his hands, picked up his phone, and upon opening it, was met with a photograph, an image of the medical report confirming that his wife, Zhuang Yi, was pregnant. Beneath the photograph, a message accompanied it. "Darling, you're going to be a father. Hurry and pack your bags to come home." Zhuang Yi felt as though his heart had been ruthlessly wrenched, and his expression darkened to an extreme as he coldly blocked the number. Chapter 90. Zhu Yiqing discourages Su Bao Er, a woman devoid of concern. Zhuang Yi was overwhelmed with frustration. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dialed Su Bao Er's mobile number. "Xiao Zhuang, good evening," came Su Bao Er's soothing voice, which made Zhuang Yi's eyes well up with emotion. The speaker emitted soft, labored breaths alongside the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Zhuang Yi strove to maintain a casual tone, not wanting to arouse any suspicion. "What are you doing?" Su Bao Er timidly replied, "Recently, work has been scarce, so Bao Er is delivering takeout in the dormitory." "What did you have for dinner?" Su Bao Er chuckled softly, "I haven't eaten yet." Zhuang Yi paused in his dishwashing, a heaviness settling in his heart. "I see. I haven't eaten either. After finishing your deliveries, would you join me for dinner?" Su Bao Er was taken aback. "Huh? It's already 8 o'clock. How can you not eat?" Irregular meals can easily lead to stomach problems. Su Bao Er was not accustomed to expressing anger, and her inadvertent raised voice startled her, causing her to worry about offending her boss. She cautiously added, "Xiao Zhuang, I'm sorry for speaking so loudly. Please ensure you eat on time, all right?" Zhuang Yi's eyes were alarmingly red and swollen. Dinner time had long passed, and he had already washed most of the dishes, so it was implausible that he hadn't eaten. "All right, I understand," he responded softly. Su Bao Er, with anticipation, suggested, "How about we meet at the school gate at 9? I'll head out after I finish delivering." "Sounds good." After washing the dishes, Zhuang Yi disguised himself somewhat, though his complexion remained haggard and his eyes red-rimmed. At 8:50, he approached Dingyang University and unexpectedly encountered a girl. Su Bao Er stood innocently in an open area, and before her stood an unexpected figure, Zhu Yiqing, the sister of Zhu Nianqi. The situation did not bode well. Zhuang Yi, smoking a cigarette, sensed something amiss and quietly concealed himself in a nearby corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. From Zhuang Yi's vantage point, Zhu Yiqing was clad in a mask, dark sunglasses, and a baseball cap, with her hair twisted and tucked into a loose white sweatshirt. Her attire was understated, seemingly shunning the limelight, and her curvaceous figure revealed no hint of sensuality. Zhu Yiqing crossed her arms and spoke first, after lurking for several days. "You finally show yourself, Su Bao Er." Su Bao Er, maintaining a distance of 3 steps from Zhu Yiqing, looked at her apprehensively. This evening, she wore the milky white dress gifted by Zhuang Yi, which complemented her fair, delicate features beautifully. The hem of her dress swayed in the wind, accentuating her pure and charming demeanor. Her eyes sparkled as she timidly asked, "Who are you?" "I have plans with my boyfriend tonight. You cannot take me away." In recent days, Zhuang Yi had never explicitly defined their relationship. However, under the influence of her roommate Wei Qianqian, Su Bao Er believed that Zhuang Yi's allowance of hand-holding signified their status as a couple. Hidden beneath a tree, Zhuang Yi bitterly smiled, realizing that he had been overly presumptuous. Zhu Yiqing furrowed her brow, her tone frosty. "Are you referring to Zhuang Yi?" Upon realizing that the other party was acquainted with Zhuang Yi, Su Bayer's wariness slightly diminished. "Do you know him? What is your relationship with him?" "I am her aunt." Zhu Yiqing pondered silently, disbelief washing over her. How could someone as exemplary as Zhuang Yi easily confirm a romantic relationship with a student? Her mind raced as she retrieved a bank card from her purse and slowly extended it to Su Bayer. This card contains 5 million. The password is 114514. It was entrusted to me by Madame Zhu Yinqi to give to you. I care not for your connection with Zhuang Yi, but I implore you to accept this sum and depart from Zhuang Yi's company forever. Leave Dingyang City and seek out a city you cherish, to live the life you yearn for. Hidden away, Zhuang Yi felt a jolt. He had not anticipated Madame Zhu Yinqi would take such measures against those close to him. Her actions were indeed swift. To his surprise, Su Bei'er did not accept the card. Instead, she pursed her lips in discontent. Zhu Yinqi, that woman who delights in tormenting Zhuang? Might you enlighten me on her motives? Zhu Yeqing exhaled a heavy sigh. This was her first encounter with Su Bei'er, and the impression she left was that of a naive girl easily deceived. Madame Zhu Yinqi is with child. The father is Zhuang Yi. In order to safeguard this genuine affection, she must eliminate all destabilizing factors surrounding Zhuang Yi. You should consider yourself fortunate. Madame Zhu Yinqi respects life and does not wish to become a murderous mother. Otherwise, you would have met a far graver fate. She presented Zhu Yinqi's medical report before Su Bei'er with a chilling finality. The impact was akin to a thunderclap, rendering Su Bei'er momentarily speechless. She stared blankly at the report, shock coursing through her, as tears welled up in her eyes and cascaded down her cheeks. Pregnant. Madame Zhu Yinqi is pregnant. In that instant, she was engulfed in confusion, her shoulders trembling with sorrow as tears flowed freely. Then, congratulations to Zhuang. He is to become a father. Her voice trembled, and with a quivering hand, she gently wiped away her tears, striving to maintain her composure. The more openly she wept, the heavier Zhuang Yi's heart felt, and he could only continue smoking to drown his sorrow, clutching his chest tightly. Su Bei'er, you are correct. Madame Zhu Yinqi mentioned that Zhuang Yi frequently visits the school. She wishes to prevent him from straying once they remarry. Zhu Yeqing withdrew the report, her heart softening slightly. She struggled to comprehend why her dear sister insisted that she undertake such a malicious task when it could be delegated to someone else. Yet, as an elder sister, she could not decline the duty of assisting in winning back her brother's affection. Zhuang Yi was a good boy. He had not strayed, while it was Su Bei'er who had nurtured feelings that were inappropriate. Su Bei'er immediately dismissed Zhu Yeqing's assertion, shaking her head in disappointment. Xiao Zhuang, so composed, intelligent, and kind-hearted, has been bullied by Zhu Yinqi, yet he has never contemplated retaliating against her. Bauer firmly believes that he will make the most rational decision for the sake of the baby. Zhu Yeqing, moved by the situation, pressed a bank card into Bauer's hand and urged her to accept it, advising her to leave Dingyang City forever and avoid provoking the Zhu family as revenge, the consequences of which she could not bear. With her head bowed, Bauer forcefully pushed the bank card back, tears cascading down to their wrists. She did not want the money. She feared not the revenge, but only that Xiao Zhuang might suffer. Chapter 91. Is Zhu Yinqi engaged to someone else? Bauer seeks no monetary gain, fears no retribution, but is deeply concerned for Xiao Zhuang's well-being. With heartfelt sincerity, Su Bauer's voice trembles with emotion. Rest assured, I will understand and leave after graduation. I would never disrupt the family of Xiao Zhuang, nor would I take your money. Zhu Yeqing feels a swell of emotion. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her heart a tumult of conflicting feelings, rendering her speechless. Zhu Yinqi, you foolish sister, why must you compel me to engage in such unkind deeds? She understands that she should appear fearsome to dissuade Su Bauer. Yet, the innocence of this child tugs at her heartstrings, making it impossible to act harshly. This money is rightfully yours. Why not accept it? Su Bauer, slightly self-conscious, lifts her head, allowing pearlescent tears to cascade down her cheeks. A bittersweet smile graces her lips, imbued with a profound sense of sorrow. Though I am poor, my ambitions remain unshaken. I cannot accept your charity. Zhu Yeqing's eyes shimmer with astonishment as she gazes at the tear-streaked, exquisite face before her, her heart clenching painfully. Su Bauer appears ethereal, beautiful to the point of breaking one's heart. With a wistful expression, Su Bauer produces 5,706 yuan from her pocket. She discreetly returns 6 yuan to her pocket, tenderly pressing the remaining 5,700 into Zhu Yeqing's hands, saying with deep remorse, "You must be here to drive Bauer away, a relative of Zhu Nianqi. This is all the money I possess. Please take care of Xiao Zhuang. He works tirelessly, often late into the night, earning money to donate to the orphanage, to support Sister Baiyun, to pay me, and to take me out for leisure. His burdens are immense, and I have not been able to show him my appreciation, so I ask you to help me care for him. Will you?" Her voice, filled with tenderness, weighs heavily upon Zhu Yeqing's heart. Looking at the worn coins in her palm, they seem light, yet their significance feels overwhelmingly heavy. A voice within warns her that obstructing Su Bauer would be a grievous mistake. However, as Zhu Nianqi is her sister, she feels compelled to intervene in her favor. Resigned to this thought, Zhu Yeqing returns the money to Su Bauer's pocket and solemnly presents her business card. This naive child, even when sold, she insists on aiding others. "I understand your intentions, but I do not require your money. Accept my card. After graduation, contact me. I need someone as sincere as you to assist me. Enjoy your campus life, and I shall persuade Zhu Nianqi to allow you to develop in Dingyang City, fostering a friendship with Xiao Zhuang. Of course, this is contingent upon maintaining appropriate boundaries." Su Bauer forces a semblance of calm, stating, "I will not meet Xiao Zhuang again. I will send him the work documents shortly and block all his contact information." Zhu Yeqing affectionately ruffles her hair, silently resolving to keep her close. "Zhu Nianqi, you truly deserve to be chastised. Such a considerate child. How could you bear to act so?" Hiding beneath the parasol tree, Zhuang Yi's countenance darkened to the utmost. He smoked incessantly, the smoke swirling around him, one cigarette after another. Half an hour later, Su Bauer sent a farewell message along with work documents, stating that she would not be having dinner either. Her words were laden with guilt, each phrase an apology, expressing her unworthiness for her position, and she emphasized her decision to resign due to a more satisfying job opportunity. Zhuang Yi lacked the courage to respond, for pressing the send button would summon a chilling red exclamation mark. When he looked up again, the bamboo leaf green and Su Bauer had already departed. Su Bauer, as I had mentioned in chapter 78, being too close to me would only result in retribution. Why can't you trust me? After exhausting all his cigarettes, Zhuang Yi left Dingyang University with a blank expression. At 3 in the morning, beneath the overpass by Qingyan River, the water lay still like a mirror, reflecting the faint blue-black hue and the sparse lights from the bridge, as if the stars had fallen from the night sky. Zhuang Yi leaned against the railing, gazing at the gently rippling surface, slowly retrieving a newly purchased pack of cigarettes and lighting one. The moon waned, and the sun began to rise. By 9 in the morning, Zhuang Yi had smoked through 5 packs, feeling as though his lungs might collapse. After extinguishing the last cigarette, he resolutely dialed his wife's number. After a prolonged wait, his wife finally answered. "Darling, you finally called me. I miss you so much." Listening to her sweet tone, Zhuang Yi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. He couldn't help but ponder what his wife was truly doing. She professed her longing. It took her so long to answer the phone. But soon he lost interest in guessing, coldly inquiring, "Where are you now?" His wife replied truthfully, "I'm at my parents' house. I'll head over now. Let us meet in 15 minutes. Upon hearing that her husband was coming immediately, she panicked. "Ah, what? You're coming over now?" "Yes, wait for me." His wife immediately refused. "No, let us talk this afternoon. I have things to—" Beep, beep. Beep. Zhuang Yi hung up the phone, his sleepless eyes bloodshot and swollen, and he walked step by step toward the Zhu family villa. 15 minutes later, at the Zhu family villa, Zhuang Yi entered the courtyard empty-handed, stepping into the living room of the villa. The moment he saw his wife, his pupils constricted suddenly, his mouth agape in shock. A chilling sensation surged from his nostrils, desperately burrowing into his lungs. Good heavens, this is our Zhu family's Zhu Nianqi, only 27 this year. Yet she manages the Zhu Corporation with remarkable prowess, excelling in both life and work. Wang Xiaomei, seated on the sofa, patted Zhu Nianqi's thigh and cheerfully introduced her to a man nearing 30. "You're both young. You share many common topics, so chat freely and cultivate your relationship." Zhuang Yi clenched his fists, but soon relaxed them. There was a child in her womb, and she kept insisting on remarrying. As a result, he found himself in this matchmaking scenario. Calming his emotions, Zhuang Yi ominously approached. When he brushed past Wan Zhe, his ex-wife's suitor, Wan Zhe momentarily froze, then revealed a sinister smile, raising his eyebrows in mockery. Zhuang Yi's expression turned frigid, choosing to disregard him as he strode directly to Zhu Yan's side. Wang Xiaomei slammed her palm on the coffee table, yelling furiously, "What are you doing here, you good-for-nothing? You ungrateful wretch, get out of my sight. You have delayed my daughter's significant life event, and the Zhu family will not let you off easily." Throughout their marriage, his former mother-in-law had never treated Zhuang Yi kindly, and now that they were divorced, there was no semblance of affection left. Zhuang Yi ignored her, turning to Zhu Yan and inquired in a low voice, "Are you here for a matchmaking event?" Wang Xiaomei interjected with malicious amusement. "A matchmaking event? How absurd. Our daughter is engaged to Wan Zhe. The Wan family is illustrious and wealthy, far beyond the reach of certain leeches." Chapter 92. Zhu Yan's wife urged Zhuang Yi to wait outside. Zhuang Yi cast a piercing glare at Wang Xiaomei, whose body shivered in response to his dark, crimson gaze. Her voice trembled as she stammered, What kind of look is that?" Zhuang Yi turned his attention coldly to Zhu Yan's wife and inquired, "Are you engaged so soon?" Zhu Yan's wife felt a pang of guilt. "It's not an engagement. She's lying to you. We're just friends. I'm being forced by my mother." Today, she was adorned in a striking outfit, radiating beauty. Zhuang Yi's eyes swept over the gifts on the coffee table and noticed two prominent figures accompanying Wan Zhe. The young man named Wan Zhe was impeccably dressed and exuded an air of confidence and charm, truly resembling an intended fiancé, save for the absence of a photographer. Friends? Such deceitful words would hardly convince even a dog. Had she not conveyed the truth about her situation to her family? Zhuang Yi scoffed, subtly indicating the baby in Zhu Yan's wife's belly. She mumbled, "I did." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yi inhaled sharply, casting a significant glance at Wang Xiaomei. How could they conceal the existence of a child from the prospective father? Did they not fear the repercussions from the Wan family against the Zhu clan? Such actions would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon the Wan family. The mother and daughter were both audacious in their defiance. Suppressing his temper, he inquired again, "Where is Zhu Jiangwo?" Wang Xiaomei, as if provoked, glared at Zhuang Yi in anger. "How dare you address him by his full name? You worthless fool." "Mom, please, refrain from speaking so harshly. Wan Zhe is still here." Zhu Yan's wife interjected, feeling uneasy. "Dad has gone out and won't be back until this afternoon. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't dare act so brazenly." Wang Xiaomei's face paled with frustration. "You foolish girl, can you not turn against your own family?" Zhuang Yi stated, "I'll wait outside for you. Let me know when your new fiancé leaves. I have matters to discuss with you." Zhu Yan's wife raised her head in protest. "No, I will always be your." You can go out first. I will explain everything to you shortly." With the Wan family present, Zhu Yan's wife could not use terms like husband or wife, fearing she might offend the Wan family irreparably. Moreover, with a baby on the way, Zhuang Yi, despite his anger, needed to consider the greater good. With the dismissal issued, Zhuang Yi did not linger, lighting a cigarette as he stepped outside. Before leaving, he cast one last glance at Wan Zhe, who returned a knowing smile. However, Zhuang Yi was in no mood to reciprocate, finding no interest in engaging with him. Zhu Yan's wife watched Zhuang Yi's retreating figure, feeling no trace of jealousy from him. Throughout the entire exchange, his expression remained unchanged and devoid of emotion. This made her feel as though he was deliberately distancing himself, leaving her with an unpleasant sensation. I do not wish for this either, but the Wan family is prominent in Dingyang. Since they have come, we cannot simply turn them away. Zhuang Yi stood outside the villa, leaning against the wall. As he smoked, he listened to the affectionate banter between Zhu Yan's wife and the Wan family members, their laughter echoing in the air. Ever since the incident at the cinema, Zhuang Yi had grown numb to such occurrences. It is nothing but Zhu Yanxi and others indulging in frivolity at home while he stands outside, exposed to the blazing sun. As time swiftly passes, afternoon descends. Wang Xiaomei deliberately arranges for Wan Zhe and a few others to dine at home, ensuring that Zhuang Yi, the fool, experiences the pangs of hunger. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Wanzai emerges from the villa, casting a furtive glance around to confirm he is unobserved, before draping an arm over Zhuang Yi's shoulder. "What are you doing, little brother? Standing out here like a simpleton." Wanzai's arm is not short, yet lacks the strength of Zhuang Yi. Basking in the sun, replenishing calcium, Zhuang Yi replies disinterestedly, brushing off Wanzai's arm. "First, let go. We can't let the Zhu family know we are acquainted." Wanzai chuckles and continues. "I need to ask you something. Has Zhu become ill? She can't drink, can't smoke, and has been dry heaving." Zhuang Yi hands him a cigarette, stating mildly, "She is pregnant. Keep this under wraps." Hiss. "Pregnant and expecting me to go on blind dates? Am I to become an unexpected father?" Wanzai's brow furrows in distress as he turns and enters the Zhu family villa. "I'll treat you to dinner another day. That old hag just scolded you. I'll teach her a lesson by cutting off a few million from the Zhu family's cooperative project funds in a couple of days, so she remembers." Half an hour later, the Wan family departs, and Wang Xiaomei treats Zhuang Yi as though he were invisible while bidding farewell to Wanzai. At the same moment, Zhu Jiangwo returns, jubilant, and approaches Zhuang Yi, oblivious to his unusual demeanor. "Son, why are you standing out here? Come, let us go inside. I need to have a serious talk with you about the child." Wanzai exhales a smoke ring, maintaining his composure. "Uncle Jiangwo, let me finish this cigarette." Zhu Jiangwo's heart sinks, his body trembling as if nailed to the ground, staring incredulously at Zhuang Yi. After what feels like an eternity, he vacantly returns home. "All right. Dad will wait for you." Zhuang Yi finishes his cigarette and lights another, longing to inhale deeply, hoping the nicotine will dull his mind. Once the second cigarette is extinguished, Zhuang Yi returns to the Zhu family villa, his demeanor as cold as ice. In the sitting area, Zhu Nianqi stands, her face flushed, seemingly pleased with the recent engagement. She exclaims excitedly, "Darling, are we here to discuss reconciliation?" Upon hearing the word reconciliation, Wang Xiaomei erupts like a firecracker. "You useless fool. Get out. Our Nianqi has better options now. You do not deserve to be in the Zhu family." Zhu Jiangwo jabs her sharply in the back. "Be quiet, old woman. Your antics are tearing this family apart." Zhuang Yi disregards the pair, striding directly to Zhu Nianqi, his gaze colder than ever. "Zhu Nianqi, are you attempting to use the child to force my compliance for a return to the Zhu family? Daddy, do you truly hold me in such low regard?" Zhu Nianqi's tone is filled with insecurity. "In any case, we now have a child. So you should pack your bags and come back to care for our future little one. And then we can reconcile." She reaches out to link her arm with Zhuang Yi's, but he violently swats her hand away. The sound echoes sharply. "Reconciliation? Reconciliation? And yet you, as a mother, indulge in frivolity, becoming engaged to another and spending the night at a handsome young man's abode?" Zhuang Yi retorted coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Have you returned merely to threaten Su Bao and Xiao Julie?" Zhu Yin's hand was reddened from the slap, and feeling a wave of grievance, she pouted and said, "Darling, could you not be so petty? Everything I do is for you, and moreover, we have a pressing matter at hand. It is our reconciliation. A pressing matter. We must confront the reality of our relationship." Zhuang Yi's voice gradually grew colder, and in the harshest tone, he commanded, "We are going to the hospital now to terminate the pregnancy." Chapter 93. The Zhu family kneel. Bow. A resounding roar echoed around Zhu Nianqi, as if the very fabric of her world was collapsing. "Husband, how could you utter such words? Do you not understand? Such statements are the hallmark of a scoundrel, a betrayal of one's own flesh and blood." Her voice trembled, nearly losing its pitch, as tears spilled uncontrollably. Zhuang Yi's words struck her like a sharp blade, piercing her heart with a pain so profound it rendered her breathless. She found herself grappling with the bewildering question of where she had gone astray. She had merely encouraged Su Bao and Xiao Jiuli to distance themselves from Zhuang Yi, never pressuring them harshly. As for the matchmaking with Wanzai, she had remained neutral until the guests arrived, only then realizing that Wang Xiaomei had ensnared her. She had clearly come to terms with her feelings for Zhuang Yi. Why was she being subjected to such cruelty? Beside her, Zhu Jiangwo staggered back several steps, nearly losing his balance. His mind was a tempest of confusion, instinctively leading him to wonder if Zhu Nianqi had secretly wronged Zhuang Yi. After all, how could this usually gentle son-in-law be so cold-hearted? Wang Xiumei was jubilant, her delight barely concealed, as she tenderly grasped Zhu Nianqi's arm. Nianqi, this useless, ingratiating wretch, has finally spoken some sense. You must remarry and ensure that this waste does not taint your future. He is unworthy of your bearing his children. Silence. You vile harpy, sowing discord. Zhu Jiangwo's face turned ashen, nearly driven to his grave by fury. Forgive me, Xiao Zhuang. My family's upbringing has been woefully inadequate. It is my failure as the head of this household. Such insolence is intolerable, and in the face of grave matters, you still incite trouble. Zhuang Yi's expression remained impassive, his eyes deep and frosty as the night. After enduring pain for so long, one becomes numb. Yet he was taken aback by the venomous tongue of this old woman, unexpectedly serving as an unwitting ally today. Zhu Nianqi, feeling wronged and furious, her eyes brimming with tears, pleaded, "Husband, I have made some minor errors in the past, but I shall amend my ways. I was unaware of the matchmaking today. Terminate it." Zhuang Yi's cold response was succinct, his heart heavy with reluctance. The bombshell was too devastating to ignore. If left unaddressed, it would only ensnare him further in despair. Deep within, he entertained an even darker, more ruthless alternative, but he was unwilling to descend to such depths. Zhu Nianqi had once been his beloved companion. He could not repay her betrayal with vengeance. "Husband, I will not terminate the pregnancy. You should abandon that thought." Zhu Nianqi bit her lip, resolute yet distressed, asserting, "Your presence here, speaking such words, affirms that my choice is just. You are not a man who would abandon his wife and child. You will fulfill your responsibilities as a father, will you not?" Her smile was pained yet certain, convinced that once the child was born, Zhuang Yi would honor his obligations as a man. 8 months. 8 months hence. Irrespective of how flamboyantly Zhuang Yi thrives in the outside world, he shall dutifully return home to tend to the child. After 7 years of companionship, Zhu Nian's unwavering faith in his character remains steadfast. Should outsiders opine that she employs the child to bind her partner, let them speak their minds. She is indifferent. All she desires is Zhuang Yi. She employs the flesh of her own womb to anchor his sense of responsibility and kindness. Once the first child is born, the second and third will inevitably follow. If she can retain him the first time, she can do so countless times thereafter. Zhuang Yi has, of course, discerned the ulterior motives of his ex-wife. His gaze is indifferent, yet turbulent currents swirl within his heart. "Zhu Nian, you truly wield a formidable hand. With mere words inflicting wounds upon me, you remain perpetually aloof, believing that those who love you must act according to your whims." Such a base creature. Upon being berated, Zhu Nian felt a mix of resentment and fury, yet cognizant that the pressing matter was to coax her husband back home. She swallowed her anger and softened her tone. "Darling, I cannot bear to be without you, and our baby cannot grow up without a father. Please come home obediently." Zhuang Yi sneered coldly. "What if I refuse?" Zhu Nian, with a heart unburdened, retorted, "If you do not remarry me, our baby shall never know a joyful childhood." Perhaps uttered without thought, her words struck the three present as if struck by lightning. Zhu Jiangwo's countenance darkened dramatically, and he roared in fury, "Zhu Nian, I have warned you against using the child to threaten Xiao Zhuang. Are you deaf?" Zhu Jiangwo had previously mentioned that leveraging the child to forge connections was acceptable as long as Zhuang Yi made concessions within a controllable realm. However, once it escalated to using the child as leverage against one's partner, the situation had soured. Such behavior is unbecoming of a competent mother. Wang Xiumei echoed vehemently, "Your father is correct. The baby is innocent. We can just terminate the pregnancy. Zhuang Yi, that good-for-nothing, does not deserve to have descendants." Having offered her counsel, she immediately turned to Zhuang Yi, hurling insults. "You pathetic scoundrel. How can my daughter ever fall for a lowly orphan like you? After the divorce, you still torment our Zhu family. Why don't you just vanish?" It was only after her parents' scolding that Zhu Nian realized her misstep, covering her mouth and muttering an apology. Mother, you must not insult Zhuang Yi, or I shall be enraged. She forcefully slapped Wang Xiaomei's hand, reprimanding her to cease her nonsense, then turned to Zhuang Yi, saying, Darling, I apologize. My previous words were thoughtless. Please do not take them to heart. I cherish our offspring immensely and will ensure that they are never wronged. Zhuang Yi remained ambiguous in his belief. Silently, he lit a cigarette, his disappointment and anger nearly overwhelming his mind. His calm, indifferent demeanor teetered on the brink of collapse. Zhu family, you truly excel at bullying. In marriage, you flaunted your power and manipulated me as if I were a fool. Even after the divorce, you seek to torment me anew. It is high time for me to show you the true colors of the Zhu family. Zhuang Yi's crimson eyes ignited with fierce determination as he glared fiercely at Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei felt a prickling unease, yet emboldened by Zhu Jiangwo's support. She dared to exclaim, You worthless son-in-law, what airs are you putting on? Zhuang Yi, no longer inclined to maintain a facade of civility, confronted her with a tempestuous aura. You're nothing but a decrepit old crone, teetering on the brink of the grave. Wang Xiaomei extended 2 fingers in indignation. Pointing at him, what did you say? You worthless fool, repeat that. But before she could finish her sentence, Zhuang Yi delivered a resounding slap to her face. Holding her cheek in disbelief, she gazed at him, only to hear him roar with fury. You filthy old hag. Kneel down. Bow your head. Chapter 94. Zhu Nian's wife questions? A sudden retort to Zhu Nian's wife. In an instant, all 3 were taken aback. Xiu Mei, favoring kin over reason. Zhu Jiangwo instinctively shielded Wang Xiaomei, pushing Zhuang Yi several steps back, his face etched with worry. Wang Xiaomei covered her face, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, rendered speechless for a moment. Mother, how are you? Zhu Nian's wife grasped Wang Xiaomei's arm, turning to Zhuang Yi with a loud rebuke. Zhuang Yi, have you lost your mind? How could you strike my mother? Zhuang Yi, furious, shed all semblance of composure. I struck that old hag. She has demeaned me without cause, incessantly labeling me as a worthless son-in-law. What does she take me for? Doi possess no dignity. Zhu Nian's wife, stamping her feet in anger, retorted, Even if she insults you, you cannot hit her. She is my mother, your mother-in-law. I care not whether she is your mother. Kneel and apologize to me at once. Otherwise, I shall ruin the Zhu family enterprise. Zhuang Yi's ultimatum revealed his fierce and unyielding demeanor. Zhu Jiangwo broke into a cold sweat at these words, fully aware of Zhuang Yi's capabilities. Zhu Nian's wife, attempting to mediate, urged Zhuang Yi, apologize to my mother first. If you and she remain at odds, how can we remarry? She is our wedding witness. Wang Xiaomei, regaining her composure, erupted in fury. You wretched creature. How dare you? Kneel to me? Do you think you deserve such a grand gesture? I would rather you kneel before me. Her face flushed with rage. She seethed with a hatred that seemed almost palpable. Our Zhu family truly erred in choosing you as a son-in-law. You squandered my daughter's 7 years of youth. Call the police. Immediately report this useless scoundrel. Upon hearing the suggestion of involving the authorities, Zhu Nian's wife panicked and tugged at Wang Xiaomei's arm. Mother, please don't escalate this. I will make my husband apologize. Zhuang Yi, utterly disheartened, gazed at Zhu Nian's wife, his withered crimson-black eyes glistening with tears once more. Such bravado. It seems kneeling and apologizing would be too lenient for you. With a harsh smile, he dialed a number. Hello, Brother Pan. The Zhu Group is on the brink of bankruptcy. President Zhu has fled with her male companion, and the next batch of products will be substandard. I suggest you promptly terminate all collaborations with the Zhu Group. Pan's astonishment resonated through the line. Huh? What does President Zhuang mean? Isn't the Zhu Group your company? Zhuang Yi cast a cold glance at the 3 present, unabashedly declaring, I have been ousted by the Zhu family. Internal strife is brewing within the Zhu Group, and it will soon explode. Given our good rapport, I wanted to inform you in advance to avoid your entanglement. After a brief silence, Pan grasped the situation. I understand. Brother Zhuang, I only partnered with Zhu for your sake, and now that you've indicated this, I will certainly cut my losses. The 2 exchanged a few casual pleasantries before Zhuang ended the call. In a matter of minutes, the Zhu group suffered a loss of 20 million in orders. Zhu Yin's wife felt a chill pierce her heart, rushing to Zhuang Yi and delivering a sharp slap. Zhuang Yi seized her wrist tightly, his gaze locked onto hers. Zhu Yin's wife cried out in pain, You scoundrel! Let go of me at once. Zhuang Yi endured the anguish within, his voice cold as he replied, I shall not relent. Zhu Yinshi clenched her teeth in fury. As the chairwoman of the Zhu group, Zhuang Yi's actions were tantamount to dismantling her grand ambitions. Zhuang Yi, how could you be so vile and shameless? You have already harmed my mother, and now you are destroying my company's orders. Do you understand the significance of 20 million over the long term? I have toiled for a month or two without guarantee of finding such valuable clientele. You have obliterated it with mere words. Do you realize the immense losses your momentary resentment has inflicted upon a company? You are a heartless fiend. I despise you. Her voice erupted in a near-hysterical scream. Zhu Jiangwo, in despair, forced a bitter smile, murmuring, accursed fate indeed. The most dreadful outcome has ultimately come to pass. Chapter 3 recounts that over the past 4 years, or rather, nearly 5, 70% of the Zhu Group's orders and collaborations have been secured solely by Zhuang Yi. Should he resolve to siphon off this substantial portion, the Zhu Group would see its scale shrink by more than half, potentially relegating them to the ranks of second-tier families. More critically, the resulting market void would be devoured by rival enterprises, such as the covetous Xiao Group. Wang Xiaomei could not fathom that this seemingly useless son-in-law possessed such capabilities. Yet since the deed was done, she found solace in belittling him. Zhuang, you beast! Are you even a man? Do you possess any sense of conscience? For 4 years of marriage, you have consumed the Zhu family's resources, and now you seek to trample upon our foundation, thinking us easy prey. Her fury was palpable, as if she wished to strip the white-eyed wolf of its very sinews. Zhu Jiangwo, forlorn, nearly pleaded Xiao Zhuang, My good son, could you refrain from letting personal grudges affect the Zhu group? The situation had exceeded this patriarch's expectations, and he found himself powerless to intervene. Unable to confront Zhuang Yi fixed his gaze upon his ex-wife, mere inches away. Do you feel the same? Zhu Yinshi, consumed by rage, responded emphatically. Is it not so? Everything you have, food, shelter, sleep, has come from the Zhu family. Zhuang Yi's grip on her hand trembled slightly, the sensation akin to a heart shattering into pieces. He had prided himself on his diligence within the Zhu group, securing orders worth billions annually. Yet in his wife's eyes, he was merely a parasite living off the Zhu family. With a swallow of warm saliva, he restored his mask of indifference and released her arm. Zhu Yinshi promptly retaliated with a slap, which he deftly evaded. He remarked, Wang Xiaomei, you claim I live off the Zhu family, yet I ask you, where do the hundreds of thousands in your account each month come from? Wang Xiaomei, reveling in her daughter, striking Zhuang Yi, retorted mockingly, You should be disappointed, white-eyed wolf. It is from that scoundrel Guan Yuqing that I receive my support, all thanks to the Zhu group, whose branch thrives under our stewardship. Upon hearing the news, Zhuang Yi promptly located Guan Yuqing in his contacts and dialed his number. Hello, Mr. Guan. The Zhu group has gone bankrupt and Mr. Zhu has fled with his young male companion. It would be prudent for you to rescind all procurement and collaborations forthwith. Additionally, please cease the monthly transfers to Wang Xiaomei. She is embroiled in trafficking, and the police have already initiated an investigation. It is wise to delineate your boundaries to prevent any repercussions for your esteemed company. During the call, Zhuang Yi and Guan Yuqing conversed with a calm demeanor, swiftly finalizing the termination of their partnership. Upon learning that her allowance was about to vanish, Wang Xiaomei's complexion turned ashen, and she yelled in a shrill voice, How dare you cut off my income, you ungrateful wretch! Where are the bodyguards? Come forth. I demand retribution. I will not rest until this useless son-in-law is dealt with. Break every limb of this contemptible fool. In her furious state, Zhu Yin's wife suddenly transformed into a figure of sheer panic, deviating from her usual demeanor, and pleaded, Wait, my dear. We cannot afford to lose this collaboration. It is the foundation of our operations in Maoyuan City. Chapter 95. Wang Xiumei kneels and bows, while Zhuang Yi threatens to enforce family punishment. In the next moment, a dozen bodyguards surged forth from all corners of the villa, clad in black suits and dark sunglasses, exuding an intimidating presence and fierce glares. Wang Xiumei, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Nianqi, there is no need to plead for this useless son-in-law. I shall execute family law immediately and break his legs. Silence. I am the one in charge of this household. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on Zhuang Yi today will vanish from Dingyang City." Zhu Nianqi retorted imperiously, directing her command at both Wang Xiumei and the bodyguards. She thought to herself that her husband was indeed ruthless, willing to jeopardize the company's interests over family matters. As a woman of modest means, she had ascended to the position of chairwoman of the Zhu Group solely by prioritizing profit. Wang Xiumei, a woman of lavish excess, was utterly ignorant of business matters. "Nianqi, how can you speak so harshly to your mother? I only wish for your well-being. I intend to break this ungrateful man's limbs and expel him from our home." Zhu Nianqi shot her a cold glance before turning back to Zhuang Yi. "Darling, quickly call Manager Guan and inform him that I was merely jesting. The Zhu Group cannot afford to lose this cooperation." The bodyguards stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed, while Zhu Jiangwo sighed repeatedly, lamenting 70 million in annual revenue. 70 million in annual revenue. Manager Guan, whose full name is Guan Hongyi, is a prominent businessman in Maoyue City, and his collaboration was overseen by Zhuang Yi throughout his tenure. The annual procurement volume alone reached a staggering 70 million. After stabilizing their foothold in Dingyang City, the Zhu Group had been seeking to expand, and the orders from Maoyue City relied heavily on Guan Hongyi's support. Losing such a partnership was simply unacceptable. Wang Xiumei began to panic, exclaiming, "Old man, Nianqi, what nonsense are you all spouting? How can a useless person possess such great ability? It must be false. They are deceiving us." Zhu Nianqi was nearly struck speechless by her words. This order was signed by Zhuang. Wang Xiumei's face turned ashen, and in her embarrassment, she fell silent. Zhu Nianqi urged Zhuang Yi, "Darling, my mother is quiet now. Do not act childishly. For the sake of our grand ambitions, please call Manager Guan, or else